Chapter 331 Silver Apple Mother Tree The Key to Advancement. 1 Space Law Fruit, plus 2 primary Space Law Crystals. Song-Chi's speed of understanding the laws at this moment is countless times faster than when he was in the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm. After just 2 days, his law understanding degree increased from 0.36% to 0.42%. This law understanding degree, among all the cruiser captains with divine thoughts in the entire Shinhua human civilization territory, is actually ranked in the upper middle. Although this ranking is not very high, the key point is that it has only been more than 10 years since Song-Chi's guidance technique broke through the 3rd level, and he has mastered the divine thoughts. But he is already comparable to those cruiser captains, who have understood the laws for hundreds of years, or even 200 years. So the ranking is far from the point. The key is that Song-Chi still controls a lot of time. And there are infinite possibilities in the future. In addition, don't forget that what he comprehended is the law of space, which is very different from the ordinary law of the Sea of Stars. As his mind circulated, the law of space quickly condensed around him, and soon a miniature illusory dragon whale emerged. Song-Chi was familiar with his own soaring power of the law of space. At the same time, deep in his mind, Song-Chi was also carefully sensing his own law assimilation. This 3rd law fruit once again greatly improved his assimilation progress with the law of the Sea of Stars. It is estimated that in about 4 years, he will be able to completely complete the assimilation. Once the remaining 2 space law fruits are used up, the assimilation of the Star Sea law should be completely completed. As he muttered, Song-Chi sighed again instinctively. Speaking of the remaining 2 space law fruits, he thought of the specific effect of the 3rd space law fruit, which only increased his law perception by 0.06%. And remembering that the first 2 law fruits increased his perception by 0.1% and 0.08% respectively. If he calculated it this way, maybe he would reach the limit after using 2 or 3 more law fruits. And this space law fruit would have no effect on him from then on. This is obviously not good news. After sighing softly, Song-Chi quickly came back to his senses and stopped worrying about gains and losses. After careful calculation, this space law fruit has already increased his perception by 0.24% successively. Counting the number of fruits that can be used later, the final value should stay at around 0.3%. Without counting the blessing of the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm, normally, 0.3% of the perception of the space law requires at least 90 years of continuous perception. In other words, this space law fruit has saved Song-Chi nearly 100 years without a sound. According to the subsequent 15-fold amplitude, it is 4.5% of the perception of the space law. In this way, what else is there to be dissatisfied with? After thinking this through, Song-Chi quickly regained his composure. However, he was not in a hurry to use the remaining 2 space law fruits in his hand. He had to adapt to the current surge in the space law. In a flash, it was already 2 months later. In the personal manor in Tiancheng Valley, Song-Chi's mind had just recovered from the powerful effect of the 4th space law fruit. This 4th space law fruit only increased his perception by 0.04%, but it also brought his space law to 0.46%. Just when Song-Chi was happy, the quantum communication bracelet in his hand suddenly sent a beeping message. Turning around, seeing that the message was sent by Wang Jin, he raised his eyebrows. Wang Jin. Did something unexpected happen with the sale of war supplies? A month ago, Song-Chi, who had purchased a large amount of supplies from the Goblin Luke and the Zhutian market, handed them all over to Wang Jin the next day. As a captain who has been in Morning Star Yonglu for hundreds of years, Wang Jin naturally has some special channels of his own. Especially after his ship was promoted to the Zhulu ship. With the backup of Wolf Howl Tiger Roar, his personal status and related channels have been further improved. In the past month, he has earned a lot of floating land origin for Song-Chi by selling war supplies. If there really was something wrong with the war material sales channel, Song-Chi would definitely not be able to accept it. What's wrong? The other party was holding a quantum communication bracelet, which Song-Chi had specially applied for from the family. It allowed the two to communicate remotely at will, and there was no need to worry about information leakage. As for the Shinhua network, although it was more convenient and more powerful, some people with special permissions could peek at the screen from a distance, and it could not guarantee absolute confidentiality of information. Wang Jin's reply came quickly, but it turned out to be a false alarm for Song-Chi. No big deal. I just got some news about the Morning Star black market. There will be a large-scale auction in the black market in 3 days. I want to ask your highness if you are interested. Hearing this reply, Song Chi subconsciously refused. But after thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. As the largest black market in the Morning Star Principality, he had heard that the Morning Star black market was very large, and the amount of resources it handled every day was extraordinary. As a large-scale auction, there is a high probability that many good things will appear. Based on this, he agreed, the configurations on the sky are indeed luxurious, but not all of them are available. For example, the components such as the warrior tree are still loaded with the fire sunflower warrior tree. It is good to go and take a look. Maybe you can find the components that the sky needs now. 3 days later, with the help of the ever-changing and mirage characteristics of the Mirage Dragon Pearl component, the sky left the Tianchong Valley quietly. After successfully joining up with the Wolf Howl Tiger Roar, the two warships rushed to the entrance of the Morning Star Black Market. After all, it was a black market. Although it involved a lot, it was impossible to open it so blatantly in the Holy Star City. The location of the entrance to the Morning Star Black Market was more than 0.5 light-years away from the Holy Star City. After a space jump, the two warships finally arrived at their destination. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Looking at the familiar space vortex channel in the distance, Song Chi's eyes were full of surprise. He had only heard of the Morning Star Black Market before, and didn't really know much about it. Now it seems that this black market is indeed quite impressive, and actually uses a Star Sea secret realm as a black market trading venue. In the communication group chat, Wang Jin respectfully replied, yes, but it is just a lowest level broken secret realm, and the original environment has long been completely destroyed. At the entrance of the black market compliance personnel stopped two warships. Of course, it was not to check the identities of Sky and Wolf Howl Tiger Howl, but to inform the two that after entering the black market, their personal ships must be taken back. This is the rule of the black market. Song Chi and the others didn't pay much attention to it. The two warships quickly sank into the space vortex channel in front. As Wang Jin said, this secret realm that served as a black market trading place was indeed just a lowest level broken secret realm. It was unknown what it had experienced. The floating land fragment in the original secret realm was almost completely destroyed and shattered by the terrifying power. The exchange in the secret realm now existed on an aerial mechanical platform that was artificially spliced. Wolf Howl Tiger Roar in the Sky, which was renamed White Cloud after the ever-changing feature, hovered in the platform's specific warship docking area. And then the two people's ancestral orifices were quickly taken back. Later, Song Chi, wearing a bionic skin mask, began to browse the entire trading platform under the guidance of Wang Jin. Although it was manually spliced, the trading platform under his feet was still very large. At a glance, the number of Xinhua captains accommodated on it would not be less than 5 figures. The large number of customers has in turn created the current bustling black market. Following Wang Jin through various shops and stalls, Song Chi saw a variety of items. The most of them were the various war materials that are extremely popular nowadays, and the other were shipborne parts of various qualities. Although there were many things, they were basically ordinary things. Song Chi visited dozens or even hundreds of shops, but he didn't see anything that caught his attention. Wang Jin, who seemed to sense his gradually fading interest, explained, "These are all ordinary goods. If you really want some top-quality ones, you have to wait for the subsequent black market auctions, or try your luck in those red shops." Red shops? Song Chi was puzzled. This was the first time he heard this term. Wang Jin explained, "Your Highness, Hongyan is the name given by people in the circle. It is actually a place that specializes in selling all kinds of stolen goods." When he heard the word stolen goods, Song Chi suddenly understood. Xinjiang Yonglu is so vast, and no one knows how many Xinhua captains there are. With such a large number of people, it is impossible to say that they all get along well. There are naturally various conflicts. As a result, all kinds of stolen goods will appear naturally. Some of them are not easy to load directly, and they will be taken to the black market to sell. Song Chi thought about it. Let's go and have a look. Although he didn't hold out much hope, the auction was still a few hours away, so it might as well go and have a look. The trading platform is near the northeast most shop. As soon as he entered the shop door, Wang Jin immediately said the corresponding code. Then he and Song Chi entered a secret door on the inside of the shop. After entering the secret door, Song Chi felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and objects flashing with various colors came into view one after another. At a glance, Song Chi found that this small closed secret room was filled with hundreds of various strange objects. Except for a small amount of blue parts. Most of them are purple quality parts. And there are even parts flashing orange light. Wang Zhen's explanation soon came to my ears. Your Highness, this is the largest red shop in the black market. It is said that there are many senior fourth-class chasing warships behind it. Song Chi nodded lightly, without showing any abnormality. Around this closed secret room, the faces of several Xinhua captains standing in the corner also showed surprise. Among them, there was a fourth-rank Xinhua captain, and the others were all senior cruiser captains. The fourth-rank Xinhua captain was the boss behind this popular shop. They were not unfamiliar with Wang Zhen, a frequent customer, and they also knew that Wang Zhen's ship had been promoted to a Zhulu ship, and its status was no longer the same. But it was precisely because of this that the words Your Highness from Wang Zhen's mouth made them feel even more suspicious. Suddenly, everyone's eyes shifted to Song Chi, who was beside Wang Zhen, with a look of inquiry in their eyes. Wang Zhen, who had half a foot officially set foot in the Zhulu captain's position, was respectfully addressed as His Highness. It was obvious that Song Chi, who had always seemed ordinary, could not be a simple person. Song Chi ignored these looks, and his eyes moved over all the strange objects in the secret room. Compared to those ordinary parts in the outside world, there were indeed some valuable things among these stolen goods, but for now, he had not seen any parts that were too eye-catching. Seeing him checking on his own, others did not make any noise to disturb him, and the whole secret room was silent. After a few minutes, Song Chi finally found a very special component. Virus spore repelling membrane LV0 quality, purple features, can isolate star C virus level +1 consumption, 7/S psionic points effect. The loaded warship obtains a layer of virus isolation membrane, which can currently isolate the star C spore virus of the highest level 0+1. No need to charge and buffer upgrade required. 7 strands of floating land origin level 0. 700 psionic points. This is a component similar to the water molecule isolation membrane, except that it isolates the star C virus spores. The broken star C is vast and boundless. There are countless special star fields that may appear in it, and there are not a few star fields full of spore viruses. Although the sky has not encountered it yet, Song Chi has always been the kind of person who takes precautions before it happens. What is the price of this purple component? Seeing that his rather mysterious prince finally spoke, the red shop owner quickly gave a quote. Rare isolation type special component, 20 strands of 4th level floating land origin. There was no need for Song Chi to speak. Wang Zhen beside him said coldly, 20 strands of 4th level floating land origin, third boss, your price is not unfair, ordinary purple components, but only 5 strands of 4th level floating land origin. The 4th level red shop owner did not change his expression. Old Wang, you also said that it was the price of ordinary purple parts. As one of the owners of the biggest red shops in the black market, his subordinate's intelligence was naturally not bad, and Wang Zhen's identity was no secret to him. Wang Zhen wanted to say something, but Song Chi said calmly, 10 strands. This price was the limit he could accept. If the other party was still unwilling, Song Chi would turn around and leave without hesitation. However, the other party seemed to see his attitude, and agreed after a moment's hesitation. After accepting the purple virus spore repellent membrane component, Song Chi did not stay any longer and left the red shop with Wang Zhen. There were no more components that interested him. What Song Chi did not know was that as the two of them left, the owner of the red shop he immediately mobilized his energy to investigate his identity. However, even if he knew, Song Chi would not care. From beginning to end, his relationship with Wang Zhen had not been exposed at all. In addition to the Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl component, no matter which force wanted to investigate him, it was doomed to be in vain. Of course, the forces that possess special Golden Cave empty parts are excluded. Facing such parts, even the Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl cannot escape. After the Mauve Red Shop, Wang Zhen took Song Chi to visit several other smaller red shops, but the results were not satisfactory, and he never encountered parts that Song Chi was satisfied with. While the two were strolling around, the black market auction finally started. This auction was a little unusual. It was held in the middle of the trading platform. There was no specific auction venue. It was held outdoors, and all Xinhua captains in the black market could bid. What's interesting is that the auction method is also very different from normal auctions. There is no so-called bidding process. Every item brought out by the black market has a 10-minute bidding time. All Xinhua captains in the black market can bid. After 10 minutes, the black market will select one person from all bidders as the winner. Song Qi is not unfamiliar with this new auction method. It is very similar to the auction of market doorman order and market walking order at the end of every market transaction. Just as I was thinking, the manager behind the scenes of the black market had already taken out the first auction item. Rare item, hard-burning flame. Quality, orange. Transformable, fire seed upgraded fire source. Note, a wisp of rare fire derived from the red flame demon realm after thousands of years. With multiple uses. After directly displaying the attribute panel of this orange fire seed rare item, the black market manager continued, this wisp of hard-burning flame is an orange top-grade upgraded fire source, which could upgrade the purple fire seed to an orange fire seed at most. Its value is comparable to some red rare items. Now, everyone can make their own bids on the quotation machine. In 10 minutes, we will select the most suitable person from all the bidders to trade. The opening was the orange top-grade upgraded fire source. As expected, the entire trading platform was in an uproar, followed by a large number of bids. Even Song Qi was somewhat tempted, although he could no longer use it. His grandfather, parents, and grandma all needed it. Looking at Wang Jin beside him, there was a clear fiery look in his eyes, but it soon turned into helplessness. In order to upgrade the wolf howl tiger roar, he had almost spent all his funds, and there was no way he could get this hard-burning flame at the moment. Without paying much attention to Wang Jin's expression, Song Qi thought for a moment and typed the words 1 orange main gun plus 1 4th level silver apple plus 1 top grade dragon blood fruit on the quotation machine in his hand. He actually had a red energy shield from Anderson's ship, but he felt it was not worth it, so he didn't take it out. The orange top grade upgraded fire source was said to be comparable to Red Wonders, but that was a Red Wonder that could not be converted into shipboard parts, which was still incomparable to real red parts. 10 minutes later, the final result came out. Song Qi did not become the lucky one. Captain Xinhua, who successfully exchanged for this burning heart flame, took out a red quality main gun, which was nearly double the premium. Song Qi did not react much to this. He did not hold high hopes from the beginning, so he could accept it now. After the first auction item, the second auction item soon appeared. This time it was no longer a rare item from the Star Sea, but a giant ape from the Star Sea that was extremely weak. This is a 4th level long-armed demon ape. It had a senior 4th level combat power in its heyday. Now its injuries can ensure that the purple level slave parts can be successfully enslaved. A 4th level slave creature, I believe, can provide sufficient security in the subsequent Great Pioneering War, and can also plunder more resources. Okay, you can start bidding. Song Qi was not very interested in this long-armed demon ape. It's not that he doesn't like a 4th level slave combat force, but he thinks there's no need to waste the money. The Great Exploration War is coming, and the family's war materials have been prepared in advance. There will also be arrangements for the safety of the clan members below. For a family like him, when he returns to the Dragon Ridge continent, he will most likely be assigned a 4th level slave unit provided by the family free of charge. However, he is not interested. But it does not mean that others are the same. Noticing Wang Jin's fiery gaze beside him, Song Qi quickly thought of the shabbiness of his contracted slave. There is only one piece of orange hull armor on the entire Zhulu ship. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "Do you want this long-armed demon ape?" Seeing Wang Jin nod embarrassedly, he asked again, "What can I take out of my body?" After thinking for a while, Song Qi decided to help Wang Jin take down this long-armed demon ape. After all, there are still many places where it will be needed in the future. If it is easily killed, it will not be good. Wang Jin had a look of surprise on his face, and quickly said, 5 strands of the 4th level floating land origin. 75 strands of the 3rd level. Stop! Seeing that he was about to report all his wealth, Song Qi quickly interrupted him. A few seconds later, he took out 2 10,000-year-old dragon blood fruits and 20 strands of 4th level floating land essence and handed them to Wang Jin. Try to see if you can take it? He still had more than 20 10,000-year-old dragon blood fruits in his hand, so it wouldn't be a problem to take out 2. The 4th level floating land essence can now be synthesized on the spiritual machine synthesis platform, so it's not too short. Thank you, Your Highness. Wang Jin took it excitedly, and his eyes looking at Song Qi became more determined. Soon, Wang Jin successfully took the 4th level long-armed demon ape, and he hadn't even used up all his funds. He only took out one 10,000-year-old dragon blood fruit plus 15 strands of 4th-level floating land essence. The Captain Shinhua who commissioned the auction of the long-armed demon ape might be quite old, so he agreed to it immediately after seeing the 10,000-year dragon blood fruit. Wang Jin later wanted to return the remaining 10,000-year dragon blood fruit and 10 strands of 4th-level floating land origin. But Song Qi waved his hand and refused. Take it to exchange for other things you need. The configuration on your ship is too low. Put more thought into it. As time passed, the black market management took out a large number of auction items one after another. The value of these items is not bad. The worst ones are purple quality parts. Sometimes there are orange quality parts in between. Among them, Wang Jin was really lucky. With the help of the 10,000-year dragon blood fruit and 10 strands of 4th-level floating land origin, he won another orange quality super main gun, which can be regarded as making up for the lack of firepower for Wolf Howl Tiger Roar. However, Song Qi's mind was far from being so good. Except for the initial strand of burning heart flame, there were no more items that made him excited, which made him very disappointed. Finally, after another purple top quality component was auctioned, the black market management officially announced that it had entered the final stage. There were only 3 items in this finale. The first item was a low-level law crystal of Earth attribute. For the Shinhua captains present, who had comprehended the law of Earth, this low-level law crystal of Earth attribute undoubtedly caused a great shock. In the end, it was bought for 10 strands of the 5th-level floating land origin. Song Qi still did not bid. For him, who followed the path of space law, this law crystal of Earth attribute was of no use to him at all. However, the penultimate item that appeared immediately afterwards gave him a big surprise. It was a half-step 5th-level starry sky plant tree heart. This is a half-step 5th-level desolate ancient tree heart. As the original tree heart of the starry sky plant, it should have a very strong life-extending effect. But the desolate power of the desolate ancient tree itself affected this, making this tree heart have no life-extending power. However, after all, it is a half-step 5th-level starry sky plant tree heart, and it still has many uses. I will not go into details here. You can bid now. When this tree heart first appeared, it did attract the attention of many Shinhua captains. But when they knew that it had no life-extending effect, most people immediately lost interest. However, what surprised Song Qi was that, with the appearance of the desolate ancient tree heart, a sudden change came from the fire ancestral cavity between his eyebrows. Originally, he had little interest in the desolate ancient tree heart. But with this abnormality, his mind suddenly became serious. His mind sank into the fire ancestral cavity. And soon Song Qi found the source of the abnormality. Just like the neutron star debris he encountered before, the miniature sky was still the one that trembled this time. Of course, this time it was no longer the neutron star core armor component, but another component in the sky. Qi-Tsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm. Feeling the source of the slight vibration coming from the mini sky, Song Qi was surprised. He never thought it would be this component, but soon he found out that, rather than saying that it was the Qi-Tsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm component that was vibrating, it was the silver apple mother tree inside this component. Getting this answer, Song Qi instantly thought of many things. It turned out that the silver apple mother tree reacted to this desolate ancient tree heart. Could this desolate ancient tree heart be the key to its promotion to the 5th level? This was the first thing that popped into Song Qi's mind. There was no way. It had been a long time since the components of Qi-Tsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm were strengthened to the 5th level. But the silver apple mother tree in it had never shown any sign of advancement. Song Qi had been troubled by this for a long time, and had considered various reasons, but had not gotten the answer he wanted. Therefore, when the silver apple mother tree showed unusual movements, Song Qi immediately associated it with the promotion to the 5th level. Suppressing his excited and chaotic thoughts, Song Qi calmed himself down. And at the same time, he changed his mind and thought about what he could offer to trade for the desolate ancient tree heart. Since it might be the key to the promotion of the silver apple mother tree, he must take this desolate ancient tree heart. The value of the silver apple mother tree is too great. Once it returns to the 5th level, combined with the characteristics of the secret realm accelerator, it will be able to continuously produce orange wonders in the future. If it can return to the 6th level in the future, it will be able to continuously produce red wonders. For this reason alone, even if there is only a slight possibility, he must take action. Thinking about it, Song Qi had the answer in his heart. He took out the quotation machine. and then quickly typed the following words in it. Red Energy Shield, Red Dome Shield, or 3 10,000-year Dragon Blood Fruits. After giving the quotation, he began to wait quietly. Chapter 332. The Silver Apple Mother Tree is finally promoted. Before this, Song-Chi had never felt that 10 minutes was so long, but now, he really felt it. Although his expression under the bionic mask did not change, he was actually panicking. Starry Sky plants are rare, not to mention the Starry Sky plant heart that can only be obtained after killing them. If he did not seize this opportunity, Song-Chi could hardly imagine when he would be able to encounter another qualified Starry Sky plant heart in the future. Decades. Hundreds of years. Even hundreds of years are possible. In agony, 10 minutes finally passed. However, the auction did not give the result immediately, and the black market did not seem to be able to make a decision quickly. In a closed secret room somewhere in the secret realm, the old man stared at the projection screen in front of him, his eyes full of entanglement. A large number of quotation information were neatly listed on the screen in front of him. But these were not the key points. His eyes were fixed on one of the quotation information. Red Energy Shield. If Danghai Lifeone can be replaced with this level of energy shield, its defense will be greatly improved. While muttering, his eyes turned to the second half of the quotation information. 3 10,000-year-old dragon blood fruits. For someone like him, who has a short lifespan, the 10,000-year-old dragon blood fruit that can prolong life is also very tempting. Even if a single person can only use 2, the remaining 1 can be sold, so there is no need to worry about losing money. After struggling for nearly a minute, until the black market management sent a message to urge him, he finally made a difficult decision. In the crowd below, Song-Chi's face lit up. He received a reply from his quotation machine. Congratulations, sir, you have successfully won the Desolate Ancient Tree Heart with 3 10,000-year-old dragon blood fruits. Please go to the backstage immediately to complete the final transaction. After browsing the entire message, the joy in his eyes became even greater. He originally thought that even if he really bought it, it would most likely be bought with the Red Dome Shield. Compared to a Red Epic component, the value of 3 10,000-year dragon blood fruits is obviously far less. But in the end, he got such a big surprise. The client of this Desolate Ancient Tree Heart is more concerned about his own lifespan. Then is it possible that this Desolate Ancient Tree Heart was originally hunted for his life extension? But in the end, because it could not extend his life, the other party had to auction it. In his joy, he walked quickly and went all the way to the backstage not far from the auction table. After taking out the 3 10,000-year dragon blood fruits, he got the half-step 5th level Desolate Ancient Tree Heart as he wished. Feeling the increasingly obvious tremor coming from his brow, Song-Chi turned around calmly. Outside, the last large Axis auction item has appeared, and it is a red component. Antimatter Energy Perpetual Motion Engine Level 0 Quality. Red features, Antimatter Mimicry. As the heart of a Shinhua warship, the appearance of this red engine naturally caused a great shock. At this moment, the bidding in the venue is in full swing. However, Song-Chi no longer has the intention to stay. At this moment, he just wants to return to Tianchong Valley as soon as possible to try whether this Desolate Ancient Tree Heart can really make the Silver Apple Mother Tree return to the 5th level. After greeting Wang Jin, the two squeezed out of the crowd, because they had bid many times in the auction. When they turned around and left, they attracted the attention of many people. These people followed Song-Chi and the others quietly, and slowly left the crowd. But when Wang Jin summoned the Wolf Howl Tiger Roar, the 3,000-meter-long Zulu ship seemed to have a thunderclap in the minds of all the Shinhua captains, who had ill intentions, making them stunned for a long time, and finally waited for them to react, and then hurriedly returned to the crowd. The existence of the level of the Zulu ship is rare in the entire Morning Star Yonglu, and even in the entire principality. Only a fool would want to target such a big shot. After returning to Tianchong Valley, Song-Chi immediately came to the underground battleship summoning room, and then held the Desolate Ancient Tree Heart and entered the Cultivation Secret Realm. The moment he entered the Cultivation Secret Realm, perhaps because there was no barrier of the Secret Realm itself, the reaction of the Silver Apple Mother Tree was obviously more exaggerated. Its entire branches were shaking wildly. Song-Chi could see the desire from the bottom of its heart by just glancing at it from a distance. Obviously, the heart of the Desolate Ancient Tree was really important to the Silver Apple Mother Tree. Feeling this, Song-Chi did not hesitate at all, and threw the heart of the Desolate Ancient Tree in his hand. A large amount of wood laws flowed out from the trunk of the Silver Apple Mother Tree, and condensed into a law net at an indescribable speed, and then completely enveloped the heart of the desolate ancient tree in it. Buzz, the entire land of the cultivation secret realm was shaking, accompanied by dazzling light. A large amount of light poured out from the trunk of the silver apple mother tree, making Song-Chi close his eyes subconsciously. Although he did not witness all this with his own eyes, Song-Chi could clearly sense that a large amount of energy was gathering in front of him, which came from all directions of the secret realm and surrounded the silver apple mother tree. Obviously, after devouring the desolate ancient tree heart, the silver apple mother tree had begun to try to break through, or to return to the 5th level. However, there is one thing that is helpless. The promotion of starry sky plants is not a matter of one day or one night, compared with the promotion of ordinary humans. It is much slower. Song-Chi is not worried about this. He changed his mind and exited the cultivation secret realm again, and started a new round of secret realm acceleration. After 2 months of buffering, the secret realm accelerator feature that had been affected by the meditation seal internal speed has been cooled down again. With the blessing of secret realm acceleration, the time required for the promotion of silver apple mother tree is far less difficult to wait. Song-Chi had just practiced the guiding technique for a few days in the outside world, and then he received a reminder from the void demon. The silver apple mother tree had completed its promotion inside the sky, even though the secret realm was accelerating. Song-Chi, who was excited, did not pay much attention. He was too lazy to control the soldiers to enter with a brainwave mark, and directly entered the secret realm in person. In the cultivation secret realm, the silver apple mother tree, which reached a height of tens of thousands of meters, was swaying in the wind, and a large amount of wood laws and 5th level pressure radiated from it to the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Song-Chi confirmed that the silver apple mother tree had indeed successfully promoted to the 5th level. For a moment, he could hardly control his joy. He made the right bet, and did not waste several thousand-year-old dragon blood fruits in vain. It also meant that in the near future, he would be able to continuously harvest 5th level silver apples. However, there was also bad news. After the silver apple mother tree was promoted to the 5th level, the layer of fairyland spirit soil underneath it was no longer effective. Fairyland spirit soil was a kind of strange soil that Grandpa Song Ming Song brought out from the fragments of the fairyland continent. It was only a purple strange object. Its biggest effect was on the 4th level plants. Now that the silver apple mother tree was promoted to the 5th level, it naturally could no longer have an effect on them. In this case, its growth acceleration will also not work on the silver apple mother tree. The consequence of this is that, in each subsequent round of secret realm acceleration, the silver apple mother tree will no longer be able to accelerate for more than 20,000 years, and will only have more than 10,000 years. In addition, after the silver apple mother tree is promoted to the 5th level, it will also breed 5th level silver apples, which takes much longer than 4th level silver apples. In addition to the immortal realm spirit soil, the subsequent production speed of 5th level silver apples will inevitably drop significantly. Song-Chi didn't have a good solution for this, but he could take out one of the 5th level silver apples that matured later, and let it upgrade the special item Fairyland Spirit Soil to orange quality. The orange quality Fairyland Spirit Soil should continue to be effective for it, but this obviously takes time. Song-Chi didn't stay in the cultivation secret realm for long. After confirming that the silver apple mother tree was successfully promoted to the 5th level, he quickly exited the secret realm. Just kidding. This is a time acceleration of more than 10,000 times the speed per hour. Staying in it for one more second is wasting your life. After returning to reality, Song-Chi returned to his daily practice. A month later, the last space law fruit in his hand was also used. This space law fruit provided him with a 0.02% improvement in his perception of the space law, allowing his perception of the space law to rise from 0.46% to 0.48%. This is good news, but there is also bad news. After using this space law fruit, Song-Chi had a feeling that this space law fruit was the last one he could use. No matter how many space law fruits he took later, his perception of the space law would not change. This news was like a blow to his head. Although he had guessed it before, he still couldn't let it go now that it was confirmed. But there was another good news. With the effectiveness of this last space law fruit, all his understanding of the space law was finally completely assimilated into the star sea law. After the assimilation was completed, Song-Chi could clearly feel the increase in the power of his own law. This is also the difference between the perfect law of the star sea and the incomplete law of the secret realm. He estimated that even if they were both space laws, the power of the law he controlled was at least 3 points stronger than before. The increase is not large, but compared with the small, medium, and great laws that need to be continuously deepened in the future, it is by no means a small number. Not to mention that the most important thing about the Star Sea Law is the difference in the upper limit compared to the incomplete law of the secret realm. The creatures who comprehend the incomplete law of the secret realm will be stuck at the level of the secret realm itself. But the Star Sea Law is different, and it has an infinite future. In addition, the complete assimilation of the power of the law also means that Shang-Chi will not need to stay in the outside world in the future. He can enter the market without any worries, with the help of the space origin law in the market and the low-level space law crystal in his hand, to accelerate the perception of the law and maximize the speed of the perception of the space law. However, in this situation, Shang-Chi has another tangled point in his mind. With the complete assimilation of the law, it means that he can enter the family Dragon Ridge secret realm again, speed up the perception of the law while continuing to learn other secret arts. But then the problem comes: if he really continues to go to the Dragon Ridge secret realm to perceive the law, then he will probably have to spend a long time to assimilate when he comes out later. This is also the reason why Shang-Chi was entangled. Later, he could not continue to accelerate the speed of law assimilation through space law fruit, but it would take decades to slowly assimilate. In this way, wouldn't he have another few decades to practice in seclusion in the market? It was really difficult to decide. Shang-Chi did not think about it anymore. He planned to ask the ancestors of the family later to see if there was a way to solve this problem. He remembered that in the information he learned not long ago, his ancestor had been in seclusion in the Dragon Ridge secret realm for hundreds of years after his ship was upgraded to a dreadnought. In this case, there should be a way to solve the problem of comprehending the original source law in the secret realm for too long, so as to completely solidify the law he comprehended into the incomplete law of the secret realm. Without thinking any more, Shang-Chi recalled the sky and entered the market. His mental power gathered, and a large number of divine thoughts flowed out of his mind. When he found the location of the spatial origin law in the market's secret realm, he quickly approached it, and then took out the 2 primary space law crystals and began to comprehend the spatial law. Since he no longer had to worry about the solidification of the law, he would spend a lot of time in the market. While practicing the guiding technique, he visualized the mecha projection rubbing map and improved his own understanding of the law at the fastest speed. Time passed, and nearly a month passed. On this day, the void demon who stayed in the outside world sent a telepathic message to Shang-Chi, and Sivi's communication came. All communications were cut off in the market, whether it was the family's quantum communication bracelet or the Shinhua network. So in order to ensure that Sivi's communication was not missed, Shang-Chi left the void demon in the outside world. Personal manner. Is the matter done? After the communication was connected, Shang-Chi took the initiative to ask, and Sivi on the other side also replied quickly, "Well, but I still need to rest my spirit. The detailed exploration time will be set in half a month." "No problem." Shang-Chi nodded directly, and then did not continue to talk. He could see from the communication projection that Sivi's mental state was not very good. It was obvious that she had not rested well recently. After hanging up the call, Shang-Chi did not return to the market. His spirit had been very tense recently, either practicing or comprehending the laws, and he also needed to relax. Time passed bit by bit in such a daily routine, and half a month passed in a flash. On this day, the warship covered in the 5-color light shield rose from the Tianchong Valley, and soon sank into the clouds in the sky. This obvious feature naturally made many Shinhua captains discuss the next itinerary of Shang-Chi, the Song family sequence. Everyone debated whether he was going to explore the alien domain again, or was preparing to return to the Dragon Ridge continent. Chapter 333: Sky Mechanical Civilization. The reunion with Sivi was more than 10 minutes after the sky left the Tianchong Valley. The reunion point they decided was in the starry sky outside the Morning Star Sun land. By Gui main control room, the 2 warships were officially connected, having recovered in the past half-month, and Sivi's face was filled with smiles again. She stared at Shang-Chi on the projection screen, and said softly, "Are you ready?" After Shang-Chi nodded in response, she did not rush to activate the warship's chimeric device, but repeated the information about the civilization ruins that she had told Shang-Chi a few months ago. The ruins of the civilization they found were a mechanical civilization called Cheongtian. There were a lot of mechanical creations in the ruins. if they wanted to explore it in depth. The protection of the warship itself must not be too weak. Ansui didn't know what kind of energy shield and hull armor Song Chi's Chuntian was equipped with, and it was not easy to ask directly about it. So she could only confirm it with Song Chi in this way. Song Chi didn't say much, but nodded again. He was absolutely confident about the defense capability of the sky. But he turned to ask about another matter. Where is your brother? According to what was said before, this time the three of them were exploring the ruins of civilization together. And the fourth prince, Sean Morningstar, was also included. Speaking of her own brother, Ncv said unhappily, don't mention it. He just entered the family secret realm to comprehend the laws. And it will take more than 10 years for him to come out. Song Chi did not continue to ask. And he did not have much feeling in his heart. This was also unavoidable. It was obvious that Sean Morningstar entered the family's original secret realm without informing Ncv in advance. So this caused a conflict in the itinerary of the three. After making sure everything was ready, Ncv activated a purple chimeric device on the White Rose. When the two cruisers were fully chimerical, the charging of the alien domain was officially completed. Feeling the violent spatial fluctuations outside the ship, before the feeling of weightlessness completely enveloped him, Song Chi also started the launch. 2,000-meter cruisers appeared out of thin air above a giant star sea floating land with a diameter of more than 0.5 light years. The first moment he turned around, Song Chi subconsciously began to carefully look at the surrounding environment. Is this a level 4 resource-based floating land in the star sea? While he was talking, Ncv had already retracted the mosaic light band, and the explanation came from the battleship's magnetic wave communication group chat. Yes, but before I discovered it, it was already in such a state of being riddled with holes, and all the resources had long been mined by unknown civilizations. Song Chi nodded, and his eyes followed the projection screen of the battleship in front, and looked at the floating land in the star sea below again. As Ncv said, this level 4 resource floating land is covered with mining pits of various sizes, and before an unknown time, the various resources on this floating land had been exhausted. Of course, with the interval of unknown time in between. Because the core of the floating land's origin continues to absorb and release the free energy from the outside world to nourish the floating land. Now this level 4 floating land has begun to breed new mineral resources again. But it seems that it has just started, and it will take a long time to wait. In just a dozen seconds, Song Chi made various judgments in his mind. But before he could think about it, Ncv's voice brought his thoughts back to reality. Where do you think the remains of civilization will be? If you guess right, sister will get a prize. Ignoring Ncv's teasing tone, Song Chi thought for a moment and said, for mechanical civilization. A special closed folding space? No. During the conversation, Baigui started the engine and landed all the way down. And Sanqiong followed closely, while distractedly controlling the sky. Song Chi did not stop talking. Secret realm? Seeing Ncv still shaking his head, he instinctively frowned, and the next second his sight suddenly turned to look at the level 4 floating land below. Is it under this floating land? This time, he finally got a positive reply from Ncv. And then the sky received a beam of light from the White Rose. Before Song Chi could think more, the abnormal state purifier component sent a prompt first. The warship has been monitored to be blessed by an unknown state. Are you sure to purify it? Then Ncv's explanation came. This is the shield blessing aura, which can increase the shield value of the warship's energy shield by 50%, but it only lasts for 1 hour. Hearing this, Song Chi subconsciously opened the attribute panel of Xianyu 5 Elements Shoutian Energy Shield, and saw that the shield value was indeed increased by 50%. He immediately set a veto command to the abnormal state purifier component. The good thing about the abnormal state purifier component is that it will not purify the abnormal states, marks, etc. of the warship all at once, but will first obtain the captain's consent. Only if the captain does not respond immediately will it purify itself. We're here. The White Rose that was continuously descending in front suddenly stopped, and Song Chi could clearly feel the change in Ncv's tone, which changed from the previous subtle provocation to solemnity. In response to this, Song Chi also subconsciously focused his mind further. After crossing a large area of barren hills and passing through a layer of space curtains, we can see a dark hole in a hidden corner of the ground, which leads directly to the bottom. Obviously, this is the entrance to the underground mechanical civilization ruins that Ncv mentioned, without any extra words. Not long after Song Chi released 2 Void Shadow Killer clan warriors to explore the way, and CV took the lead in controlling the White Rose and rushed into the hole. Seeing this, Song-Chi had basically determined that there was no danger in the small passage below through the perspective of the Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors. And he also controlled the sky to fly all the way down. However, not long after, the two Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors tens of thousands of meters below were suddenly attacked from all directions. They had almost no time to react, and the two Terracotta warriors completely lost their sense. However, this did not cause Song-Chi to react too much, because this part was included in the information given by NCD before. The two Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors were destroyed by the fire control system on the periphery of the Dome Sky Mechanical Civilization ruins. Although the two Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors were killed very quickly, it was purely because of the number. In terms of firepower intensity, it was actually very limited, relying on the energy shield of the Shinhwa warship. As long as they can pass quickly, the problem is not big. Thinking of this, the two warships that swept down all the way have already arrived at the position of the two Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors. Then countless tiny beams of light suddenly lit up in the dark corridor. Those were the gunfire ports outside the ruins of this civilization. Speed up. Don't stop. Before the dense firepower network around them covered them, NCD's voice came first. But there was no need for her reminder at all. The speed of the sky was faster than that of the White Rose. Buzz buzz buzz. A large number of laser beams fell on the 5 elements Shotion energy shield, causing dense ripples on the shield-like curtain. Although the attack power of each of these laser beams is limited, even most of them cannot reach the protection value of the Fairyland 5 elements Shotion energy shield. They cannot break the defense at all, and can only cause the most basic 1 point of damage, but the number of these laser beams is too large, and as they continue to accumulate, the shield value of the 5 elements Shotion energy shield continues to decline. After rapidly descending for dozens of seconds, the two warships finally passed through the outer fire control area. Looking at the energy shields of the two warships at this time, it can be clearly seen that the shield on the surface of the sky is obviously brighter, which also means that the remaining shield value is higher, and the 5-color light shield is still slowly filling up. As for the energy shield of the White Rose, it is obviously much dimmer. Catching this, NCD's eyes flickered with brilliance. You know, the White Rose is equipped with a red quality energy shield. Buzz! Suddenly, the two warships passed through a new isolation-like curtain, and then a brand new space appeared in front of Song-Chi and the others. What they had passed through before was only the outer corridor of the ruins. Now they had officially entered the interior of the ruins. Looking around, Song-Chi was slightly surprised. He found that the location of the two Shinhwa warships was a huge underground square space. At first glance, the space made entirely of special metals had no end in sight. A large number of giant mechanical devices stood on both sides of the underground space. Energy light gates that seemed to divide the entire underground space into multiple areas were arranged from near to far as if in combination. At first glance, there were probably no less than 10. It can be clearly seen that the 4 most recent closed areas have been connected together. The energy light gates between them have been completely destroyed, and the nodes below the energy light gates for energy transmission are covered with a lot of charred and corroded marks. The items distributed in these 4 areas have also been looted early, which is obviously the masterpiece of NCD. While Song-Chi was quickly collecting various information, NCD was also continuously replenishing it. The specific types of mechanical races that appear behind the 3rd light gate before are as follows. In addition to a large number of bipedal mechanical dogs of the Sky Mechanical Civilization standard, there are tens of thousands of meat shield mechas with 2nd-level combat power, thousands of Hellfire-class mechas with 3rd-level energy responsible for long-range firepower strikes, and a 4th-level Hellfire mecha. After saying that, NCV said helplessly, "The meat shield mechas are nothing, it's mainly those Hellfire mechas. Their single firepower has reached the 3rd level, with thousands of mechas jointly covering, they almost made the White Rose overturn, so I didn't dare to continue to attack the area behind the 4th energy light gate later." After hearing this, Song-Chi basically had a bottom line in his heart. Let's do it right away. With the combat power of our 2 cruisers, we won't be left here by the mechanical guards behind the 4th light gate. After saying that, the 2 of them did not hesitate. The 2 warships rushed forward all the way. When they were less than 100,000 meters away from the 4th energy light gate, the gun barrels on the warships turned together. Then, continuous roars spread throughout the underground space. Song-Chi and the others did not attack the energy light gate directly. but focused their fire on the energy transmission area below it, which could greatly speed up the destruction of the energy light gate. However, even so, the two warships continued to concentrate their firepower for several days, but still failed to completely destroy the light gate. This shows how exaggerated the defense of this energy light gate is. It should be noted that both the Sky and the White Rose have their main guns upgraded to the 5th level, under the continuous bombardment of the main guns of this energy level. It is amazing that this energy light gate can last so long. And CV, do you know what level of civilization this Sky mechanical civilization is? This intensity of energy light gate made Song-Chi doubt the Sky mechanical civilization behind it. No matter how you look at it, the other party can't be a newly born mechanical civilization. Maybe it is a top-level advanced mechanical civilization that has developed to the extreme. If so, it is hard to say what level of mechanical creations will appear in the subsequent light gates. We must be cautious. Ansui shook her head. Although she had explored 4 areas before, she did not give more specific information about this Sky mechanical civilization. No matter how strong the defense of this energy light gate is, it can only be gradually exhausted under the continuous bombardment of the 2 cruisers. It was the 8th day since Song-Chi and his partner entered the underground ruins. On this day, Song-Chi suddenly spoke. Be prepared. The energy gate is about to break. After saying this, the two regained their spirits. 10 minutes later, the 1,000-meter-long sword shadow fell below the energy gate again. The sizzling sound suddenly increased, and then it stopped abruptly, with the complete collapse of the 4th energy gate. Before Song-Chi and his partner had time to think, a large amount of artillery fire had already shot out from behind the collapsing energy gate. In response, Song-Chi, who had been prepared, directly pressed the fire button. Then, 2 special cobalt bombs under the hull of the Sky fell from the external launch device and roared away into the distance. After a short flight, 2 violent roars followed. In the violent explosion impact caused by the 2 special cobalt bombs, the entire artillery beam from afar paused for a long time. Taking this opportunity, the Sky and the White Rose continued to fire, trying to eliminate the mechanical units behind the 4th light gate as much as possible. When the energy shock waves subsided, Song-Chi and the others finally saw the situation in the 5th ruins area. There were densely packed bipedal mechanical dogs holding micro-laser cannons, tens of thousands of 2nd-level meat shield mechas, tens of thousands of 3rd-level Hellfire mecha units, and 2 4th-level Hellfire mechas with a height of 3,000 meters. Hiss! Seeing this scene clearly, Ncv took a breath, and a trace of retreat appeared on her delicate face. In comparison, Song-Chi's expression was much calmer. Chapter 334 Mother-Child Spirit Control Ring and Microatom Repair Group. In Song-Chi's opinion, although there are many mechanical units in the 5th area, their high-level combat power is limited. It is only necessary to deal with the 2 4th-level Hellfire mecha units, and the others are not a big threat to the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion energy shield. Therefore, he quickly said, Ncv, you go left and I go right, and we will do our best to deal with the 2 4th-level Hellfire mechas. Okay. Song-Chi's calm eyes made Ncv calm down and eliminated the panic in her heart. Then, thousands of meters of sword spirit and divine light began to condense, and with it came the even more terrifying soul-destroying rays. For units like the mechanical race, the soul-destroying rays could not exert their maximum effect. But after all, they were condensed by the attack characteristics of the 5th-level red main gun, and the power they carried was unimaginable. Looking at the Baigui, the 2 attacks it gathered were no worse than those of the Sancheong. After the energy was accumulated, for terrifying attacks suddenly broke out, and they flew straight to their respective targets. Before the roar sounded, Song-Chi's external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher, which he had prepared long ago, was also activated. 2 special cobalt bullets were fired at 2 4th-tier Hellfire mechas. Looking at the 2 4th-tier Hellfire mechas that did not dodge in the distance, Song-Chi smiled. This was what satisfied him most about these mechanical races. Although their brains were not inferior to those of other carbon-based creatures, and might even be better, these civilization relics were obviously not normal mechanical race units. They did not have their own subjective thoughts, and could only passively accept orders. Before they were first integrated into the ruins, the only thing they were programmed to do was to kill all outsiders. As for dodging? No. They didn't have that knowledge. Autonomously attacking outsiders was all they had to do. Boom! A violent roar accompanied a large amount of metal fragments. The two 4-tier Hellfire mechas, along with the ordinary mechanical units beside them, were all blown into piles of fragments. As a mecha responsible for long-range firepower strikes, the defense capabilities of the Hellfire mechas were ordinary, and they naturally could not resist the 5th-tier firepower. Without the threat of two 4-tier Hellfire mechas, there was no need to worry about the other 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier mecha units. Of course, this was Song Chi's idea, and NCV in the Baigui was not so confident. Although the 4th-tier enemies were solved, the tens of thousands of 3rd-tier Hellfire mechas were no joke. If they really focused their fire, the red energy shield and orange hull armor alone would not be able to withstand it. The final result was that Song Chi directly pushed the Sanqiong in front of the Baigui, allowing the Sanqiong to absorb more than 80% of the attacks. Even so, under the dual protection of the silver energy shield and the red hull armor, plus the 50% energy shield bonus provided by NCV not long ago, the Sky still managed to hold on to the end. When the last two warships cleared all the mechanical units, the Sky still retained more than 20% of the shield value. And this was without using the last blessing parts. In the White Rose's main control room, NCV's eyes swept across the sky. After this battle, she basically had a guess in her mind. So much so that she couldn't calm down for a long time. It's not her fault. This is a silver energy shield, which is definitely not a common item. Even among the senior members of the Morning Star family, only the 5th-level ancestors can have this quality of energy shield. And in those pseudo-giants, a silver energy shield can even be regarded as the greatest foundation of the power. As far as NCV knows, none of the 5 contemporary princes of the Morning Star royal family has a silver quality energy shield on their ship. After a brief moment of doubt, the smile in the woman's eyes deepened. But perhaps she herself did not notice this, let alone Song Chi. Let's collect the spoils first, and take a rest. We have been so tense for several days, and we can't stand it. Song Chi's voice came from the communication projection, which brought NCV back to reality. Then the two began to count the harvest. Apart from other things, the large number of mechanical parts and fragments alone are a considerable harvest, although they are not rare objects. As a mechanical civilization with a high level of civilization, they have a high research value. NCV can hand them over to the Morning Star Research Institute, and I believe she will get a lot of rewards. As for Song Chi, he could divide it into 2 parts, one of which would be handed over to the family's Internal Affairs Research Institute, and the other could be sold to the Goblin Luke. Given the fame of the Goblin machinery, they would definitely be very interested in this kind of mechanical creation. In addition to these things, the two also found that the energy core of one of the 4th-level Hellfire mechas was transformed into a purple wonder, which could be transformed into a purple engine. These are all secondary, and the final highlight is the mechanical folding box in the corner of the 5th area. According to NCV, there is such a mechanical space folding box in each area of the ruins, which contains precious information, resources, and even rare items left by the Sky mechanical civilization. Before this, she had obtained many orange rare items from the 4 folding boxes in front. I wonder if there will be red rare items in this space folding box. NCV whispered softly, but Song Chi rolled his eyes at this. Do you think red rare items are cabbages, if there are any? They are most likely in the later areas. NCV was not convinced. She took the initiative to approach, and carefully opened the space folding box in the 5th area. The final result was naturally the same as Song Chi thought. There were indeed 3 strange objects in this space folding box, but there was no red one, but 2 orange and 1 purple. They were an energy shield orange, 2 shipborne engines orange plus purple. Adding the purple engine in front, they each got 1 orange and 1 purple. With this first experience, Song Chi and NCV rested for 2 days, and then repeated the previous steps again. 11 days later, they successfully cleared the 6th area, and harvested 2 orange strange objects. 26 days later, the 7th area. 45 days later, the 8th area. 66 days later, the 9th area, but this area finally showed something different. A red wonder appeared, a wonder that can be transformed into a red radar. This part was finally taken away by NCD, and the orange radar is still installed on her White Rose. Of course, the radar she replaced will be given to Song Chi later. Although Song Chi doesn't need it, there are many people in his family who need it. And Wang Jun is also in need of it. When they reached the 10th area, they encountered 6 4th-tier mechanical units, 4 Hellfire mechas, and 2 4th-tier heavy shield mechas that served as tanks in the front row. When these 6 units first appeared, NCD immediately thought of retreating. but was pulled back by Song Chi. In the end, Song Chi used the escape orb and the neutron star fission feature of the neutron star core armor to unexpectedly eliminate 3 of them, and then slowly killed the remaining 3. In the corner of the 10th area, Song Chi and NCD looked at the space folding box in front of them with expectation. After asking Song Chi for his opinion, NCD opened the 10th space box. The 9th space box can contain red epic treasures. For this 10th space box, the 2 of them have great expectations. As the space box slowly opened, the dazzling red light sank into their eyes. When the space box was completely opened, Song Chi's joy became even greater. 2 red treasures. There are 2 red epic wonders in this space box. Suppressing their excitement, the 2 focused their sights on the 2 red wonders, and soon 2 attribute panels appeared in front of them one after another. Wonder, Mother-Child Ring. Quality, red. Transformable, Mother-Child Control Ring. Note, an epic component derived from a special environment, which has unique functions. Wonder, Micromatter Atomic Ball. Quality, red. Transformable, Micromatter Atomic Repair Group. Note, a special atomic repair device created by the advanced mechanical civilization of the sky, which has been transformed into an epic wonder after a long wait. The attributes of the wonders are not the focus. The 2 quickly focused their attention on the attributes of the shipborne components of the 2. Mother and Child Soul Control Ring LV0. Quality, red. Feature, Bridge of Mind. Feature 2, double the zoom factor. Feature 3, additional +1 for the number of child rings. Consumption, 10,000/time psionic points number of child rings. 2 halves 1+1 effect. Holding the mother ring, you can actively control the person who is hit into the child ring. The creature hit into the child ring can freely reduce its size. The current maximum zoom factor is 200 × 100 by 2. Upgrade required. 20 strands of floating land origin 0 order. 2,000 psionic points. Microatom Repair Group LV0. Quality, red. Feature, double the repair effect. Feature 2, super fast healing. Feature 3, additional 4% reduction in buffer time. Consumption, 5,000/time psionic points buffer, 24 hours. Effect, after activation, instantly restore 20% 10% x2 energy shield value, repair 20% 10% times 2 hull armor. Upgrade requirements, 20 strands of floating land origin 0 level. 2,000 psionic points. Note, this component requires an additional 3 slots, superfast repair. Consumes 30,000 psionic points, allows the energy shield to instantly restore to its peak state. Cooling time is 5 years. After reading the properties of these 2 components, Song Chi and NCD fell silent. It's not that these 2 components are not good, on the contrary, it's because both of them are top quality components. That's why they are in a dilemma, and they don't know how to choose. Song Chi didn't know what happened to NCD. He only knew that the skyship could carry 2 parts at the moment. Mother-Child Soul Control Ring, needless to say. This is a typical slave part, and even its characteristics are somewhat similar to the slavery metal. However, the skyship currently only has the slavery metal, which is a slave part that can be carried. The Microatom Repair Group is a repair part. Although its effect is not as good as the Last Blessing, it is also a world apart from the Healing Fruit. It is the most suitable to use it to replace the Healing Fruit. Thinking along the way, Song Chi and NCD looked at each other, and then he took the initiative to say, "Ladies first. You go first." It's not that he wants to save face, but this relic was originally provided by NCD, and it is natural for her to choose first. Secondly, these 2 parts are very good for the sky, and there is no saying that one is better or worse. So it doesn't make much sense to choose first or later. NCD smiled and glanced at Song Chi, and didn't refuse. After thinking for a long time, she took the Microatom Repair Group part. The repair parts and slave parts on her Baigui were not of high quality. She had a great desire for both parts, but compared to them, the Microatom Repair Group that could repair the warship attracted her more. After taking the Microatom Repair Group, NCD pursed her red lips. With this part, Baigui would be safer in future starfield exploration. For a Shinhua warship, this was also the most important thing. NCD took the Microatom Repair Group, so Song Chi could only take the Child Mother Control Spirit Ring part. He was quite satisfied with this. Up to now, the slavery marks of the slavery metal were becoming less and less. Although he could seal some creatures in the market for a short time, and replace the enslaved creatures, once an emergency occurred. This method was most likely to have serious consequences. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. And how could he have time to replace the enslaved creatures at will every time? After allocating the 2 red parts, the 2 looked at the last 10th light gate. This light gate is the last one in the ruins. Behind it is the 11th area in the deepest part of the ruins. Let's not talk about what kind of mechanical guard units there are. What they are jealous of is the last space folding box. The 10th space box has 2 red objects. What will be in the 11th space box? Still red objects? Or silver objects of higher quality? It can't be that the quality is worse. Right? Based on this point, the 2 are now filled with curiosity and expectation. Why don't we just forget it? The ruins are here anyway, we can come back later. And Civi asked softly from the other side. She had no hope for herself at all. If it weren't for Song-Chi, she might not even be able to beat the 5th area. The only hope was Song-Chi's skyship. But she didn't have much confidence. After all, there were 6 4th-level mechanical units in the 10th area, so the 11th area would obviously be even more difficult. Song-Chi didn't rush to speak, he was also a little entangled. However, thinking of the flame giant standing behind him, he quickly became resolute. As a giant species whose gene lineage value can be ranked 5th in the family gene lineage, the flame giant has never been weak. The reason why it has no sense of existence is that Song-Chi has not encountered any danger that requires it to appear. If possible, I want to try, Song-Chi said in a faint voice. Chapter 335 The first actual combat of the 5th level mechanical behemoth Pajuo Time Realm. As expected, Civi cast a questioning look. But after seeing Song-Chi's firm gaze, she instinctively chose to believe. As for Song-Chi's life trajectory, she thought she had a certain understanding. Apart from the Dinghai Song family, during the period of the White Tower floating land, there was no assistance from the Song family, and even then, Song-Chi had already begun to show his prowess. Of course, the key is Song-Chi's previous cautious style of doing things that left a deep impression on her. As the saying goes, it is difficult to change one's nature. Since Song-Chi's attitude is so firm, it is obvious that he is very confident. Thinking of this, Civi calmed down again. Since they have decided to explore the depth behind the 10th energy light gate, the 2 did not waste any more time. After only 3 days of rest, the firepower components on the 2 cruisers were in full operation again, and countless powerful artillery fire rays continued to fall on the energy transmission node area below the 10th light gate in the distance. Compared with the previous 9, the defense capability of this 10th energy light gate is obviously more amazing. After nearly a month of bombardment by the 2 warships, it showed a sign of collapse. As this scene appeared, Song-Chi took the initiative to say, "Retreat 2 more areas." The 2 warships were currently in the 9th area of the ruins. Although there was a large 10th area in between, Song-Chi still felt unsafe. Anyway, the warship's artillery range was sufficient, and the 2 quickly retreated to the 7th area. Attention! 2 hours later, the 10th light gate in the distance was on the verge of collapse. Song-Chi also gave a final reminder. Not long after the voice fell, the 10th light gate shattered. Before the 2 could see clearly how many mechanical guards there were in the 11th area, at the moment when the energy light gate was broken, an indescribable giant beam of light suddenly penetrated. There was no time to react, or it was difficult to dodge. This hot ray shot from the 11th area had an astonishing diameter of nearly 10,000 meters, and coupled with a terrifying penetration speed, it was difficult to dodge in time without the air escape component. However, the sky has the escape orb. But what about the white rose? Space-type components are rare, not to mention the space-type flash escape components. In a flash, Song-Chi had many thoughts in his mind, but in the end, only one thought came to mind. The white rose will probably sink, and Civi will die, from the terrifying energy emitted by this annihilation ray with a diameter of 10,000 meters. It is not difficult to judge that this attack is definitely a real 5th level attack. Even if the sky withstands this attack, the consequences are hard to say, not to mention the white rose. Thinking of this, Song-Chi made a decision almost instantly. Looking at Civi in the white rose, her crystal-clear eyes had shrunk to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, she only had time to activate the active defense characteristics of the orange hull armor of the white rose. However, in front of the 5th level annihilation beam, the armor layer condensed by the orange hull armor seemed so thin and weak. But the sudden change in the next second made Civi startled. I saw sky flash and directly flashed in front of the white rose. This action made the white rose, sky and the annihilation beam in front form a straight line. With the white rose, and the annihilation beam at both ends and sky in the middle. Obviously, Song Chi was going to let the sky be the first to bear the brunt, to remove some of the power of the annihilation beam from the Baigui behind. In the sky's main control room, after completing the flash escape, Song Chi immediately activated the second component, neutron star fission, as the sky was transformed into a micro-neutron star. The fifth-level annihilation beam just happened to shoot in front. Sizzle! Amid the intense burning sound, the first thing to be destroyed was the outermost 5-element Zhou energy shield. No matter how strong the silver legendary component was, the battleship that carried it was only at the 3rd level after all. It was not to say that if it was strengthened to the 5th level, it would definitely be able to exert the 5th level defense. After the energy shield, the annihilation beam fell on the outer shell of the micro-neutron star, and the sizzling annihilation sound continued to sound. Inside the battleship, Song Chi's face was also a little ugly. Warning: the battleship is under high-intensity attack. The current energy shield has been completely overloaded. The hull armor is damaged by 44%, and the hull is damaged by 20%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Even after the silver energy shield offset, and with the amazing protection of the neutron star's outer shell, the battleship itself still suffered great damage. Looking back, because Song Chi deliberately placed that Sanqiong's landing point far ahead, rather than close to Baigui, the Baigui was not affected by the terrifying high temperature of the micro-neutron star. But it was also because the two sides were separated by a distance, so after passing the Sanqiong, the annihilation beam with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters still affected the Baigui. The only acceptable thing is that, after the Sanqiong had removed a large part of its power, the Baigui successfully persisted. This result finally made Song Chi feel relieved. He was the one who insisted on continuing the exploration. If NCV got into trouble because of this, he would obviously be to blame. NCV, please stay away. I can easily get away from it if it doesn't work. Well, then you should be careful. NCV was still in shock, seeing that Song Chi still had no intention of retreating. She had a deep worry in her eyes. However, she knew that staying here would only get in the way. Even if she didn't want to, she could only control the White Rose to retreat to the first area. Without any worries, Song Chi in the sky turned his sight to the 11th area in the distance. When he saw the giant figure standing in the 11th area, his eyes suddenly widened. In the vast space behind the 10th light gate, there were no endless number of mechanical guards. In the middle of the 11th area, there stood a 4-legged mechanical beast with a shoulder height of 10,000 meters. This mechanical beast clearly did not reveal the power of law, but a glance from a distance brought great pressure to Song Chi. All of them are made of unknown alloys. Dazzling cold silver light emanates from them. A large number of gun barrels, with amazing calibers, are distributed all over the body of the mechanical beast. It is like a moving giant heavy firepower steel beast. The 5th order annihilation beam just now was fired from the giant gun barrel in the mouth of the mechanical beast. Seeing this scene, Song Chi's heart jumped instinctively. For a moment, he was a little unconfident about the firepower components on the sky. Compared to this 5th order mechanical beast, the firepower on the sky seems to be not enough. After a brief moment of doubt, Song Chi turned around, his eyes still firm. These mechanical guards have a biggest shortcoming. They do not have their own subjective consciousness, but only execute the command of kill all invaders. As long as this point is targeted, the sky is not without the possibility of killing this 5th level mechanical behemoth. The sky slowly flew forward. The battleship hatch opened quickly, and the flame giant, with a single plasma shield, rushed out. After leaving the battleship, the size of the flame giant began to expand rapidly. Behind, NCV's beautiful eyes were full of shock, watching with her own eyes the flame giant expand all the way to a height of 10,000 meters. The red flames continued to spread outward, baking the air within 100,000 meters around it, and the nearly perfected law of fire gathered on its body, just like a giant flame god standing high in the sky, announcing its arrival with a high-handed attitude. It's no wonder that NCV was shocked. You have to know that this is a 5th level slave creature. Even in the Morning Star royal family, the number of such creatures kept in captivity is extremely limited. Each one has strict slave conditions. If there is no great contribution, even the extreme chaser captain is not qualified to be a slave. Song Chi was unaware of NCV's change of mood at the moment. He was only concerned about the terrifying mechanical giant in front of him. Then, another object flew out of the sky, and was pulled towards the flame giant in front. It was the red quality sword of God, and the purple Qiming spear of sky breaking was obviously not suitable for use now. For a 5th level flame giant, only the Sword of God can exert its strongest combat power. After receiving Song Chi's telepathic message, the flame giant, which had already made all preparations and had already aroused the highest fighting spirit, rushed straight to the 5th level mechanical giant in the distance. Song Chi did not let the sky follow up. At the moment, the Fairyland 5 Elements energy shield was completely overloaded, and the ship's armor and hull itself were also seriously damaged. If it approached now, once it was affected by the aftermath of the battle between the two 5th level units, the sky would not be able to withstand it. It would take at least dozens of minutes for the energy shield to complete the buffering again. Unfortunately, the reality did not match expectations. The approach of the flame giant did successfully attract the attention of the mechanical beast. Song Chi originally thought that he could safely wait for the Fairyland 5 Elements energy shield to cool down, but the situation on the field soon reversed. Clang clang clang. Yinshin sword slashed fiercely on the head of the mechanical behemoth, creating a lot of sparks, and also leaving a very long scratch on the head of the mechanical behemoth, destroying several mechanical gun muzzles of different sizes. But that was all. For the mechanical behemoth, this attack was really painless, and more importantly, the fire law, flame attack, bloodline divine power, etc., which the Yanli giant was proud of, could not play their due role in front of the mechanical behemoth. The blazing flames had no deterrent effect on the unconscious mechanical beast. The flame intensity of the flame giant itself was not enough to melt the unknown alloy layer on the outer layer of the mechanical beast's body. As for strength, comparing strength in front of a mechanical beast, in this unequal situation, the flame giant quickly fell into a disadvantage. The plasma shield on its body had long been dissipated under the bombardment of countless artillery fire. The red skin was covered with dense charred wounds. Even with a layer of defensive fire shield condensed by flame energy on the surface of the body, it still could not resist the dense artillery fire of the mechanical beast. In less than 20 minutes, the injuries on the flame giant were already quite serious. If this continued, Song Chi was afraid that the balance would be difficult to reverse. Originally, he had been struggling whether to activate the ordinary repair ability of the Last Blessing component or directly activate the Last Blessing feature. Now, there was no need to struggle anymore. With the activation of the Last Blessing feature, with a cooling time of 5 years, the next second, the sky directly returned to its peak state. Not only was the damaged hull and hull armor completely repaired, but even the 5 elements Shotion energy shield that had not yet completed buffering after overload was restored. As the skyship regained its peak condition, Song Chi no longer needed to be as cautious as before. The skyship started its engine and quickly approached the battlefield ahead. At the same time, the guns on the warship roared, bombarding the mechanical beast that was fighting the flame giant. With the flame giant, a 5th level creature, attracting firepower in the front, the skyship could attack with confidence, and the mechanical beast completely ignored it. But this was not all. If it was just like this, the situation of the flame giant would not be improved much, and the skyship would not need to continue approaching. The reason why Song Chi controlled the sky to approach all the way was naturally because of his own ideas. At a certain moment, the sky, which had been flying forward, stopped, and then Song Chi inside the warship suddenly activated the golden component Pajuo Zen meditation seal. To be more precise, he activated the Pajuo Time Realm feature of the Pajuo Zen meditation seal. At this moment, the position of the sky was just enough to completely cover the battlefield of the two 5th level units in the distance within the range of the Pajuo Time Realm, as a circle of silent domain barriers was generated with the sky as the center. The movements of the mechanical behemoth in the distance immediately became extremely slow, whether it was its own movements or the countless mechanical artillery on its body. It seemed that they were all slowed down several times. On the other hand, the flame giant that was fighting against it was not affected at all. Seeing this, Song Chi was not surprised. As a slave creature on the sky, the flame giant itself was naturally considered a part of the sky, and would not be affected by the Pajuo Time Realm. However, Song Chi frowned at the result of the mechanical beast at this moment. After the Pajuo Zen seal was strengthened to the 5th level, the time-slowing effect of the Pajuo Time Realm reached 10 times. But at this moment, the mechanical beast obviously did not reach this multiple. At most it was about 5 or 6 times. In this regard, he could only attribute it to the fact that the sky was only a level 3 ship, and could not exert full effect on level 5 units. After a quick thought, he immediately sent a full-strength order to the flame giant, and the sky itself was also firing at full power. The duration of this Pajua time realm feature is not long, and every moment must be seized. The movement was slowed down 5 or 6 times, and coupled with the huge size of the mechanical behemoth, there is no doubt that at this moment it has completely turned into a giant target, and can only allow the flame giant and the sky to bombard it. Chapter 336, Die Together with the Sky. The joy in Song Chi's heart did not last long, and soon turned into a deep haze. The mechanical body of the 5th level mechanical beast was too powerful. Even if the Yanli giant held the sword of the god and chopped with all his strength, and the 2 attack characteristics of mixed holy extreme yang sword light and soul destroying pupil light could cause good damage to it, but if he wanted to cause too much damage to the mechanical beast in the next few dozen minutes, it would undoubtedly be a pipe dream. Thinking of this, Song Chi immediately thought of the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher, which has a strong armor-piercing effect. If he really wants to cause serious damage to the mechanical beast before the end of the duration of the Pajua time realm, he can only rely on this component. However, he cannot just attack the outer body of the mechanical beast directly. He has already attacked several times before, and the results have proved that the effect is not great. Thinking of this, Song Chi saw the dark annihilation muzzle in the open mechanical mouth of the mechanical beast in the distance. Buzz buzz buzz, the engine roared. Song Chi carefully adjusted the position of the sky. At a certain moment, when the mechanical behemoth opened its mouth again, the 2 special cobalt bombs that had been waiting for a long time were fired one after another. The 2 cobalt bombs left 2 long flame tails in the sky, and finally followed the open mouth of the mechanical behemoth, precisely sank into the muzzle of the annihilation main gun, and even rushed into the body of the mechanical behemoth. Boom boom, 2 consecutive violent explosions came from the body of the mechanical behemoth, and then a large amount of black smoke poured out of its mouth. The mechanical beast's movement stagnated, and coupled with the slowing effect of the Pajua time realm itself, it seemed to be completely frozen in place. However, Song Chi knew that this was just an illusion, not to mention that the 2 special cobalt bombs did not directly explode a large crack in the body of the mechanical beast. Even if its body really exploded, given the structure of this mechanical beast, it would not be difficult to go crazy for a while. Sure enough, after a short pause, the mechanical beast became more and more manic, and a large amount of steam gushed out of its mechanical body. The next second, the top of the mechanical head suddenly changed, and then 2 large mechanical gun barrels appeared. Although the calibers of these 2 gun barrels were not as good as the annihilation main gun in the mouth of the mechanical behemoth, they were far superior to those ordinary firepower gun barrels. A few seconds later, 2 special explosive bombs shot out from them. In fact, for the flame giant, who controlled the law of fire, the explosive bombs could not cause much damage to it. But the mechanical behemoth did not have such cognition. It only knew that the explosive bombs were a stronger means of attack on it. Unfortunately, the speed of all the gunfire was also slowed down, and the result was that the flame giant easily avoided the bombardment of 2 explosive bombs. 2 explosive bombs burst into a magnificent flame on the ground behind, but did not cause any damage to the flame giant. Instead, the flame giant held a Yenshin sword surrounded by a large number of fire laws, saw the right moment, and stabbed it into the mouth of the mechanical beast. In this way, the sky and the flame giant stared at the annihilation beam cannon in the mouth of the mechanical beast and attacked. It lasted for several minutes. After a dozen rounds of continuous bombardment of special cobalt bombs, the body of the mechanical beast was finally blown apart. Following the cracked body, Song Chi saw the energy core in the body of the mechanical beast. As long as this energy core could be destroyed, the mechanical beast would lose all its ability to move. Therefore, the next second Song Chi's attack target suddenly changed. Time passed again, and a few minutes passed. Before the Pajua time realm was about to end, the energy core in the mechanical beast was finally completely shattered under the bombardment of the sky, which kept changing its attack position. Without the support of energy, this steel beast with amazing defense power quickly lost its ability to move, and the red light in its mechanical eyes completely dimmed. Huh? Until this moment, Song Chi breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not rush the sky to approach, but released several Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. Several Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers explored the mechanical giant beast several times, and after confirming that it was indeed no longer a threat, the sky slowly approached. In the sky's main control room, looking at the mechanical giant beast lying on the ground below, Song Chi narrowed his eyes. After this battle, He not only did not despise the 5th level unit in his heart, but was even more frightened. You have to know that this is just a stupid thing without any thinking ability. And the sky can attack from one side without pressure. It has already made the sky extremely anxious. If it is a normal 5th level unit, the danger will obviously be even higher. While summarizing, Song-Chi was about to call NCD over. But at this moment, the mechanical giant beast below, which had not responded for a long time, had red light in its eyes again. Backup energy is activated, and the final self-destruct command begins to be executed. Below, the mechanical giant beast emitted a series of emotionless mechanical sounds. Song-Chi did not hear all of them. After catching the word self-destruct, the first word that came to his mind was run. He did not even have time to retract the flame giant, and could only send a message to let it move away quickly. But even so, it was too late. Swish, swish, swish. Several mechanical claws burst out from the body of the mechanical giant beast below, and instantly crossed hundreds of meters, and tightly wrapped around the body of the sky. No matter how Song-Chi activated the light energy aggregation engine and phantom thruster, the warship could not move at all. His reaction was not slow. After realizing this, he almost immediately activated the Behemoth Tyrant Body feature of the Behemoth Heart component. However, the Behemoth Heart had just been strengthened to level 30. Although it had a certain effect on the control of these mechanical claws, allowing the sky to move slowly, the speed was hard to describe. Boom, boom, boom. Before the sky could get far away, the mechanical body of the mechanical giant below exploded. Almost instantly, the terrifying explosion enveloped the sky, which was only 1,000 meters away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For a moment, the entire underground ruined space was in a violent tremor. The self-explosion of the 5th level unit. The power generated can be imagined. Even the White Rose, which was far away in the first area, was hit by a strong hot impact at this moment. That is, the red energy shield on the White Rose had been recondensed during the previous period, so it did not cause damage to NCD inside the battleship. But at the moment, NCD's attention was not on the White Rose. Her face was pale. She had just witnessed the scene of the sky being submerged by the terrifying explosion. She could not calm down at all. This was a 5th level self-explosion, and it was close to the sky. Her mind was almost a mess at the moment, and she could not even think anymore. Tens of seconds later, the terrifying explosion shock wave had not yet completely dissipated, and the White Rose had already rushed all the way from the first area anxiously. The magnetic wave communication had been disconnected because of the separation of the two warships. At this moment, she could only use her eyes and the patrol radar to search for the traces of the sky and Song-Chi. After a while, the violent explosion shock wave gradually dissipated. The patrol radar of the White Rose finally got rid of the influence of the violent energy fluctuations from the outside world, and successfully captured a figure floating in the sky. This scene made NCD's heart tighten. As the White Rose continued to approach, when she saw the miniature neutron star hovering in the sky in front of her, her heart finally fell heavily, and a smile reappeared on her face. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi was also in a state of panic. In the situation just now, his brain almost crashed. Fortunately, at the last moment, he activated the Zen Seal internal speed feature of the Pajua Zen Seal, and forced the neutron star fission of the neutron star core armor to complete the buffer, and then withstood the explosion in the form of a miniature neutron star. Until now, he still has lingering fears, and has not yet fully recovered. After a while, when he calmed down again, he instinctively put himself into the previous scene in his mind again. As he recalled the situation later, he found that he actually had many solutions. For example, he could directly cool down the escape orb components, and then use the escape orb to escape to the vicinity of the ruins entrance. Moreover, if he really didn't have the confidence to save his life, he could actually enter the Jution market. Although this would not ensure the safety of the sky, at least he could save his life. He shook his head, lamenting that he still had too little practical experience. If he had the opportunity later, he would really strengthen his practical training. Without thinking any more, Song-Chi controlled the sky to exit the neutron star form, and at the same time activated the last blessing component. Although the sky had withstood the explosion in the neutron star form, it was not lightly damaged at this moment. The Fairyland 5 Elements Jotion energy shield was overloaded again, and the ship's armor and hull were also severely damaged. The warship is being repaired. 64% of the hull armor is being repaired. 8% of the hull armor is currently damaged. 34% of the hull is being repaired. And the hull repair is complete. Under the action of the silver repair component, the hull of the Sky was completely repaired. And only 8% of the hull armor remained. Later, through its own neutron star core pulse characteristics, it will be fully restored soon. Only the energy shield was overloaded, and it had to wait for a few dozen minutes of buffer time. Really, I told you to come again next time, but you insisted on playing with fire, and you had to stay here to be happy? In the battleship communication that was reconnected, NCV's eyes no longer had the previous worry, and although her face was still a little pale, it was difficult to see if you didn't look closely. She put her hands on her hips, and glared at Song-Chi fiercely through the projection screen. Song-Chi didn't refute it either. This time it was indeed his personal problem. Of course, what he regretted was not continuing to explore this 11th area, but being lax about the mechanical behemoth that had lost its energy core. If he had been more cautious before, the following things would never have happened. Thinking of this, Song-Chi turned his sight, and quickly controlled the Sky to fly towards a corner of the 11th area. The charred body of the flame giant, who was in an extremely depressed state, was slumped in the corner. The Sky still had a neutron star fission as a backup, and the flame giant really withstood this self-explosion. Fortunately, although the injury was a bit serious, as long as he did not die directly, it was not a big deal. Through the slave metal, the flame giant was reduced to a height of several meters. After towing it back to the warship, Song-Chi immediately sent it to the life system medical repair cabin. With this orange healing component, I believe that the flame giant will recover in no time. After doing this, Song-Chi and NCV turned their eyes to the space folding box in another corner. Chapter 337 Sky Intelligence System and Mechanical Energy Core Engine. Song-Chi and NCV looked around for a long time. Originally, they thought that the 11th area guarded by a 5th-level mechanical beast should be a little different, such as the appearance of 2 or more space folding boxes. However, it turned out that they were obviously overthinking. There was also only one space folding box in this 11th area, which looked like the space boxes in all the previous areas. Walking all the way to the folding space box, Answay turned her head and glanced at Song-Chi. Seeing Song-Chi nod, she slowly opened the last space box. When they saw the bright silver light coming out from the slowly opened space box, the expectation in their hearts finally turned into satisfaction. And at the same time, deep joy soon emerged in their eyes. The silver legendary wonder. No matter what kind of power, tribe, or civilization, this is a real high-level wonder. Even in those civilizations with weaker foundation, this quality of wonder is enough to suppress the destiny of civilization. Just as the two were excited, the folding space box in front of them finally opened completely. When they looked inside, the space box gave them another big surprise. There was not only one thing inside, but 2 rare objects. 1 silver and 1 red. 1 silver and 1 red. In this case, the risks we took before are worth it. Compared with NCV beside him, Song-Chi was much calmer. After all, he was a rich man holding 2 golden holy objects, so he would not lose his composure. Of course, although it was calm, the joy in my heart was real, and the remaining fear was also diluted. After all, the silver wonder was not a cheap thing. It was a super high-level wonder that could be strengthened to the 7th level, and the upper limit was extremely high. Thoughts flashed through my mind, and as I stared, the attribute panels of the 2 wonders appeared in front of me one after another. Wonder, Micro-Mechanical Energy War Beast Heart Core. Quality, Red. Convertible, Mechanical Energy Core Engine. Note, the super energy supply engine prepared by the Sky Mechanical Civilization for its subsequent resurgence. Due to special circumstances, it was transformed into a red epic wonder. The first wonder can only be said to be okay. The red shipborne engine, which is currently available on the Sky. Moving his sight downward, Song-Chi turned his sight to the shipborne component properties of this strange object. Mechanical Energy Core Engine LV0. Quality, Red. Features, energy supply efficiency increased by 100%. Feature 2, psionic energy pool storage doubled. Feature 3, mechanical energy overload. Consumption, 28/S psionic energy points energy supply, 160/S psionic energy points buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Energy pool, 30,000 can store 30,000 psionic energy points required for upgrade. 30 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 3,000 energy points mechanical energy overload. Consume 10,000 psionic energy points. Mechanical energy engine enters overload operation state. Energy supply efficiency increased by 200%. Thrust increased by 200%. Last for 10 minutes. Buffer for 240 hours. After looking at the entire property, Song-Chi was not very interested in the micro-mechanical energy war beast core in front of him. Compared to the light energy aggregation engine currently installed on the Sky, the properties of this red engine were obviously not much different. After this first wonder, Song-Chi turned his attention to the attribute panel of the second silver wonder. Wonder, Cheontian Brain. Quality, Silver. Transformable, Cheontian Intelligent Brain System. Note, a part of the intelligent brain separated from the Cheontian main brain before the destruction of civilization. After a long period of gestation, it turned into a silver legendary wonder. Mechanical brain? The moment he saw the attributes of this wonder, Song-Chi's eyes were full of surprise. He had made many guesses before this, but he never thought of the word intelligent brain. You should know that according to the definition of Shinhoi human civilization, and even the definition of many civilizations in the entire Broken Star Sea, artificial intelligence brains that have developed autonomous consciousness, at the moment they develop self-awareness, are already in the category of intelligent creatures. And as we all know, the Starsea wonders formed by intelligent creatures in the Broken Star Sea are extremely rare. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's heart was unconsciously a little excited, and his eyes quickly moved down to the shipborne component attribute panel of this wonder. Cheontian Intelligent Brain System LV0 Quality, Silver Features, Calculation Efficiency increased by 110%. Feature 2, Database Capacity increased by 110%. Feature 3, Fully Automatic Sub-Brain Intelligent Machinery. Feature 4, Tianqing Cheontian Automatic Control System Consumption, 30/S Psionic Points Effect. Greatly improve the control efficiency of loaded warships. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements: 30 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 3,000 psionic energy points, 1 semi-automatic intelligent chip. Note, this component needs to occupy 4 slots. Fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machinery. Consumes 100,000 psionic energy, differentiates 10 sub-brains from the Cheontian intelligent brain. After the sub-brains are integrated into conventional machinery, will become special intelligent machinery units, fully under the command of the Cheontian intelligent brain. Will also be used for autonomous action, combat capabilities, lasting 10 minutes, cooling time 8 years. Tianqing Cheontian Automatic Control System. Consumes 50,000 psionic energy points. Cheontian intelligent brain enters a high overload computing state, and at the same time fully takes over all control rights of the loaded warship, through the powerful intelligent brain analysis ability to ensure the fastest, most perfect way to deal with various crises in the outside world. Maximum guarantee of the life safety of the warship and the captain, lasting 5 minutes, cooling time 1 year. After looking at the long attribute panel in front of him, Song-Chi could no longer hide his joy. His eyes turned, and soon they intertwined with NCD's gaze. Before Song-Chi could speak, NCD said, "Brother, you go first this time." She felt a little embarrassed. After all, she didn't contribute a bit. On the other side, Song-Chi nodded gently, without refusing. As for swallowing both of them by himself, this is obviously unrealistic. Others left their own ancestors alone. Did they call him here to let him take most of the benefits of the ruins? If so, NCD could just call his own ancestors over to sweep the ruins. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? Besides, it was just the red engine that the Sky was not short of, so it was really unnecessary. If he couldn't get both, he had the right to choose first, which was beyond question. In order to kill the 5th level mechanical war beast, he knew exactly how many things the Sky had used. The 24-hour cooling time of neutron star fission was not counted, but Pajua Time Realm and Last Blessing both required a 5-year cooling time. Even with the Zen Meditation Seal Inner Speed feature, the two still needed a full year of buffering. Without hesitation, Song-Chi reached out to the Sky Brain. After reading all the properties of the Sky Brain system component, he had already made a decision in his mind, and naturally had no hesitation at the moment. As for the reason, it was actually very simple. Not only because the brain-like wonders were extremely rare, but also because the Sky Brain system component itself was very suitable for the Sky. And it was one of the components that the Sky urgently needed. Once this component was installed, it would not only greatly improve the control efficiency of the Sky, but also free Song-Chi himself and reduce the mental pressure on the captain. Although he already possesses a divine mind, In essence, he can only do 10 things at once. Even if he counts the limit-breaking state, he can only do 11 things at once. It sounds like a lot, but for the dozens of parts that have been loaded, he also has to distract himself to check the situation outside the warship. If he is on the battlefield, he has to dodge possible attacks from all directions at any time. All of this, let alone doing 11 things at once, even doing 20 or even 30 things at once, is far from enough. In fact, it is not just Song-Chi, all Shinhua captains actually suffer from this. Because of this situation, when controlling the Shinhua warship to fight, the Shinhua captain's mental power is often consumed very quickly. After a period of high-intensity fighting, the mind will fall into an extremely exhausted state. For this problem, the perfect solution is to equip the warship with a high-level intelligent brain, which can relieve most of the pressure for the Shinhua captain. Although the solution is simple, all Shinhua captains are deterred from it. Intelligent brain, and it is a high-level intelligent brain, this kind of thing is extremely unstable, and it may be turned into a guest if you are not careful. This can be seen from the large number of mechanical civilizations in the Broken Star Sea. This is also the reason why the 4 super empires of Shinhua human civilization have always strictly prohibited the installation of advanced intelligent brains on Shinhua warships. However, the above-mentioned are all ordinary advanced intelligent brains, not the strange intelligent brains that can be transformed into shipboard components. Although both are intelligent brains, there is a biggest difference. The latter has successfully passed the psionic transformation of the Shinhua seed. The Shinhua seed is the root of Shinhua human civilization, and the root of a Shinhua captain. As long as the transformation of the fire seed is passed, it is equivalent to leaving the supreme control mark of the fire seed owner in the strange object. Under this premise, the possibility of turning the tables is completely non-existent. Why can the fire seed build the fire land? Why can it communicate without obstacles? Because from the beginning to the end, the fire seeds of all the fire captains under the fire human civilization are a whole, and they are all interconnected. Want to break free from the control of the fire seed? That is equivalent to wrestling with the entire fire human civilization, let alone a small intelligent brain. Even the hegemony civilization can't do it. On the other hand, those ordinary advanced intelligent brains, the fire seed cannot take effect on them, which also makes it difficult for the fire captain to fully control them. Once they develop self-awareness, it is easy for them to backstab the fire captain at some unexpected moments. In addition, the properties of the components of this Cheonkian intelligent brain system are also extremely powerful. The computing and data capacity far exceed those of ordinary intelligent brains. The 2 features of fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machinery and Tianqing Cheonkian automatic control system are also super excellent features. The feature of fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machinery can be regarded as a temporary group combat capability, although it can only differentiate 10 sub-brains now. As long as the component enhancement level is improved, it will definitely be a BT capability that can be called a group combat bomber. Of course, although this ability is powerful, it is bound to require strong financial support. After all, intelligent brains need carriers. The first thing that came to Song-Chi's mind was the goblin magic bombing drone. Just imagine, when the Sky Intelligent Brain System components are strengthened to the 4th or 5th level, hundreds or thousands of sub-brains will be differentiated at once. And then more than 4-digit goblin magic bombing drones will be controlled to collectively bomb enemy units. That kind of scene is terrifying just to think about. Even if this component is enhanced to level 7 in the future, tens of thousands of high-level bombing drones will take off at the same time. That kind of scene, well, it's so nice. As for the subsequent Tianqing Cheonkian automatic control system, this feature is also very powerful. Take the previous self-explosion as an example. If the Sky had this ability at that time, Song-Chi could have completely activated this feature. And then, the Sky Intelligent Brain with high overload computing would definitely select the most perfect response plan for the Sky in the shortest time. Taking a step back, Song-Chi can also enter the secret realm of the market by himself after activating this feature, while ensuring his own safety. The safety of the skyship can be maximized under the control of the Sky Intelligence Brain. On the side, and CB was not surprised to see Song-Chi choose the Sky Intelligence Brain system. After all, no matter who chooses, it will only be this choice. There was no disappointment in her eyes. She quickly took the micro-mechanical energy war beast hardcore. For her, the red epic quality shipborne engine itself was a great unexpected gain. If it weren't for Song-Chi, she might not even get this engine. After collecting the 2 rare items, the 2 turned their eyes to the wreckage of the mechanical energy war beast behind them, which had already turned into countless broken parts, with regret in their eyes. In addition to the 2 rare items, the wreckage of the 5th level mechanical energy war beast was also a great harvest. But unfortunately, after the self-explosion, it had completely lost its value. In addition, the space folding boxes in various areas could not be taken away. They were fixed in place by the dome mechanical civilization with special means, and no matter how hard the 2 tried, they could not collect them. Chapter 338 Return. Questions about the original secret realm. After confirming that everything in the ruins had been looted, the 2 of them controlled a warship to fly towards the exit of the ruins. But before leaving, Song-Chi did not forget to activate the peering eyes feature once, for fear of missing out on something good. But the result was that there was no reaction. Peering eyes did not detect the existence of other star sea wonders. There was no embarrassment, after all. It was just a casual thing. What if I missed it? It's always right to confirm it. Outside the 4th level floating land starry sky, Song-Chi glanced at the jump star map generated by the Aurora jump device, and then quickly retracted his gaze. According to the star map, there are no other medium and high-level floating lands within a radius of nearly 600 light-years. The highest is only a 1st level floating land. The others are not up to standard and are not valuable. And CV, what is the situation of the surrounding star field? Have you explored it? Although he did not hold much hope, Song-Chi still asked. And CV in the White Rose shook her head. According to the results reported by my exploration fleet, there are no floating lands above level 3 within the surrounding 2,000 light-years. Those low-level floating lands are all uncivilized floating land beasts, which are not worth mining. Song-Chi frowned. Then what civilization is mining the resources on the floating land below? And CV obviously couldn't give an answer to this question. Who knows? Maybe some predatory civilization. Or even some of the predecessors of our human civilization. Song-Chi smiled and shook his head, and didn't think about it anymore. He did not quite agree with Ncidi's point about the senior captain of the Shinhua human civilization. This possibility existed, but the probability was too low. The Shinhua human civilization was indeed powerful, and its captains were as numerous as stars. But compared to the Broken Star Sea, they were just a drop in the ocean, and might not even be considered as such. The probability of encountering the floating land explored by the senior captains in this vast star sea was too small. As far as he knew, the Broken Star Sea was endless, and even the 10 dominant civilizations recorded by the Shinhua human civilization, and even all the star fields that the Shinhua human civilization had set foot on in the past 300,000 years, were only a small part of it. For example, the ancient corpses around the flagship of the three-eyed royal family before were a race that had never been seen before, and even the Shinhua human official had no record of them. Soon, a strong sense of weightlessness enveloped the 2 warships. Outside the Morning Star Sunland, before the sky and the White Rose separated, Song-Chi took the initiative to say, I should have to leave the Morning Star Sunland soon. And CV didn't seem surprised. Return to Dinghai Star region? Yes. The 2 were silent for a while. And then NCV said, the White Rose will start the promotion mission in a while. So will you come to help your sister? Hearing this, Song-Chi didn't think much about it. Just send someone to notify us in advance. After the 2 separated, Song-Chi did not return to Tiancheng Valley, but went directly to Xingxing City. Now that all matters in the capital star field of the principality have been basically settled, it's time for him to return to Longji continent. Apart from anything else, I have to practice mystical arts. Right? I also have to slowly plan and explore the fragments of the Fairyland continent. Right? And the Big Dipper Palace Yogwang Star order given by you ran in my hand. This thing will have to be opened in more than a year. Thinking carefully, there are still many things waiting for him, and he really doesn't have much time to stay in this Morning Star Younglu. But before leaving, some things still need to be arranged. Holy Star City, Xingchen Street. On the top floor of the Longji commercial building, Song-Chi took out the Dabi Fulu Origin and handed it to him after receiving the new batch of rare items handed over by Song Yufeng. At the same time, he whispered, Uncle Yufeng, I still need you to help with the subsequent acquisition of rare items. However, the specific acquisition matters can be handed over to the younger generation of the clan. You don't have to do it yourself. There are fewer and fewer rare items in the market that cannot be converted into ship-borne components. The younger generation below can still handle it. Song Yufeng was very pleased with Song-Chi's uncle. Who is Song-Chi? not long ago. He easily suppressed the direct descendant of the pseudo-immortal family. He has long been famous throughout the Morning Star Principality. This uncle is still a big deal. Your Highness. Don't worry, I will handle this matter properly for you. Nodding, Song Qi quickly changed the subject. By the way, Uncle Yufeng, does our store have semi-automatic smart chips, including fully automatic smart chips? Hearing this, Song Yufeng thought for a while, and replied after a few seconds. Semi-automatic intelligent chips are not a problem. There are many such chips in the entire Xinhui human civilization. However, fully automatic intelligent chips are a bit difficult. What level do you want? Song Qi naturally knew that fully automatic intelligent chips were also divided into levels. Primary, intermediate, and advanced. The higher the level, the stronger the chip's computing power. However, he did not know what level of intelligent chips would be used for the subsequent enhancement of the Chungtian intelligent brain system components. So he simply said, if possible, buy some of them. Hearing this, Song Yufeng hurriedly shook his head. Let's do this. I'll give you 100 semi-automatic smart chips, 50 primary fully automatic smart chips. And as for higher level ones, I'm afraid it will be difficult to receive them in a short period of time. This kind of chip is strictly prohibited in the territory of our Xinhui human civilization. Only large research institutes and technical departments of medium and large consortiums will use it. Song Qi frowned slightly, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. After receiving 150 smart chips from Song Yufeng, he turned around and left the Longji store building. As for the subsequent chip problem, he planned to go to the market to ask Alan and Luke of the Xingyuan Empire. At present, only the two of them might have high-level intelligent chips. After leaving the Dragon Ridge shop, he did not deliberately meet Wang Jin. Although he had the Mirage Dragon Pearl, there was always the possibility of being exposed when they met. In comparison, it was much more convenient to use the Zutian market as a transit. Now the market itself is already at the 3rd level, and Wang Jin's current guidance technique is still stuck at level 39. He can also enter the market through the market walking order. Moreover, even if he is promoted to the 4th level later, he can enter the market through the 3rd level slave creatures, and thus contact Song Qi indirectly, and Song Qi does not need to keep another slave creature by his side. Zutian Market, the 3rd floor of the inn, in a market walking room. Wang Jin stood respectfully beside Song Qi, reporting all the situations during this period. Song Qi and NCD stayed in the ruins of the Sky Mechanical Civilization for quite a while. During this period, Wang Jin naturally sold various war materials, and once again collected a large amount of funds for Song Qi. However, Song Qi's current attention was not on these low-level floating land origins. He turned his head to look at Wang Jin, looked him up and down several times, and then said, "Don't deal with the subsequent sale of materials yourself. Just leave it to the enslaved creatures under your command. You should concentrate on practicing the guidance technique first. The Yaoan Kingdom's pioneering war is approaching, and you still have to upgrade your guidance technique to the 4th level first, so as to increase your chances of survival in the subsequent pioneering war." As he said, Song Qi took out an orange energy shield component and 4 purple components from the Xinhua Zuqiu and threw them to Wang Jin, and took out the corresponding floating land origin. However, he was short of titanium crystal, so he could only let Wang Jin get it himself. After hundreds of years in Morning Star Sun Continent, Song Qi believed that he should have special channels in the ruins of the Sky-High Mechanical Civilization. In addition to the red and silver legendary parts, Song Qi also obtained several orange and purple parts. It was just right to take out a few of them to continue to strengthen the strength of Wang Jin's ship. As for why he didn't take out more, there was no other way. All the elders in the family and Song Ting also needed them. After the arrangement, when Wang Jin left the market, Song Qi did not intend to jump all the way back to the Dragon Ridge continent. Instead, he directly activated the space anchor point set on the Dragon Ridge continent and instantly returned from the outside of Morningstar Sun continent to the Dragon Ridge continent 20,000 light years away. What he lacked the most at the moment was time, and he could not care about so many things. When Song Qi walked out of his courtyard, all the elders in the veins who saw him were surprised. "Shao Qi, aren't you still in Morningstar Sun land? When did you come back?" Faced with this subconscious inquiry, Song Qi just smiled and did not reply. At the manor where his uncle and his wife were, with Song Qi's return, most of the senior leaders in the vein soon gathered. However, what surprised Song Qi was that Grandpa Song Ming Song did not show up, and the furious fighting lion on the 4th level floating land origin eruption, not far to the side, did not react at all. At this time, Grandma Bai Xiuqin said, "Your grandpa is practicing the guiding technique in seclusion. He wants to break through the 4th level of the guiding technique before the kingdom's expansion war, and then comprehend the laws and the family inheritance secrets." Song Qi suddenly realized, and did not disturb Grandpa, but took the red quality red sky escape component in his hand to Grandma, and asked her to give it to Grandpa later. When she took over the red component, Bai Xiuqin was completely confused. It was not that she was ignorant, but the red epic component was too rare and precious. Seeing Song Qi just take out a piece, she was really a little unresponsive for a while. "Xiao Qi, what about your worship?" Song Qi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandma. I already have it on my Song Qiong." After hearing this, Bai Xiuqin accepted the red sky escape. At the same time, she was also sighing in her heart, sighing at how fast her grandson's strength has improved. In just over 20 years, Song Qi has already improved the worship to an incredible level. Not only is it ranked in the family sequence, but now he can even take out the red shipborne parts at will. This kind of handwriting really makes her feel a little unreal. Soon parents, uncle, aunt, second uncle, all the elders in the clan gathered together. Seeing that everyone was there, Song Qi asked, "Mom, where is Xiao Ting?" Chen Lixia rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Where else can she go? She must have gone to Longji continent with her friends." Song Qi was silent, and then he stopped talking and took out the large number of purple and orange parts on his body. The moment they saw so many high-level wonders, all the elders widened their eyes. However, Song Qi had not taken out all of them. He had left a few orange parts for his parents and Song Ting. Longji Mountain, inside the ancestral hall of the family. Song Xuanzong's projection clone looked at Song Qi in the hall below, with deep satisfaction in his eyes. Before, Song Qi was asked to go to the capital star field of the principality, in order to re-establish the reputation of the Song family that had been deliberately suppressed for hundreds of years, and Song Qi obviously gave a perfect answer later, easily suppressing the direct descendant sequence of the Stark family, suspected of killing the contemporary third sequence of the Stark family. These directly exposed the Dinghai Song family to the entire Morning Star Principality, and also produced a good chemical reaction. In just about a year, there are no less than 100 mid-level forces that have come to us on their own initiative, and want to join the Dinghai Song team in the subsequent Yaoan Kingdom's Great Development War. Among them, there are several forces with 4th-level Zhulu captains in charge, which will provide a lot of convenience for the Song family in the subsequent development war. "Is there anything you want to see me?" Song Xuanzong smiled and spoke softly. Song Qi took this opportunity to quickly say, "Return to the master. I have something to ask you about the original secret realm to comprehend the original law. Is it only fixed for 10 years each time? And must it be assimilated in the outside world for decades afterwards? I always feel that this is a waste of time. Is there any way to extend the time of comprehending in the original secret realm? Or accelerate the assimilation of the laws of the Sea of Stars?" Seeing that Song Qi was asking this question, Song Xuanzong above the hall flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Have you completed the assimilation of the law this time?" Chapter 339, The Luxuriously Equipped Skyship. There was nothing to hide about this. Song Qi nodded directly. After getting the confirmation, Song Xuanzong's projection clone's eyes flashed with obvious surprise. It had been less than 3 years since Song Qi came out of the Dragon Ridge secret realm. It was obviously abnormal to complete the assimilation to the Star Sea Law in such a short time. Knowing that Song Qi must have had some adventure, Song Xuanzong did not intend to ask further questions, but began to explain the previous question. The 10-year period of law comprehension in the original secret realm is only for the Xinhua captain, who has initially comprehended the law. As the law comprehension degree increases, the ability to resist the incomplete laws of the secret realm will also increase accordingly, and the time you can stay in the original secret realm at a time will naturally increase. Similarly, the higher the degree of comprehension of the law, the faster the law assimilation speed will be after leaving the original secret realm. At this point, seeing that Song Qi just nodded thoughtfully, and there seemed to be no clear understanding in his heart, Song Xuanzong continued, more specifically, if the law comprehension degree reaches a small success, 10% 39%, for the Xinhua captains, who have a clearer understanding of the laws they control, they can stay in the original secret realm for more than 50 years at a time, and the subsequent assimilation time only needs 10 years. Shinhua captains with intermediate law perception 40% 69% can stay for 1 or 200 years at a time, and the subsequent assimilation only needs a few years. As for the great law perception, it is easy to stay in the original secret realm for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Song-Chi finally had a complete understanding, knowing that his current law perception of 0.48% should not be much different from before. At most he can stay for 1 or 2 more years, and it will also take decades to slowly assimilate. Thinking of this, he instinctively hesitated. Space law fruit is useless to him now. If he really enters the Dragon Bridge secret realm again, he will not be able to enter the market to practice and comprehend the law for decades after he comes out. In this case, it is better to use the market to comprehend the law directly, and the speed is not necessarily slower than the previous one. After hesitating for a moment, Song-Chi made a decision in his heart, temporarily giving up entering the Dragon Bridge secret realm to comprehend the law. And considering this point, after the subsequent space law enters the small success stage. After confirming this, he asked the second question. What about the secret technique? Song Xuansong responded to this question quickly. You have already comprehended the 2 secret techniques of Dragon Wheel State and returned to Ruin / right? Yes. In that case, before the guiding technique breaks through the 4th level, it is better not to spend too much time to comprehend new secret techniques. The value of secret techniques lies in their quality rather than quantity. Your main task now is to improve your understanding of the laws as much as possible before breaking through the 4th level. This is the most important thing. Thank you for your help, grandson. I understand. After solving the 2 biggest doubts in his heart, Song-Chi took out the many mechanical wreckages from the ruins of the Dome mechanical civilization before leaving. The most valuable of them were several relatively complete 4th level Hellfire mechas and 4th level Meat Shield mechas. Seeing these, Song Xuansong was quite happy. The wreckage of the 4th level mecha is quite valuable. If the family's technology department can completely reproduce its structure diagram, it will be possible to mass produce it. Although this Hellfire mecha is not as good as the Mobile War Star in terms of firepower and defense, and cannot be equipped with 2 advanced intelligent brain chips, it is flexible and has better firepower than ordinary 4th level units. It only needs to be equipped with some manual drivers, and it will definitely play a significant role. Of course, the premise is that it must be able to enter the mass production stage. Song-Chi is also looking forward to this. Compared with the Goblin Magic Bombing Drone, this Hellfire mech is obviously more suitable as a carrier of the Qiangtianzi brain. This is a 4th level mech unit. If thousands of Hellfire mechs are summoned at once in a large-scale Legion battle, the scene is simply unimaginable. However, this is just a thought. At least it is impossible in the short term. Not to mention whether the family's technology department can conquer it. Even if it can really be mass-produced, it is not so easy to get the equipment. The cost of each of the 4th-tier mechanical units cannot be low. Not to mention the tens of thousands of them. That's all money. With the little assets he has now, he is still far from it. Before leaving the ancestral temple, Song Xuansong gave Song-Chi 200 gold merit points, which was considered a reward for handing in these creations of the Sky Mechanical Civilization. After leaving the ancestral temple, Song-Chi went to the merit building again, and spent 5 gold merit points to use up his 500 titanium crystal exchange quota in the past 3 years, and also exchanged for 5 law stones. In addition, after a few months of buffering in the territory of the Qiangtian Mechanical Civilization, now that the time has come to the new year, he has once again received the sequence subsidy for this year. 3,000 titanium crystals, 200 law stones, 200 strands of 4th level floating land origin, and 2,000 strands of 3rd level floating land origin. With this new batch of resources, the high-level resources in hand have finally been greatly supplemented, which also made Song Shikang relieved. Recently, he has obtained many high-level components, but he cannot strengthen them because of insufficient resources. Not to mention the newly obtained Qiangtian Intelligent Brain System and Mother-Child Control Ring. The previous Behemoth Heart and Aurora Transition Device are also the same. All the way back to Qingwen Manor, when he returned to his own courtyard, Song-Chi immediately entered the market. Then he began a new round of strengthening the Sky. Before strengthening the Sky Intelligence System component, he first strengthened the Heart of Behemoth and Aurora Transition Device. Heart of Behemoth LB30V50 Aurora Transition Device LB30V40 Heart of Behemoth components are obviously more important to the Sky, so they were directly strengthened to the 5th level. After the 5th level, The improvement of the ship's sturdiness has reached 90%, which almost doubles the strength of the skyship. The duration of the Behemoth Tyrant body feature has increased from 40s to 60s, and the cooling time has been reduced from 48 hours to 24 hours. As for the Aurora transition device, Song-Chi originally planned to strengthen it to level 50, but was afraid that the titanium crystals in his hands would not be enough. After all, there are still many parts that need to be strengthened later. The 4th level Aurora transition device has a maximum transition distance of 900 light-years, and the radius of the star map that can be collected by the transition star map collector feature has reached 4.57 times 180 is equal to 822 light-years, and the attributes have been significantly improved. After strengthening these two components, Song-Chi looked at the Cheongtian Intelligent Brain System component. Soon, this component was strengthened to level 10. Song-Chi looked down at the attribute panel and saw that it still only needed a semi-automatic intelligent chip. He quickly strengthened it to level 20. After level 20, the strengthening of this component not only required titanium crystal, but also the required intelligent chip became a low-level fully automatic intelligent chip. Sweeping the 50 low-level fully automatic intelligent chips in his hand, Song-Chi continued to strengthen. After LV30, Song-Chi stopped helplessly. If he wanted to strengthen it further, he would need to use an intermediate intelligent chip. The good news is that after strengthening it to LV30, the properties of this component have been greatly improved. Cheongtian Intelligent Brain System LV30 quality, silver features, calculation efficiency increased by 170% feature 2, database capacity increased by 170% feature 3, fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machinery feature 4, Tianqin Cheongtian automatic control system consumption, 800/S psionic points effect. Greatly improve the control efficiency of loaded warships. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements: 30 strands of floating land origin 3rd level, 30,000 psionic energy points, 54 titanium crystals, 1 intermediate fully automatic intelligent chip. Note: this component requires an additional 4 slots fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machinery. Consumes 250,000 psionic energy, differentiates 100 sub-brains from the Cheongtian intelligent brain. After the sub-brains are integrated into conventional machinery, will become special intelligent machinery units, fully under the command of the Cheongtian intelligent brain. Will also be used for autonomous action, combat capabilities, duration 90 minutes, cooling time 5 years. Unfortunately, the last, Tianqin Cheongtian automatic control system characteristic seems to be a constant characteristic, and its attributes have not changed at all. However, even so, Song-Chi was quite satisfied with the property increase of this component, especially the fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machine feature. The 3rd level can differentiate into 100 sub-brains, and when it is subsequently enhanced to the 5th level, it is likely to reach 4 digits. As for the 7th level, which is the limit, there is a chance that it can differentiate into tens of thousands. After the Sky Intelligent Brain System component, the Mother-Child Soul Control Ring is next. At present, the slave metal component slave position is tight. Without much hesitation, this component is directly enhanced to LV40. It is not that he does not want to enhance it to LV50, but it will consume another 975 titanium crystals. After enhancing the first 3 components, he now has only a little over 1,000 titanium crystals left. If he really enhances this Mother-Child Soul Control Ring, the subsequent other components will not be able to be enhanced. So he thought about it. The only 5th level combat force under his command, Flame Giant, had the slavery metal, and the other LV40 child and child control ring was enough for the time being. So he did not continue to strengthen it. The next step was the purple component virus spore repellent membrane, which was a protective component for special environments. Song-Chi directly spent 330 titanium crystals to strengthen it to LV40. Strengthening to LV40. This component was enough to protect against the invasion of 5th level spore viruses. It was not too safe, but at least it could give the Sky a certain resistance. In the main control room of the Sky, with the end of this new round of strengthening, Song-Chi only had 800 titanium crystals left. Although the resources in his hands were almost exhausted, the strength of the Sky was greatly improved. Song-Chi was very satisfied with this. He opened the attribute panel of the warship. It must be said that the attribute panel of the Sky has grown so much that Song-Chi felt dazzled at first glance. However, this made him feel satisfied. This meant that the number of parts loaded on the Sky was sufficient, and the quality was definitely extremely luxurious. Song-Chi focused on scanning the special parts column. Before he knew it, there were only 11 blank slots left. It would not be long before the Sky would have to continue to strengthen its ship level. He exited the Sky with a satisfied look on his face. After taking back the warship, Song-Chi did not rush to the psionic training room or directly comprehend the law. He had to carefully plan his subsequent personal action plan. Although comprehending the law and improving the level of guidance were important, he did not forget about the fragment of the Fairyland continent. The fragment, that was suspected to have been separated from the Superstar Sea floating land above level 7, was still waiting for him to explore. In addition, the acquisition of intermediate and advanced intelligent ships must also be paid attention to. I just hope that the goblins Luke and Aaron will not let him down in the future. Finally, there is the 5th level Void Crystal. After the components are strengthened to LV50 in Cheat Song's number 00 for Cultivation Secret Realm. If you want to continue to strengthen them, you will need a 5th level Void Crystal. This is also a headache. Song-Chi had already vacated a high-priced acquisition position in the exclusive acquisition shop in the market, and the purpose was this 5th level Void Crystal. But for many years, there has been no movement. Chapter 340, the red upgraded fire source is obtained and the Qintian clan. After a long consideration, Song-Chi finally decided to suspend the exploration of the fragments of the Fairyland continent. The reason is very simple. The time for the opening of the Big Dipper Palace Yaguang Star Order in his hand is only 1 year. In such a short time, it is not certain that anything can be explored in the fragments of the Fairyland continent. Instead, it is possible that the opening of this Yaguang Star Order will be delayed by unpredictable circumstances, thus missing this once-in-a-decade opportunity. Instead of doing that, it would be better to put it aside for now. It's only 1 year. He still has nearly 200 years to explore. There is no need to rush. Jutian Market. All Attribute Training Room. After this period of accumulation, the market itself has reached level 36, and the All Attribute Training Room is naturally the same. In addition to the several higher deep-sea clam pearls obtained from the North Sea Naga tribe, Song-Chi's speed of practicing the guiding technique during this period is amazing. During this period of time, 5 3,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearls have been used successively with top-level bodybuilding potions, which has enabled his guiding technique to advance from level 32 to level 34. In just 2 years, he has completed a journey that other cruiser captains may need decades to complete. The speed is quite fast. However, Song-Chi is still not satisfied. At present, his guiding technique has only just broken through level 34. It takes several years to reach the peak of level 34 through normal practice, not to mention breaking through that bottleneck and advancing to level 35. After 2 months of digestion, the progress in the guidance technique brought by the last 3,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl has been basically digested. It's time to use the 5,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl. As he muttered, Song-Chi already had an extra crystal deep-sea clam pearl in his hand, which was one of the only 2 5,000-year-old clam pearls in his hand. At the same time, he took out a top-level bodybuilding potion, carefully crushed the 5,000-year-old clam pearl into powder, and Song-Chi neutralized all the powder into the potion tube, and then swallowed it directly in one gulp. A month later, a strong wave of psionic energy was heard in the all-attribute training room. With the help of the medicinal effect of the 5,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl, Song-Chi's guiding technique successfully broke through from the initial level 34 to level 35, and was only 1 step away from level 36. After a few days, when he had initially adapted to his rapidly increasing physical fitness, the Thorn Dragon in the outside world took the initiative to call him with telepathy. Song Yufeng from the Capital Star region sent back a new batch of acquired Star Sea treasures through the family transport fleet. It was only half a year since he returned to Longji continent, and Song-Chi did not hold much hope for this rare item. After leaving the market, he thanked a frigate of the transport fleet that personally delivered the items to his door. After the other party left flattered, Song-Chi casually looked at the numerous rare items in the storage capsule, because the number of storage capsules provided by Aelin every month is constantly increasing. The number of people using storage capsules in the Song family is also increasing significantly, and the same is true for the external personnel. In addition, this storage capsule has also begun to spread slowly throughout the Principality market, and is now a very popular unique product of the Dinghai Song family. Song-Chi paused. This casual glance gave him a big surprise. There are only a little over 100 Shanghai floating lands acquired in this round, and there is only one red wonder, but it is this red epic wonder that brought Song Chi a great surprise. Wonder, pregnant star fire. Quality, red. Transformable, none. Note, a wisp of fire produced in the early stage of the nurturing of the core of the origin of the floating land. Unfortunately, the nurturing failed in the end, and after thousands of years, it turned into a wisp of red epic fire wonder. This only red wonder is a wisp of red quality fire. For other Xinhua captains, the fire seed wonders that cannot be transformed into Xinhua seeds to upgrade the fire source, no matter how high their quality, are not of much value. However, it is completely different for Song Chi. He clearly remembered that the fire element life also had a strand of red fire seed wonders in his hand, and it was a strand of red fire that could be transformed into an upgraded fire source. For the fire element life, there is no difference between red fire seed wonders and red fire seed wonders. Both have a great promoting effect on its life essence. As long as he can get it to agree to exchange, he is likely to complete the transformation from orange Xinhua seeds to red Xinhua seeds in a short time. In this case, how could Song Chi not be surprised? He thanked Song Yufeng in his heart, and hurried into the market. Before, in order to digest the 5,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearls, there was a delay in the market transaction, but now it can be opened directly. Ancient continent, Tianhuang territory. As the ancestral domain of the ancient royal family, Qin Tian clan, Tianhuang territory is endless, and the land of one domain is enough to crush any fourth or even fifth level floating land in the Star Sea. In the northwest of Tianhuang territory, there is a magnificent mountain range called Shiwang Mountain, which is said to be the place where a master ancestor named Shiwang of the Qin Tian clan once attained enlightenment. Now, West King Mountain is the retreat place of the third candidate saint of the contemporary Qin Tian clan. It is solemn and majestic, and stretches across the northwest of Tianhuang territory like a pillar of heaven. On this day, a team of people in a hurry appeared at the foot of West King Mountain. But surprisingly, this team was not rejected by the domination ban set by the ancestors of the Qin Tian clan on West King Mountain, and entered West King Mountain easily. On the top of West King Mountain, the third candidate saint of the Qin Tian clan, who had been sitting here for decades, opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, which were as bright as ancient stars, there were bursts of cold light gathering. This candidate saint would naturally not be happy to be disturbed in retreat. However, the report from behind him suppressed his anger. Red epic items? More than 10 red epic items. Or even more than 100 orange ones? Behind him, the leader of the personal guards of the third candidate saint replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty. The space portal behind it leads to a mysterious place called Zhu Tian Market. I think the market owner behind Zhu Tian Market is at least a great being with the status of a master?" As soon as the word master came out, the eyes of the candidate saint of the Qin Tian clan, who had been lacking interest, suddenly showed a deep vigilance. The master, that is a terrifying existence that can stand on the top of the ancient continent. He can suppress an ancient sacred mountain with a wave of his hand. As long as his true spirit is not extinguished, he can easily live for 100,000 years. Even though the Qin Tian clan is one of the royal clans of the ancient continent, there are only 2 of them in the clan. After a brief moment of doubt, the third candidate saint asked in a serious tone, "Why do you think so?" The commander of the personal guards behind him quickly replied, "Because in addition to these orange and red wonders, the mysterious Zhu Tian market also took out a golden holy wonder as a transaction item." The reaction was almost the same as when he heard the word master before. As soon as the 4 words golden holy came out, the heart of the third candidate saint was once again stirred up by shocking waves. You know, even one of the treasures of the Qin Tian clan that it had once glimpsed was just a golden sacred object. Before it could speak, the commander of the personal guards behind him continued, "Your Highness, the space portal will only be open for 1 day. Should we?" Before he finished speaking, a large number of high-level floating land origins were thrown out from the third candidate saint, and the commander of the personal guards quickly took it. "Go try to get all the red and orange treasures. As for the golden holy treasure, forget it. We can't afford to take things of this level." After saying that, it continued to reply to another question, "And the market guest order and market walking order you mentioned do not need to be exchanged. For a being of such status as the Lord, trading in front of him is like handing your life over to him. If he is in a good mood, then it's fine. But if he gets angry one day, he can kill us with just one thought. It is not a good thing to be too involved with him." "Yes, Your Highness." When the guard commander turned around and left, the space beside the third candidate for the Holy Sun suddenly trembled, and then a figure with an aura as deep as the abyss quietly emerged. "Do you need me to go over and take a look?" The third candidate for the Holy Sun hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "Just stand at a distance and explore, and never put yourself in danger. This person is the protector assigned to it by the clan, and it has always been its biggest reliance on traversing the entire ancient continent and still being able to return to the Tianhuang territory in one piece, but it must not get into trouble." In the Zhutian market, the shop for exchanging rare items, the fire elemental life stood in the shop, and from time to time it glanced at the pregnant star fire on the counter in front of it, and felt the extreme yang flame in its body, and hesitation appeared in its eyes. Although both are red fire seeds, there is no difference for it. But extreme yang flame has been nurtured in its body for many years, and it has become more and more compatible with it as it was promoted to the third level not long ago. Now if it is suddenly replaced, it will take another 20 years or even longer to nurture this strand of pregnant star fire seed again, so it is a little entangled. Beside it, Song-Chi, dressed in a blue blood vest, stood aside and quietly paid attention to the changes in the eyes of the fire element life flame. Sensing its hesitation, Song-Chi organized his words and bewitched it. "Haven't you been collecting other fire-related objects in the past 10 years? Those purple and orange fire-related objects, plus the exchange of this red fire, are enough for you to exchange for a travel order in the market. I can't lend you this travel order every time, right? What are you still hesitating about?" Hearing Song-Chi's exaggeration, the flames in the eyes of the fire element life form jumped faster, and it was obviously very tempted. But soon it was not sure. "Although I have collected a lot of fire-related objects, there are only 12 purple and orange ones in total, and there may be many that do not meet the requirements of the Lord of the Market. I am afraid that it is not enough to exchange for a travel order." Song-Chi suddenly realized, and his mind turned, and then he continued to speak. "That's easy. I'll help you make up for the difference. But let's make a deal in advance. You have to give me some high-aged pyracantha fruits later. Those fire-related treasures that don't meet the requirements have to be mortgaged to me first." As soon as these words came out, the flames in the eyes of the fire element life form began to beat more and more rapidly. But before it could say anything else, Song-Chi beside it said anxiously, "Hurry up. The spy I left at the gate of the market has sent a report that the members of the Qintian tribe have returned. It will be too late if we don't exchange them now." In an instant, the fire element life form hurriedly took the initiative to propose a transaction request. Song-Chi naturally divided his attention to mobilize the power of the law in the market to recover. The fire element life brought out 12 purple quality fire seed wonders, 8 purple and 4 orange, of which only 5 purple and 2 orange could be transformed into upgraded fire sources. Finally, Song-Chi pretended to add several orange wonders to it, and finally completed this transaction that was a happy deal for both parties. With a hidden smile in his eyes, Song-Chi was extremely excited in his heart. While listening to the gratitude of the fire element life, he divided his attention to take away the extreme yang flame that he had been thinking about for a long time, and at the same time, he divided part of his attention to the skybearing clan that was coming quickly from the outside world. He still paid great attention to these third-level Qintian clan members. The reason was that he could sense the aura of the power of law from the 2 leaders of these Qintian clan members. In other words, these 2 were geniuses who had comprehended the law at the 3rd level. This was not the key point. The key point was that from some previous conversations and monitoring, he learned that these 2 were both personal guards of a candidate saint. The moment he learned this, Song-Chi immediately understood that the forces behind these Qintian clan members could not be simple. Are you kidding? Being able to recruit 2 geniuses who have comprehended the law at the 3rd level as personal guards, would the candidate saint behind them be simple? This is just like the younger generation of geniuses of the Song family, such as Song Bei and Song Zhe, becoming followers of other Xinhua captains. It is conceivable that the Xinhua captain who can make them follow has such terrifying talent and strength. Not to mention more, Song-Chi believes that he must at least reach his own level to be qualified. The key point is that this is just a candidate for the Holy Sun. What about the real Holy Sun? While paying attention to several members of the Skystrike clan, Song-Chi separated from the fire elemental life and headed towards the shop where the Goblin Luke and the Star Source Empires alone were. He did not forget that he had another very important purpose for opening the market this time, to acquire fully automatic intelligent chips above the intermediate level. When he arrived at the Goblin's house, as expected, the Goblin Luke was not in the shop at all. The one in charge of managing the shop was a goblin commercial robot. After Song-Chi explained his intention, the robot contacted the goblin Luke in a special way. A few minutes later, the goblin Luke appeared in front of Song-Chi with a reluctant look on his face. Four-armed profiteer? If there is no big deal. The great goblin Luke, swear to make a fist-sized hole in your head. Song-Chi completely ignored the other party's threat without any deterrent effect, and said directly, fully automatic intermediate intelligent chip. Do you have it? Chapter 341, a large amount of high-level floating land origin. Song-Chi's helplessness. Intermediate fully automatic intelligent chip. Hearing this word, the goblin Luke instantly became interested. Fully automatic intelligent chips are not cheap, let alone intermediate fully automatic intelligent chips. The thief in his eyes turned quickly. Luke deliberately remained silent for a few seconds, and when he felt that it was almost done, he pretended to be ashamed. I have heard of this kind of chip, but it is relatively rare. If you really want to buy it, the price is probably... Song-Chi rolled his eyes, and he found that the saying in his previous life, it is difficult to change a person's nature, was really true. This guy had obviously done no less than 100 transactions with him, and he knew that both parties were not so easy to fool. But before each transaction, he always had to be pretentious and come up with such a paragraph. Okay, I'll go to the Xingyuan Empire store to have a look. He turned around without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Luke could no longer calm down. He had traded with Aaron a lot over the years, and he knew the main trading commodities of the Xingyuan Empire store very well. If Song-Chi really went there, he would definitely forget about this order. Wait a minute. After calling Song-Chi, Luke stopped pretending and took out 20 intermediate smart chips from his portable space folding box. Well, the great Luke will give you a 50% discount. You only need 2 strands of the 4th level floating land essence. Ignoring the so-called 50% discount, he had actually already gone to the Xingyuan Empire store to check. The price offered by the goblin Luke was actually only a little lower than that offered by Aaron. After making sure that Luke was unwilling to lower the price, he took out 2 strands of the 4th level floating land essence from the storage capsule and asked, "Only 20 yuan? Do you have a higher level smart chip? If so, we can trade next time." Before he finished speaking, the goblin Luke shook his head. "I can get you a lot of intermediate intelligent chips later, but I really don't have advanced fully automatic intelligent chips." Seeing the look in Luke's eyes, Song-Chi seemed to understand something. Given the fame of goblin technology, he didn't believe that the Silver Goblin Empire couldn't make fully automatic advanced intelligent chips. That was unrealistic. The only explanation was that the Silver Goblin Empire was also guarding against the threat of the rise of intelligent machines, and even experienced major events such as the Mechanical Rebellion. So they were extremely vigilant about it. Nodding, Song-Chi did not ask any more questions, and quickly turned away, saying nothing about the intermediate fully automatic intelligent chip, because he did not know what level of fully automatic intelligent chip would be needed after the Cheontian intelligent brain system was strengthened to the 4th level. Would it still be intermediate, or would it need a higher level chip? After leaving the Silver House, Song-Chi headed towards the Xingyuan Empire shop. He had not asked Aelin about the advanced fully automatic intelligent chip. While Song-Chi was busy purchasing the fully automatic intelligent chip, the transaction in the wonderful item exchange shop also reached its climax. Master of the market, if we buy all the orange and red items in the shop, can we get a discount? Hearing this, Song-Chi, who was walking on the central street outside, paused slightly, although he quickly returned to normal. The surprise in his heart did not diminish at all. He originally thought that he had overestimated the power behind the other party, but he did not expect that the clown would be himself in the end. To be honest, he really did not expect that the other party would be so generous. How many orange and red items are there in the item exchange shop at this moment? There are 16 red items, and more than 150 orange items. What does this mean? If you exchange these items for silver legendary items of slightly lower quality, you might be able to get 2 or 3 silver items. Get them all? Song-Chi calmed himself down quickly after taking back these messy thoughts. After thinking for a while, he controlled the power of the market law to recover. You can get a half discount. For this response, the 3rd level personal guard leader of the Qintian clan was quite satisfied. Half off discount. That is 95% off. It may not seem like much, but it is equivalent to 95% off 2 or 3 silver legendary items. And the floating land origin represented by them is not small. Several guards looked at each other, and then nodded. Soon, the third-level extreme guard leader waved his hand, and took out 3 groups of floating land origin. The power of the law surged silently in the item exchange shop. And Song Chi and the outside world soon learned the specific information of the 3 groups of floating land origin. 3,000 strands of 4th-level floating land origin, 200 strands of 5th-level floating land origin, 10 strands of 6th-level floating land origin. His breathing suddenly became rapid. But Song Chi's mind did not stop turning at all. The value is about the same. We can trade. He quickly calculated in his heart, and estimated that the value was not much different. So he quickly gave a reply. Yes. In an instant, hundreds of counters in the Wonder Exchange shop were opened at the same time. And then all the wonders flashing with dazzling orange and red light gathered in front of several members of the Skybearing clan. At the same time, the 3 groups of floating land origins were directly swept away by the power of the market law and returned to Song Chi silently. In the Wonder Exchange shop, they carefully put away all the wonders, and paid 70 strands of the 5th-level floating land origin as the market transaction tax. Several members of the Skybearing clan were excited and happy, even if the young master behind them is the candidate for the holy son of the ancient royal family. It is impossible for him to have so many high-level rare items. This time, he got so many at once, which will definitely greatly improve their young master's foundation, and may even take a step further towards the position of the holy son. Like them, Song Chi, who obtained many high-level floating land origins, was also very excited. He definitely made a lot of money in this transaction. Although according to the market exchange rate, he actually made a profit equivalent to the principal, and a small discount of 0.5% was given in the middle. But the fact cannot be calculated in this way. You should know that he asked Song Yufeng to buy these rare items, all of which were low-level floating land origins such as 0 level, 1st level, and 2nd level, and in exchange they were medium and high-level floating land origins such as 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level. The actual exchange rate was far beyond imagination. After all, when it comes to 2nd level and 3rd level floating land origins, there are basically no real exchange personnel in the market. Strictly speaking, Song Chi made at least several times more money this time, and it was the kind that was priceless. And there is another point. The Qintian clan saved him a lot of time to cash out, although it was at the cost of half. But it was definitely worth it for Song Chi. If not, it would take a long time to sell all the rare items. Maybe a few years, a decade, or even dozens of years. Thinking of this, Song Chi turned around quickly and headed towards the rare item exchange shop behind. In addition to being happy, he had another doubt. These members of the Qintian tribe never mentioned exchanging market guest token or market walking token from beginning to end. Didn't they notice the introduction of the 2 tokens on the rule screen at the gate? These are real big customers. How can they only do this one transaction? With this idea in mind, he quickly caught up with several members of the Qintian tribe who had just come out of the rare item exchange shop. After meeting several members of the Skybearing clan, facing the strong warning in their eyes, Song Chi of the Four-Armed Blue Blood clan quickly took out several orange wonders from the storage capsule and said, I see that several friends seem to be very interested in high-quality wonders. I also have several orange-quality Star Sea wonders. Would you like to take them? Seeing these orange wonders, the warning and vigilance in the eyes of several members of the Skybearing clan were reduced by half. At this time, the leading personal guard commander took the initiative to take out 200 strands of the 4th-level floating land origin. While trading with the other party, Song Chi said indirectly, Friends, I have some channels in our star field. We will have a lot of high-level rare items such as orange and red in the future. I think our trade can continue. Are you exchanging for the guest order or the travel order? After saying that, Song Chi carefully observed the changes in the expressions of these people with the corner of his eyes. But what puzzled him was that these people from the Qintian clan did not show any emotion at all. The other party quickly shook his head. No. We didn't exchange the market token. If you have other high-level treasures, we can take this opportunity to trade. Song Chi showed a trace of astonishment at the right time. Why? This monthly market transaction can provide us with great benefits. I have been in this market for more than 20 years. The benefits I have obtained are far more than countless times before. Many alien races are eager for the market token. What are you doing? The astonishment on Song Chi's face did not surprise the several Qintian tribes. But their expression still did not change. And they did not have the slightest intention of explaining. For them, the young master's order is above everything. Nearly half an hour later, Song Chi thought he had done his best. But he still couldn't make the other party think of exchanging the market token. Not even a little bit of it. He really had no way to deal with it. He knew that it would be a waste of words to continue. So he didn't continue to insist. He no longer paid attention to the Qitian people and turned back to the Xingyuan Empire store. This market transaction was coming to an end, and he had to go to Alan to confirm it. As he walked along, Song Chi still felt uneasy. These people were the customers with the biggest backgrounds and the most generous spending since the opening of the Xutian market. When he thought that he couldn't keep these big customers, he naturally felt a little uncomfortable. It was not until he entered the Xingyuan Empire store and saw Alan again that his thoughts came back to him. Looking at this fellow who already had a hint of the aura of a superior, Song Chi felt quite touched. He was very impressed by this person. The neutron star core armor that saved his life many times was obtained from him. I remember when this person first entered the market. He was in such a mess. Not only was he chased by a powerful enemy, but he was also just a weak and low-level human. Now, nearly 20 years have passed. With the convenience of the Xutian market, he has unknowingly transformed from a small figure into a superior, and his status in the Xingyuan Empire has been steadily improving. In this way, isn't this Xutian market the greatest adventure in these people's lives? With this Xutian trading field, these people have made a lot of money, and their status in the star field has been constantly improving on the floating land behind them. Thinking about it, Alan also turned around and came over. He was not unfamiliar with Song Chi, a frequent visitor. Why? You still want the fully automatic intermediate intelligent chip? Song Chi nodded. The 20 pieces he bought from the Goblin Luke were obviously not enough to upgrade the Sky Intelligence System components to the 4th level. He didn't want to wait until next month. So he just asked Aaron for more. In addition to the intermediate intelligent chip, he said casually, "Brother, can you get the advanced fully automatic intelligent chip?" Aaron raised his eyebrows. With his current status, although it was a bit difficult, if he was willing to spend some money, he could really get a small amount of advanced fully automatic intelligent chips. However, this thing is under the control of the Empire, and it is unrealistic to get too many. Seeing his expression, Song Chi suddenly felt that there was a chance. He quickly spoke again. "You have always wanted to get more soul stones to improve your telekinesis. As long as you can get this advanced fully automatic intelligent chip, I will get you more soul stones. The advanced ones. How about it?" Hearing the soul stone, Alan's eyes lit up instantly. Although the Xingyuan Empire did not have a systematic extraordinary way, but in order to control high-level imperial warships, one's own spirit must be beyond ordinary people. He thought for a moment, and then said, "I'll try. But even if I get it, the quantity won't be too large. This thing is a controlled item that the Empire strictly prohibits from appearing in large quantities in the market." Song Chi nodded, thinking that although the Xingyuan Empire was aware of the possible threat of advanced fully automatic artificial intelligence, it had obviously not yet experienced the crisis and rebellion of intelligent machines. At the same time, he continued to speak. "It doesn't need to be too many. Just a few dozen will do." At the same time as reaching an agreement with Alan, this market transaction was almost coming to an end. I saw that several members of the Skychin clan no longer continued to buy various high-level rare items in the freestall area. After collecting the items, they turned around and walked towards the entrance of the market. Watching them leave, Song Chi sighed in his heart. Taiga continent, Tianwang territory. In the depths of a hidden towering forest, several members of the Skychin clan walked out of the space portal. 1,000 meters away from the space portal, a figure in a black robe stood. After seeing this figure, several third-level Skychin clan were shocked, and then bowed at the same time. "Lord Tahai." The black-robed figure nodded slightly, and then asked, "What's the result?" "My lord, we have successfully exchanged all the high-level items. A total of 16 red items, and 162 orange items." Hearing this answer, even with the identity and knowledge of this black-robed man, it was difficult to calm down. After a moment, it said, "Okay, you can go back." "Yes." After several third-level Qingtian clan members left, the black-robed figure stared at the space portal in front of him, and a tangled look flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, a strong breath rushed out of his body, and a ray of dark energy quickly shot towards the space gate at the entrance of the market in the distance. Chapter 342, Showing off his muscles, he attacked through the endless void. The dark energy was like a pitch-black snake of the netherworld, and it shot towards the space portal under the control of the black-robed figure. However, what was interesting was that, after the black-robed figure attacked, he did not have any intention of staying, and the powerful energy around him flowed, carrying his figure away at a high speed. Obviously, he was not a fool, since he had known in advance that there might be a great existence of the master level behind the space portal. He would not wait here foolishly. As for why it took action, the dark energy carried a trace of its spirit. If it could really rush into the so-called Zutian market, it would also get some feedback. It was very skeptical of the so-called market master behind the space portal. Otherwise it would not have taken such a rash action. After all, if it was really a peak existence at the dominance level, how could it only allow creatures of level 3 and below to enter? Was it unable to do it? Or was it afraid of creatures of higher levels entering? If it could really explore this point, it would really have a chance to turn the tables with that trace of spirit. This is also the biggest reason why it took such a risk. Through the description of the personal guard leader before, it immediately saw the terrifying value behind the Zutian market. As long as it can control it in its own hands, its already broken way to heaven may be renewed. Of course, if Song-Chi knew the series of thoughts in his mind, he would probably laugh his teeth off. The status of the Zutian market itself is higher than that of the original secret realm. Want to seize the control of the Zutian market by relying on a little distraction? He loses if he can get any feedback. The market of all heavens. Song-Chi, who had just walked out of the Xingyuan Empire shop, suddenly paused, and his sight quickly turned to the space portal that the Qintian people had entered and exited before. His eyes were cold, and the dark energy on his body, and the power of the market law were rapidly condensing. 5th level energy fluctuations, the law of darkness. The 5th level Qintian people took the initiative to test it. After breaking through the 3rd level of the guidance technique, and comprehending the law of the origin of space, and the level of the market itself reached the 3rd level, his own control over the market of all heavens had already reached a new height. Therefore, at the moment when the 5th order energy from the outside world poured into the space portal, he, the lord of the market, sensed it immediately. With a change of mind, he subconsciously wanted to close the space door completely, allowing the 5th order energy to be annihilated in the turbulent flow of the void. But Song-Chi paused again and stopped the action. This kind of test had happened once before. At that time, he was just a small first order Xinhua captain, and his control over the market was still very limited. As a result, he was attacked by a 4th order Black Moon clan from a distance. Although he survived that time, he was also slightly injured. It took him some time to fully recover. Compared to that time, the tester this time was obviously more powerful, with a 5th level attack method. If he was still at the 1st level, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Thinking of this, he found that he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart easily. He really thought he was a piece of mud? Anyone could pinch him. Swish. The power of the mind was spinning at a high speed. And at the same time, the power of the law in the entire market was surging. In the sky, a 10,000-meter tall giant stood in the sky of the market, and the blazing flames of the sky surged around it. With Song-Chi's active blessing of the market's secret realm law, the circle of fire law around it was almost completely materialized, and the indescribable pressure spread throughout the market. Below, all the alien creatures who looked up were horrified, looking up at the flame giant that looked like a fire demon god above their heads, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. No one knew what level this flame giant that looked like a fire demon god was. Even the aliens with the biggest backgrounds at the scene were the same. At the door of the Silver House shop, the goblin Luke stared at the sky in horror. Compared to the 4-level ancestors behind him, this flame giant that suddenly appeared was countless times stronger. Zhou Ping's reaction was almost the same. Even though he was the leader of the sect, the aura he exuded was far inferior to that of the fire giant in the sky. Song-Chi, who was hidden in the crowd, seemed very satisfied with the scene below. This was actually one of his goals. Compared to maintaining a sense of mystery, it was necessary to occasionally intimidate with his true body. Otherwise, his character as the Lord of the Market of the Heavens would be doubted one day. Perhaps no alien race would dare to question him in person. But the awe in his heart would inevitably disappear with the passage of time. This was obviously not what he wanted to see. So he wanted to take this opportunity to show off his muscles to all the alien races. It just so happened that under the blessing of the market law, the Yanli giant, who already had a 5th level senior combat power, had already entered the 6th level. This strength was definitely enough to intimidate some alien races in the crowd below. Speaking of the blessing of the market law, if the market law is summoned from the outside world, it can indeed only be limited to the level of the market itself. But it is different inside the market. There is no such restriction. As long as Song Chi wants. Even the 6th level life can be blessed to the level of half a step to the 7th level. But it is not possible above the 7th level. After all, the market is only the 3rd level now. All of this happened in an instant. Just when the alien races in the Star Sea had not figured out the reason, and were wondering what the flame giant was going to do, when he suddenly appeared. The flame giant in the sky above spoke. By the order of my lord, I will punish the alien races that attack the market. You don't need to panic. This voice was spoken according to the rules of the market. Not only was it clearly heard by all the alien creatures present, but they all instinctively understood the meaning. And there was no need for translation. In an instant, all the alien races understood, knowing that there was a creature outside the space entrance, trying to test and attack the Jutian market. I just don't know what kind of creature is attacking. As the alien races were guessing, the flame giant, who was in a state of being empowered by the sky laws, had already attacked. It raised its red right arm violently, and then the infinite flame energy and a large number of flame laws gathered into an illusory flame palm of astonishing length. As the flame giant stretched out its arm, the illusory flame palm quickly slapped towards the space portal at the entrance of the market below, which was used by the Qingtian tribe to enter and exit before. I thought so. It turned out to be the Qingtian clan. An alien who had seen several Qingtian clan members coming in and out murmured, which immediately triggered discussions among many other aliens around. They bought so many red and orange items at once. I had guessed that the forces behind them were not simple. I didn't expect them to dare to attack the market. They really don't know how to live or die. Outside, the black-robed figure flying all the way suddenly showed a trace of extreme fear in his eyes. It sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from behind. Level 6, this is a level 6 attack, even though it is attacking through the endless void. It has the power of level 6, damn it. Could it really be a great existence at the level of the master? It roared in its heart, a deep regret flashed in its eyes, but at this moment, it didn't have time to think too much. The life pressure of level 5 spread from its body, red strange objects circulated around it, but it didn't have time to use too many means. The flaming hand that came out of the space portal behind it had already stretched across its head. The eyes of the black-robed figure shrank violently. The next second, an illusory palm filled with a lot of fire laws slapped down. Boom, boom, boom. The violent roar spread in this primitive dense forest. The flames that could burn almost everything radiated in all directions. The air of the whole world was extremely distorted. However, there was no space crack. This ancient continent was of good level, and the space on the floating land was incredibly stable. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the top of the West King Mountain, the third candidate saint suddenly stood up from his cross-legged state. It sensed the violent energy fluctuations coming from afar. The 6th level great man took action. Did something go wrong? In the primitive dense forest, the terrifying flames burned a vacuum area with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters around, and on the ground in the middle of this dark vacuum area, there was a huge handprint dent. After an unknown amount of time, a disheveled figure crawled out of the handprint pit. The black robe he was wearing had long been turned into nothingness by the blazing flames, revealing the face of an old Skychin clan member underneath. At this moment, the old Skychin clan member still had deep fear in his eyes. His left arm was empty, and his whole body was covered with horrible flame scars. In the market of all heavens, the Yanli giant retracted his outstretched arm, and with it, a bloody arm was also retracted from the space portal. Looking at this left arm, that was obviously from the Skychin clan, the group of Star Sea aliens below swallowed their saliva subconsciously, and the fear in their eyes did not diminish at all. Because at this moment, there was a creature in the crowd giving a science popularization. Blood with a faint silver glow, level 5. This is the arm of a level 5 Skychin clan. Yes, this pressure is even stronger than that of the level 5 domain master on our continent. As soon as the word level 5 came out, there were many people who took a deep breath. Level 5 life in the Star Sea, that is a powerful existence that is enough to become the master of a star field. In some intermediate Star Sea civilizations, this level of combat power units can even serve as the last foundation of civilization. However, this kind of existence, which is only a legend in the eyes of most alien races, was easily left with an arm across the endless void. Don't get the key point wrong. The key point is to attack across the endless void. This means that the fire giant in the sky is definitely not only at the 5th level, but most likely at the 6th level. The 6th level life in the star sea is just a servant under the Lord of the Market. It can be imagined that the Lord of the Market himself is at what level? The reactions of the alien races in the star sea perfectly match the effect that Song-Chi wanted to achieve before he took action. Turning his sight to the 5th level arm of the Skychin clan, was there a glow in his eyes? Yes, he did not kill the 5th level Skychin clan, not because he did not want to, but because he could not do it. The flaming giant was subjected to the laws of the Zhutian market, although the life pressure and lost strength had reached the 6th level after all. It was a long-range attack across the void space, and the suppression of the floating land origin rules of the ancient continent opposite, it could only do this step. However, although he failed to kill the 5th level Skychin clan directly, he also caused him a lot of injuries, not to mention the loss of one of his arms. The wounds left by the law of infinite fire, he would probably have to spend the next 100 years in the extreme pain of being burned by the raging fire. Above the sky, as Song-Chi's mind turned, the towering flame giant slowly dissipated, and everything instantly returned to normal. However, this could not calm the agitated hearts of the Star Sea aliens. Until the market transaction was completely over, the aliens still could not calm down for a long time. When all the aliens were teleported out, and Song-Chi was the only one left in the market, his originally normal face suddenly turned pale, and his mind and heart also felt a sharp pain at the same time. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Sure enough, there is a price to pay for being pretentious." At this moment, his situation was the backlash of the market's own laws. If you check the situation inside his body, you will find that it is basically a mess. Reason? You're kidding. The market is only at the 3rd level now. Do you really think you can easily bless the 5th level flame giant with the law? This all requires a price. The flame giant is fine, although there is some backlash, but with its strong recovery ability, it won't take long to recover. But Song-Chi is different. He is just a human in the Star Sea. Compared with the creatures of the same level in the Star Sea who are famous for their physique, the gap is huge. After all, the foundation of human beings is there. No matter how much the body is strengthened, it is impossible to compare with the star beasts, giants, dragons, and other creatures. That's good now. The flame giant just came out not long ago, I have to go in too. He was talking about the life system medical repair cabin part. This part is mainly used for external injuries. It doesn't have a very good effect on the backlash of the law, but it's faster than letting it recover on its own. When Song-Chi thought that the flame giant had just recovered from the self-explosion of the 5th level mechanical war beast, and he immediately followed him in, he couldn't help but feel helpless. But this is just a sigh. If it happens again, he will still choose to let the flame giant take action. Resisting the discomfort of his body, Song-Chi summoned the sky. Before going to the medical cabin for treatment, he wanted to strengthen the parts that needed strengthening first. The first to rush out of the sky was the thorn dragon. It seemed to have smelled the blood from the 5th level Sky Clan's arm, and flew straight towards Song-Chi after it jumped out of the warship. Seeing its appearance, Song-Chi seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were shining. Can this thing help you advance to the 4th level? Compared with the past, the desire conveyed by the thorn dragon this time was particularly strong, and its life level had already reached the peak of the 3rd level, which made Song-Chi think of this. Chapter 343 promoted to the red fire seed. On. The thorn-flying dragon roared several times. Since it was telepathic, Song-Chi understood its meaning immediately. As he had thought before, the thorn-flying dragon did have the sign of advancement. As a flying dragon species raised by the Dinghai Song family, its bloodline potential is not low to begin with. In addition, it has been following Song-Chi for more than 20 years. It is normal for it to have the sign of advancement to the 4th level. As for the 5th level sky-supporting clan arm in his hand, although its level is not low, it is only a single arm after all. It is impossible to extract a whole drop of 5th level life source blood from it. Since it is impossible to extract the source blood, its overall value is naturally nothing. So Song-Chi did not reject the thorn dragon. But before giving it to him, he had to wait a little longer. Now the Zhutian market is only at level 3. It is quite difficult to reach level 4 in it. We still have to find a suitable place in the Dragon Ridge continent. In the main control room of the sky, holding 850 titanium crystals, Song-Chi hesitated about which component to strengthen. 2 minutes later, he set his sights on the Sky Intelligence Brain System component. Although I got a lot of 5th level floating land essence from this market transaction, This amount of titanium crystal is not enough to support the strengthening of 5th level components several times. It is best to use it to strengthen the Sky Intelligent Brain system. Do you want to consume 30 strands of 3rd level floating land essence plus 30,000 psionic energy points plus 54 titanium crystals plus 1 intermediate fully automatic intelligent chip to strengthen the Sky Intelligent Brain system components from LV30 to LV31? Confirmed. After 10 times in a row, 730 titanium crystals were consumed, and the Sky Intelligent Brain system was successfully strengthened to LV40. But after reading the properties of the LV40 component, Song Qi not only did not smile, but frowned. Xiongtian Intelligent Brain System LV40. Quality, silver. Features. Calculation efficiency increased by 190%. Feature 2. Database capacity increased by 190%. Upgrade requirements. 15 strands of floating land origin 4th level, 100,000 psionic energy points, 104 titanium crystals, 1 advanced fully automatic intelligent chip. Note, this component needs to occupy 4 slots fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machinery. Consumes 400,000 psionic energy. 300 sub-brains are differentiated from the Qiongtian intelligent brain. After the sub-brains are integrated into conventional machinery, they will become special intelligent machinery units. While being fully under the command of the Qiongtian intelligent brain, they will also have the ability to act and fight independently, lasting 120 minutes, cooling time 4 years. That's right. The enhancement of this component after the 4th level really requires an advanced fully automatic intelligent chip. The key is that this is only the 4th stage. What about the 5th, 6th, and 7th stages? Song Qi could hardly imagine it. 2 words popped up in his mind at this moment. Intelligent brain. Yes. The subsequent enhancement of this Qiongtian intelligent brain system component will most likely require the direct swallowing of intelligent brains. Although it is most likely a low-level intelligent brain. The key is that this thing is extremely rare. It is not an easy task to find enough low-level intelligent brains. Putting away the last 120 titanium crystals in his hand, Song Qi has decided that he will start to purchase various intelligent brains at high prices in advance as a blue blood in the subsequent market transactions. As for whether there will be any gains, he can only take it one step at a time. However, there is also good news. The LV40 Sky Intelligent Brain System can already generate 300 sub-brains at a time, according to the previous large-scale upgrade rules. As long as we can get enough advanced fully automatic intelligent chips from Alan, and strengthen this component to LV50, it will most likely be able to generate 1,000 sub-brains. This number is already considered to be in shape. After taking back the sky, Song Qi still did not leave the market, but turned directly to the all-attribute training room at the innermost part of the market. Don't forget that he still has the biggest gain of this market transaction. The extreme yang flame that can be transformed into a red upgraded fire source. He didn't hear it wrong. For Song Qi, the extreme yang flame is more important than the 5th level and 6th level floating land origin. In the full attribute training room, Song Qi sat cross-legged. He didn't rush to absorb the extreme yang flame into the Xinhua Zuqiu, but first calmed down and concentrated his mind, and adjusted his own state. Although there are few examples of failure in absorbing the Xinhua seed to upgrade the fire source, it is by no means 100% successful. It is safer to absorb it when you are in the best state. This is a red upgraded fire source, which is comparable to half a silver legendary component, and it is usually very expensive. If the fusion fails, he will definitely not accept it. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his mind, which made all the adjustments Song Qi had made go to waste. He sighed. No, I still have to heal the injury of the backlash of the law first. The backlash of the law, actually, has little effect on the fusion and the upgrade of the fire source by swallowing the fire seed, so he didn't pay much attention to it before. The sudden pain at the moment made him retreat. What if such a pain suddenly occurred at the critical moment of fusion, leading to the failure of fusion? 2 months later, the door of the sky, which was docked in the middle of the freestall area, suddenly opened, and Song Qi walked out of it with a bright face. After 2 months of hibernation in the medical cabin, his injuries were finally fully recovered. However, Song Qi knew that this was only the physical injury, and the influence of the law had not been completely eliminated. It would take at least 1 or 2 years to fully recover. Of course, this does not affect his daily understanding and use of space laws. But he can no longer force the flame giant to bless the law as before. Otherwise, His own law will be irreparably cracked. Song-Chi was not surprised by this. If a third-level body could bless fourth-level and fifth-level creatures with the original law at will, it would be strange. But to be honest, bless the flame giant with the law and let it act on your behalf. It does feel good, but it's a pity that this operation is okay once in a while. But it must not be too frequent. Shaking his head, without thinking any more, he stepped into the full attribute training room again, preparing to formally use the ray of extreme yang flame. Time passed. Song-Chi did not know how long it had been. Until he opened his eyes again, he was sure that he had adjusted his condition to the best. The dark energy in his body surged, and after gathering at the center of his eyebrows, the fire ancestral orifice was quickly opened, and then a strong force of absorption rushed out from it, quickly pulling the extreme yang flame in his hand into the fire ancestral orifice. In the depths of the chaotic ancestral orifice space, the orange fire was trying its best to emit its own light, trying to do its best to illuminate the entire chaotic space. At this moment, the fire suddenly began to jump wildly, as if it had sensed something that was of great benefit to it. At the same time, attracted by the fire seed, the extreme yang flame also began to slowly sweep towards the center of the chaotic space. When the two flames, one orange and one red, officially touched each other, they seemed to have produced an unknown chemical reaction, and they were beating violently and shining extremely. Of course, the extreme yang flame was more like blooming its last light. After this extremely shining red light, it began to dim rapidly. On the other hand, the fire seed, the light it emitted has been increasing over time, until it finally completed the transformation from orange to red light. At this moment, the entire Shinhua Zuchu space seemed to be illuminated by this bright red. In addition, Song-Chi could clearly feel that his mind became much clearer after this moment, and the speed of his thoughts was greatly improved. Of course, the most important thing was that after being promoted to the red Shinhua seed, the protection of this fire seed on his mind became stronger and stronger. Coupled with the illusory Tai Soul calming monument above the fire seed, it is believed that it will be difficult for creatures such as spirits to pose a threat to him in the future. In addition, facing methods such as horror, illusion, and bewitching, his ability to resist will also be greatly increased. Finally, it is the enhancement of the Shinhua warship. In addition to the upper limit of the parts enhancement of the sky in the future, the upper limit of the hull enhancement will be increased to LV-69 Dreadnought level. And the special parts slots have been improved again. When the orange Shinhua seeds were in front, the number of special parts slots on the sky was 62 2 plus 10 asterisk 6, now it has become 74 2 plus 12 asterisk 6. In this way, the number of empty slots on the sky has returned to 23, which is quite a surplus. After walking out of the full attribute training room with satisfaction, Song-Chi finally left the market this time. Dragon Ridge Continent, Qinghua Lake. The sky soared into the sky. After carefully examining the three-dimensional geomancy map of the Dragon Ridge Continent, Song-Chi designated a coordinate as the landing point and immediately activated the warship jump. Dragon Ridge Continent, Thorn Plain. The place Song-Chi chose for the promotion of Thorn Flying Dragon was the Thorn Plain. There is no special meaning. The name of this Thorn Plain is completely coincidental. Since it flew out of the sky, the Thorn Dragon has been roaring non-stop, as if expressing its excitement in this way. Song-Chi did not hesitate anymore, and directly threw the 5th level Skychin clan arm over. Go, remember not to rush. Wait until you have completely digested this 5th level alien arm before trying to break through, then the chance will be greater. Just like that, the Thorn Dragon swallowed the 5th level Skychin clan arm in one gulp, and then spread its wings and flew to the vast plain below. As for Song-Chi, he took out the silver token, while paying attention to the situation of the Thorn Dragon. Rare item, Big Dipper Hall Yogwang Star Token. Quality, silver. Transformable, none. Note, the mysterious Big Dipper Hall entrance token. After activation, you can temporarily enter the Big Dipper Hall. The Big Dipper Hall covers the highest order, and those who enter can be guaranteed absolute safety. Note, the token cannot be activated actively. Note 2, the next round of activation time is 3 months. A few months have passed, and there are only 3 months left for the activation of this silver quality token. He is looking forward to it. An admission token is already a silver legendary item. How can we not be looking forward to the Big Dipper Hall behind it? I don't know where that girl got this token from. Time passed. A few days later, accompanied by the strong pressure of the 4th level creature, a powerful dragon roar followed closely. This time, the commotion caused was naturally not small. But this time it is no longer the Morning Star Sun continent, but the Dragon Spine continent, the base camp of the Song family. So those things will not happen. The family patrol fleet came. Although the Dragon Ridge continent is vast, the 4th level creatures are by no means ordinary. This level of biological units is recorded and monitored in detail throughout the Dinghai Song family. Now that a new 4th level creature has suddenly been promoted, the family fleet responsible for patrolling cannot ignore it. However, after seeing the iconic 5-color light shield of the sky, it was confirmed that the creature promoted below was the slave creature of the 7th prince of the family. The leading 3rd level cruiser quickly turned around and left. It did not cause much waves from beginning to end. Below, after adapting to its own rapidly increasing strength and size, the Thorn Dragon quickly returned to the sky. Song Chi was of course very happy to have a new 4th level combat force on the ship. He carefully checked the specific situation of the Thorn Dragon. Thorn Dragon rank, 4th level Law of Fire 0.1% talent, Thorn Scale, Fiery Dragon Breath, Thorn Storm genetic bloodline rating, 80. He focused on the Thorn Dragon's law perception, because before being promoted to the 4th level, the Thorn Dragon did not comprehend any law, so it did not have the opportunity to increase by 10 times or 20 times. However, the amplitude period of the power of law after the promotion to the 4th level still exists. And because of the advantage of the Thorn Dragon's own bloodline, not only did it directly comprehend the law of fire after the promotion to the 4th level, but its perception also directly reached 0.1%. According to his careful tests and inquiries, he came to a rough conclusion. With the bloodline potential of the Thorn Dragon itself, the amplitude period of the power of law after its promotion to the 4th level will last about 30 years. And finally, the perception of the law of fire should remain between 6% and 8%. In comparison, according to the official data released by the family and Xinhua human civilization, it is impossible for Xinhua captains, who are human, to reach this level. For those Xinhua captains, who also did not comprehend the law in advance at the 3rd level, their law power amplitude period after promotion to the 4th level is only 10 years on average, and their final law perception is basically only about 1% to 3%. As for the Xinhua captains who comprehended the law in advance, after the law power amplitude period, their law perception can generally reach more than 3%, and those who comprehend the law more deeply in advance can even be compared with the Thorn Dragon. However, Song Chi had seen in the family records that the top geniuses in the human civilization who inherited the flame, after they were promoted to the 4th level and successfully passed the amplitude period of the power of law, could generally directly increase the law they had comprehended to more than 10%. Even in the records within the family, there was once a super genius in the family, whose law comprehension degree directly broke through 20% after passing the amplitude period. And the speed of comprehending the origin of the law was amazing. Unfortunately, this ancestor died in the subsequent exploration of the alien star domain. Of course, the above mentioned are just ordinary laws. For the 2 strongest laws of time and space, this standard will naturally be much lower. Chapter 344 Evil God Church Holy Dragon Continent. For this, Song Chi's current requirement is that it cannot be less than 7%. That is to say, after successfully advancing to the 4th level and passing the law amplitude period, his own perception of the space law cannot be less than 7%. After all, it is the space law, and it is normal for the perception of 7% to be compared with the 10% of the ordinary law. However, this is only his current minimum requirement. If he can really use the heavenly demon Phoenix Marrow to improve his own genetic bloodline talent to the 3rd level of the Star Sea gifted, then this goal will naturally be raised to more than 10%. After all, if his own gene bloodline level can really reach the 3rd level, then the amplitude of his law perception when he is promoted to the 4th level will not be 10 times, but close to 20 times. According to this multiple, with his current 0.48% space perception, even if there is no improvement in the law perception in the future, the guidance technique can directly reach more than 9% when it breaks through the 4th level. Thinking of this, Song Chi felt relieved. At the same time, he became more and more determined to get the Sky Demon Phoenix in the Spirit Bee's secret realm, which was the key to make up for his shortcomings in the space law in the future. After taking back the Thorn Dragon, Song Chi controlled the sky to soar into the sky again. He did not choose to return to Qinghua Manor, but immediately activated the alien domain launch function. In order to recover from injuries and advance to the Seed of Fire, he had not explored alien domains for a while. Now that all the things on hand have been settled, There are still 3 months before the activation of the Yelbwang Star Order, which is just right for exploring alien domains. Alien Domain. Dark Star Sea. Since the launch, Song-Chi did not rush to control the sky to run around, but quietly waited for the Aurora Jump device to generate a jump star map. This component has been strengthened to the 4th level, and can generate a star map with a radius of more than 800 light-years. Just wait quietly for the star map to be generated. There is no need to bump around aimlessly. Tens of minutes later, the moment the jump star map was generated, a strange color appeared in Song-Chi's eyes. Level 5 Star Sea Floating Land? The jump star map showed that there was a star sea floating land with a diameter of more than 20 light-years 300 light-years away from the sky. Just by looking at this diameter, it is known that this must be a level 5 star sea floating land that is better than the Dragon Ridge continent. It is just unknown whether it is a life type or a resource type. With hesitation, Song-Chi still controlled the sky to activate the Aurora Jump device. The level 5 star sea floating land of the Dragon Ridge continent is undoubtedly a very valuable floating land. If he can gain some benefits from it, the benefits will definitely be great. The only thing that worries Song-Chi is that if this floating land is a life-type floating land, there are level 5 creatures on it. And coupled with the rules of the floating land, the threat it can cause to the sky will be great. So before the jump, Song-Chi took the initiative to activate the Mirage feature of the Mirage Dragon 1 Wapearl component, and strengthened it to a level 5 silver legendary component. As long as the duration of this feature has not ended, the sky should not be exposed. If it really doesn't work, with the current defense capability of the sky, it's still easy to hold on until he enters the market. Hundreds of light years away, Song-Chi's eyes sparkled. As expected of a silver legendary component, the mirage of the Mirage Dragon Pearl is more amazing than expected. In addition to attacking or being attacked, even the violent spatial fluctuations caused by space jumps can be perfectly covered by it. Not long after, the surprise on Song-Chi's face froze, and his sight was attracted by the level 5 floating land below. Void cracks, void collapse zones, space gale. Beyond this level 5 star sea floating land, there is a circle of space broken zones that are enough to stop most star sea creatures from approaching. In this case, if you don't have 2 brushes, you can't enter and exit the floating land at will. You will probably be completely annihilated in the space broken zone soon after stepping into it. Faced with this situation, Song-Chi fell into a dilemma again. At present, the space resistance blessing on the sky comes from 3 aspects: void membrane, escape bead, and the fixed space, characteristic obtained by the fusion of the fixed space stone with the battleship itself. The resistance provided by these 3 is not too high. The first 2 are only purple parts, and the latter is limited to the current level of the sky, and the fused fixed space stones are not too many. After a while, the sky still firmly drove towards the space fragmentation zone below. In this environment, if the level 5 floating land below is a resource-based floating land, then it must be well preserved. We only need to let the sky enter the interior, and then we can send Soul Big, Soul 2 and others to carry out extensive mining. In addition, he had just used the ability of the spirit-seeing eyes, and the result showed that there were red strange objects on the floating land below, and more orange and below. Faced with this temptation, even with Song-Chi's always cautious style, he also wanted to go in and find out. Of course, the real reason was that he was confident that he could get out of this unscathed. With the Fairyland 5 Elements Energy Shield and Neutron Star Core Armor 2 parts, he could still hold on until he returned to the market. Before entering the space fragmentation zone, Song-Chi activated the Void Stealth feature, and then the sky dived into the space fragmentation zone below. Compared with the Blood Blade Star Pirate's base, the danger level of this space fragmentation zone is obviously countless times higher. Not long after the sky entered, it collided head-on with a space gale that just came out of the giant space crack on the side. The diameter of this space gale is nearly 10,000 meters, and the power contained in it is close to the 5th level. Strong spatial energy fluctuations detected at the XXXX coordinates ahead, suspected to be a sign of a spatial gale explosion. Please dodge. Fortunately, the prompt speed of the Sky Intelligence brain was fast enough, and Song-Chi increased the operating power of the engine and thrusters almost at the same time, which barely avoided a head-on collision with the nearly 10,000-meter gale. But even so, the sky was still sucked into the gravitational circle of the spatial gale on its side, which meant that the battleship's spatial resistance was sufficient, so it did not cause much damage. However, under the tearing of the gravitational field of the space gale, the Mirage Dragon Pearl was attacked. and the sky was directly withdrawn from the mirage state. Song-Chi did not care. At present, he was in this space fragmentation zone, and the appearance of the warship was nothing, and it would not be noticed by the outside world. After the crisis of the space gale passed, the warship soon sank into a space collapse area. Crack, crack, crack. In such an extremely compressed and collapsed area, the sky's hull was subjected to unimaginable pressure. Song-Chi could clearly hear the subtle crackling sound coming from various parts of the warship. But this is not a big deal. First, the space collapse area is not large, so it was quickly crossed. Second, the hull of the skyship already has the additional strength enhancement of the behemoth heart component. It is naturally no problem to face this small collapse area that does not pose a big threat to even conventional warships. Song-Chi calculated carefully. This space fragmentation zone covering the floating land shield spreads over tens of thousands of kilometers. Even for a warship like the skyship with its own high space resistance, it took nearly 10 days to pass through it. But don't think this speed is slow. This is not the starry sky in the outside world where you can freely cruise at the speed of light. In this space fragmentation zone, you have to be careful every time you advance 100 meters or 1,000 meters, not to mention tens of thousands of kilometers, before reaching the end of this space fragmentation zone. That is, before the floating land shield of the level 5 floating land below. A small accident happened in the middle. A sudden 5th level space gale swept the entire sky into it. Even though it did not cause much damage to the sky in a short time due to its high space resistance, the 5th level storm gravitational field was really scary, and the sky could not break free from it for a long time. Finally, he used the light energy aggregation of the light energy aggregation engine and the phantom tracking of the phantom thruster at the same time, and finally broke out of the 5th level space storm. At the end of the space fragmentation zone, looking at the shattered floating land shield below, Song-Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of as expected. Before this, he had guessed that under the continuous erosion of the space cracks and the space gale, the floating land shield of the 5th level floating land was likely to have been worn out. And now it seems to be correct. The floating shield of the level 5 floating land is indeed strong. It can withstand attacks of the level 6 for a long time. However, the space wind is different. The wind blowing from the deep void crack can sometimes reach the power of the level 6 or even the level 7. Through the cracks on the floating land shield, Song-Chi looked inside the floating land. There are many signs of life activities. Is it a life-type floating land? He frowned. Compared with this, he would rather it was a resource-type floating land. But there was no other way. We had come this far, so it was impossible to turn around and leave. Before controlling the sky to enter the floating land, Song-Chi activated the Zen Seal Inner Speed feature, allowing the Mirage feature to cool down again, and then he activated the Mirage again. The sky is now over 1,300 meters long. If it really rushed in directly, it would definitely not be able to hide with just a piece of void membrane, and it would still have to rely on the Mirage. Buzz buzz buzz, the engine roared, and the warship slowly drove towards a nearly 10,000 meter long crack in front of it. At the moment of passing through the crack of the floating land shield, Song-Chi instinctively sensed something. He turned his sight and looked at the depths of the floating land sky and the surrounding floating land shield that had been riddled with holes. He always felt that he had just caught an inexplicable breath. The breath was extremely cold and uncomfortable, but it was difficult for him to describe it in words. However, although this feeling came quickly, it also went away quickly. When the sky was completely immersed in the floating land, the breath disappeared instantly, as if it was just an illusion before. Song-Chi shook his head. He checked the abnormal state purifier parts and confirmed that the warship was not contaminated with anything else. He did not think about it anymore and turned his attention back to the floating land below, which was more vast than the Dragon Ridge continent. This was a typical life-type floating land, with mountains and water. The floating land contained rich energy factors and extraordinary manifestations. Although Song-Chi was very cautious about this, he also had a lot of interest in this floating land. With the help of the Mirage, the sky successfully descended to the ground of the floating land. And as long as it landed successfully, the follow-up would be much easier. A few days later, Song-Chi successfully figured out some basic information about this floating land through the Void Demon. First of all, this floating land is called the Holy Dragon Continent, on which there are thousands of kingdoms, empires, churches, etc. The strongest one is the Holy Dragon Central Empire, which is a human country, and the belief behind it is the Church of Light. Secondly, there are countries established by creatures such as orcs, elves, and dwarves. In short, this is a floating land similar to the fantasy novels in Song Chi's previous life. The various races on the entire continent are fighting endlessly. Various evil god churches have disappeared, and the righteous god churches each control one or more countries to promote their own legitimacy. When hearing the words evil god and righteous god, Song Chi's first instinct was fear. God? In the Broken Star Sea, the creatures who dare to call themselves gods and actively spread their own beliefs are at least the existence of the dominant level. If he really rashly entered the pasture of some dominant creatures, the degree of danger would definitely be far beyond imagination. But he thought again. If they were really great beings of the master level, how could they come to a small level 5 floating land? And come in groups? Thinking of this, Song Chi understood instantly that the so-called gods on the Holy Dragon continent must be the kind who brag about themselves, and their status will never exceed level 5. Inferring this, he instinctively recalled the inexplicable aura he sensed when he entered the floating land before. From this point of view, the cold aura he sensed before was probably from a so-called evil god. As he talked to himself, the Sky Intelligence brain listed a series of speculations. Speculation 1. Perception error. No special breath exists. Probability 1.02%. Speculation 2. After the special spirit creatures in the starry sky devoured part of the origin rules of the Holy Dragon continent, they transformed into the so-called indescribable gods. Probability 10.97%. Speculation 3. After the indigenous creatures of the Holy Dragon continent reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary system, they merged with the origin of the floating land and transformed into an existence similar to the will of the floating land. Probability 88%. Speculation 4. Other possibilities. Probability 0.01%. Obviously, the Sky Intelligence brain is more inclined to attribute all those so-called gods to the indigenous creatures of the Holy Dragon continent. As for the reason, the space fragmentation zone outside the continent has already prevented most of the special spirit creatures in the starry sky from entering. Apart from this, there is only one that was transformed by the natives of the Holy Dragon continent. In short, it is impossible for the dominant existence of foreign grazing. Holy Dragon continent, Balhenia Kingdom, the capital of the kingdom. Balhenia City. As the largest city in the Balhenia Kingdom, Balhenia City has a permanent population of up to 1 million. Compared with the chaotic slums, the rich area of Balhenia City represents the ultimate prosperity. Chapter 345. The Evil God arrives. Bloodstanding pupils. Rich area, the private apartment of the Earl of Tianfang in the capital. In the deepest secret room of the apartment, the third son of the current Earl of Tianfang is standing respectfully, and in front of him is a young man with an indifferent face. My lord, the king's dinner will be in an hour, and I can take 2 servants in with me then. The man nodded, thought for a moment, and said, You can go in with the Void Demon. This person is Song Chi. After figuring out the basic situation on the Holy Dragon continent, he has been patrolling the several red epic wonders detected by the peeping eyes, and has come all the way to the Balhenia Kingdom. According to the results of the detection of the spirit-seeing eye, the palace of the Balhenia Kingdom has one of the several red epic artifacts detected so far. Since he could no longer mine those rare resources that will after sneaking into the Holy Dragon continent, his remaining goal would naturally be to obtain various high-level artifacts. And the red epic artifact was his first choice. Originally, Song Chi's idea was very simple, that is, to let the Void Demon sneak in directly, and take away the red epic artifact without anyone noticing. The reason why he didn't do this was because there was not only a 5th level White Dragon Knight suppressing the Balhenia Kingdom, but also more than 2 hands of 4th level Sky Knights. It was impossible for the Void Demon to succeed alone. That's why he used the slave parts to control the son of a count who was not of low status, and wanted to take advantage of this dinner to let the Void Demon try it out. Soon, the Void Demon followed the third son of the Tianfang Count to the palace. Song Chi was not idle either. He left the apartment quickly after the Void Demon left. Of course, he also had a mission. All the way out of Zijing City, he summoned the Thorn Dragon and flew straight towards the distant mountains. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the most popular and sought-after Dragon Knight in the Holy Dragon continent. Is the dinner party starting? Arriving at the previously planned location, he immediately sent a voice message to the Void Demon to ask. After receiving a reply, Yanli was summoned on time a quarter of an hour later. The terrifying 5th level life pressure instantly enveloped the entire mountain range. Even Zijing City, which was hundreds of miles away, quickly sensed this terrifying life breath. In the Bohemia city, a white dragon with a wingspan of more than 10,000 meters soared into the sky. And behind it followed 2 4th level giant winged flying dragons. These 3 dragons have one thing in common. Each of them has a human figure standing on their heads, which is the Dragon Knight standing at the top of the entire Bohemia kingdom, especially the one on the top of the 5th level white dragon. He is the grandfather of the current Bohemia king, and is also a 5th level Dragon Knight, who ranks at the top of the entire Holy Dragon continent, above the mountains hundreds of miles away. Song Qi, who caught this, immediately conveyed the order to the Void Demon to take action. Then he landed on the shoulders of the Flame Giant, and ordered the Flame Giant to run all the way. His original intention was never to let the Flame Giant fight head-on, but to lure this 5th level Dragon Knight out of the Bohemia Palace, so as to create an opportunity for the Void Demon to attack. Both are 5th level life forms, and the combat power of the Dragon Clan is not weaker than that of the Giant Clan. However, the Flame Giant is an alien invader, and not only does it not have the blessing of the Floating Land Origin rules, but it will be suppressed by the Floating Land Origin rules. On the contrary, the 5th level White Dragon will be blessed by the origin rules of the Holy Dragon continent. In this way, the Flame Giant is naturally at a disadvantage. How could Song Qi be so stupid as to let the Flame Giant fight to the death? However, the Flame Giant is obviously not as fast as the dragons. As time goes by, the distance between the two sides is rapidly closing. On the right shoulder of the Flame Giant, Song Qi calmly controls the distance between the two sides. Before the 5th level White Dragon is about to catch up with the Flame Giant, he summons the sky in time and takes the Flame Giant aboard the warship. After that, the engine and thrusters of the skyship were fully running, and it disappeared into the distant sky with a violent roar, without any intention of contacting the 3 Dragon Knights behind. At this time, how could the 3 Dragon Knights still not understand the meaning? Their faces changed, and they quickly turned around and hurried back to Bohemia City. Looking at the Bohemia Palace again, relying on its own extreme spatial talent, the Void Demon rushed to the palace treasury at the fastest speed. It quietly passed several 3rd level Earth Knight guards and entered the treasury. When the 4th level Dragon Knights who stayed in the palace found something wrong, the Void Demon in the treasury had already disappeared, thousands of kilometers away from Zijing City. Song Qi and the Void Demon reunited, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The Void Demon not only got the red object detected by the spirit-seeing eye, but also brought out 2 more orange objects. However, after reading the properties of the objects, his smile froze again. This red object named Scepter of Heaven cannot be converted into shipborne parts, and can only be placed in the market for the exchange of objects. As for the 2 orange artifacts, one of them is called Nightmare Fong, which cannot be transformed into shipboard parts, while the other can be transformed into an orange quality main gun. I can leave it to my mother later, or I can give it to the family to exchange for gold merits. What made Song Qi look at it more was not the orange main gun, but the Nightmare Fong that could not be transformed into shipboard parts. Artifact, Nightmare Fong. Quality, orange. Transformable, none. Note, a part of the Nightmare Book. A sacred object inherited by the Nightmare sect of the Holy Dragon continent, which is what the Nightmare sect has been seeking for thousands of years. This Nightmare Fong is surprisingly related to an evil god sect on the Holy Dragon continent, which immediately aroused Song Qi's interest. He didn't know much about the Nightmare cult. After all, it was not one of the most rampant cults. However, he could infer some information, the most important of which was that the Nightmare cult was definitely not that strong. Otherwise, how could this thing stay in the treasury of the Bohemia kingdom? You have to know that in order to get the red epic artifact, Song Qi had already selected the weakest of several countries with red artifacts. The Bohemia kingdom was not very strong on the Holy Dragon continent. It only had a 5th level Dragon Knight in charge, and it was the bottom of the kingdoms. In those empires, there are often more than 24 5th level knights. They are helpless against the Bohemia kingdom, which has only 1 5th level knight. It can be imagined that the Nightmare sect probably does not have 5th level combat power. In the southern part of the kingdom, Binhai City. How is it? Can you confirm that the Holy Relic Pendant is in this Binhai City? Yes. Robert Iyer is a down-and-out nobleman. His ancestors were the owners of a barony not far from Binhai City. However, after many generations of inheritance, the barony has long been ruined. Now, there is only a small manor left under his command. But Robert was very happy today. He was lucky. He met a greenhorn. He won everything from him with just 2 moves. He also got the so-called family inheritance. Thinking of this, he stared at the crescent pendant in his hand with a light silver glow. At the same time, he said, "Hurry up. It's almost dark. We must return to the manor before dark." Outside, the guard in charge of driving the carriage nodded. At this moment, a great force descended from the sky and suddenly enveloped the speeding carriage. The whole carriage stopped in a completely unreasonable and weird way. The only ones who were not under the control of the unknown were the 2 people in the carriage. Who are you? This is the noble carriage of the Bohemia Kingdom, and it is subject to the laws of the entire Bohemia Kingdom. Before the frightened guard could finish, the aura of the 2 people quietly suspended in the sky was completely released. The 4th level life pressure directly crushed the 2 first-level trainee knights in the carriage below into 2 balls of meat. The next second, the crescent pendant emitting a faint orange light flew out of the carriage and went towards the 2 faces in the sky that disappeared in the darkness. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the surrounding situation changed again. Dozens of figures emerged from the void and flashed at high speed. They held almost identical black daggers in their hands and launched a swift attack on the 2 4th-level evil god believers. Tens of thousands of meters away from here, the sky disappeared into the void. Looking at the 4th-level nightmare cult believers, who were besieged by dozens of Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers below, Song Chi frowned. Only 2 4th-level evil god believers came? Sure enough, the strength of this nightmare cult is a bit weak. While muttering, the Void Demon also joined the battle. Under the absolute number of crushing, the 2 nightmare cultists quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage. 2 minutes later, one of them fell under the space-cutting blade of the Void Demon. This scene seemed to stimulate the other nightmare cultist. After the extreme madness, he suddenly stabbed the dagger in his hand into his body. Just as Song Chi was puzzled, the bright red blood in his body began to quickly turn black. And at the same time, a series of incomprehensible words came out of his mouth. Although he didn't know what he was doing, Song Chi, who had read a lot of Cthulhu novels in his previous life, could instinctively think of 2 words. Sacrifice. No way, are we really going to summon some indescribable evil god to come? Evil god clone? Or evil god projection? For a moment, Song Chi was a little scared, and a little curious. What was scary was that all the evil gods in the Holy Dragon continent were probably transformed from the natives, who had reached the 5th level limit. After assimilating some of the original rules of the floating land, their strength should not be underestimated. As for curiosity, it was naturally about the so-called evil god, whether it was in the novels of the previous life, or the creatures who claimed to be gods in the Broken Star Sea today. Each of them possessed extraordinary power, and their status was so strong that ordinary creatures would uncontrollably produce self-distorted terrifying existences just by looking at them, or listening to their sighs. Therefore, he instinctively became full of curiosity about the evil gods of the Holy Dragon continent. Since they dared to call themselves gods, they should have abilities that are difficult for outsiders to understand. Right? While he was struggling, the nightmare believers of the 4th level below underwent another huge change. His flesh and blood began to throb violently, and countless buds of flesh throbbed under his skin. Scrambling to break free from his mortal body, a large amount of black blood gathered, and the flesh and blood melted away. Finally, the body of the 4th level nightmare cultist turned into a pool of black blood, leaving nothing else. Witnessing this scene, even though he was nearly 100,000 meters away, Song Chi still felt a little nauseous, and his eyes kept twitching. But this was obviously not the point. Song Chi clearly saw that the pool of black blood on the ground, which was made entirely of flesh and blood, was like having life, throbbing on the ground, facing the continuous bombardment of the sky. It was not affected at all. As time passed, the black blood began to float up quickly. In just a few seconds, it gathered into a black blood ball with a diameter of 100 meters above the sky, which was as high as the sky. Song Chi didn't understand why the blood of a 4th level human race could condense into a ball with such a large diameter, but his intuition told him that it would be better to retreat. At this moment, the change occurred again. The dark blood-colored ball in the distance suddenly cracked, and the next second an indescribable vertical pupil appeared on the blood ball. In the main control room of the sky, at the first sight of the strange blood-colored vertical pupils, Song Chi's pupils shrank violently, and the hairs on his body stood up. Even with the 2 layers of protection of the energy shield and the hull armor, he could still sense the familiar cold breath from the outside world. It's really the evil god. In addition to being horrified, he reacted quickly, and the reminders from the Sky Intelligence brain kept ringing in his ears. An unknown high-level energy radiation source has been detected, suspected to be the blood projection of the nightmare evil god. Please leave as soon as possible. An unknown high-level energy radiation source has been detected, suspected to be the blood projection of the nightmare evil god. Please leave as soon as possible. An unknown high-level energy radiation source has been detected, suspected to be the blood projection of the nightmare evil god. Please leave as soon as possible. An unknown high-level energy radiation source has been detected, suspected to be the blood projection of the nightmare evil god. Please leave as soon as possible. The 3 consecutive urgent reminders made Song-Chi turn the battleship around at the fastest speed. Below, the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers didn't feel anything. They were puppets. Not real flesh and blood. But the Void Demon was different. It was a real 4th-order creature. It can be seen that under the irradiation of the dark energy radiated by the blood-red vertical pupil in the sky, the Void Demon's body began to have tiny buds beating. At the same time, there seemed to be a lot of unknown voices whispering in the depths of its mind. That is, the so-called nightmare evil god itself is only the 5th-order limit. At most a half-step 6th-order existence. And the status is not too high. Otherwise, in just this moment, the Void Demon's body will inevitably undergo irreversible deformation. High in the sky, the evil god's vertical pupil seemed to have intelligence. It knew that the Void Demon and the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors were not the focus. And the strange-shaped steel creation of the sky was the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, the blood-red vertical pupil stared at the sky, which was turning around. In the main control room, Song-Chi was suddenly stunned. Chapter 346: The Blood of the Evil God and the Essence of the Spirit. A familiar cold breath enveloped his whole body, and in a trance, there seemed to be a series of almost inaudible hums in his ears. As soon as the chaotic hums reached his ears, the speed of the mental power in the depths of Song-Chi's mind suddenly dropped to the slowest, and at the same time, a vague sense of tyranny emerged from nowhere, and soon began to grow rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it almost occupied his entire heart. This sudden change made Song-Chi feel extremely uncomfortable, and the sharp drop in the speed of his mind's operation made him seem to be frozen in place at this moment. However, this strange feeling did not stay on him for too long. In the depths of the ancestral acupoint between his eyebrows, the red fire was beating wildly, and the shadow of the soul-soothing monument above the fire was also emitting a dazzling orange light. The abnormal state purifier in the outside world was also activated immediately, and the purifying aura enveloped the entire ship space. As his mind quickly turned back, Song-Chi did not choose to continue the previous operation of turning the ship. He raised his eyes and looked at the evil god in front of him. After a brief moment of distraction, Song-Chi's eyes returned to normal again, and at the same time, he was finally completely certain of one thing in his heart. The vertical pupils of this evil god are not as scary as imagined, but think about it, the so-called evil gods of the Holy Dragon continent are just transformed from indigenous creatures. Even if they are all brilliant people, they are limited by the level of the Holy Dragon continent itself. They are at most half a step to the 6th level. In addition, the one in front of them is just a projection. How powerful can it be? At the bow of the sky, the 2 main guns have begun to charge, and the large number of modular projections transformed from the 4 secondary guns have already opened fire in advance. Beep beep beep, electromagnetic lightning balls, shadow beams, red fire sky curtains. A large amount of artillery fire accurately landed on the evil god's blood pupil in the distance, splattering countless black blood on it. With the precise control of the Sky Intelligence brain, the attacks of these dozens of secondary guns did not deviate at all covering the vertical pupil with a diameter of 100 meters. However, this did not cause too much surprise to Song-Chi. Although the attacks of these secondary guns were dense, their intensity was really limited. From beginning to end, they did not cause much damage to the evil god's vertical pupil, and it was more like tickling the opponent. Swish, facing the concentrated fire of dozens of secondary guns, the evil god's vertical pupil finally fought back. A large amount of substantial black flames gushed out of his eyes, and then instantly spread to the surroundings. The terrifying high temperature was spreading, and the sky was twisting. When these black flames spread rapidly, almost everything they encountered was burned to nothingness. Song-Chi didn't know what kind of flames this was. He only knew that if possible, it would be better not to let the sky come into contact with him. Boom! It happened that the two main guns were fully charged at this time, and the mixed whole extreme yang sword light and the soul-destroying pupil light burst out at the same time. After crossing a distance of nearly 100,000 meters, two artillery fires, which could be regarded as the strongest attack means on the sky, almost simultaneously landed on the evil god's vertical pupil. /5 distorted musical notes came from the black blood vertical pupil. Although he could not understand, his intuition told Song Chi that this was most likely a wailing sound. However, at this moment, he could not care about the follow-up. The spreading black flames were not far from the sky. He controlled the sky to quickly turn the ship around and rushed all the way to the distance. Below, several Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors were too busy to dodge, and were directly burned into nothingness by the black flames the size of a fingernail. Fortunately, the Void Demon had previously hidden in the depths of the Void Gap because it could not withstand the abnormal radiation, and was not affected by the strange black flames at this moment. Intelligent Brain continued to monitor the follow-up situation of the evil god's vertical pupil, while controlling the sky to avoid the surging black flames. Song Chi also took the initiative to let the Sky Intelligent Brain monitor the evil god's vertical pupil behind him. Not long after, the prompt sound of the Cheongtian Intelligent Brain came. The energy radiation fluctuations of the Nightmare Evil God projection have been greatly weakened. Song Chi was slightly surprised, and thought for a while. What is the specific reason? The calculation speed of the Cheongtian Intelligent Brain was amazing, and it quickly listed a variety of possible reasons. 1. The extremely yang attribute of the pure yang sword light cannon itself restrains the projection of the Nightmare Evil God with dark attributes. 2. The additional damage of the soul-destroying pupil light cannon to the soul body restrains. 3. Both of the above. 4. This evil god's vertical pupil projection is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. A series of possible reasons appeared in front of Song Chi one after another, and the light in Song Chi's eyes gradually became brighter. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be one of the first or second ones, or even the third one. Thinking of this, Song Chi's eyes glowed with coldness. And then the surface of the skyship began to show violent spatial fluctuations, and it suddenly disappeared in the next second. When it reappeared, it had already passed the rapidly spreading black flames and returned to a place tens of thousands of meters away from the evil god's vertical pupil. At the same time, the bow of the warship also condensed to bright light again. Boom! With the help of the Zen Seal inner speed feature, the skyship quickly blasted out the second soul-destroying pupil light. This terrifying pupil light had just rushed out of the main gun muzzle of the sky, and in the next second, it had crossed tens of thousands of meters and landed on the evil god's vertical pupil that was already filled with a lot of black blood. After a sharper and weird note, the 100-meter blood pupil condensed by all black blood suddenly exploded. The strong energy radiation source has dissipated. Without paying attention to the prompt of the Sky Intelligence Brain system, Song Chi turned the ship again at the first time, and the engine and thruster were overloaded at the same time, as if avoiding something terrible. At the rear, after the evil god's vertical pupil exploded, a large amount of black blood splashed everywhere. Song Chi was trying to prevent it from getting on the skyship. However, even though the engine was already running at a high overload, the tail of the skyship was still inevitably stained with a small amount of the evil god's blood. The result was that the skyship's intelligent brain soon sounded a rapid prompt again. Please note, affected by the highly corrosive blood, the shield value of the battleship's energy shield is rapidly depleting. The current energy shield value is 89%, 88%, 87%. Almost every moment, the shield value of the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion energy shield component will be reduced by 2% to 3%. If this continues, the shield value of the energy shield will soon be exhausted. After all, this loss rate far exceeds the recovery rate of the neutron star core pulse characteristics. Fortunately, Song Chi's previous response was timely enough. As the sky quickly pulled away, the dirty blood that could splash on the energy shield gradually decreased, and after a few seconds, no more dirty blood could touch the sky. Without the follow-up power, the corrosion effect began to gradually weaken, and in less than 10 seconds, it completely stopped further erosion of the energy shield. Let's look at the properties of the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion energy shield component. The shield value was less than 30%. Seeing this, although the neutron star core armor was still restoring the shield value, Song Chi still activated the last blessing component once. Of course, it was just a normal activation. The last blessing feature was still cooling down, and it would take several months to completely cool down. When the shield value of the 5 elements Shotion energy shield returned to a safe value, Song Chi was relieved, and at the same time, he raised his eyes and turned to the distance where the evil god's vertical pupil was. Seeing that the strange black flames and dirty blood around had dissipated, the sky began to slowly approach the target position. After dozens of seconds, Song Chi in the battleship's main control room stared at the black blood floating in front of him. Next to this drop of blood, there was a white crystal the size of a fingernail. In his ears, the reminder of the Sky Intelligence brain had already sounded. Based on the existing information in the database, it is speculated that the 2 objects are blood of the pseudo-evil god and spiritual source essence. Blood of the pseudo-evil god half-step 5th stage, the blood left by the seemingly indigenous evil god, which has a certain bonus for the promotion of the Xinhua battleship. Spiritual source essence, half-step 5th stage, special belief. The spiritual body creatures produced by worship after death, which has an excellent effect on improving the mind power of the Xinhua captain. Yes, although the movement caused by the evil god's vertical pupil was amazing, the projection itself was only half a step to the 5th level. It was just because the Nightmare Lord behind him had merged some of the origin rules of the Holy Dragon continent under his feet, so the blessing effect of the origin rules on it was far beyond the ordinary, which was why it caused the movement before. As for the blood of the pseudo-evil god and spiritual essence in front of him, they are the remnants after killing the evil god. According to the secret information of the Song family, both of these things are of great help to Captain Xinhua. Xiongtian, can you simulate the specific effects of these 2 things on the sky, and me personally? While controlling the sky to leave this place quickly, Song Chi took the initiative to ask the intelligent brain. The previous battle made a lot of noise. That is, there were only 4th level Sky Knights in Binhai City, and there were no Dragon Knights who had contracted with the Dragon Clan. So no strong men from the Balhenia Kingdom came at the first time. But if they stayed longer, it would be hard to say. When the sky left the battlefield, the simulation results of the Sky Intelligence brain had already appeared. The blood of the pseudo-evil god of the half-step 5th level. It is estimated that it can increase the success rate of the ship's promotion by about 4%. The spiritual essence of the half-step 5th level. It is estimated that it can increase the captain's spiritual power by 1 to 3 strands. Because of the various data of the Dinghai Song family that Song Chi had imported earlier, the Sky Intelligence brain was able to preliminarily estimate the approximate effects of the 2 in front of it. Hearing this, Song Chi was naturally happy. Needless to say, the spiritual essence that can increase one's own spiritual power is valuable. As for the blood of the pseudo-evil god, its value is also good. It is not something like high-level biological blood, but a special promotion resource. After the high-level biological blood takes effect, it can increase the success rate of worship promotion by an additional 4%. For example, what Song Chi prepared for himself was the unknown 4th level peak biological blood obtained from the ancient starry sky battlefield. When the sky is promoted to the Zhulu ship in the future, it can provide at least 12% promotion success rate. With this pseudo-evil god blood, the success rate will directly reach 16%. If the 10% of the special resources of the warship is counted, it will be 26%. This is equivalent to Song Chi having a 26% chance of success before he even tries to advance. This alone shows how precious the blood of the evil god is. Thinking of this, Song Chi turned his shining eyes to the spiritual essence on the side. The blood of the evil god can only be used in the future. But this spiritual essence is different. If he uses it now, it can at least increase his mental power from 10 uses to 11 uses. If he is lucky, it may even reach 13 uses. Thinking of this, he was naturally anxious to use this spiritual essence. 2 months later, another human principality 2 light years away from the Balhenia Kingdom. The reason why the Black Earth Principality is called a principality is naturally because there is no 5th level Dragon Knight in this country. It is precisely because of this that Song Chi feels less constrained in this country. In 2 months, he has enslaved the highest controller of this principality, the 1st generation Grand Duke, who owns a 4th level extreme flying dragon. With the cooperation of this Grand Duke, he not only easily brought all the valuable things in the secret treasury of the principality to the market, but also made the entire principality start to mine various valuable mineral resources for him personally. Of course, he used the title of the 1st Grand Duke in name. In an entire principality, hundreds of thousands of extraordinary people mined resources for themselves, and the efficiency can be imagined. In just these 2 months, Song Chi got a lot of wealth. This included 100 strands of 5th level floating land essence, Nearly 2,000 strands of 4th level floating land essence. More than 100,000 3rd level floating land essence. More than 1 million 2nd level and below floating land essence. And even more than 10 million strands of 0 level and 1st level. Secondly, there are various rare mineral deposits that are constantly being transported to the capital. And the estimated value will not be less than tens of millions of strands of 0 level floating land origin. In addition, there are 2 orange wonders, and dozens of purple and lower wonders. Among these wonders, a small part cannot be converted into shipboard parts, including an orange wonder. Most of the remaining wonders are useless to the sky, and Song-Chi plans to throw them directly to the family in exchange for merit points. The only remaining orange wonder is pretty good. Special item, Shadow Touch. Quality, orange. Transformable, Shadow Descent Chapter. Note, the Shadow Cult's divine instrument that was once active in the Holy Dragon Continent, now it has been transformed into an orange glorious special item. Shadow Descent Chapter LV0. Quality, orange. Features, Shadow Descent Metal. Feature 2. Feature 1 can double the projection distance. Consumption, 10/S psionic points effect. The concealment effect of the loaded warship in the shadow environment is increased by 45%. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 1,000 psionic energy points, 1 shadow stone shadow advent metal. Consumes 5,000 psionic energy points plus 1 low-level dark energy crystal. Condenses a shadow metal, when the distance from the loading warship is no more than 1,500 by 2 light years. Holding the shadow metal will actively summon the transfer warship projection to descend, lasting for 5 minutes. Currently condensable shadow metals, 2 halves. Note, the shadow metal will be automatically damaged after 1 use. It can be said that the biggest gain in this Black Soil Principality this time is this orange quality projection component. Although its projection distance is limited due to its quality, its value cannot be denied. Chapter 347 The ownership of the orange projection component. For this chapter of the Fall of Shadows component, Song-Chi had considered many ways to use it. First of all, the first one is not to let the sky be equipped. After all, this component only allows the ship to obtain external projection capabilities. Strictly speaking, it cannot directly increase the combat power of the warship. Based on this, Song-Chi thought of installing it on Wang Zhen's Wolf Howl Tiger Roar, or his grandfather's Furious Lion, and then he would take a shadow metal with him at any time. In this way, once the sky is in danger, as long as it is within the effective range of the projection component, he can completely summon the projections of the 2 chasing ships to help. I don't ask them to help me out directly, but at least they can relieve some of the pressure on the sky, or even cover the rear. In addition to this method, the second method is to let the sky directly load it. This also has its advantages. The most important thing is that it can cooperate with the remotely controlled puppet soldiers to directly fight against the enemy from a distance of several light years. Explore, etc. Just imagine. First use the brainwave remote control system parts to mark the soldiers. Let them carry a shadow metal, and then be deployed several light years away. And then activate the shadow metal to summon the sky projection for remote combat. This method of placing the main body in an absolutely safe area, and then cooperating with the puppet soldiers to perform remote projection combat, combined with Song-Chi's cautious personality, is a perfect match. In addition, this component will also play a significant role in the subsequent expansion war of the Yaoan Kingdom. If a shadow metal is given to Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Song Ting, and even Wang Zhen, it will greatly improve everyone's safety. And if it is used in conjunction with the market walking order, using the market as a transit point, it can also be used and replaced, which is really too convenient. However, it is not without disadvantages. Every time the shadow metal is condensed, dark energy crystals are needed. At present, the component has not been strengthened, so only low-level dark energy crystals are needed. When the subsequent level is upgraded, intermediate or even high-level dark energy crystals may be needed. The key is that dark energy crystals are not common and are expensive on the market. It can be imagined that they will become the biggest limitation of the future use of this component. Another point is that this Shadow Advent Chapter component is only orange quality after all. It is impossible to project the ability of red, silver or even higher quality components at will. Not to say that it cannot be projected at all, but at least the effect will be greatly reduced. That is to say, the projection of the sky condensed by this component in addition to the reduction of the projection itself to only 60% of the original combat power. Also includes the reduction of the effect of the projection component. Overall, the combat power of the projection is not even half of the strength of the sky. However, the latter point is actually not bad. Song Chi knows the combat power of the sky very well. Even if it is only half of the combat power, it can still face the 4th level unit directly. The key is the dark energy crystal. It can only be seen whether there is inventory in the clan, or it can only be purchased in the market later. As for whether to let the sky use it himself, or hand it over to the furious lion or wolf howl tiger roar later, Song Chi has not yet made a decision. The main reason is that he currently does not have enough titanium crystals, even if he loads it. It is difficult to increase the enhancement level, so he simply puts it aside for now. Black Soil Kingdom, deep in the palace. As the slave master of the kingdom's strongest guardian, Song Chi can naturally enter and exit this palace at will. In a large secret room deep in the palace, the sky is quietly docked. Inside the sky, Song Chi sat cross-legged on the dark energy training platform, and was contemplating the projection of the mythical mecha with his eyes closed. Compared with the past, his visualization efficiency was significantly higher now, because he had absorbed the spiritual essence. The result was acceptable. The half-step 5th level spiritual essence allowed him to increase his spiritual power by 2 more points, which means that his mind has now reached the point of 1 mind and 12 functions. If he enters the limit-breaking state, he can temporarily reach the point of 1 mind and 13 functions. The improvement of mental power naturally further improved the visualization efficiency. Half an hour later, Song Chi opened his eyes. There was a call from the outside world. It was the first generation of Black Soil Duke, who sent a new batch of mineral resources. After receiving dozens of storage capsules from the other party, Song Chi could not hide his satisfaction on his face. After all, these simple dozens of storage capsules represent at least millions of floating land origins. But not long after, the joy on his face turned into helplessness. After 2 months of mining, although the rare mineral veins of the Black Soil Kingdom are still a long way from being mined, they have basically passed the stage of easy mining. What is needed later is a long period of slow mining. Although the income is still considerable, it is far from comparable to the gains in the past 2 months. And it is impossible to get the biggest harvest of Star Sea Wonders. Song Chi's original idea was not like this at all. His original idea was to take all the wonders in the palace, and then search for the rare mineral resources in the entire principality, and then directly change to the next country. However, what made him helpless was that the 5th level White Dragon Knight of the Bohemia Kingdom seemed to announce the existence of the Flame Giant to the entire Holy Dragon continent, which made all the 5th level Dragon Knights on the entire continent active one by one. Recently, there have been a large number of 5th level Dragon Knights patrolling all over the Holy Dragon continent, which made Song Chi dare not act blindly. Otherwise, he would be easily discovered. He was not afraid of being encountered by those 5th level Dragon Knights. If he really encountered them, even if he could not defeat them, he could enter the market at any time and return to the Dragon Ridge continent through the market. Anyway, he had already marked the mark outside the Holy Dragon continent. As long as the space mark had not expired, he could come back at any time. He was afraid that his enslavement of the rulers of small countries would be exposed. Once such a thing was discovered, it would be difficult for him to continue to plunder the strange objects and resources of the entire Holy Dragon continent in this way. He could only return to the form of slowly plundering by himself. And the speed of the former method is more than 100 times or 1,000 times faster than the latter? Forget it, wait a while, maybe when I come back from the Big Dipper Palace, these 5th level Dragon Knights will have stopped fighting. Thinking of this, Song Chi did not enter the warship again, but took the sky back to the Shinhua. It has been more than 2 months since he came to the Holy Dragon continent. Calculating the time, it will be the activation node of the Big Dipper Palace Yugwang Star Order soon. It is time to return to the Dragon Ridge continent. But before returning, he still had to entrust some things to me. Harvey, I have to leave for a while, and the time is uncertain. In the following period of time, you will continue to supervise the mining work of the entire principality. As for the mineral resources transported to the capital from all over the country, you can directly hand them over to Soul Master, and it will be delivered to me through the market walking order. Yes, Master. In front of him, Harvey, a 4th level Peak Sky Knight, who also has a 4th level Extreme Flying Dragon mount under his command, nodded respectfully. But Song Chi obviously hadn't finished his words yet. By the way, you should send as many capable people as possible to help me collect information about the major evil god sects. The more detailed the better. The focus is on the high-level combat power behind these sects. Forget about the righteous God sections. Having personally confirmed the heaven-defying effect of a half-step fifth-level spiritual source essence, Song-Chi coveted the native evil gods of the Holy Dragon continent. Just the essence left by the projection of a half-step fifth-level evil god directly increased his mental power by 2 spiritual divisions. This effect is definitely enough to drive most Shinhua captains crazy. How long has Song-Chi been promoted to the state of mind? It has been more than 13 years. During such a long time, he has never slacked off in the visualization of the projection rubbing of the mythical mecha, but his mental power has never made any breakthroughs. From this, we can see how difficult it is to improve the mind after the state of mind. It can be said that the half-step fifth-level spiritual essence has saved Song-Chi at least several decades. And this alone, Song-Chi is destined not to let go of this shortcut to quickly improve his mental power easily, and those evil gods will inevitably become his subsequent key hunting targets. Of course, it can only be the projection or clone of the evil god at the moment. The improvement of mental power can not only improve the combat efficiency of a Shinhua captain in controlling the warship, the time to maintain the mythical mecha form of the warship, the efficiency of visualizing the secret method, etc., but also improve the speed of the Shinhua captain's perception of the law, no matter which of the above points. It is of great importance, not to mention all of them. After entrusting these, Song-Chi solemnly summoned dozens of orange glowing columns from his brows, which were the totem sub-columns condensed from the totem spirit pillar parts. At the same time, the mini Hanwha snow python that had been lying on his left shoulder was also sent to Harvey. This is a 4th-level totem spirit beast under my command. It also has the ability to harvest faith. So, you send people to secretly publicize the existence of the spirit snake sect in the principality, and at the same time assist the cold moon snow python to establish the real spirit snake sect. When I come back, I want to see the spirit snake sect become the largest faith sect in the entire Black Earth Principality, or even the only Orthodox church in the Black Earth Principality. Yes, Master. After listening to all of Song-Chi's arrangements, Harvey replied respectfully. The miniature cold moon snow python was also rapidly swallowing and spitting out its snake tongue to express its excitement. As a totem beast, it has always known that the Holy Dragon continent under its feet is a very suitable world for it to gather worshippers and believe in. In response, Song-Chi nodded slightly. Totem belief. Belief in gods. Although these 2 extraordinary ways are slightly different, their nature is roughly the same. Although there is a secret cultivation realm on the sky, it also raises a small number of humanoid tribes. But the base number is too small after all, and the increase in the totem pillar is not great. In comparison, the Holy Dragon continent is completely different. It has endless land and a terrifying population base. It can allow the Frost Moon Snow Python to gather totem believers. If the Spirit Snake sect can really take root in the Black Earth Principality, the increase in the totem spirit pillar will be unimaginable. First of all, it will never be restricted by the power of faith, and the faith value of the faith pool will always be full. Secondly, if it can really have a large number of high-quality believers, under the continuous nourishment and feedback of high-level faith power, the quality of the totem spirit pillar component will have a further possibility. I remember that this totem spirit pillar on the sky was obtained from a wolf tribe that had been passed down for thousands of years. The number of wolf tribes in that tribe was only tens of thousands, but they were able to produce an orange component in just a few thousand years. It is conceivable that if the spirit snake sect can have millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of believers in this holy dragon continent, the totem spirit pillar component may really transform into a red epic wonder in a short period of time. Of course, this is just Song-Chi's personal guess. Whether it can be realized depends on the actual situation in the future. After explaining all this, Song-Chi did not stay any longer. Under the gaze of Harvey and Hanwha Snow Python, he disappeared into the secret room. Soon, following Song-Chi's arrangement, the royal secret guards of the Black Earth Principality were sent to various provinces of the Principality, under the control of the royal elite secret guards. In just a few days, a wave of belief in the Spirit Snake sect was set off in the entire Principality. The key point is that this wave not only did not gradually dissipate over time, but it became more and more intense. Soon, exclusive churches of the Spirit Snake sect were built in several provinces of the Principality. These churches have a common feature. That is, there is a totem column shining with strange colors in the middle of the church. With these totem columns, the Hanwha snow python in the main church of the capital of the principality can remotely engrave totem patterns for those devout citizens. And as long as a trace of partial totem pattern is engraved, they will become formal believers of the spirit snake sect and have the ability to drive totems to fight. As for those fanatic believers, they will be given a place to go to the main church of the capital of the Black Earth Principality, and will receive the great power of the creation spirit snake to engrave the totem on their whole body. It is said that after engraving the totem pattern on their whole body, the fanatic believers will also obtain the totem true body, a superb divine art bestowed by the creation spirit snake. In short, in a short period of time, the spirit snake sect became a well-known righteous sect in the entire Black Earth Principality, greatly squeezing the living space of other churches in the principality. Song Chi was naturally not clear about the follow-up. Although he could still communicate with Hanwha Snow Python and Harvey through telepathy after returning to Longji continent, he could not focus all his energy on this matter all the time. He also had a lot of things to arrange on Longji continent. For example, the purple and lower strange objects obtained from the Holy Dragon continent that can be converted into shipboard parts. If someone in the vein can use them, then naturally let the vein personnel exchange them with contribution points at a preferential price. And those that cannot be used will be directly handed over to the Family Merit Building, and all will be exchanged for Family Merit points. Finally, in such a wait, the activation time of Northern Dipper 7 Stars Hall Yoguang Star Order finally arrived. Chapter 348 Yoguang Star Order Activation. Yoguang Star Tower in the sky above Qinghua Lake, that Sangqiong is hidden deep in the clouds, and is hovering quietly. In the battleship control room, Song Chi is playing with the silver Yoguang Star Order in his hand. As the activation time approaches, Song Chi suddenly discovers that the activation time of this token is only 24 hours, which means that if it is not activated within 24 hours, then it is likely that he will have to wait another 10 years. After confirming this, he is somewhat glad that he did not rashly start the exploration of the fragments of the Fairyland continent. If we have already entered the fragment of the Fairyland continent, and the sky is currently at a critical point like wearing out some special array prohibitions, then it will conflict with the opening of the Big Dipper Hall. In this case, there are only two results. Either give up the opportunity to activate the Yoguang Star Order this time, and wait for the next 10 years, or give up the array prohibitions that have been worn out for the most part, and start all over again after returning. No matter which point, it is obviously not the best choice. No longer thinking about these things, Song Chi's eyes are focused on the silver token in his hand. The psionic energy in his body was quickly mobilized, and slowly injected into the Yoguang Star Order along his arm. But his face froze the next second. This Beidu Qixing Palace Yoguang Star Order ignored the psionic energy in his body. No matter how much psionic energy was injected into the token, it did not cause any reaction from the token. Isn't it activated by psionic energy? His heart was full of doubts. If it can't be activated by psionic energy, then what else can it be? Thinking about it, he tried to take out several different levels of floating land origins from the Xinhua Zuqiao. But the final result was that the token still had no reaction. Or, Song Chi suddenly thought of something and quickly picked up the token. Finally, he placed it on his forehead. At the same time, wisps of dark energy gathered at his forehead, and the ancestral orifice of the fire was opened. The moment the ancestral orifice of the fire was opened, the breath of the fire seed also spread instantly. Until this moment, the silver Yoguang Xingling in his hand began to tremble slightly, and finally showed signs of activation. It's quite interesting. It doesn't require dark energy but requires the fire seed, he muttered to himself in his heart. Before Song Chi could think about it, a huge pulling force had already acted on his body, or the entire Sangqiong. Then came the intense feeling of weightlessness. After a long while of spinning, when he came back to his senses, Song Chi's first reaction was to quickly look around. Soon he found that he and the sky were in a dark starry sky. There were neither majestic ancient palaces, nor the legendary Big Dipper, which was completely different from what he had imagined before. Before he could think about it anymore, a figure appeared at some point 100,000 meters in front of him. This figure had a human body and a snake tail, was 1,200 meters tall, and had 8 muscular arms on his red and black body. The pressure far exceeded that of an ordinary third-level creature radiated from his body. Even though he was 100,000 meters away, Song Chi could still sense the domineering aura of the other party through the sky ship and the starry sky. In addition to the iconic red and black 8 arms, the most eye-catching thing is the pair of eyes, with a strange gray aura. Seeing these two iconic features, Song-Chi recognized the other party's background immediately, without asking the Sky Intelligence brain. Eight-armed snake demon. What's going on? The eight-armed snake demon seems to have only appeared on the battlefield front between the four super empires and the eight-armed snake demon civilization. How come the Big Dipper Palace is also related to? When recognizing the background of the figure in front of him, Song-Chi's first thought was doubt. He wondered where the other party came from, and what relationship he had with the Big Dipper Palace. The next thing he thought of was the Pajuo Heritage Tower. I remember that the illusionary space on each floor when he challenged the Pajuo Heritage Tower was similar to the current one. Could it be the actual combat test of the Big Dipper Hall? Only after passing it can he go to the real Big Dipper Hall? While he was guessing wildly, he suddenly heard a prompt. The genes of the Xinhua human race are confirmed. The Xinhua human Xinhua seeds are confirmed. The entrance test of the Big Dipper Hall Yoguang Hall begins. This test carries the danger of falling stars. Please do what you can. 10, 9, 8, 0, the test officially begins. Through this series of prompts, Song-Chi's previous thoughts were also confirmed. The quiet starry sky he was in was the test, or challenge space, created by the Big Dipper Hall Yoguang Star Order. It's really similar to the challenge method of the previous Posha Heritage Tower. I don't know if the results of the subsequent challenges will be the same. According to the evaluation of the final challenge, different qualities of Star Sea treasures will be rewarded? After a brief moment of confusion, Song-Chi was highly focused and focused all his attention on the third-level 8-armed snake demon in front of him. Logically speaking, with the current combat power of the sky, he would not pay too much attention to the third-level creatures. But this was an 8-armed snake demon. As a Xinhai civilization group that can be compared with the human civilization of Xinhua, it is far from being simply regarded as an advanced civilization. After all, there is a huge difference between advanced civilizations. Take the evil Buddha clan of the evil Buddha continent, for example. They have a 7th-level evil Buddha master and are definitely an advanced civilization group. But as an advanced civilization group, can they be compared with the 8-armed snake demon civilization? If you really think so, you are wrong. The evil Buddha clan is indeed an advanced civilization group. But in front of the 8-armed snake demon civilization, it is just equivalent to a larger ant. As far as Song-Chi knows now, the number of masters in the 8-armed snake demon civilization will never be less than 3 digits. And they can destroy the evil Buddha continent with just a wave of their hands. Even, the evil Buddha continent is far inferior to the Jiexing clan civilization that the Yaoan Kingdom's pioneering fleet will face next. The area of the level 7 evil Buddha continent is indeed amazing. But how can it be compared with the Jiexing clan civilization with a territory of 800,000 light years? Why is the 8-armed snake demon civilization so powerful? It is naturally related to their own individual combat power, and the powerful sky snake warships under their command. The individuals of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. They are all born with 8 arms, have terrifying physiques, and have extremely strong fighting talents. At the same time, they are also the darlings of the Law of Earth. They have extraordinary talents in the Law of Earth. In addition, their domineering and unparalleled petrified eyes. Among the same level of life in the Star Sea, they are definitely among the top few. Based on the above, Song-Chi did not dare to be careless. In front, as the so-called trial began, the third-level 8-armed snake demon had roared and rushed towards the sky. In an instant, Song-Chi thought a lot in his mind. He subconsciously wanted to use the flexibility of the warship to fight. Although the 8-armed snake demon was strong, its speed was not its advantage. The one in front of him did not have a sky serpent warship with him, and he could completely rely on the speed of the sky to carry out kite tactics. He did not even need to think so much. In front of the pure Yang sword light cannon and soul-destroying pupil light cannon, both of which were strengthened to level 50. No matter how strong the 8-armed snake demon was, it would not be able to withstand a few shots. However, at this time, the Sky Intelligence brain gave another suggestion. Considering the captain's lack of combat experience, this level 3 8-armed snake demon poses a limited threat to the ship. You can transform into a mythical mecha to engage in close combat with it, so as to increase the close combat experience of the biggest shortcoming. Seeing this suggestion, Song-Chi hesitated for only a moment, then nodded in agreement. Then the sky was motionless, quietly waiting for the level 3 8-armed snake demon in front to approach. Before it was about to get close, the 1,300-meter-long warship suddenly changed its form, and directly transformed into a mythical mecha of the same height. The Yinshin sword was held in the palm of the mecha giant's hand. The sword, which was lingering with the power of the spatial law, slashed straight at the 8-armed snake demon that was rushing towards him. The 8-armed snake demon also held a spear-like strange weapon in his hand. The two soon collided with each other, and there were bursts of sharp clanging sounds. As Song-Chi expected, this third-level 8-armed snake demon did not comprehend the power of the law. After all, it was only the first level of the trial. Without the blessing of the law of Earth, its petrified eyes could hardly penetrate the energy shield of the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotian energy shield, and cause damage to the hull of the sky. Although its physique was indeed good, and its vitality was quite strong, it was still far behind the legendary creatures such as the star beasts, giants, and dragons. After several hours, Song-Chi estimated that fighting with the opponent would not improve his combat skills. So he directly used the pure yang sword-like cannon to finish off the opponent. In the silent starry sky, the mecha giant raised his left arm, and a nearly 2-kilometer-long mixed-hole extreme yang sword-like condensed from the palm of his left arm completely took shape, and then suddenly exploded. After the whistling sword intent sounded, the 8-armed snake demon in front was finally completely annihilated by the extreme yang sword intent. With the complete death of the 8-armed snake demon, Song-Chi also restored the battleship form of the sky, with indelible fatigue in his eyes. In these few hours, he did not always maintain the mythical mecha form of the sky, because he could not do it with his current mental strength. His way of dealing with it was to fight the enemy in the mecha form for more than 10 minutes, and then return to the battleship form, hand over the control of the battleship to the sky intelligence brain, and then he closed his eyes, and cultivated his spirit, and after his mind recovered, he would continue to transform into a mythical mecha for close combat again. In these few hours, he repeated this operation many times, until he felt that the opponent's 8-armed snake demon could no longer have a significant beneficial effect on him. But just when Song-Chi closed his eyes, and summarized the gains of the melee combat for several hours, a sudden prompt sound made him open his eyes suddenly, and there was a look of doubt in his eyes. Kill the third-level 8-armed snake demon, and obtain 1 second-level floating land origin. That's right. The sky received a strand of floating land origin. This only proves one thing. The third-level 8-armed snake demon was not transformed by this trial space, but it really existed. After coming to this conclusion, Song-Chi naturally couldn't calm down. You know, the real 8-armed snake demon only appears on the battlefield front of the 4 empires. They actually chose the real 8-armed snake demon as the test object. What is the origin of this Big Dipper Palace? Thinking about it, he tried to let the sky intelligence brain calculate the possibility, and some related information. 1. The Big Dipper Palace can be confirmed to be related to the Shinhua human civilization. The reason is that there are no biological groups such as 8-armed snake demons in other star fields of the Broken Star Sea. The 8-armed snake demon river community is the only star field known to have 8-armed snake demon individuals. The second point is that its entry token can only be activated by the Shinhua seed. 2. Based on the first point, the Big Dipper Palace is a force on the front line of the battlefield of the 4 empires of the Shinhua human civilization. These entry tokens are used to select the Shinhua captains, who are suitable for hunting 8-armed snake demon individuals from the entire Shinhua river community. 3. Based on the first point, these living 8-armed snake demons were only purchased on the black market. The Big Dipper Palace is a transcendent force hidden in the Shinhua human river community. 4. The Big Dipper Palace is related to the Yaoan Kingdom, especially the Baikyanshan Palace of the Yaoan Kingdom, because the token was given by the children of the Beicheung Palace. Scattered, the Cheongtian intelligent brain listed dozens of speculations, but the most likely ones are only the first few. However, these are just guesses, and the details are uncertain. Song-Chi did not think about it anymore, but immediately started the second round of trials. In the second round of trials that followed, the enemy units were still the third-level 8-armed snake demons that did not control the power of the law. But there were no longer 1, but 2. In this regard, Song-Chi was unmoved, and continued the previous method, using these 2 third-level 8-armed snake demons as sparring partners, and trying to improve his own practical experience as much as possible. What Song-Chi did not know was that while he was carrying out his trial tasks leisurely, in a distant star field, inside an ancient star tower standing on the eternal starry sky wall, someone was also paying attention to his challenge progress. Several blurry virtual projections stared at the virtual star screen in front of him. There were several lines of fonts listed on this virtual star screen. The trialist is challenging the second level. Time used for the first level challenge, 4 hours and 32 minutes. Seeing this, the several shadows in the Star Tower all shook their heads, but before they could speak at this time, a sudden space fluctuation came from the login platform behind the Star Tower hall, and a new humanoid projection logged into the Star Tower. I heard that there are new trialists in our Yogwang Star Tower. What is the result? Hearing this loud question, the shadows in front of the starlight projection screen looked back and nodded to each other before someone shook his head and said, "There is no possibility of passing the trial." Oh! The shadow, who had just logged in, had a look of surprise in his eyes. All the people present were also old people in the Yogwang Star Tower, and had witnessed dozens of Star Tower trials in the past hundreds and thousands of years, but this was the first time he saw these old guys speak so firmly. But he soon understood, because he also saw the real-time situation of the trial on the starlight projection screen. Chapter 349, Counterattack against the 4th level 8-armed snake demon, shocked appearance of Sky Snake battleship. No wonder everyone is so pessimistic. The result of this challenge is really a bit shocking. They are all experienced people, knowing that the first few trials of the Star Tower are all 8-armed snake demons of the same level as the Challenger, or ordinary 8-armed snake demons, who have not yet comprehended the law. If it is so difficult to win the first few trials, then it is basically impossible to pass the final trial. Song-Chi naturally didn't know about these. He has been continuing with the plan he had set before. He spent nearly 4 hours on the second level of the trial. In the third level of the trial, the opponent was 3 ordinary third level 8-armed snake demons, and he finally spent more than 4 hours. In the fourth level of the trial, for ordinary third level 8-armed snake demons, it took more than 5 hours. In the fifth level, 5 8-armed snake demons, it took nearly 6 hours. Until the sixth level, the trial object finally changed. Although it was still a third level 8-armed snake demon, the number was reduced to 1 again, but it had comprehended the law of Earth, and the law perception was not low, at more than 0.2%. Song-Chi spent only more than 3 hours on this level. It was not because the 8-armed snake demon that had comprehended the power of the law was not as good as the 5 ordinary 8-armed snake demons. But in such a battle, Song-Chi's own combat experience was also improving. The 8-armed snake demon itself has a strong fighting talent. Every close combat can make Song-Chi learn a lot. The 7th level was 2 third-level 8-armed snake demons that comprehended the power of the law, which took more than 4 hours. The 8th level was 3, which took nearly 5 hours. In this way, time passed slowly, and 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. Even though Song-Chi didn't care about the speed of passing the levels, with the accumulation of time, he had already cleared 50 levels. After the 10th level, there was no 4th level 8-armed snake demon, but a 3rd level 8-armed snake demon with a deeper understanding of the law of Earth. Until the 46th level, the 3rd level 8-armed snake demon with a 1% understanding of the law of Earth appeared. The 50th level of the trial. Looking at the 5 third level 8-armed snake demons that fell one after another, Song-Chi's eyes flickered. 5 heads of the 3rd level 8-armed snake demon whose understanding of the law of Earth has reached 1%. This is really a big deal. You have to know that this is only a 3rd level 8-armed snake demon. The 3rd level has raised the understanding of the law to more than 1%. In the human civilization of his own Shinhua, it can definitely be ranked in the top 5% of all cruiser captains. Being able to take out this level of 8-armed snake demon as a test object, he can already imagine how powerful the Big Dipper Hall behind it is. But although he was impressed, it was not too exaggerated. After all, this 8-armed snake demon has a genetic bloodline value of more than 81 points. Is itself a favorite of the law of Earth. Among the 8-armed snake demons, there are still many who can comprehend the law of Earth to this extent at the 3rd level. It is not as rare as the human civilization. I wonder what the 51st level will be. Still the 3rd level 8-armed snake demon? Or the 4th level? With doubts, Song-Chi began to challenge the 51st level. As the figure of an 8-armed snake demon with a height of more than 3,000 meters appeared, Song-Chi already understood. This 4th level 8-armed snake demon, which was the kind that had not comprehended the law at the 3rd level, so after the 4th level law amplitude period, its comprehension of the law of Earth only remained at 9%, and it had not yet entered the realm of minor success. Although it was much higher than Song-Chi's current 0.48%, it was still within the control range. But at this time, Song-Chi was a little entangled. He wanted to continue the previous combat plan, but he was also a little worried that the hull of the sky would be too damaged. After all, this was a 4th level 8-armed snake demon. The 9% comprehension of the law of Earth was not just talk. In a long-range tug-of-war, Song Chi had absolute confidence that he could slowly wear down the opponent, but in a close-range battle, the damage to the hull of the sky was inevitable. If it was temporarily imprisoned by its petrified eyes, it was possible that it would be severely damaged by one blow. Thinking of this, he gave up the idea. Even with the last blessing component, the risk was not small. The key was that there would be more and more fourth-order 8-armed snake demons in the future, which would pose a greater threat to the sky. The actual combat plan was only to improve his combat experience, and it was not to put the sky in danger. Of course, there was another key reason. In the past 2 months, his actual combat experience had been greatly improved, which was enough for him to absorb and digest for a long time. In comparison, it was time to go all out for this trial mission. Having made the decision, Song Chi stopped wasting time. The engines and thrusters of the sky were working at the same time, pushing the warship to quickly distance itself from the fourth-order 8-armed snake demon holding a giant stone halberd in front of it. At the same time, the 3 main firepower components, pure yang sword-like cannon, soul-destroying pupil-like cannon, and external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher, fired one after another, using the strongest attack method to confront the fourth-order 8-armed snake demon. In the distant star field, inside the Yogwang Star Tower, there are now more than 20 illusory humanoid projections gathered here. Compared to the confidence 2 months ago, the virtual figures in the Star Tower have changed their attitudes. Each challenge takes at least several hours. They still don't know that this new challenger is using the gaps between challenges to improve his shortcomings. What do you think? Do you think this person has a chance of success? The chance is very high. Our Yogwang Star Tower should be able to welcome the 32nd member soon. Agree. After a discussion, most of the virtual figures think that this challenger can succeed. As for the reason, it is actually very simple. Because when you reach level 51 or above, you are only one step away from successfully completing the challenge. The trial mission of the Yogwang Star Tower has always been that the first 50 levels are 8-armed snake demons of the same level. Starting from level 51, it is a higher level of 8-armed snake demons. As long as you can pass this first level, there is a certain probability that the Star Tower will intelligently determine that the trial has been passed. Of course, if you can pass more levels, the probability of passing the trial will be greater, and the more Star Tower Mall points rewards you will get. In the silent starry sky, the Xinhua warship and the 8-armed snake demon continue to chase each other, relying on its own considerable vitality. After being bombarded head-on by multiple firepower components of the sky, this ordinary 4th-level 8-armed snake demon was not seriously injured. But it was not far away. After a while, when the 2 special cobalt bombs loaded by the Void Shadow killing clan soldiers with great difficulty during the warship's speed were fired again, the rock armor condensed by the law of Earth on the body of this 4th-level 8-armed snake demon was completely shattered, and the huge wound on its chest was further cracked. Soon, it completely lost its ability to resist. However, just as Song Chi was about to kill it, the figure of the 4th-level 8-armed snake demon suddenly disappeared. And then Song Chi heard the prompt that he had passed the 51st level. Congratulations on successfully passing the 51st level. Would you like to continue the challenge? Song Chi thought about it and asked tentatively, will there be rewards if I continue the challenge? This was originally just a tentative question, but he didn't expect to get a reply. Of course, the more levels you challenge, the higher the subsequent rewards will be. After getting this reply, Song Chi naturally stopped thinking about it and resolutely started the challenge of the next level. In the 52nd level, the targets were 2 4th-level 8-armed snake demons with 9% understanding of the law of Earth. Song Chi still used the kite tactic to pass this level, but compared to the 51st level, this time was obviously much more difficult. Not only was there an additional 8-armed snake demon, but the quiet starry sky also limited the combat range, which greatly limited the space for the movement of the sky. In the 53rd level, the space for movement was further reduced. This time, Song Chi successfully killed 3 4th-level 8-armed snake demons at the cost of 34% damage to the sky's hull. Level 54, the activity space did not change this time, but there was another level 4 8-armed snake demon, reaching 4, and the hull of the sky, which had just been restored by the last blessing parts, was seriously damaged again. The hull armor was damaged by more than 60%, and the hull was damaged by 42%. In the main control room of the sky, Song Chi exhaled lightly. This battle had already made him feel a lot of pressure, especially the petrified eyes of several 8-armed snake demons, which made the warship fall into a state of stiffness, which really made him unable to defend himself. Although there is the behemoth heart, the duration of the behemoth tyrant body feature is only 1 minute. Can he kill all 4 8-armed snake demons in such a short time? Once the duration of the behemoth tyrant body is over, the sky will still be affected by the eye of petrification, so the battleship will suffer serious damage along the way. Congratulations on successfully passing level 54. Continuing the challenge may cause the ship to sink. Do you want to continue the trial? Continue. Song Chi's answer was firm. The several trump cards on the battleship have not been used yet. How could he stop like this? At level 55. The challenge object of the trial was a little different. It did not increase to 5 4th level 8-armed snake demons, but was reduced to 2. However, Song Chi soon understood the reason. These 2 4th level 8-armed snake demons had both entered the realm of the law of Earth. And they were not just 10% beginners. Their understanding of the law of Earth was at least 15%. After confirming this, Song Chi did not hold back. He opened the battleship door and sent the flame giant out. With the flame giant's move, the 2 8-armed snake demons were easily solved. It can be said that this 55th level was the fastest and easiest level for Song Chi to pass. Perhaps it was aware of the existence of the bug-like slave creature, the flame giant, that the trial space quickly made adjustments. Although the 56th level was still a 4th level 8-armed snake demon, it was not a simple 8-armed snake demon. Is this a sky serpent battleship? Looking at the 3 giant battleships shaped like triangular snake heads on the opposite side, Song Chi immediately thought of the 4-word sky serpent battleship as a unique battleship of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. The sky serpent battleship has an extreme speed, and it has the sky serpent blessing effect. When attacked, it can actively activate the ancient sky serpent shadow guardian ability. With the appearance of the 3 sky serpent warships, the flamely giant instantly lost its combat advantage. In front of the extreme speed of the sky serpent warships, the bulky flamely giant could only be a large meat target. The key point is that with the appearance of the 3 sky serpent warships, the scope of the trial space was actually unrestricted again, and it became an environment that was extremely suitable for starship combat. Based on this, Song Chi would naturally not force the flamely giant to go out to fight. Soon, the battle between the 3 sky serpent warships and the Xinhua warship officially kicked off. Boom boom boom. In the back, the triangular snake-headed sky serpent battleship fired the sky serpent main gun at the front of the battleship one after another. In this case, the Sky of Heaven, which was speeding ahead, naturally could not avoid all the attacks. Energy ripples continued to be transmitted from the 5 elements Shotion energy shield, and the shield value was constantly decreasing. Fortunately, this sky serpent battleship was not known for its strong firepower, and the Fairyland 5 elements Shotion energy shield parts were strong enough, so the Sky of Heaven would not be in too much danger in the short term. Boom! In the back, another sky serpent battleship fired the sky serpent cannon once, and the pale light beam rushed straight to the stern of the Sky of Heaven in front. However, just when the beam was about to hit the sky, the speeding sky deflected at a very small angle, narrowly avoiding the pale beam and avoiding this powerful attack. In the Sky's main control room, with the coordinated control of the Sky's intelligent brain, Song Chi felt that his control over the warship under his feet had increased by several levels. Not only could he easily dodge many attacks that he could not avoid in the past, but all the main and secondary guns on the warship could also accurately counterattack to the rear while speeding, greatly interfering with the pursuit of the 3 sky serpent warships. But at this moment, the speed of the warship suddenly slowed down. Attacked by the petrifying main gun of the sky serpent warship, the speed of this ship has been reduced by 30%. Before the prompt sound of the Sky Intelligence brain was finished, there was another tremor at the stern of the sky, and the petrifying main gun of the 2nd Sky Serpent warship also hit the sky. With the superposition of the 2, the speed of the warship dropped again. This is not over yet. The 3rd petrifying beam soon shot in. The speed of the warship has dropped significantly. It is recommended to use the Pajuo Zen meditation seal to immediately cool down the behemoth tyrant body feature, as the speed of the sky was greatly reduced. The 3 sky serpent warships chasing behind quickly approached. Looking at the nearly half-petrified hull of the skyship inside the energy shield, the 3 sky serpent warships fired a round of sky serpent main guns one after another, and then they began to quickly approach the skyship. The sky serpent warships, which had weak firepower, obviously could not quickly deal with the skyship. They could only approach the skyship and let the 3 4th level 8-armed snake demons attack them at close range. With the help of the minor success of the Law of Earth and the high-level rare stone halberd in their hands, they could cause fatal damage to the hull of the skyship. But just as the 3 sky serpent warships approached, the skyship, which had been waiting for a long time, also responded. Crack, crack, crack. Multiple alloy chains rushed out from the ship and rushed towards the 3 sky serpent warships. The purple quality god-binding chain fake parts alone, naturally, could not bind the 3 4-tier sky serpent warships for long, but Song-Chi wanted this moment. At the moment when the alloy chains bound the 3 sky serpent warships, he directly activated the neutron star fission, property of the neutron star core armor. Chapter 350. The trial is over. Sizzle, hiss, the extreme heat was burning everything around. And the moment the god-binding chain fake was ejected, they realized something was wrong. Several 8-armed snake demons activated the battleship's Heavenly Serpent Blessing feature almost at the same time. The ancient Heavenly Serpent Phantom completely enveloped the 3 Heavenly Serpent battleships, while roaring. It tried its best to resist the terrifying temperature of tens of millions of degrees emitted by the micro-neutron star. Even so, this was a temperature of tens of millions of degrees released almost face to face, which could be said to have the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. How could 3 phantoms that had been there for who knows how long and contained only a trace of the Heavenly Serpent's true spirit resist it? Under the extreme heat, the 3 Heavenly Serpent Phantoms were burned into nothingness. Without the protection of the Heavenly Serpent Phantoms, the surface hulls of the 3 Heavenly Serpent battleships began to melt rapidly. When the extremely high temperature emitted by the micro-neutron star dissipated, the hulls of the 3 Sky Serpent warships were all melted with large gaps. Taking this opportunity, Song-Chi summoned the Flame Giant as soon as possible. The high temperature of more than 10 million degrees had just dissipated, and the surrounding starry sky was still like a huge furnace. If it were replaced by other creatures, it would certainly be difficult to bear. However, the Flame Giant was different. It was originally a fire creature, and it controlled the law of fire that was close to perfection. In this environment, its combat power would only be further increased. Unfortunately, the Flame Giant did not make a move, and the 3 Sky Serpent warships disappeared along with the 3 senior 4th level 8-armed snake demons inside the warships. Song-Chi actually had a guess in his heart about this. Obviously, even the all-powerful Big Dipper Palace treasured these 4th level 8-armed snake demons very much, and would not let the trial challenger kill them easily. The 57th level. The trial corresponds to 4 Sky Serpent warships. Song-Chi did not take the initiative to fight this time, but mainly used the escape orb, Phantom Thruster as Phantom Trace, and Tai Soul Suppressing Monument as Soul Suppressing Seal, and other characteristics to carry out guerrilla warfare. As for the purpose, it was naturally to wait for the recooling of the characteristics, such as Behemoth Tyrant Body, and Neutron Star Fission. As for the Zen Seal internal speed characteristic of Pajuo Zen Seal, Song-Chi was not in a hurry to use it. After all, the cooling time of this characteristic is 10 days. Once used, it would be difficult to wait until the next cooling is completed. In Song-Chi's repetitive kite and guerrilla warfare, relying on the recovery ability of the neutron star core armor of the sky, as well as the last blessing and healing fruit and other parts, the sky has successively polished through the 57th, 58th, and 59th floors. By the 60th floor, the challenge units on this floor had reached 7 senior tier 4 Serpentine warships. Facing such a large number of Serpentine warships, it was difficult for the sky to conduct kite and guerrilla warfare. You should know that even on the 59th floor before, facing the joint siege of 6 Serpentine warships, he had already used the last blessing feature of the last blessing component that had just cooled down. Considering this, Song-Chi gave up the idea of delaying time. The next second, he looked at the Pajuo Zen Seal component on the side. As the only golden sanctuary component on the sky, this component has always been Song-Chi's biggest trump card. And now, it's time to use this trump card. Pajuo Time Realm. Open! Song-Chi muttered subconsciously. Then the 7 Sky Serpent warships that were speeding behind all slowed down by nearly 10 times. Even the beam artillery fired by the warships did the same. In the eyes of ordinary people, this degree of slowing down may not have any intuitive effect at all. After all, these Sky Serpent warships were cruising at the speed of light before. Even if they slowed down 10 times, it was still a speed that was difficult for them to capture with the naked eye. But it was different for Song-Chi in the eyes of the sky. The slowed down Sky Serpent warships had too many fatal flaws. just like the movement of the sky at the moment. In the eyes of the other party, it was as fast as teleportation. Every time it flew close to a sky serpent warship, the Yanli giant would rush out with the Yenshin sword in his hand. With the blessing of the nearly perfected law of fire, he could easily deal with these sky serpent warships, even if they activated the sky serpent shadow guard. In this way, during the 15-minute duration of the Pajua time realm, 7 sky serpent warships were severely damaged in this way. Of course, after knowing some information about this trial, he did not kill them, but only severely damaged them. When the Pajua time realm was completely over, a reminder sound came from my ear. Congratulations on successfully passing the 60th level. The subsequent challenges will be extremely risky. Do you want to continue the challenge? Song Chi was silent. His eyes flickered, and he did not reply immediately. At present, most of the trump cards on the sky have been used. If he continues to challenge, the chance of passing the level is not high. What bothered him was that through the challenges of dozens of levels before, it was not difficult to see that the trial task of this Big Dipper Hall was one big level for every 5 small levels. At present, he had just 60 levels, which could only be regarded as 12 big levels. If he could pass another small level, he could rush into the 13th level. If so, the subsequent rewards would definitely increase a lot. After struggling for a while, until the reminder sounded again, Song Chi gritted his teeth and said, "Continue." At the same time, inside the Yogwang Star Tower, looking at the starlight projection in front of him, more than 20 human-shaped phantoms gathered here were speechless for a moment, and the entire Yogwang Star Tower was silent. After a long time, a figure spoke, after by May. "Is my Yogwang Star Tower going to have another member who can fight across 2 levels? It's difficult. Among the more than 20 of us, at least half of them have challenged the 61st level, and only by May succeeded. It's already entered the 61st level. I don't know how long it can last." In the dark starry sky, the sky is quietly hovering. In the battleship's main control room, Song Chi stared at the front. Since he knew that level 61 was a brand new level, he knew that the challenger in this level would be very different from that in level 60. Suddenly, Song Chi's eyes trembled, and his fists clenched subconsciously. 10,000 meters ahead, a brand new sky serpent battleship slowly emerged. Looking at its size, that far exceeded the previous 4-tier sky serpent battleship, Song Chi muttered, "A 5th-tier sky serpent battleship plus a 5th-tier 8-armed snake demon." He thought that the 8-armed snake demon in level 61 would be very terrifying, but he never expected that it would be a 5th-tier level. The 8-armed snake demon is the darling of the Sea of Stars. Although the one in front of him is most likely the first to enter the 5th level, it can still compete with other 5th-level Sea of Stars at a senior level. Song Chi reacted quickly. After a brief moment of doubt, he immediately activated the light energy aggregation engine and phantom thruster with all his strength. Remember, it is to directly activate the 2 characteristics of light energy aggregation and phantom tracking of the 2, so that the 2 components can enter a state of high overload operation at the first time, instead of simply activating them. After several seconds of charging the thrusters, the speed of the sky soared to the extreme. The 690% thrust bonus of the light energy aggregation characteristics, plus the 2000% speed bonus of the phantom thruster within 15 seconds, directly made the speed of the sky reach dozens of times the speed of light. At the same time, 10 phantoms of warships that were exactly the same as the sky followed along, trying to confuse the 5th-tier sky serpent warship behind. Under such a high-speed cruise, even if the one behind was a 5th-tier sky serpent warship, and it was also famous for its speed, it was still far behind the sky. But the good times didn't last long. The sky had a special acceleration method, and the 5th-level sky serpent battleship also had one, although it didn't have the terrifying explosive power of the phantom thruster. As the 15th duration of the phantom tracking passed, the speed of the sky was far behind that of the sky with only the 690% thrust bonus of the light energy aggregation feature. Half a minute later, even if Song Chi didn't want to, the sky had to be caught up by the 5th-level sky serpent battleship. The terrifying 5th-level pressure swept over like a tidal wave, and instantly enveloped the sky, even with the Fairyland 5 elements energy shield and neutron star core armor blocking him. Song Chi still felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Under this unspeakable pressure, he heard bursts of explosions all over his body. If I guessed correctly, this was a sign that his bones were overloaded. This was not over yet. When the speed of the sky dropped to the limit, A beam of petrification light shot out from the bow of the 5th level Sky Serpent warship in the sky. Compared with the 4th level petrification light beam before, this 5th level petrification light beam was much more terrifying. With just one strike, Song-Chi felt that the sky was almost completely stagnant. If he could see the outer hull of the sky at this moment, he would find that the entire surface of the warship, including the neutron star core armor, was covered with a layer of limestone, which was a sign of petrification. At the same time, the door of the 5th level Sky Serpent warship in the sky opened, and the 5th level 8-armed snake demon stretched out its red and black giant arm with knotted muscles holding a red rock spear. The middle level Earth Law flowed on the tip of the red rock spear, and the next second the red and black giant arm suddenly pressed down. The 5th order super physique, plus the intermediate Earth Law, the terrifying power of the red rock spear that fell from the sky, is already difficult to describe in words. The star sea is howling, and the space is shattering. In the sky, Song-Chi's face turned pale. He was already shrouded by the 5th order pressure, and now he is facing this fatal blow. You can imagine how amazing the pressure he is under at this moment. But at this moment, the fear in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and a ray of light flowed in his eyes. Finally, he focused his attention on a component. Sky Intelligent Brain System. Tianqing Sky Intelligent Control System. Activate. As this command was issued, Sky Intelligent Brain System began to flash with extreme silver light. The next second, the control of the sky was completely taken over by the Sky Intelligent Brain. At the same time, this silver high-level intelligent brain also increased its computing speed to the limit. Under its extreme computing, all the components currently available on the sky were fully combined. In just a moment, the Sky Intelligent Brain had determined the most perfect response plan. Heart of Behemoth. Mirage Dragon Pearl. Escape Pearl. Pajuo Zen Seal Time Stop Neutron Star Core Armor. Pajuo Zen Seal Speed Neutron Star Core Armor. In the blink of an eye, several parts were activated in succession, and the result was a series of changes in the outside world. From the outside, the surface of the skyship suddenly glowed red, the behemoth tyrant body characteristic allowed it to break free from the confinement of the petrified state. Following this, another level 6 live spiritual pressure emanated from the battleship, which was the Mirage Dragon spiritual pressure. Characteristic of the Mirage Dragon Pearl. This sudden 6th order pressure startled the 5th order 8-armed snake demon in the 5th order Sky Serpent warship in the sky. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary daze, the sky used the escape orb to evade the 5th order Sky Serpent warship in the sky. At the same time, the Zen Seal external time stop of the Pajuo Zen Seal was activated, causing the 5th order 8-armed snake demon, who had just returned to the sky, to fall into a state of time stagnation again. At this time, the neutron star fission feature of the neutron star core armor that had already cooled down was also activated. The high temperature that came close to the face caused the surface of the 5th order Sky Serpent warship to begin to melt rapidly. However, it was a 5th order warship after all, and it was protected by the Sky Serpent. The instantaneous high temperature of tens of millions of degrees was obviously not enough to cause devastating damage to it. Therefore, the other feature of Posha Zen Seal Inner Speed, was also activated, allowing the neutron star fission feature to cool down instantly, and then activated again, and the sky once again transformed into a miniature neutron star. In this way, with a double goal, the 5th level Sky Serpent battleship was finally melted by half. But in fact, until now, this battle has not ended. Although the 5th level Sky Serpent battleship has lost its combat capability, the 5th level 8-armed snake demon inside it still retains the 5th level combat power. However, the trial space seemed to know that, after all, the sky also had a 5th level combat power, the Flame Giant, which was stronger than the 5th level 8-armed snake demon. So the subsequent result was that the trial space took the initiative to end this challenge, which also announced that Song-Chi had successfully passed the 61st level. Huh? In the sky, Song-Chi's panting was clearly audible. The previous battle was thrilling. The sky played all its trump cards. Fortunately, the final result was very good. Chapter 351 Gold Sea. The Golden Sanctuary parts again. The heavy breathing did not subside for a long time. Even though he had passed the level, Song-Chi was still subconsciously recalling everything that had happened before. Now that he thought about it, activating the Tianqing Cheongqian self-control system feature of the Cheongqian Intelligent Brain System part at the first time was indeed the most correct decision. Under the overloaded computing efficiency of the Silver Intelligent Brain, The Cheongtian intelligent brain made full use of the available parts on the Sancheong, and the operation was smooth and the situation was reversed in just a few seconds. But we can't just focus on this point. What we should see more is that the sky used all its trump cards. But in the end, it only destroyed the turtle shell of the 5th level Sky Serpent warship. The 5th level 8-armed snake demon inside did not suffer any substantial damage. If it weren't for the flame giant, a slave creature of the same level, it would be hard to say what the subsequent results would be. So after reviewing the whole game, Song Chi finally came to the only conclusion that this way of dealing with the enemy can only be used as a last resort in the future, and must not be used lightly. For the 5th level biological units, we still have to be cautious, and we must not underestimate them. While reviewing the situation in his heart, a slight repulsive force suddenly descended. When Song Chi looked outside the warship again, he found that in this trance, the sky had appeared in a majestic hall. Looking up through the holographic projection on the outside of the ship, he saw an ancient star emitting infinite starlight hanging high above the hull. It was obviously not too far away from the sky, but in Song Chi's vision, it felt as if it was separated by endless time and space. This ancient star emitting brilliant starlight seemed to be hanging in a distant galaxy, illuminating the boundless sea of stars with its own brilliant starlight, and suppressing the demons and monsters in the depths of the dark starry sky. Yogwang Star. Subconsciously, Song Chi uttered these 3 words. Although he had never seen the appearance of the Yogwang Star in the Big Dipper, his intuition told him that the ancient star in the sky was the Yogwang Star that was legendary in his past and present lives. As if sensing his call, the ancient star hanging high above the hull trembled slightly, and then Song Chi's eyes began to gather starlight, and finally a starlight projection screen appeared in front of him. On the starlight projection screen, the characters of Xinhua were listed line by line, recording the final trial results and rewards before him. Yogwang Star Order Challenger number 32, your final clearance number is 61. According to the Yogwang Star Tower, your trial evaluation is 86. You can get 860% of the Star Tower Mall points reward, plus double Yogwang Chaos Monument Enlightenment opportunities, and extra double Star Tower points for clearing 2 levels. Yogwang Star Order Challenger number 32, your current Star Order account balance is as follows. Law Monument Enlightenment opportunities 6/3/2, Star Tower points 21672, small level rewards 610 plus large level rewards 650 times 8 60% times 2. Seeing this, Song Chi raised his eyebrows. Mall points? He originally thought that the final challenge reward would be a ready-made Star Sea Wonder or a high-level floating land origin, but he didn't expect it to be Star Tower Mall points and the opportunity to comprehend the Yogwang Chaos Monument. In doubt, he tried to speak. Excuse me, what are the Star Tower Mall points and the Yogwang Chaos Monument, and what are they used for? In response to his question, a line of text appeared on the virtual starlight screen in front of him again. Star Tower Mall points are the universal currency of the Yogwang Star Tower official mall, and can be used to purchase goods in the Yogwang Star Tower Mall. The Yogwang Chaos Monument is a monument of laws, secrets, etc. passed down by the successive Star Masters of the Yogwang Star Tower, which contains the Great Way and understanding of the laws of the origin of the Star Sea. After reading this reply message, Song Chi's eyes sparkled. I have another question. I wonder what the Big Dipper Hall and Yogwang Star Tower are. He was about to ask the next question, but before he could finish, a repulsive force had already acted on him. Dragon Ridge Continent. The sky above Qinghua Lake. What is this? It sent me back directly? In doubt, he quickly looked at the silver token in his hand, and then his heart was relieved. Strange item. Big Dipper Hall Yogwang Order number 32. Quality, silver. Transformable, none. Remarks, mysterious entrance token of Big Dipper Hall Yogwang Star Tower. After activation, you can temporarily enter the Big Dipper Hall Yogwang Star Tower. The Yogwang Star Tower covers the rules of the highest order, and those who enter can be guaranteed absolute safety. The previous Yogwang Star Order has been transformed into Yogwang Order number 32 without knowing it, and the inability to activate it actively, and the 10-year time limit have all been lifted. Obviously, the token was just a challenge order before, and after he successfully passed the level, it was transformed into the entrance token of the Big Dipper Hall. However, judging from its notes, the Big Dipper Hall seems to be divided into multiple star towers, and he is only a member token of the Yogwang Star Tower, and can only enter the Yogwang Star Tower after activation. Thinking about it, Song Chi did not hesitate, and pasted the token on his forehead again. Just kidding. After more than 2 months of hard work, the Songcheon has revealed all its trump cards, and it will take more than a year to recover to its peak state. After paying so much, it is natural to get the reward first. When the breath of the seed of fire swept over, the silver light of the token in his hand became brighter. In the unknown starry sky, on the ancient starry sky wall, in the hall of the Yogwang Star Tower, more than 20 illusory figures were standing quietly. Their sights all glanced at the landing platform on the side, waiting for a certain figure to appear. Even though more than 10 minutes had passed, everyone's hearts were still not calm. The fire worship integrates all kinds of strange and bizarre star-sea objects. It is indeed common to fight against opponents of higher levels, but fighting against opponents of higher levels does not mean killing opponents of higher levels, not to mention that this is a cross-level, and the opponent is the 8-armed snake demon, whose combat power is extremely good. Therefore, everyone was quite curious about the new member of Star Tower number 32. At this time, all the figures gathered their eyes, and space fluctuations were heard from the login platform, and a brand new humanoid projection soon appeared. Without time to look around, Song Chi looked down at his body, which was condensed by illusory light, and had no entity, and felt a little uncomfortable after all. This was his first time to experience this projection method in person. When he turned around, he turned his eyes to the surroundings. When he saw the more than 20 figures in the hall in front of him looking at him, he was not too surprised. After all, the star order in his hand clearly indicated that he was number 32. It was not difficult to infer that there were already dozens of members in the Yogwang Star Tower before him. As he walked down the star platform, the illusory projections in the main hall of the Star Tower began to greet him. Number 32. Welcome to join our Yogwang Star Tower family. I am number 22 Red Fox. Welcome. Number 19 Jiaong. Following a series of introductions, Song Chi nodded in response. In this initial communication, he learned that the Yogwang Star Tower currently has a total of 30 people, including him. Among them, number 5 and number 14 had died hundreds and thousands of years ago, respectively. But their star orders have not yet been reactivated. At the same time, all members of the Star Tower will basically take a code name. Of course, they can also use their real names, which is quite casual. Song Chi thought about it, and then he randomly gave himself a word that left a deep impression in his previous life. Hello, seniors. I am Jingjia. Please give me more guidance in the future. In the hall, more than 20 figures nodded. Although Jingjia didn't talk much, he was much better than Bai Mei. He was really cold. Song Chi chatted with everyone for a while, and then asked, "Where is the Star Tower Mall?" No one was surprised by this question. When they just passed the Star Tower trial, they were all looking for the Star Tower Mall in a hurry, wanting to see what good things were behind this mysterious Yogwang Star Tower. Finally, Song Chi came to a corner on the inner side of the Star Tower Hall under the guidance of everyone, where there was a mall window. After thanking him, Song Chi immediately focused his attention on the mall window. The layout of the Xingtao Mall is very similar to that of the Xinhua Mall in the ordinary Xinhua land. A large number of goods are arranged neatly from top to bottom. Song Chi scanned all the way, and a large number of goods passed by his eyes. Red energy shield, orange top grade upgraded fire source, 6th level 8-armed snake demon origin double pupils, silver shipborne engine, silver wonder weapon, starry sky plants world tree 5th level fruit. For a moment, he felt a little dazzled, because there were too many goods, and each one was very valuable. In a short time, Song Chi has seen many things that made him very jealous. For example, a silver quality shipborne main gun, Spear of Annihilation LB0 quality, silver features, Spear of Punishment features 2, real armor breaking features 3, double combo features 4, attack power increased by 110%. Points required for exchange, 3,500 in addition. There is also a gold quality energy shield, Yin Yang Hedging Annihilation Shield LB0 quality, gold features, Yin Yang Damage Reduction features 2, real shield features 3, energy shield value increased by 140% features 4, shield protection value increased by 140% features 5, Yin Yang Mutual Generation. Points required for exchange, 30,000 apart from anything else. Song Chi was absolutely envious of the Yin Yang Hedging Annihilation Shield component, compared with the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotian Energy Shield component. The properties of this gold energy shield are obviously more powerful. Its Liang-E damage reduction feature does not have the 5 elements energy restriction of the 5 elements rotation mutual growth and mutual restraint feature, and has a damage reduction effect on most energy attacks. Secondly, the yin-yang mutual growth feature allows the energy shield to restore the shield value by itself. Although it has some overlap with the effect of the neutron star corpus feature, it can also increase the shield value recovery speed. However, unfortunately, even if the results of the previous challenge were excellent enough, he still did not have enough points in his star order account. The points of more than 20,000 were only enough to exchange for ordinary golden holy domain artifacts. He still needed a lot to exchange for this top-grade energy shield. While sighing, his eyes continued to move downwards, and soon caught sight of an even more exquisite golden component, and it was the golden engine that the skyship had been in urgent need of. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine LV0. Quality, Gold. Features. Energy supply efficiency is increased by an additional 135%. Feature 2. Engine thrust is increased by an additional 135%. Feature 3. High overload burst. Feature 4. All loading parts of the warship with a quality lower than or equal to this part, energy consumption is reduced by 10%. Feature 5. Antimatter Source Evolution. Consumption. 50/S psionic points energy supply, 940/S psionic points buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Psionic pool. 40,000 can store 40,000 psionic points required for upgrade. 40 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 4,000 psionic points high overload burst. Consumes 80,000 psionic points. The engine immediately enters a high overload operation state. Energy supply efficiency increased by 300%. Thrust increased by 300%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Buffer time 240 hours. Antimatter Source Evolution. This engine can swallow high-purity antimatter sources to slowly evolve. When the swallowed antimatter source reaches a certain amount, the quality of this engine will be upgraded to above gold note. After evolving to the limit, this feature will be able to be transformed into a new feature autonomously. Points required for exchange, 45,000. Let's not talk about the first, second and third characteristics, which are the necessary characteristics of engine components. Song-Chi values the fourth and fifth. The fourth characteristic is to reduce the energy consumption of all components on the battleship. Although it is only 10% at present, when it is strengthened to the limit, it will definitely greatly reduce the overall energy consumption of the battleship. For a Shinhua battleship, this effect is extremely terrifying. You have to know that when it comes to the level of dreadnoughts and star destroyers, the number of components loaded on each Shinhua battleship starts from 3 digits. With so many components, it is a severe test for the energy supply components of the battleship. This feature, however, means that no matter how many parts the warship is loaded with in the future, it will be effective for all gold and below parts. If it can be successfully evolved in the future, it will also be effective for parts above the Golden Sanctuary. In addition, the fifth feature, Antimatter Source Evolution, is the strongest feature of this golden engine. An evolutionary feature, which means that this engine component has great potential and may evolve to a higher quality in the future. As for the antimatter source, Song-Chi knew that it must be extremely rare. Otherwise this component would have been exchanged by other members of Yagwang Star Tower long ago. But he is different. With the Zutian market, his chance of collecting antimatter sources in the future is far greater than that of other Shinhua captains. But what made Song-Chi even more worried was that the price of this component was as high as 45,000 Star Tower points. And the balance in his star order was far from enough. Thinking of this, he subconsciously asked, I wonder if there are other ways to get Star Tower points besides the trial challenge? Hearing his question, a member next to him replied, there are many ways to get Star Tower points, such as hunting members of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. But this method is difficult to get a lot of points in a short time, because the 8-armed snake demons below the 4th level do not count points. In addition, you can also actively exchange various unique resources, mid and high-level Star Sea wonders and other items, and the Star Tower intelligence will evaluate the value by itself. Chapter 352 Final Exchange Choice. You can use various resources to exchange points? Hearing this, Song-Chi's first reaction was joy, because he remembered the 3-eyed divine light cannon in his hand, which was also of golden holy domain quality. This Star Destroyer has been in his hands for more than 10 years. It can only be installed when the sky is at level 7, and it will take at least 1,000 years before it can be used. For this, Song-Chi had already thought of trading it out. Originally, He planned to use the Mirage Dragon 1 Wapearl parts and the Zution market and quietly go to the Yaoan Kingdom to sell it. However, only the dominant Star Destroyer captains of the Yaoan Kingdom would buy parts of this quality. Facing such a level, even with the Zution market and slavery metal, Song Chi still did not dare to guarantee that he could sell it absolutely safely. So he did not dare to take action. But now it is different. With the Big Dipper Hall and Yogwang Star Tower, he does not think that he will suffer any accidents because of a Golden Holy Domain part. After all, in the Yogwang Star Tower Mall alone, he has seen no less than 5 Golden Holy Domain parts. In addition, he also clearly remembered that the entire Big Dipper Hall was covered by the rules of the highest order. As one of the 7 towers of the Big Dipper Hall, the Yogwang Star Tower could guarantee absolute safety for all members who entered it, and no one could attack from inside. However, he still had some doubts, and then humbly asked the seniors of the Star Tower beside him again, "Don't we all enter the Star Tower by projection? How can we bring in those strange objects, the origin of the floating land, and special resources from the outside world?" He soon got a reply. "This is very simple. Although we enter through projection, the Shinhua Zuchio is still connected to reality. The Star Sea Wonders and the floating land origin can be brought into the Star Tower through the Shinhua Zuchio. As for other special resources, they can be brought in through the real body login once a month." Speaking of real body login, the old people of the Star Tower beside him explained further. Real body login, as the name suggests, is to enter the Star Tower with the real body through the Star Order. But you can only log in with your real body once a month, and each time can only last for 24 hours. But this can be accumulated. For example, if you don't log in with your real body this month, you can log in twice next month, and you can stay in the Star Tower for 48 hours cumulatively, up to 10 times. After hearing this, Song Chi suddenly realized and finally understood it thoroughly. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, he quickly returned to the login platform and quickly disappeared into the Star Tower. After a while, Song Chi logged in again, and then walked quickly towards the Star Tower Mall. Seeing him like this, the eyes of the Star Tower elders flashed. Could it be? Then, they saw Song Chi standing in front of the Star Tower Mall with a flash of light between his eyebrows. And the next second, a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire Star Tower Hall. Golden Holy Land artifact. It seems to be a Golden Holy Land component. Suddenly, many old people in Yogwang Star Tower were slightly shocked. It's not that they are ignorant, as the Shinhua captains who can successfully pass the Yogwang Star Tower trial. Which one of them is not a person with amazing combat power? It can be said that all the members of Yogwang Star Tower, and even the 7 tower members of the entire Big Dipper 7 Stars Hall, either have amazing backgrounds, or they are the kind of geniuses who have great adventures and have extremely strong talents. Take the current 30 members of Yogwang Star Tower for example. Not to mention that every ship has Golden Holy Domain components, but at least more than 70% of them do. And the others also have multiple silver legendary components as trump cards. Therefore, the elders of Yogwang Star Tower were not surprised by the Golden Holy Domain components themselves, but the fact that Song Chi is only at the 3rd level now. You should know that among the other members of the Star Tower present, the weakest ones are all senior Zulu captains, and there is even a lack of 5th level battleship captains and fearless captains. It seems that the real identity of Jingjia is not low, but I don't know which power he is descended from. An immortal power among the 4 superpowers? Or is he from the top family of the kingdom? But it is also possible that he discovered the remains of advanced Star Sea civilization during the exploration of alien star domains. Just as everyone was guessing, Song Chi had already put the 3-eyed Divine Light Cannon on the Star Tower Mall. How many Star Tower points can this Golden Star Destroyer cannon be exchanged for? After asking, although there was no change in his expression on his illusory face, he was actually very nervous inside. After all, this was related to whether he could exchange for the antimatter energy evolution engine component. Yogwang Star Tower starlight flickered in the sky above the hall. Soon, Song Chi saw the starlight projection screen projected by the Star Tower. Golden Star Destroyer Cannon, confirmed to be from the 3-eyed clan civilization among the 10 dominant civilizations. Its attributes are considered to be a small top grade among the same level Star Destroyer cannons, and the purchase price is determined to be 25,000 Star Tower points. Seeing the number 25,000, Song Chi's eyes first showed disappointment. After all, before this, He thought that it would be great if this Golden Star Destroyer cannon could be exchanged for about 30,000 Star Tower points. Now the purchase price is obviously much lower. However, this disappointment did not last long, and soon turned into joy. 30,000 points were originally his personal imagination. Naval gun parts have always been the most common among all shipborne parts. Moreover, the limitations of the Star Destroyer itself are not small. It is already very good to be able to exchange for 25,000 points. Song Chi estimated that if he really went to Yaoan Kingdom to make a move, the final selling price would be equivalent to about 20,000 Star Tower Mall points at most. The key is that with these 25,000 Star Tower points, he has enough to exchange for the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly made a decision. Confirmed to exchange this Golden Star Destroyer for Star Tower Mall points. As soon as he said this, the three-eyed Divine Light Cannon in his hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the Yogwang Star Order on his body also changed. The original balance of 21,672 points now increased directly to 46,672 points. After confirming the change in the balance of points, he turned his sight again and focused on the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine product in the Star Tower Mall. Are you sure you want to spend 45,000 Star Tower points to buy the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine component? Sure. The 46,672 Star Order balance instantly turned into 1,672. Seeing the change in his own Star Order balance, Song Chi's heart twitched slightly. This is equivalent to the points of 2 ordinary Golden Sanctuary components. But he soon came back to his senses. Compared to 2 ordinary Golden Sanctuary components, this Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine component that has evolved to gold quality is obviously more valuable. If it weren't for the difficulty in finding the antimatter source resource, Song Chi estimated that the value of this golden engine would never be less than 60,000 Star Tower Mall points. After getting the golden engine component, Song Chi immediately absorbed it into his Shinhua Zuchu. Although he knew that no one in the Yogwang Star Tower could do it, it was still a matter of caution, since it was a component of a higher quality than the Golden Holy Land. Beside him, many elders in the Star Tower saw that Song Chi had exchanged for the Antimatter Evolution Engine. Many of them had strange looks in their eyes. At this time, the owner of the number 3 Yabwang Star Order, the projection codenamed Corpse Dog, said, "Jingja boy, all the things in our Yogwang Star Tower Mall are recycled at the same price. If you find it difficult to collect the antimatter source in the future, you can exchange this component back to the mall. The Star Tower Intelligence will still recycle it at 45,000 points, and there will be no discount at all." This person was obviously afraid that Song Chi would be confused by the 3 words evolvable, and kindly reminded him that if he felt it was not worth it in the future, he could replace it for free. Moreover, this guy was one of the few fearless captains among the members. Song Chi did not feel any aversion to him calling him boy. He sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for the reminder from Senior Corpse Dog. I know what I am doing. If I feel it is not worth it later, I will replace it as soon as possible and buy a more suitable part." After that, he continued to check other products in the mall. At present, he still had 1,672 points in his hand, which could be exchanged for a few more red parts. If he added some more things, it would not be impossible to buy a silver part. After a few minutes, Song Chi shook his head slowly. The better silver parts would cost at least 3,000 points. His 1,672 points were not enough. As for adding some more things, he only had some high-level floating land origins worth some money. But this was what he needed urgently, so he could not use them to exchange for mall points. Finally, Song Chi chose 2 red quality parts. Black Gold Ram Level 0 quality, red features, additional 80% armor penetration feature 2, double the hull strength of the bow area of the loaded warship feature 3, black gold charge consumption, 25/S psionic points effect, add a freely retractable black gold ram at the bow position. Black Gold Ram toughness plus 600. Armor penetration plus 600. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade required. 20 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 2,000 psionic points, 100 kg black gold charge. When the black gold ram is visible, 5,000 psionic points can be consumed. The warship will immediately charge at 200% speed in the specified direction, ramming the enemy unit at the fastest speed, and the collision damage will be doubled, lasting 5s. And the cooling time is 24 hours. Points required for exchange, 400. With Song Chi's personality, it is obvious that he stays away from close combat with warships. The reason why he chose this RAM component is that it can be used together with the neutron star fission feature, which will produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Just imagine, first tear the enemy's armor, scales, and other defenses with a black gold RAM, then activate the God-binding chain pseudo-part to prevent it from breaking free, and finally transform into a miniature neutron star form. These three parts work together, and will definitely be able to exert super destructive power. In addition to this part, Song-Chi also exchanged a red quality soldier tree part. Fallen Angel Soldiers Tree LV0. Quality, red. Features, dark corrosion. Feature 2, Fallen Angel Soldiers combat power is increased by 80%. Feature 3, the number of Fallen Angel Soldiers is increased by +10. Consumption, 500/unit psionic points effect. Fallen Angel Soldiers summon 20 level LV0 Fallen Angel Soldiers. Soldiers are immortal, can always exist. Once dead, it takes 24 hours to summon again. Required for upgrading, 20 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 2000 psionic points, 20 life pronuclei 0 order dark corrosion. The attack of the Fallen Angel Soldiers contains a strong dark attribute, will cause dark power erosion to the damaged enemy unit, continuously corrode the flesh, energy, bone, etc. inside the enemy unit. Points required for exchange, 500. This puppet soldier component is, of course, to replace the fire sunflower soldier tree component. The white soldier tree component has long been unable to keep up with the pace of the sky, and even has a hard time being qualified as cannon fodder. Now there is a better choice. Song-Chi naturally bought it without any hesitation. Including these two parts, Song-Chi only had 772 points left in the mall. For these points, he exchanged 5,000 titanium crystals plus 100 strands of 5th level floating land essence plus 2 strands of 6th level floating land essence. After that, all his mall points were used up. Unfortunately, even in this Yogwang Star Tower, titanium crystals and high-level floating land essences cannot be exchanged at will. It can only exchange 5,000 titanium crystals and 100 strands of 5th level floating land essences in 10 years. Otherwise, Song-Chi would rather not have the 2 strands of 6th level floating land essences, and would exchange more titanium crystals and 5th level floating land essences. It would obviously take quite some time for the sky to be upgraded to a chasing deer ship, which meant that he would not be able to use the 6th level floating land origin in a short period of time. It would be better to exchange it for the scarce titanium crystal. After using up all the points in the Star Order account, Song-Chi finally suppressed the impetuous mood in his heart. There was no other way. There were so many good things in the Star Tower Mall. If he did not use up all the points in the Star Order account, Song-Chi would always think about these high-level parts that made people greedy. Now that all the points on him were used up, it would be difficult for him to buy these parts for a long time in the future. Without expectations, he would naturally not think about it anymore. Retracting his attention from the Star Tower Mall panel, Song-Chi chatted with the Star Tower seniors while carefully looking at the specific appearance of the Yagwang Star Tower. Previously, he was busy using the Star Tower Mall points, and never took a good look at the Yagwang Star Tower, one of the Big Dipper halls. Now he can take a closer look. Yagwang Star Tower in addition to the main hall on the first floor. According to the elders, there are also the second floor, the third floor, etc. The second floor seems to be where the Yagwang Chaos Monument is. Song-Chi was extremely curious about the Yagwang Chaos Monument. According to the previous introduction of the Star Tower Intelligence, this thing was left by the previous Yagwang Star Lord, and was an ancient thing that contained the great principles of the law. However, Song-Chi did not intend to go directly to the second floor at the moment. After all, he had just completed the trial, and his mental state was not good. According to the Star Tower seniors beside him, each opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Monument was very rare. All those who successfully passed the trial had only 3 chances. If you want to get it in the future, you have to accept the tasks issued by the Yagwang Star Tower. Moreover, ordinary tasks do not reward the opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Monument. Chapter 353 Colorful Mis-Civilized Great Wall. As for what kind of tasks are needed to reward the opportunity to comprehend the Yagwang Chaos Monument, the elders of the Star Tower did not explain in detail. Because the difficulty of each task is different, there is no clear boundary. It depends on the intelligence of the Star Tower, or the Star Master. In addition, the elders of the Star Tower also emphasized that it is best to comprehend the Yagwang Chaos Monument when one's own mental power is stronger, so that the effect will be better. Regarding this, Song-Chi only pondered for a moment before making subsequent arrangements. At present, his mental power has just reached the level of 1 mind and 12 functions, which may have a certain advantage over other cruiser captains. But this is not enough. It just so happens that the Holy Dragon Continent was discovered not long ago. If the indigenous evil gods of the Holy Dragon Continent can be eliminated, and as much evil god blood as possible can be obtained, his own spiritual state and mind will be greatly improved. At that time, it will be the best choice to comprehend this Yogwang Chaos Monument. In addition to the Yogwang Chaos Monument, everyone also introduced the history of the Yogwang Star Tower under Song-Chi's feet. In the 124,000 years of Xinhua, the first generation of Yogwang Star Lord, with the approval of the Big Dipper 7 Stars Hall, established the Yogwang Star Tower at the border of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty. For nearly 200,000 years, the Yogwang Star Tower has always stood at the border of Xinhua human civilization, facing the frontiers of countless alien civilizations in the Star Sea. 105,000 years ago, the Xinhua human river community and the 8-armed snake demon river community officially collided, and the two top advanced civilizations began to confront each other. 102,000 years ago, the 4 super empires of Xinhua jointly laid the Starry Sky Great Wall, one of the defense foundations of civilization. That is to say, since then, Yogwang Star Tower has been standing on the Great Wall of civilization. For 100,000 years, countless 8-armed snake demons have been annihilated by members of Yogwang Star Tower, including a dominant 8-armed snake demon and more than 106th level 8-armed snake demons. This explanation made Song-Chi very surprised. If they could kill a dominant 8-armed snake demon, the power of Yogwang Star Tower could be imagined. In addition, what he was most curious about was the Starry Sky Great Wall, one of the defense foundations of civilization in everyone's mouth. It was able to make the 4 super empires of Xinhua mankind jointly arrange it, and it was qualified to be called one of the ultimate foundations of civilization. What level of wonder is this so-called Starry Sky Great Wall? As if they had guessed what Song-Chi was thinking, the elders of the Star Tower took him to the gate of the Star Hall of Yogwang Star Tower. Soon, following the crowd out of the Star Tower gate, the lingering expectations and curiosity in Song-Chi's eyes suddenly dissipated and turned into deep shock. What appeared in his eyes was a long and boundless great wall of laws, like a starry sea dragon stretching across the boundless sea of stars. This Starry Sky Great Wall, which could not be seen at the end, was full of colorful brilliance. Endless laws of earth were piled on every eternal stone brick of the Great Wall. Even if he just stood on it, Song-Chi felt an instinctive sense of solidity in his heart. Beside him, the fearless Captain Corpse Dog spoke softly. This is one of the lucky objects of our human civilization. It is called the Great Wall of Civilization. It is a colorful mythical object in the Star Sea. Jingja boy, guess how many light years this Great Wall of Civilization spans? Song-Chi's eyes condensed slightly, and his heart beat at an alarming rate. Colorful myth. This is another quality of a strange object he has heard of since the Golden Sanctuary quality, let alone anything else. Just the word myth must be enough to explain its rarity. I just don't know if the quality after the Golden Holy Domain is directly the colorful myth quality, or if there are other levels of rare quality in between. Hearing the question of the corpse dog, Song-Chi's mind turned back after a moment of silence. He tried to say, tens of millions of light years? For this answer, he thought it was exaggerated enough, but the members of the Star Tower beside him all chuckled and shook their heads. Could it be hundreds of millions of light years? The corpse dog did not continue to hold it, and chuckled and shook his head while giving the answer. It is said that the current Great Wall of Civilization has a diameter of 500 million light years, which almost covers the entire confrontation front between the Xinhua human galaxy community and the 8-armed snake demon galaxy community. And it seems that this is not the limit of the Great Wall of Civilization. He took a breath. A starry sky wall that spans 500 million light years. Song-Chi could not even imagine that picture in his mind. As his thoughts turned, he lowered his head and stared at the colorful Great Wall covered with the original law of the earth under his feet. After dozens of seconds, the seed of fire in his mind finally showed in a tribute panel. Wonderful item, Great Wall of Civilization. Quality, colorful/lower tier? Obviously, this is just a Star Sea wonder, not a shipborne component. But even so, the amazing wonder effect is enough to make it one of the foundations of a top-level Star Sea civilization. Although there is no specific data annotation, Song Chi can clearly sense that he is just standing on this great wall of civilization, and all the attributes of his body have increased to varying degrees. It can be imagined that even if the real body is used to summon the Xinhua warship to fight on this great wall, it will definitely be able to get a full-scale amplification. And the most crucial point is that this is a starry sky great wall that stretches for endless light years. The number of Xinhua captains that can be amplified is unimaginable. In addition, the defense of this civilization great wall itself is also extremely terrifying. According to the old people in the Star Tower, even if the dominant 8-armed snake demon attacks, it cannot cause devastating damage to the civilization Great Wall. In addition, this starry sky Great Wall is still advancing towards the opposite 8-armed snake demon river system community. Such an amazing effect of a strange object is indeed worthy of its name of colorful mythology quality. However, Song Chi was curious that this colorful mythology quality strange object seemed to be divided into multiple levels, and the civilized Great Wall under his feet was only a lower level of color. In this regard, Song Chi wanted to ask more. But at this moment, an amazing energy fluctuation suddenly came from the 8-armed snake demon river system community opposite the Great Wall. Quickly walking to the edge of the wall, everyone cast their eyes to the distant starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky at the end of the field of vision, a steel giant, with a captain only slightly inferior to the flagship of the three-eyed royal family, was galloping towards us, with hundreds of thousands of sky serpent warships. Song Chi's sight was mainly focused on the supergiant steel warship in the middle of the countless sky serpent warships. This giant steel warship was of amazing size, but its shape was obviously different from that of ordinary sky serpent warships, although there was also a distinctive sky serpent sculpture at the bow. Its size and shape were completely different. Knowing that this was most likely Song Chi's first time to come to the front line of the civilization battlefield, an old man from the Star Tower took the initiative to explain to him. That is a special warship of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. We call it the Sky Snake Mothership. However, this is only the smallest model of the Sky Snake Mothership. It can carry more than 1 million ordinary Sky Snake warships at a time, and it can complete the deployment of 1 million Sky Snake warships in the ship in a very short time, thereby gathering the power of 1 million ordinary Sky Snake warships and concentrating on all-round destructive firepower coverage of enemy units. While whispering to thank the senior members beside him, Song Chi's eyes moved back and forth on the battlefield. I saw many Xinhua warships appearing on the giant Great Wall beside me. Although these Xinhua warships were not as numerous as the Tianxi warships in the distant starry sky, they also exceeded 100,000. The moment they discovered the Tianxi warships and the Tianxi mothership in the distance, these more than 100,000 Xinhua warships all appeared on the Great Wall at the fastest speed, and they were orderly from beginning to end, without any panic. Among these warships, there were 3 100,000-meter-long dreadnoughts, more than 10 10,000-meter-long battleships, and more than 100 Zulu warships. Song Chi frowned, always feeling something was not right. Although this lineup was not bad, the number was obviously far less than that of the terrifying fleet of sky serpents in the outer space. Beside his ears, the explanations of the members of the Star Tower sounded again. This is a royal fleet of the Friendly Kingdom. Although they have a small number of warships, with the support of the civilized Great Wall, as long as they do not take the initiative to attack, they will not be under much pressure when facing a sky serpent fleet that is several times, or even 10 times their own. Hearing this, although Song Chi's doubts in his heart were solved a lot, they were not completely eliminated. He continued to ask the members of the Star Tower beside him, shouldn't there be more voluntary civilian captains on the front line of the civilization battlefield? After all, the number of established military fleets is limited. Right? Why? Hearing his words, the elders of the Star Tower seemed to see themselves, who had just joined the Yaoguang Star Tower. They patiently explained, you are right. But the problem is that this section of the civilization Great Wall, under your feet, is located on the edge of the entire civilization Great Wall, in the territory of the Kingdom of Farandi, and not the main battlefield on the border of the 4 super empires. So there have never been many garrison fleets here. If that's the case, then why are we Yaoguang Star Tower? Song Chi didn't finish his words, but all the members of the Star Tower understood what he meant. It's very simple. The location of the Yaoguang Star Tower can be moved automatically. Not long ago, we received secret information that this section of the Great Wall on the border of the Friendly Kingdom is likely to be attacked fiercely by the 8-armed snake demon civilization. Therefore, our Yaoguang Star Tower took the initiative to move from the main battlefield to this place. Not only our Yaoguang Star Tower, But the 7-star towers under the jurisdiction of the entire Big Dipper Palace can move automatically. After hearing this, Song Chi finally understood everything. Then do we need to take action now? Beside him, Corpse Dog, who is almost the most senior member among the group, slightly shook his head. No hurry, let's wait and see. Civilized Great Wall is not as fragile as you think. If it is just a low-level Sky Serpent mothership, it can't shake the section of the Great Wall under our feet. Just as the members of Yugwang Star Tower were talking, the Sky Serpent warships that were getting closer and closer in the distant starry sky had already made the next move. The hundreds of thousands of Sky Serpent warships surrounding the Sky Serpent mothership all activated the energy storage of multiple Sky Serpent main guns on the warships. More than 1 million Sky Serpent main gun beams converged, and in an instant the entire dark starry sky was completely illuminated. Then millions of Sky Serpent main guns exploded at the same time. Millions of beams of light rolled over. Seeing this scene for the first time, Song Chi subconsciously slowed down his breathing. However, facing this astonishing number of beams of light, the Great Wall of civilization under his feet was not completely indifferent. A large amount of Earth origin laws were surging on the colorful wall. And then a law-like curtain that seemed to be real condensed above this wall that stretched for tens of millions of kilometers. Looking up at the law-like curtain that covered the sky, Song Chi immediately had the answer in his mind. The perfect level of the law of Earth. When he was in the Dusk Star region, he had personally experienced the great law of his ancestor, and the power of the law contained in the law-like curtain in the sky at the moment, the power it exudes is obviously far greater. So Song Chi can be sure that this must be the perfect level of the law of Earth. The perfect law carried by the Star Sea Wonder itself. This is the colorful mythical quality wonder. Boom boom boom. Infinite beams of light fell on the law-like curtain one after another, and a large number of ripples were generated on the light curtain. It can be seen that even the protective light curtain of the law gathered by the perfect level of the law of Earth is rapidly dimming at this moment. It is obvious that it is somewhat difficult to resist the attack of the million Sky Serpent main guns. For this result, Song Chi can guess the reason. Although it is the perfect level of the law of Earth, the diameter of this starry sky wall is more than 500 million light-years after all. For such a long wall line, the perfect level of the law of Earth cannot be said to be unbreakable on any section of the wall. If that were the case, what would the 8-armed snake demon civilization fight for? Just wait for the human civilization to sweep past. As time passed, the law-like curtain completely dimmed, and then it was broken, but before it was broken, the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi on the city wall also launched a full-scale counterattack. Nearly 200,000 shipborne main guns, hundreds of super main guns, countless shipborne secondary guns, for a time. The terrifying artillery fire began to cover the Sky Serpent warships in the distant starry sky. Boom boom boom. Amid the fierce explosion of artillery fire, one Sky Serpent warship after another was completely blown up from time to time. They did not have the law-like curtain condensed by the civilization Great Wall to protect them, but only the protection of the Sky Serpent's phantom. Under the astonishing number of artillery cluster attacks, those unlucky Sky Serpent warships that suffered too much concentrated fire could only fall in the endless artillery fire. Song Chi roughly estimated that the number of Sky Serpent warships that fell in this round of artillery bombardment alone would not be less than 20,000. On the other hand, the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi had the law-like curtain and the warship energy shield, and only a few hundred frigates sank. The loss ratio of both sides reached an astonishing 1 to 100. Chapter 354 Group Amplification Components Yogwang Xinglai. Of course, Song Chi also knew that this was only the first wave. After the law-like curtain collapsed, there would be no protection of the next layer of perfect Earth law-like curtain in a short period of time, and the battle loss ratio would be sharply reduced. But to be honest, it would never reach the level of 1:1 after all. The civilization Great Wall itself has a full attribute enhancement for the Xinhua warships. The Xinhua warships of the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi, their own energy shields and hull armor will be more or less strengthened. Under this premise, however you look at it, the Xinhua humans have the advantage. Not long after, the second round of artillery fire from both sides came again. Just as Song Chi thought before. Without the protection of the perfect Earth law-like curtain, the losses of the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi began to increase significantly. The original 1 to 100 loss ratio quickly dropped to 110, and finally stopped at about 1:4. This loss ratio seems okay. After all, one ship for 4 enemy ships. But the fact is that the fleet commander of the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi looked extremely gloomy. and it was obviously difficult to accept this result. After all, his fleet only has 100,000 warships. If this continues, even if the entire fleet is wiped out, the opponent's Serpentine warships can still leave more than 100,000 Serpentine warships. However, there is no way, because this is a very normal loss ratio. Civilized Great Wall has a tribute enhancement, but the difference in the number of warships on both sides cannot be ignored. With a difference of several times, it can still have such a loss ratio. In fact, it is completely based on the strength of the Civilized Great Wall, a mythical artifact. How can we ask for more? In the second round of warship bombardment, the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi almost sank 1/20th of its warships. If this continues, the balance of the battlefield will obviously be more biased towards the 8-armed Serpent Demon. Faced with this situation, inside the Senior 6th Order Fearless flagship at the front of the Farendi Kingdom Royal Fleet, the Senior 6th Order Shinhua captain, who was a member of the Farendi Kingdom Royal family, had a change of mind. Before the third round of bombardment, he activated a special shipborne component on his ship. Blessing of the Stars LV-70. Quality, Silver. Feature, Guardian of the Stars. Feature 2, double the sturdiness of the hull of the loaded warship. Guardian of the Stars. Consumes 500,000 psionic points. Links up to 100,000 warships of the own side. The shield value of the energy shield of the linked warship is increased by an additional 50%. The firepower of the warship is increased by an additional 50%. The duration is 40 minutes. The cooling time is 720 hours. With the activation of this component, the brightness of the energy shield on the surface of the Shinhua warship of the entire royal fleet was significantly enhanced. Seeing this, a member of the Star Tower murmured in his ear, "Group amplification components. The key is that it can amplify nearly 100,000 warships at a time." It seems that the commander of this fleet has a high status in the royal family of the Kingdom of Farendi. This kind of group amplification components is extremely rare, not to mention amplifying 100,000 warships at a time. I'm afraid it must be at least a silver quality group amplification component. As everyone was discussing quietly, the third round of bombardment between the fleets of both sides in the sky had already begun. Boom, boom, boom. Another violent roar sounded. But with the blessing of this silver quality group amplification component, the damage on the side of the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi was visibly decreasing. Nearly 5,000 warships were sunk in the last round, but only a little over 1,000 were sunk this time. Looking at the 8-armed Snake Demon fleet, nearly 40,000 Sky Serpent warships were blown up this time, and the damage ratio was back to 140. Deep in the starry sky, seeing that the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi had used the amplification components, the 8-armed Snake Demons were not stupid. They no longer stupidly engaged in a head-on bombardment with the fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi, but began to pull back, trying to delay the time of the unknown group amplification component. The situation, on the other hand, was quite different for the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi. They seized the opportunity and used all the firepower components on their ships to the maximum extent, hoping to cause the greatest damage to the Serpentine fleet. Inside the flagship of the royal fleet, a conflicted look appeared in the eyes of the senior 6th rank captain. In this situation, it was obvious that the best result could be achieved by pursuing the fleet all the way, but he was afraid that he would fall into the trap of the 8-armed Serpent Demon if he pursued rashly. You must know that once you leave the coverage of the Civilized Great Wall, all the blessing effects will disappear completely. If you are ambushed again in this situation, then the entire fleet under his command will suffer a devastating disaster. Thinking of this, he looked down at the towering tower filled with starlight below, and recalled the previous warning from the Yaoguang Star Tower. So he finally suppressed the impulse in his heart, and asked his fleet to maintain its formation, and did not pursue. Time passed, more than half an hour later, and after noticing the decline in the firepower of the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi, the Sky Serpent mothership approached again with more than 500,000 Sky Serpent warships. The 8-armed Snake Demon civilization and the Shinhua human civilization have been confronting each other for more than 100,000 years. They have long figured out the basic mechanisms of the Shinhua warships, and they also know that the cooling time of amplification components of this level must be very long. So they dared to approach again without any scruples. But at this moment, the firepower attack, which had obviously been declining, suddenly soared, and the casualty rate of the entire Tianxi warship group remained high for a while. Above the Great Wall of Civilization, in the main control room of the fearless flagship of the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Farendi, A sneer flashed in the eyes of the blonde and blue-eyed 6th level senior captain. Blessing of the stars, the duration of the component is indeed 40 minutes. But there is another battleship component effect amplification component on his ship. Under the effect of this component, the fleet amplification effect time that originally lasted for 40 minutes was increased to 50 minutes. In order to relax the vigilance of the 8-armed snake demons, he deliberately asked the members of his fleet to reduce the intensity of their attacks. And the 8-armed snake demons were fooled. Unfortunately, the effect of the extra 10 minutes only caused tens of thousands more serpentine warships to sink, most of which were low-level serpentine warships, and could not have a decisive impact on the battle situation. At the same time, the serpentine mothership, which had no presence and was only hovering behind the serpentine warships, suddenly changed, as if it was angered by the action of the royal fleet of the kingdom of Farandi. The steel plates of the mothership, which was nearly 100,000 kilometers long, opened and closed strangely at the same time. The next second, dense warship launch windows were all over the Snake mothership, and then a large number of brand new Snake warships rushed out of the Snake mothership. A fully loaded Snake mothership. Damn, I was deceived by the other party. That was a fully loaded Snake mothership. Looking at the distant starry sky, the number of Snake warships had skyrocketed to 1 million in a short period of time, and it had not stopped yet. The Snake mothership was still launching more Snake warships, and several Star Tower elders around him exclaimed. Before this, almost everyone thought that the more than 600,000 ordinary Serpentis warships that appeared first were launched by the Serpentis mothership. Now it seems that everyone was wrong. These 600,000 ordinary Serpentis warships were just a cover-up. The Serpentis mothership was actually a fully loaded warship. In the sky above, even the well-trained royal fleet of the kingdom of Farandi still seemed a little chaotic when facing the opponent's Serpentis warships that were close to 1.5 million. In the fearless flagship, the senior 6th rank Shinhua captain of the Farandi royal family wanted to ask for help from the Yogwang Star Tower. But the 1.5 million Sky Serpent warships in the distant starry sky had already launched an attack, which was even more frightening than the first time. More than 300 Sky Serpent beams were concentrated, and the scene made people's scalps numb. Helplessly, the senior 6th rank Shinhua captain of the Farandi royal family only had time to issue an order to defend with all their strength in the fleet officers group chat. And he immediately activated the protective characteristics of the silver hull armor of his ship. At the same time, a giant fiery red divine bird phantom emitting a mysterious aura of fire emerged, covering his entire ship. Silver energy shield plus silver ship armor plus Farandi royal family. Phoenix mystery. Secret art. In the outside world, any of these protective measures can be regarded as ceiling level, but even if the three are combined into one, at this moment, the senior 6th level Shinhua captain is still cold all over, without a trace of security. That is a cluster coverage of more than 3 million Sky Serpent main gun beams, even the golden quality protective measures, at this moment. It cannot be said to be foolproof. But at this moment, Yogwang Star Tower, the corpse dog senior in front, suddenly took action, only saw that his whole body was oscillating and flowing, and he suddenly disappeared in the next second. When Song Chi and others found him, he had already transformed into his true body and walked out of the Star Tower behind. Buzz buzz buzz. The engine roared. The owner of the number 3 Yogwang Star Order had already summoned his own ultimate dreadnought. The 100,000 meter class dreadnought quickly changed, and instantly transformed from a dreadnought into a 100,000 meter tall mythical mecha giant. The gleaming golden spear was held in the mecha giant's hand, and the majestic pressure spread out in all directions without any scruples. This is of course not over yet. The 6th level mythical mecha holding the golden strange weapon is indeed powerful, but it is not enough in front of the 3 million Sky Serpent main gun beams. After all, those Sky Serpent main gun beams are also triggered by the 5th and 6th level Sky Serpent warships. The corpse dog's biggest reliance, in fact, has never been itself, but the Yogwang Star Tower behind it. As the owner of the number 3 Yogwang Star Order, and a 6th Order extreme level fearless captain, it is already qualified to mobilize part of the power of the Yogwang Star Tower. At the moment when the mythical mecha giant appeared, the towering Yogwang Star Tower behind it was also shining with dazzling starlight. Inside the mythical mecha giant, the corpse dog's mind changed, and the next second, the infinite starlight shining behind it began to converge towards the mythical mecha at a high speed. Yogwang Star is coming, he just murmured, and the next second, the infinite starlight surged from the mythical mecha giant and rushed straight to the depths of the sky. Below, on the great wall of civilization, Song-chi looked up and stared at the sky above, and saw that the dark starry sky had torn a giant void crack with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. Infinite starlight emerged from this void crack, as if something was trying its best to descend on this sea of stars through this void crack. The starlight was bright, illuminating the entire dark starry sky. Song-chi never expected that. What descended from the terrifying space crack in the sky was an ancient star. In the picture before his eyes, a 100,000-meter tall mecha giant stood in the starry sky, with an ancient star hanging over its head, holding a golden spear, like a star lord standing in the starry sky, suppressing everything with its own infinite starlight. This picture made people feel a little excited, and it also left a deep impression in his heart. A real man should be like this, the thought flashed through his mind, and at this time, the explanation of the members of the Star Tower came to his ears. The corpse dog summoned the power of the Yogwang Star Tower to bless itself, and used my Yogwang Star Tower's fundamental secret technique, Yogwang Star Coming, with a very high degree of compatibility. It can show such power. Song-chi slightly gathered his mind and asked, "Can all of our members summon the power of the Yogwang Star Tower to bless themselves? Then how do we practice the secret technique of Yogwang Star Coming?" In response to his question, the members of the Star Tower explained again, in theory, as long as they can withstand the power of the Yogwang Star Tower, all members of the Star Tower can summon the Yogwang Star Power to bless themselves. But the reality is that at least the battleship captain can do it, and he can only summon a little bit. Otherwise the body will inevitably be overwhelmed. As for the secret technique of Yogwang Star Coming, you will have the opportunity to comprehend it, as long as you comprehend the Yogwang Chaos Monument in the future. After listening to these explanations, Song-chi basically understood it. Looking up again, as the projection of Yogwang Star descended, infinite starlight began to cover the royal fleet of the kingdom of Farendi. Suddenly, the defense capabilities of all warships were all blessed by Yogwang Star, and the shield value of the energy shield was also improved to a certain extent. As for the more than 3 million beams of the Sky Serpent main gun, it was completely the opposite. Under the offset of infinite starlight, the power of these millions of beam attacks was reduced to a certain extent. However, even though the corpse dog had done his best, he was only one person after all, and it was impossible for him to truly turn the tide of the battle. Boom, boom, boom. Endless explosions and shocks emerged above the civilized Great Wall. Even though they were more than hundreds of thousands of meters apart, Song-chi still found that a large amount of energy shock waves were constantly rushing towards him, and he, who was just a projection, could not make any defense at all. Beside him, a group of members of the Star Tower said, "Okay, let's go back to the tower first. With the corpse dog's attack, the royal fleet of the kingdom of Farendi will probably not suffer too many casualties. After such a big commotion, the rear support fleet will surely arrive soon. This battle will end soon, and there will be nothing for us to do afterwards." Hearing this, everyone nodded, and Song-chi followed them back to the Star Tower. However, although he returned to the tower, his excited heart did not calm down for a long time. Chapter 355 Return and Battleship Strengthening. Song Ming Song officially entered the 4th level. Golden Strange Objects, Yogwang Star Tower, Civilization Great Wall, Sky Snake Mothership. All of these, originally, it was obviously not something that Song-chi could access at his current level. However, through a Yogwang Star order, he was able to cross this level in more than 2 months. From this, we can see the value of this Yogwang Star order in his hand. However, to his disappointment, while talking with a group of Star Tower members, he had already asked about the information about the Baicheong Tianwang mansion of the Yaoan Kingdom, but he did not get any information about Xinyiran. This Yogwang Star order was really just a step for him to quickly improve his strength and status. Thinking of this, the yearning in his heart became stronger, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only force himself to restrain himself. Not long after, the roar of artillery fire outside the Star Tower gradually dissipated. As expected by everyone, under such a commotion, the other 2 fleets of the Kingdom of Farendi responsible for supporting the defense lines of the Great Wall arrived quickly. And seeing that there was no need to continue, the Sky Serpent Mothership was also very decisive, and left quickly with more than 1.5 million Sky Serpent warships. Overall, this was just a low-level battle on the front line of the civilized battlefield, although the total losses of both sides exceeded 100,000 warships. Compared with the real civilized group battle, these were not even a splash. When the members of the Star Tower beside him casually said this evaluation, Song Chi's eyes twitched subconsciously several times. For him, this level of fleet combat was the largest scale battle he had ever seen. But in the eyes of the elders of the Star Tower, it was just a low-level battle. Shaking his head, Song Chi stopped thinking about it. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly adjusted his mentality. As a member of the Yaoguang Star Tower, he would inevitably experience this level of Legion combat frequently in the future. After the corpse dog returned to the Star Tower, Song Chi took the initiative to say goodbye to everyone. He still had a lot of things waiting for him. Before leaving, he wanted to ask about the follow-up of the Light Energy Aggregation Engine. He already had the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine in his hand, after borrowing the three-eyed soul-fixing ring parts from the family. This red engine that had been strengthened to the 5th level limit would be replaced without damage as soon as possible. Before that, he naturally had to find someone to take over in advance. But after thinking about it, he still didn't rush to speak, and directly canceled the login status. The LV-59 red engine. Maybe there are people in the family who need it. If not, it won't be too late to ask the members of the Yaoguang Star Tower later. In addition, it can also be given to Grandpa. Although the fire hull of the Wrath of the Mad Lion is only purple at present. Don't forget that he got 2 strands of orange upgraded fire sources from the fire element life before. One of which is orange superb, which can completely help Grandpa directly upgrade to the orange fire seed. However, he was still a little hesitant about this. It was no problem to give the orange top grade upgraded fire source to Grandpa. But he did not have enough 5th grade floating land origin in his hand. There were many 5th grade parts on the sky that needed to be strengthened. So he was more inclined to trade the Light Energy Aggregation Engine at a fair price. At most, he would give a discount of 10 to 20 strands of 4th grade floating land origin, and then free the 3rd grade and lower floating land origins. He believed that many Shinhua captains would be willing to trade. Dragon Ridge Continent. The sky, whose mind returned to reality, began to descend rapidly. In the main control room, Song Chi did not rush to apply for the use of the three-eyed soul-securing ring from the family with the quantum communication bracelet, but continued to look at the Yaoguang Star token in his hand. At this moment, a virtual light screen appeared on the silver token, and the information on the light screen was jumping rapidly. Yaoguang Star Tower. Number 17 Yulong at number 32 Jingjia. Sister is busy here, so I can only congratulate our new member of the Star Tower. No. 26 Xuanhu. Similarly, I am really sorry. Welcome Jingjia brother to join the Yaoguang family. Number 3 Corpse Dog. Yulong, how are you doing? Do you need our help? Number 17 Yulong. Thank you uncle. I can still handle it for the time being. Number 32 Jingjia. Thank you. Yes, this is exactly the communication group chat capability similar to that of a communication bracelet. Although it does not have derivative functions such as video projection and voice calls, it can cross the vast territory of the entire Shinhua human galaxy community, allowing a group of Star Tower members to communicate freely. This alone is far superior to the quantum communication bracelet on the Song family's side. Putting away the Yaoguang Xingling, Song Chi opened the family quantum communication bracelet and directly sent a message in the family's high-level communication group chat with only dozens of people. Level 59 Red Ship Engine. If you are interested, you can chat with me privately. Half an hour later, inside the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, as the 4th level Inheritance Yulu warship activated the three-eyed solid soul ring component, Song Chi quickly unloaded the intact Light Energy Aggregation Engine component. After recalling the warship, this component was handed to the Song Xiaofeng clan elder who had been waiting here. This was the 4th level ancestor of the first direct lineage. The ship Taishian Jinling was always equipped with an orange engine, so he took the initiative to chat privately as soon as Song Chi sent the message. Finally, Song Chi offered 30 strands of the 4th level floating land essence, and the floating land essence used for all enhancements of the 3rd level and below. Even so, when the elder took out more than 2,000 titanium crystals, hundreds of strands of the 5th level floating land essence, and hundreds of law stones, he was also full of pain. After all, this is not a small amount of resources. However, when he thought that his ship would soon be replaced with a LV-59 red engine, the pain on his face quickly disappeared. Just now, when the three-eyed soul-fixing ring was activated, he also unloaded the orange engine on his own ship without damage. And now he can directly load the Light Energy Aggregation Engine. Qinghui Manor, Underground Battleship Summoning Room. After getting the resources that the elder Song Xiafeng used to trade for the light energy aggregation engine, he immediately returned to the veins. Now he had nearly 8,000 titanium crystals, 4th level and 5th level floating land origins, and law stones. He couldn't wait to strengthen the skyship in a new round. The first thing to be strengthened was the antimatter energy evolution engine, the golden sanctuary component. Without much hesitation, after spending 2,655 titanium crystals, and 340 strands of 4th level floating land origins, and 1 strand of 5th level floating land origin, Song Qi directly strengthened this golden sanctuary component to LV50. Originally, he was thinking about upgrading it to level 59, but after finding that 1/3 of the titanium crystals had been used, he had to give up the idea, as there were still many parts that needed to be upgraded. However, even the level 50 antimatter energy evolution engine, its energy supply efficiency was far higher than the previous light energy aggregation engine. And with the increase in the multifunction converter, the energy supply surplus of the sky has reached a terrifying level. Antimatter energy evolution engine LV50. Quality, gold. Features. Energy supply efficiency is increased by an additional 240%. Feature 2. Engine thrust is increased by an additional 240%. Feature 3. High overload burst. Feature 4. All loading parts of the warship with a quality lower than or equal to this part, energy consumption is reduced by 35%. Feature 5. Antimatter source evolution. Consumption, 845/S psionic points energy supply, for 6512/S psionic points buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Psionic pool, 1 million can store 1 million psionic points required for upgrade, 5 strands of floating land origin 5th level, 300,000 psionic points, 185 titanium crystals high overload burst, consumes 80,000 psionic points, the engine immediately enters a high overload operation state, energy supply efficiency increased by 900%, thrust increased by 900%, lasts for 80 minutes, buffer time 12 hours. After the golden engine, Song Qi immediately began to strengthen the 3 parts, Black Gold Horn, Fallen Angel Warrior, Chapter of Shadow Descent. There is no doubt that Black Gold Ram and Fallen Angel Soldier were directly enhanced to LV50. After being enhanced to the 5th level, the Fallen Angel Soldier tree component is not much to say. It can already summon the 5th level 8-wing Fallen Angel Soldier, and its combat power is extremely good. The key is the Black Gold Ram. The properties of this component have changed significantly. Black Gold Ram LV50 quality, red features, additional 170% increase in armor penetration. Effect, add a freely retractable Black Gold Ram at the bow position. Black Gold Ram toughness plus 3,600. Armor penetration plus 3,600. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements. 3 strands of floating land origin 5th level, 60,000 psionic points, 10 tons of black gold, 123 titanium crystals black gold charge. When the Black Gold Ram is visible, 80,000 psionic points can be consumed, the warship will immediately charge at 700% speed in the specified direction, ramming the enemy unit at the fastest speed, and the collision damage will be doubled, lasting 30s, cooling time 12 hours. After the 5th level, the destructiveness of this ram has increased horribly. If used together with other suitable parts on the sky, it will surely exert unimaginable destructive power. As for the Chapter of Shadow Descent, Song Qi hesitated for a while, and finally only upgraded it to level 40. First, it was because this component would not be used in a short time. And second, the titanium crystal in his hand was consumed a bit too much, so he had to save it. After upgrading to the 4th level, the main change of this component was the improvement of the characteristics of the Shadow Descent Metal. Shadow Descent Metal consume 40,000 points of psionic energy and 1 intermediate dark energy crystal. Condense a shadow metal, and when the distance from the loading warship is no more than 5,500 by 2 light years, holding the shadow metal will actively summon the projection of the transfer warship to descend, which lasts for 25 minutes. The current number of shadow metals that can be condensed, 6 out of 6. Note, the shadow metal will be automatically damaged after 1 use. The maximum projection distance has been increased from 1,000 light years to 5,000 light years. Although this number is completely insignificant compared to the vast sea of stars, Song Qi is still quite satisfied. After all, it is just an orange component. In order to strengthen these 3 components, A total of 3,990 titanium crystals were consumed. Now, he only has 1,700 titanium crystals left, and these are all he has left to strengthen other components. As for which parts should be strengthened, this is very simple. The two combined parts of Neutron Star Core Armor and Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion Energy Shield are naturally the first choice. In addition, the battleship's main gun cannot be left behind, as the enemies that the sky is facing are becoming more and more powerful. He always feels that the various firepower components of the battleship are somewhat powerless, and they must be further strengthened. The first thing to be strengthened is not the energy shield and the hull armor, but the soul-destroying pupil light cannon. As for the pure yang sword light cannon, this orange main gun is no longer worth strengthening. Song-Chi will try to replace it later. Soon, 1,305 titanium crystals were used, and this red quality soul-destroying light cannon was directly enhanced to level 59. After that, Song-Chi spent 249 titanium crystals to enhance the Neutron Star Core Armor from level 50 to level 52, and spent another 154 titanium crystals to enhance the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion Energy Shield to level 51. At this point, all of the more than 8,000 titanium crystals in his hands were used up, and he returned to the pre-liberation period again. However, what replaced it was the all-round improvement of the attributes of the sky. Inside the Chief Song's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, standing under the Silver Apple Mother Tree that had returned to the 5th level, Song-Chi sighed softly. The Secret Realm Accelerator feature has always been activated immediately once it cools down. But the 5th level Silver Apple is far from being so easy to mature, which also delayed his idea of upgrading the purple parts on the sky as soon as possible. As for the Light Law Tree and Space Law Tree in the back, they also did not bear fruit again. Although the cycle is not as good as the Silver Apple Mother Tree, the difference is not too much. In Jution Market, Song-Chi started his daily training as usual. He wanted to go to the Holy Dragon Continent, or explore the fragments of the Fairyland Continent. But the warships and all the trump cards are basically in a cooling state. Under this situation, he didn't dare to go out and take risks. Instead of going out in fear, it's better to practice at home for more than a year. Wait until all the trump cards are restored before taking the next step. However, during this period, he still had to seriously consider a problem: the follow-up arrangements for the Holy Dragon Continent, a level 5 floating land in the Star Sea, on which there are many half-stepped level 6 indigenous evil gods. If he relies on himself to slowly explore and hunt, it will obviously take a long time. If he reports the information of this floating land to the family, with the help of the ancestors and elders of the family, he will definitely be able to complete the harvest and development of the Holy Dragon Continent at the fastest speed. However, in this way, the spiritual essence that he can get will be discounted. There are gains and losses in both ways, and he has to consider the specific choice clearly. Qingwei Manor, the courtyard where Song Shan and his wife were. In the pavilion in the middle of the courtyard, Song-Chi and Song Ming-Song sat opposite each other. Feeling the strong pressure of the 4th level life force on his grandfather, Song-Chi's eyes showed joy. Congratulations to Grandpa for breaking through the 4th level of the guidance technique and entering the ranks of the official Zulu captain. Hearing Song-Chi's congratulations, Song Ming-Song's smile was undisguised. Raging Lion 16 years after being promoted to the Zulu ship, he himself was finally promoted to the 4th level life form of the Shanghai. From now on, he will be a real Zulu captain. No need to add a fake word in front of it. Chapter 356 Space Wormhole Generator. It showed its power for the first time. Strictly speaking, this time is not long. After the captain of Shinhua's ship is promoted to Zulu's ship, it usually takes decades for his own guidance to break through successfully. The reason why Song Ming-Song was able to complete the breakthrough so quickly, in addition to his own sufficient foundation, is also inseparable from the full support of the Meridians. As far as Song-Chi knows, 2 years ago, the second uncle was lucky enough to obtain an 8,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl during an exploration of an alien star field, and then directly gave it to Song Ming-Song for use. With the help of this deep-sea clam pearl, Song Ming-Song was able to be promoted to the 4th level in one fell swoop. After thinking for a while, Song-Chi asked, "Grandpa, have you decided which law to follow?" Song Ming-Song did not hesitate to answer this question, and said directly, "The law of fire." As expected, given Grandpa's temperament, Song-Chi had already guessed it in his mind, and was not worried about it. Among the 6 law tablets in the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm, there is one for the law of fire. The ancestors of the family have obviously made great achievements in the law of fire, which is enough to help Grandpa avoid many detours. Speaking of the comprehension of the law, Xiaoqi, Grandpa has now successfully transformed his mind into a spiritual state. This time he is coming out of retreat to prepare to enter the Dragon Ridge secret realm. He will not go out for the next 10 years. You should pay more attention to the meridians. Songqi nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then told the whole information about the Holy Dragon Continent. The moment he heard about the spiritual essence, Song Mingsong's eyes lit up. If he could absorb 1 to 2 pieces of spiritual essence, it would definitely be of great help to his subsequent comprehension of the laws of the original secret realm. However, he quickly suppressed this idea and began to analyze the pros and cons for his grandson from various angles. From a normal perspective, it is natural that our 10th lineage planned alone, and it would be best to take as much benefit of the Holy Dragon Continent as possible. However, we cannot ignore the upcoming Yaoan Kingdom's Great Development War. We can certainly take all the benefits of the Holy Dragon Continent into our hands through our own exploration, but it will take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, to slowly cash out. If we report it to the family, the members of our entire lineage will most likely be able to take advantage of the next 40 years to further improve their own strength, which can increase safety and benefits in the subsequent Great Development War. Both have their pros and cons. It depends on your own choice. Xiaoqi, after listening to his grandfather's further analysis, Songqi already had the answer in his mind. After all, in addition to these, he also has an invisible benefit, which is the spirit snake sect that has been established by Hanwha Snow Python. Recently, through telepathy, he has learned that after more than 2 months of development, the spirit snake sect has long become the only official church in the Black Earth Principality. With the blessing of a large amount of faith, Hanwha Snow Python, which had just been promoted to the 4th level, has shown signs of further improvement. However, due to the limited number of citizens in the Black Earth Principality, it is not enough to promote its substantial progress. At this point, the Spirit Snake sect has reached a limit. If it wants to expand further, it can only spread to neighboring countries. However, the countries adjacent to the Black Earth Principality all have their own churches. Once the Spirit Snake sect spreads rashly, it may cause hostility from the indigenous gods behind those sects. Based on this point, once the Song family hunts down all those evil gods, the subsequent expansion of the Spirit Snake sect will no longer be limited. Songqi can even imagine the scene of the Spirit Snake sect becoming the largest sect in the entire Holy Dragon Continent in the future. If that time comes, the promotion of the Totem Spirit Pillar components will no longer be a fantasy. And it is not impossible for the Frost Moon Snow Python to directly break through the 5th level. Thinking of this, Songqi no longer hesitated. The two of them stood up together and boarded the sky and headed towards the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Song Mingsong did not recall the wrath of the Mad Lion. He was going to the Dragon Ridge secret realm to comprehend the laws and practice secret arts. And he did not need the Xinhua warship. The Zhulu warship was still docked at the 4th level Origin Eruption Eye on Qinghua Island. While suppressing the Origin Eruption Eye, it was also refining the source blood in a 4th level peak ancient corpse. This 4th level peak ancient corpse was exactly what Songqi got from the ancient Starry Sky battlefield. For the past 16 years, Wrath of the Mad Lion has been refining it. At the beginning, he took out 11 now. More than 10 years later, there are still 7 left. As for the 4 drops of 4th level peak source blood extracted, they are now being collected in the sky, including the first drop. Songqi now has 5 drops. Longji Mountain, inside the ancestral hall of the family. Song Mingsong has been taken to the Longji secret realm by Song Xuansong. He has just been promoted to the 4th level not long ago, and is currently in the law amplitude period. This opportunity is only once in a lifetime for all Xinhua captains. Naturally, the sooner you enter the Longji secret realm to comprehend the law, the better. Now there are only Songqi and Yuanzu left in the ancestral hall. When he heard the word evil god from Songqi's mouth, even Song Xuan, who had lived for 2,000 years, had a strange look in his eyes. A native evil god of the 6th level, half a step away. This level of spiritual essence is effective even for a 5th level Xinhua captain like him. After confirming the truth of what Songqi said, he said directly, a 5th order peak level life type star sea floating land, in which there is a half-step 6th order indigenous evil god. This is a great contribution. Have you thought about what reward you want? Hearing this, Songqi, who had already considered it, quickly said, replying to the ancestor. The boy wants the essence of spiritual source. The quantity cannot be too small. And the spirit snake sect of the Black Soil Principality of the Holy Dragon Continent was created by the enslaved creatures under my command. I hope that the family can also promote the expansion of the spirit snake sect. Hearing this, Song Xiuan nodded lightly, without showing any extra emotions, and continued, these are just the most basic. As a family sequence, the family will naturally not let you down. How about this? The family will provide you with a batch of rare resources for the 10th direct vein. Song Qi would naturally not refuse, and nodded repeatedly. Then he prepared to leave the ancestral temple to summon the sky. Now that the news has been reported, he will have to take a group of family elders and the transit warship to the Holy Dragon Continent in person. However, Song Xiuan did not respond. He only said, no need to send it with a space beacon. Qi, you can just take out the coordinates of the Holy Dragon Continent. Song Qi, he was full of doubts. This was the first time he heard that going to an alien star field only required specific star field coordinates. You have to know that star field coordinates are completely different from space beacons. The alien space delivery of the Xinhua warship has never had the ability to deliver fixed coordinates, like a fixed-point delivery platform. However, despite his doubts, he did not mean to doubt. After all, the family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years, and the family is not lacking in various backgrounds. Just follow the ancestors of the family. The original ancestors would not speak nonsense. After giving the spatial coordinates of the outer area of the Holy Dragon Continent, Song Qi was dismissed. This was exactly what he wanted. It just so happened that the various trump cards of the sky had not yet been cooled down, and it would be best to stay in the Dragon Ridge continent with peace of mind. Not long after he returned to Qinghua Manor to continue his training task of guiding techniques, the family leaders also started a meeting. The rich light enveloped the entire ancestral hall, and the inside and outside of the hall were completely isolated. Even if other forces made moves on the Dragon Ridge continent, they would never be able to monitor the discussion of the Song family's senior leaders at this moment. In the Starlight Hall, many 4th-level Xinhua captains were sitting on the ancient bronze chairs around the hall, and Song Xiuan's voice echoed in the hall. For the arrangement of the Holy Dragon Continent, my idea is to use the space wormhole generator components to directly connect the Dragon Ridge continent and the Holy Dragon Continent. Otherwise, it is unknown how long it will take to transport it by transit warships. I second the proposal. A level 5 peak star sea floating land is stronger than our Dragon Ridge continent. If we want to digest it in just a few decades, we can only use the space wormhole generator to open a wormhole directly to the Holy Dragon continent. I also think it is feasible. If we use this part of the Holy Dragon, if we extract the core of the origin of the floating land, maybe our Song family's Dragon Ridge continent can quickly reach the peak of level 5, or even be promoted to level 6 earlier than the Morning Star Ing continent. Amid the discussions of the crowd, someone suddenly said, I personally think that the distribution of benefits in the Holy Dragon continent is not reasonable. Although Song Qi reported the news, he did not participate in person after all. Isn't it unreasonable to take so much spiritual essence? As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was silent, and many projections around almost simultaneously looked at the second straight-line elder who said this. But before everyone could discuss it, Song Xiuan said calmly, the younger generation below is willing to report these to the family, which means they trust the family enough. If we deduct our share in this matter, wouldn't it chill their hearts? If the younger generation of your second lineage takes the initiative to report this level of floating land information, the family will not deduct the slightest bit. Although the voice was quite gentle, the hearts of the elders of the family were chilled, knowing that the original ancestor had made up his mind. If anyone dared to play those small calculations on this link, it would definitely trigger his thundering anger. The projection of the elder of the second straight vein also trembled slightly, and dared not say more. He actually did not have too many other ideas. The main reason was that he was the last captain of the Zulu to be promoted to the 4th level in the tribe. His qualifications were limited. There were not many native evil gods on the Holy Dragon continent. If Song Qi took too much, he might not have anything to do when the elders of the tribe divided it. Dragon Ridge continent. Falling Fire Plane. With the activation of the super-large combined illusion that had been arranged long ago, everything inside the entire Falling Fire Plane was isolated from the outside world. Above the sky of the Falling Fire Plane, Song Wujiang, who had just returned from the Phantom Clan Star region, directly summoned his own ship. The moment the 100,000-meter class dreadnought appeared in the sky of the falling fire plane, the entire sky seemed to be covered by half. Without any delay, in the main control room of the dreadnought, the space wormhole generator component was activated immediately. After being strengthened to the 7th level, the farthest connection distance of this component has reached a terrifying 30 billion light-years. And you have to know that a normal river community, its diameter is generally only 1 billion light-years, which means that this component can connect more than 30 river communities at most. As Song Wujiang listed the starry sky coordinates provided by Song Qi as the wormhole landing point, this space wormhole generator component began to flash with brilliant golden light, which meant that the star field where this coordinate was located was no more than 30 billion light-years away from the Dragon-Ridge continent, and was within the range of the space wormhole generator component. Buzz buzz buzz, the violent space fluctuations began to rise, and the entire super-large combined illusion space was shaking violently. Fortunately, this expensive super-large combined illusion space was not a showpiece, after all. It was produced by the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, one of the 4 super empires of the Xinhui human race, and even in the face of the space fluctuations generated by the Golden Holy Domain component strengthened to the 7th level, there was still no sign of collapse. As time went by, the space of the entire falling fire plane sky began to slowly condense into a giant vortex-shaped space corridor. And finally a space wormhole channel with a diameter of more than hundreds of thousands of meters appeared in the sky. When this space wormhole was completely condensed, Song Wujiang's voice was soon heard from the sky. Xiwan is responsible for staying in the falling fire plane to prevent hostile forces from taking advantage of this opportunity to attack our Dragon Ridge continent. Everyone else, follow me to meet the evil god of the Holy Dragon continent. It is ridiculous that a 5th-level creature dares to call himself a god. As Song Wujiang's voice fell, dozens of Zulu warships that had been waiting here for a long time started their engines one after another, and rushed into the space wormhole with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters in the sky. This is not the end. Following behind them are 3 primary mobile war stars. These terrifying steel behemoths are the main combat force to guard the exit at the end of the wormhole. In addition, the Song family has also summoned hundreds of thousands of ordinary starships in advance. But they are not rushing into the space wormhole with the team. The combat power of these ordinary starship fleets is limited. Their main task is to wait until the family's peak combat power completely conquers the Holy Dragon continent, and then go there to be responsible for the resource development of the entire 5th-level continent. After all, it is a level 5 peak continent that is larger than the Dragon Ridge continent. If a group of Xinhua captains are really allowed to develop it, then it is likely that half of the Xinhua captains under the entire Song family will have to be mobilized. In that case, the entire family will probably be in chaos. The Song family has accumulated for thousands of years, and there are more than just one Dinghai star region under their command. The reason why only more than 100,000 ordinary starships were mobilized is very simple. The high-level confidentiality agreement components carried by the elders can only be contracted to so many people. As for why this confidentiality agreement must be signed, everyone knows that a man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Space wormhole generator. The value of this component is so great that even if the Song family has a dreadnought to suppress it, they dare not reveal any information about it, otherwise disaster will surely come. Faced with this kind of golden quality strategic level component, at least a star destroyer must be in place to ensure that it is foolproof. Chapter 357 The Fall of the Evil God. The sky is bloody. Unknown star region, Holy Dragon continent. Beyond the dilapidated 5th-level peak floating land shield deep in the sky, the space wormhole, with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters, had just condensed and formed, and had already merged with the core of the origin of the Holy Dragon continent floating land. The indigenous evil gods, who already had a trace of omniscience and omnipotence on this floating land, discovered this change at the first time. The origin rules on the floating land shield were surging, and the rule arms condensed by unknown forces were wrapped in majestic energy and shot outward. Although they did not know the reason behind the formation of this giant space tunnel, their instincts told them that they must not sit idly by and watch the existence of this space tunnel. Otherwise the entire Holy Dragon continent would face a catastrophe. This was obviously not what they wanted to see, as they had already merged part of the core of the origin of the floating land and assimilated themselves into the existence of the will of the origin of the Holy Dragon continent. Once the Holy Dragon continent was destroyed, the first to suffer would be these indigenous evil gods. As the laws surged, the already fragile void was breaking faster. However, when these 10,000-meter long rule arms touched the space wormhole tunnel, The terrifying energy they carried seemed to encounter a natural enemy. Without even a wave. In the wormhole tunnel space. A cold snort sounded. You have assimilated the origin rules of the floating land, and still want to attack the outside world. I'm afraid you are too optimistic. The person who spoke was Song Wujiang. The coordinates given by Song Qi before were not the location close to the floating land shield, but the starry sky outside the space-shattered zone. The reason why the space wormhole landed here was that Song Wujiang took the initiative to push the landing coordinates to the depths of the space-shattered zone according to the direction given by Song Qi, close to the location of the floating land shield of the Holy Dragon continent. Why did he dare to do this? The first reason was that he was sure that these indigenous evil gods had assimilated the core of the floating land, and could not cause much impact on the outside world. In addition, he was confident enough in the space wormhole. If the space channel opened by the Golden Holy Domain components strengthened to the 7th level was so easy to be destroyed, it would not be worthy of the name of the Golden Holy Domain. As for why the landing point of this space wormhole is set in this place close to the floating land shield, this is the simplest point. Don't think that Song Qi easily passed through this space fragmentation zone with the sky before. And ignore the danger of this extreme area of thousands of kilometers. The sky can pass through easily, because it has multiple space resistance enhancements, and it has a strong protection of silver quality energy shields and red hull armor. If it is replaced by other cruisers, the probability of sinking in this space fragmentation zone will not be less than 50%. This is still a cruiser. If it is replaced by those ordinary starships in the clan, the probability of sinking can reach more than 99%. Therefore, this is also to facilitate the subsequent ordinary starships of the clan to enter the Holy Dragon continent for various developments. Not long after the dreadnought appeared, the subsequent 2 battleships and dozens of chasing ships also rushed out of the wormhole one after another. And finally 3 extremely ferocious mobile war stars. After all, the wormhole landing point is not far from the Holy Dragon continent's floating land shield. Those evil gods cannot attack because of their own reasons. But don't forget that there are still a large number of 5th level Dragon Knights on the Holy Dragon continent. If these natives were allowed to rush out of the continent and wreak havoc on the wormhole at close range, it would still have a significant impact on the wormhole channel. These 3 mobile war stars are designed to prevent this from happening. Although the primary mobile war stars are only targeted at 4th order units, it is because of their own flexibility. In fact, both in terms of firepower and defense capabilities, they are far superior to 4th order units. Even if facing several 5th order dragons, the 3 mobile war stars can hold on for a while, waiting for the Song family's top leaders to come back for help. After everything was arranged, Song Wujiang issued the order to act. The 100,000-meter-long dreadnought took the lead and rushed into the interior of the Holy Dragon continent through a huge crack in the floating land shield. As the warship entered the Holy Dragon continent, the so-called evil gods could finally attack at will. But their proud half-step 6th order power seemed so pale and powerless in front of the silver energy shield strengthened to the 7th order. After several ripples, there was no more news. Looking at the changes in the shield value of his own ship's energy shield, Song Wujiang's calm face did not show any change in expression. Compared with the many crises he had encountered in the past 3,000 years, this intensity of attack was just commonplace in his eyes, and was not worth paying too much attention to. However, he was not in a hurry to fight back against these evil gods, who used the core rules of the origin of the floating land. Or he had no way to fight back, because these indigenous evil gods had assimilated themselves into the invisible existence of the floating land will. They were not so easy to kill, and even if they were not dealt with properly, it would be difficult to cause harm to them. However, this problem naturally did not stump the Song family. As a family that had stood for thousands of years in the top advanced civilization of the Qinghai, the Song family's information database was unimaginable for ordinary civilized groups. The Xinhua human civilization has been passed down for more than 300,000 years. In addition to the trillions of Xinhua human citizens, the Xinhua human civilization has encountered countless civilizations in the exploration of alien star fields over the past 300,000 years, including this kind of civilization of belief in gods. In the official information released by the Xinhua human race, there are clear records. If you want to kill the believers in this kind of belief civilization, the most important thing is to find the kind of tools they use to collect and use the power of faith, and then reverse positioning, so that you can accurately and quickly find the location of their own spirits, and then kill them. In the main control room of the dreadnought, Song Wujiang was holding something in his hand. It was the nightmare Fong that Song Qi had obtained before. It was part of the nightmare cult's sacred object nightmare book. If this incomplete pendant was obtained by an ordinary Xinhua captain, he would naturally not be able to use it to reversely deduce the location of the nightmare evil god's spirit body. But Song Wujiang was different. As a 6th-level life form in the Star Sea, his status was higher than those so-called evil gods. It was not difficult to reversely deduce the location of the nightmare evil god with this pendant. But he did not do so. This nightmare evil god is only one of the weaker evil gods in the Holy Dragon Continent. If it really arouses the vigilance of other evil gods, and they actively collect things related to themselves, it will be countless times more difficult to collect those evil god artifacts in the future. The Song family's plan is very simple. After collecting all the related artifacts of all evil gods in the Holy Dragon Continent, they will start hunting them in full swing. Behind them, as the dreadnought rushed into the Holy Dragon Continent, a group of battleships and Zhulu ships followed closely. 2 of the battleships and the Zhulu ships equipped with 5th level or even 6th level protective components were located on both sides, protecting the Zhulu ship with only 4th level protective components in the middle. The attack of half-step 6th level, the 5th level energy shield can still hold on, but if there is only a 4th level energy shield or hull armor, it will definitely be difficult to resist, and other members of the family can only help. When all the warships entered the Holy Dragon Continent, the various creatures on the continent below also discovered this anomaly at this moment. After all, it was a fleet composed of dozens of warships over 3,000 meters, and it was difficult to ignore it. Amid the horrified eyes of many indigenous creatures, dozens of Xinhua warships swept down at high speed. They were divided into 3 fleets, among which the dreadnought acted alone, and the Purple Moon Long Song battleship and the 5th level battleship of the Ancestral Vein each led a fleet, and the troops were divided into 3 groups and fell to different areas of the Holy Dragon Continent. Song Wujiang's ship landed in a kingdom adjacent to the Black Earth Principality. He had to secretly obtain the detailed information of the evil god sects on the continent from the Black Earth Principality, which had already been collected. This would greatly reduce the time they spent collecting intelligence. During the Song family fleet's undisguised actions, the chaos on the Holy Dragon Continent became more and more serious. The 3 teams successively launched attacks on some countries on the continent. In order to cover up, every time the peak combat power of a country was destroyed, the fleet would plunder the country unscrupulously. In the process of plundering, the artifacts of the god church would naturally be swept away. Under such cover-up, the evil god churches were not alert, and only thought that these alien creatures from outer space were coming to harvest the resources of the Holy Dragon Continent. However, as the Song family destroyed more and more countries, the powerful empires on the continent finally felt threatened, and they did not dare to let the Song family fleet continue to act recklessly. More than 2 months later, the 3 teams of the Song family had destroyed more than 12 countries, and at the same time, they secretly collected nearly 20 evil god artifacts, excluding a few of the same category. These artifacts were enough for them to subsequently lock on to the 14 indigenous evil gods. But this is not enough. According to the information collected by the Black Soil Principality, there are more than 30 evil god churches on the Holy Dragon Continent. This is not even half of them. However, before the Song family fleet continued to attack other countries, the United Knight Army composed of several empires and dozens of kingdoms on the continent came to the door first. It must be said that the strength of this United Knight group is very strong, with nearly 25th level Dragon Knights, dozens of 4th level Dragon Knights, hundreds of ordinary 4th level Sky Knights, and the blessing of the floating land origin rules of the Holy Dragon Continent itself. Even if there are more than 5 battleships, I am afraid they dare not confront them head-on. But they made a mistake. There was a dreadnought in the Song family fleet, and it passed through the floating land shield without damage and reached the dreadnought inside the floating land. On. The phantom of the dragon will condensed by the great perfection level of space law appeared, and directly suppressed most of the knights on the spot. Ancestor, keep these 4th and 5th level dragons, because the clan is in need of high-level slave creatures. Before Song Wujiang could make a ruthless move, an elder immediately spoke up in the battleship communication group chat. There is no way. High-level creatures are not cabbages. Even with the foundation of the Song family, it is hard to say that every clan elder has a 5th level slave creature on his ship. If these nearly 25th level dragons can be taken down, then it will definitely increase the combat power of the Song family in the subsequent kingdom expansion war. Another 2 months passed. With the collective destruction of the previous Knight army, the resistance trend of the entire Holy Dragon continent dropped to the freezing point. And the result was that the Song family fleet attacked without scruples. In the past 2 months, they destroyed dozens of principalities, nearly 10 kingdoms, and an empire, and basically collected all the inherited artifacts of the evil god church. At this time, as more and more church holy artifacts were lost, the indigenous evil gods finally realized something, and they began to try their best to recover all the artifacts that were exposed. But it was obviously too late. 2 days later, in the northwest region of the Holy Dragon continent, woo woo woo, accompanied by a whimpering sound that resounded through the sky, the entire northwest sky was covered by red clouds, and the indigenous creatures of the northwest land almost subconsciously walked out of the house, staring blankly at the blood-red sky. Not long after, the entire northwest land was covered with blood rain. At this moment, the blood color completely enveloped the entire northwest land. Facing this strange phenomenon, the ordinary natives were still at a loss, and did not know what had happened. However, the reactions of those creatures with extremely high status were completely opposite to those of the lower creatures. They were filled with boundless fear, because these creatures all understood the reasons for this strange phenomenon. The evil god fell, and the sky was bleeding. As the natives of the Holy Dragon continent, those gods hanging high in the sky were undoubtedly equivalent to the 4 super empires in the human civilization. Just imagine, if one of the 4 super empires regarded as the pillars of civilization collapsed in front of their own eyes. The horror of that moment could be imagined. This is indeed the case. This bloody rain was caused by the Song family fleet using an evil artifact to push back to the location of an indigenous evil god, and then taking advantage of the other party's inattention, they killed it with one blow. In this way, an indigenous evil god, who had been staying in the Holy Dragon continent for who knows how many years, was completely destroyed. In this regard, the Song family members were not moved at all, because everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The subsequent hunting operations would continue until all the evil gods on the Holy Dragon continent were hunted down. 3 days later, blood rain also began to fall in the northern region, and the second indigenous evil god was hunted down. 7 days later, the third. 10 days later, the fourth. Under such changes, the evil gods in the entire Holy Dragon continent were terrified to the extreme. They tried to let their followers counterattack, tried to join forces, and even tried to let themselves sleep, hoping to avoid being pushed back to the original body. But they were all just the last dying struggle. The belief system certainly has the advantage of a long life, but from the moment they merged themselves into the core of the origin of the floating land, they were doomed to this outcome. No extraordinary system is absolutely perfect. Chapter 358 Yogwang Chaos Monument. Longji Continent, Qingwe Manor. It has been more than 7 months since he returned from the Yogwang Star Tower. During these 7 months, Song Qi has been practicing the guidance technique and comprehending the laws of space, and occasionally visualizing the projection rubbings of the mythical Mecha. During this period, he also logged into the Yogwang Star Tower several times, all at the nodes in the Yogwang Star Order communication group that indicated the invasion of the 8-armed snake demon civilization, in order to adapt to the scene of group combat as soon as possible. In addition, he neither explored the alien star domain, nor comprehended the Yogwang Chaos Monument, let alone went to the fragments of the Fairyland continent. On this day, there was a sudden roar from the sky of Qingwe Manor, and Song Qi, who happened to be in the courtyard, was delighted. The visitor was a Zhulu ship with a length of more than 3,000 meters, which instantly reminded him of the Holy Dragon continent. In the past 6 months, because of the actions against the Holy Dragon continent, most of the elders in the clan were not in the Dragon Ridge continent. Now that a Zhulu ship suddenly appeared, Song Qi's first guess was that the actions on the Holy Dragon continent were over. Soon, the Zhulu warship landed, and when the owner walked out of the warship, Song Qi realized that the person who came was Song Xianfeng, who had traded the light energy aggregation engine from him before. Elder Xianfeng, is the operation on the Holy Dragon continent over? Hearing Song Qi's impatient question, Song Xianfeng shook his head. It's still a little short, but it will be soon. After saying that, he waved his hand and threw out a storage capsule. When Song Qi opened it and glanced at it, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. The storage capsule contained nothing else but the essence of the spiritual source that the original ancestor promised him before. And there was also a drop of blood of the evil god of the half-step 6th level. Compared to the drop of half-step 5th level evil god blood he had obtained before. This drop of half-step 6th level evil god blood is obviously more effective. If used when the cruiser is promoted to a chasing ship, it can increase the success rate of additional promotion by about 10%, which is much higher than the previous 4%. However, Song-Chi was a little entangled. It was obviously not worth using this drop of half-step 6th level evil god blood to promote the cruiser. After all, it has a certain effect when the chasing ship is promoted to a battleship. It is obviously more appropriate to use it at that time. But he didn't think too much about it. How to use it later will be discussed later. Now he is more concerned about the spiritual essence in the storage capsule. Song Xiafeng brought a total of 20 spiritual essences. For half-step 6th level, 6 5th level, 10 half-step 5th level. Although the number is not too large, you have to figure out how many native evil gods there are in the Holy Dragon continent. As for why there are 10 half-step 5th level, this is actually what Song-Chi is most satisfied with. After all, he is only at the 3rd level now. Even if he can absorb the 5th level spiritual essence, the absorption efficiency will be very low. It would be a blessing if he can absorb 40% out of 100%, not to mention the half-step 6th level. In comparison, the half-step 5th level spiritual essence is the most suitable for him at the moment. If he has 10 of them, he should be able to raise his mental power to more than 20 uses. Like the guiding technique, the mental power will also become more difficult as time goes by. The effect of this spiritual essence will only become weaker and weaker. It is impossible to raise it directly to 30 uses. That is unrealistic. After Song Xianfeng left, Song-Chi called a 2nd level clan member in the vein and asked him to rush to Longji Divine Mountain as quickly as possible to give his grandfather 1 5th level and 1 half-step 6th level spiritual essence, 2 of which were in Longji's secret realm. The reason why he only took 1 each was because Song-Chi knew that the family would most likely allocate some to his grandfather. And with the 2 of his own, it was enough for Song Ming Song to improve his mind. After arranging these, he did not delay any longer and went directly into the market to start absorbing the 10 half-step 5th level spiritual essences in his hand. Just like before, this spiritual essence melted in his mouth and soon turned into a pure soul power that poured into his mind. As the mind in the state of mind frantically absorbed this pure soul power, the strength of the mental power was also increasing at a considerable speed. The first half-step 5th level spiritual essence had a good effect. It allowed Song-Chi to separate 2 more spirits, reaching the level of 1 mind and 14 uses. However, the subsequent effects were not so good. Basically, 1 spirit could only increase 1 spirit. After breaking through the level of 1 mind and 20 uses, the effect of this half-step 5th level spiritual essence was further reduced. Almost every 2 spirits could increase 1 spirit. Finally, Song-Chi's mental power stopped at 1 mind and 21 uses. After using up all the half-step 5th level spiritual essence, Song-Chi felt an extreme sense of contradiction in his mind. He clearly felt clearer than ever before. But this clarity seemed to be mixed with a faint pain and drowsiness. Song-Chi was not too surprised about this, because he had already known about it before. The mind state was originally something that only the 4th level Xinhua captain should have. He had mastered it in advance at the 3rd level, which was originally a situation where a small horse pulled a big cart. Now he used the essence of the spiritual source to directly increase the power of the mind to the level of 1 mind and 21 uses, which further increased the burden on the body. So this backlash would occur. Since he had known about it before, Song-Chi was naturally prepared. He suddenly took out a fruit with a green glow and swallowed it in 1 gulp. The fruit is called strengthening fruit, which is a special spiritual fruit that he bought from a shop in the market. This strengthening fruit does not have the effect of assisting the practice of guiding techniques, but it can effectively strengthen the physical body of the creature, which is just right for dealing with the problem Song-Chi is facing at the moment. The power of the mind is originally attached to the physical body of the creature. The stronger the mind, the stronger the physical body is needed to support it. Otherwise, it can only be like the brain-eating race that only focuses on brain development, with a huge and extremely deformed head, but the body is as weak as a stick, and the slightest bump may cause the body to collapse. Therefore, if one can strengthen his physical body, it is likely that he will be able to bear the strong burden brought by the 21 distractions. Half an hour later, Song-Chi completely absorbed the medicinal power of this strengthening fruit, and he could clearly feel the improvement of his physical body. As his physical body strengthened, the occasional drowsiness in his mind began to slowly dissipate. After confirming that the 21 distractions did not bring any extra burden to his body, Song-Chi was completely relieved. After thinking for a while, Song Chi left the market and took the Yogwang Star Order in his hand again. It would take more than 4 months for the sky to recover its full combat power. In addition, his mental power had been greatly improved. He thought of taking this opportunity to log into the Yogwang Star Tower and use the opportunity to comprehend the Yogwang Chaos Monument. Since he had this idea, he no longer hesitated and put the token on his forehead and quickly logged in to the Yogwang Star Tower. Compared to the day when he completed the final trial challenge, the Star Tower Hall was obviously much quieter today. Song Chi only saw a few figures. Seeing him log in, several old members of the Star Tower immediately became interested. Jingja. What? Are you preparing to comprehend the Chaos Monument? Seeing Song Chi nod, the interest in their eyes became even stronger. I said, after we passed the trial, we all came to comprehend the Yogwang Chaos Monument not long after. You really can't bear it. That's right. 7 months. If you don't know, you might think our Yogwang Chaos Monument is some kind of monster. Song Chi. Song Chi was speechless. Could he say that he had been itching for a long time? But it was only because he had been waiting for the essence of the spiritual source that he had been dragging it on until now. Without explaining to the others, Song Chi strode towards the second floor of the Star Tower. At the same time, the Yogwang Xingling communication group suddenly became lively. Jingja has finally come to comprehend the Chaos Monument. Come on. Stop lurking. Really? Absolutely true. We have just reached the second floor. What do you think? Can Jingja comprehend the Yogwang Xingling in the first attempt? I think it's difficult. Both I and Zhuiyang comprehended it 4 times before we were able to master it. It's unlikely to do it once. I remember that Uncle Shergo comprehended it twice. It's really too difficult to do it once. Don't you think about it? Jingja is the second person to pass the 61st level after Baimei. It's not impossible to comprehend it in one time. Song Chi was unaware of the heated discussion among the members of the Star Tower. After stepping onto the second floor, his eyes were focused on the ancient brown stone tablet in the middle. The body of this stone tablet was filled with a large amount of chaotic energy, which was mixed with various different original laws, and the body of the tablet was engraved with ancient lines. Looking at it intently, Song Chi felt that his eyes were completely attracted by this blue-brown stone tablet, and he could no longer look away. Feeling this situation, he did not resist, but sat down in front of this chaos tablet according to his own feelings, and began to comprehend with all his strength. As the old people in the tower reminded before, this chaos tablet only has one chance to enter a state of concentration each time it is comprehended. No matter if the comprehender actively breaks free, or passively wakes up from a comprehending, it will be impossible to enter a state of concentration again in a short period of time. Therefore, if he tried to break free, it would be a waste of an opportunity to comprehend. Song Chi would not do such a stupid thing. As his mind sank into the Chaos Monument, the rich Chaos Chi emanating from the Chaos Monument began to surround Song Chi. This Chaos Chi is the Chaos Chi that only every complete universe in the multiverse era can breathe. It is also one of the super strategic resources of the Xinhua human civilization, and it ranks higher than the micro-spiritual activated metal. This kind of chaotic energy can increase the understanding of creatures, making it easier for people to comprehend and conform to the origin of the Star Sea. It is something that can only be encountered by chance. It is said that in the current broken Star Sea era, only the higher level of the original secret realm can produce a ray after a long time. Song Chi did not care much about the changes in his body. At this moment, all his mind was immersed in the Chaos Monument. The 21 wisps of spirit were like sponges that could never be filled, absorbing the large amount of original law understanding in the Chaos Monument with all their strength. This Yogwang Chaos Monument has been in the hands of many Yogwang Star Lords since then. Several generations of Yogwang Star Lords have engraved all their own laws and great ways into the Chaos Monument as much as possible. Therefore, the types of origin laws contained in this Yogwang Chaos Monument can be said to be all-encompassing. After all, when they reach the level of the Star Sea Overlord, after completely mastering an origin law, in addition to continuing to expand this initial origin law, they will also successively comprehend the second, third, and even more origin laws. At this moment, the Yogwang Chaos Monument does not lack the laws of the origin of space. Although the laws of space are difficult to comprehend, the Xinhua captains who can pass the Star Order trial and become members of the Star Tower are all amazingly talented people, not to mention the best among them, who can succeed the Yogwang Star Lord. Among the Yogwang Star Lords of all generations, There are those who comprehend not only the laws of the origin of space, but also the laws of time. It can be said that the Yogwang Chaos Monument in front of us has complete attributes, enough to satisfy the comprehension of any later member of the Star Tower. As time passed, Song Chi felt that his understanding of the law of origin of space was improving at a very impressive speed, and his understanding of the family's inherited secret technique Guishu Zhan was also enhanced. It can be predicted that after this understanding is over, he will not only have a significant improvement in his understanding of the law of origin of space, but also his control over Guishu Zhan will be taken to a higher level. Outside, Yagwang Xingling Communication Group. The discussion is still going on. It's been almost an hour. Right? Jingzhe hasn't exited the state of enlightenment yet. The rule of Chaos Monument Enlightenment has always been that the longer the enlightenment time, the greater the gain. This kid is good? Indeed, I only lasted 40 minutes when I first enlightened. I'm worse than you. I exited the enlightenment state in just over half an hour. I don't know how long Jingzhe can last this time. Is it possible to surpass Uncle Corpse Dog? It seems that Corpse Dog lasted for an hour and a half on his first enlightenment. Yogwang Star Tower, the first floor hall. Several members stood here. They were afraid of affecting Song Chi's first enlightenment, so they deliberately did not go to the second floor, but waited here. In fact, normally, it is difficult to interrupt the enlightenment of the Chaos Monument as long as it is not attacked. But for safety, everyone did not go to the second floor. Suddenly, there was finally movement on the second floor, which had been silent for a long time. Everyone glanced and saw that it was Song Chi walking down the stairs made of eternal stone bricks. Several people looked at each other, notified in the group chat, and took the initiative to congratulate. Congratulations. It took more than an hour to enlighten the Chaos Monument for the first time. Although it was just the beginning, it was more than most of our Star Tower members. How was the harvest? Did you control Yagwang Xingling? After hearing the words of several people, Song Chi shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, everyone realized that Song Chi had not yet comprehended the secret art of Yagwang Xingling. No need to think too much. Since the establishment of our Star Tower, more than 95% of the members have not been able to master Yagwang Xingling the first time they comprehend it. This secret art is the fundamental secret art of our Yagwang Xing Tower. It is not so easy to master. Chapter 359 Achievements and Reopen Market Transactions. Song Chi nodded, indicating that he was fine. After greeting everyone again, he logged out directly. As for what these Star Tower members thought, he didn't know, but he really didn't take it too seriously. From the beginning to the end, Song Chi was very clear about one thing: he had never been a genius with amazing comprehension, and the reason why he could reach this level today was all because of the existence of the Zhutian market. This can be seen from the progress of his own space law. If it weren't for the use of multiple space law fruits, his current understanding of the space law would probably be at most 0.2%. In terms of the understanding of laws and secret arts, he has always been just an average person. In the underground battleship summoning room, Song Chi in the battleship's main control room regained his mind and looked at the messages that kept skipping on the Yagwang Xingling. He quickly replied, Yagwang Xingling Communication Group. Number 3 Corpse Dog at Jingzhe. It is normal not to understand the secret arts when you first comprehend the Chaos Monument. Don't take it too seriously. Number 16 Lan Song, +1. Don't think too much. We are basically like this. Number 32. Jingzhe, don't worry, it's not a big problem. Although he acted very relaxed, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel a bit disappointed. After all, he knew that, with his own understanding, it would be difficult to comprehend the secret technique of Yagwang Xingling. After 3 or 4 attempts, that is, thanks to the advantage of the previous trial results, he got the opportunity to comprehend the double Yagwang Chaos Monument, which was the only comfort in Song Chi's heart at the moment. In addition, he also hoped to see if he could improve his own genetic bloodline talent and improve his own comprehension a little bit in the future Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow. Although this is difficult, it is still a possibility. Putting away the Yagwang Star Order, without doing anything else, Song Chi sat cross-legged in the battleship and began to concentrate on digesting some of the gains from the previous comprehension of the Yagwang Chaos Monument. Although he failed to master the secret arts during this comprehension, the Yagwang Chaos Monument has never been just a legacy of secret arts, but more of the various laws and great principles engraved in it. Song Chi's comprehension of the space law has improved significantly this time. Before this, His comprehension of the space law was 0.48%. Now this time, his comprehension has increased by about 0.04%. If he can digest it well, it will not be difficult to increase it by 0.01% later. Although 0.04% and 0.05% seem pitifully small, if you look at it from another angle, you will find that this improvement is still very considerable. As mentioned before, in a primitive secret realm like the Dragon Ridge secret realm, which has a great blessing on the perception of the law, the normal perception speed of the space law in it takes 8 years to increase by about 0.1%. In other words, Song-Chi only spent 1 hour to comprehend the Yeguang Chaos Monument once, which was equivalent to sitting in the primitive secret realm for 4 years. Half a month later, Song-Chi's perception of the space law successfully reached 0.53%, and he was very happy about it. Take this space law perception for example, plus the subsequent heavenly demon phoenix marrow genetic bloodline talent increase. After 20 times the amplitude, his space law perception will directly exceed 10%. That is to say, once he is promoted to the 4th level, the space law will immediately enter a small success. In the entire territory of Shinhua human civilization, this progress is ranked among the top 10% of all Shinhua captains, who have just been promoted to the 4th level. However, the premise of all this is that we must get the heavenly demon phoenix marrow. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes were cold. The heavenly demon phoenix marrow is the key to make up for his lack of talent. No matter what, he must get it. If there are creatures in the spirit beast secret realm in the future, even the 5th level beast will die. In the next few months, Song-Chi put everything aside and stayed in the market to concentrate on practicing the guiding technique and understanding the laws of space. On this day, there was less than a month left before the final trump card level features of the Pajua Time Realm and Tianqing Qiantian self-control system on the Sanqiong were completely cooled down. This also means that the Sanqiong will soon restore its full combat power, and it is getting closer and closer to starting the exploration of the Fairyland continent fragments. In front of the ultra-long-range space gate random release platform in the Zhutian market, Song-Chi confirmed that this configuration was activated, as more than 3 digits of virtual space portals slowly took shape at the entrance of the market. The last market transaction before exploring the Fairyland continent officially began. The first person to appear in the market, as expected, was the Goblin Luke again, who was always so punctual. As usual, after entering the market, Luke went straight to the mineral resource shop. Soon, the monthly transaction of 2 million Terra stones was completed, and holding his iconic portable space folding box, Luke walked out of the mineral resource shop with satisfaction. Over the past 20 years, the number of Terra stones thrown out at random has increased, and the price of the secret trading channels behind the Viscount's mansion has been falling again and again. However, even so, they still enjoy it, because no matter what, the great Viscount Thor's mansion is the one that makes money, even if it makes less and less. As the Terra stone transaction was completed, Luke found that there were scattered alien creatures with vigilant faces entering the market through the space portal. But Luke did not rush to deal with these limited number of aliens, but went straight to the shops selling goods in the market. In the past 2 years, it has found that there are often some good things in these market stalls. After all, those low-level alien creatures have limited knowledge, and the chance of picking up bargains is very high. When Luke stepped into the first stall, he saw that there were already a large number of counters with various goods, compared with the Goblin Luke, who could only check the stalls one by one. Song-Chi, the owner of the market, was much more convenient. With just one thought, he could easily browse all the goods in the 100 stalls. Originally, he thought there would be no surprises this time. However, in the 88 shop on the inner side, Song-Chi saw a product that made his heart skip a beat. Unknown crystal. Extremely rich energy. Priced at 10 strands of second-level floating land origin. Quantity 5. Obviously, the alien race selling this unknown crystal did not know what it was. However, this did not bother Song-Chi. The mini-shaped sky number 1 deep in his brows emitted a prompt of Sky Intelligence Brain. Attention! Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine. Has a violent reaction, suspected to have a special antimatter source. Captain, please pay attention to purchase. Attention! Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine. Attention! 3 consecutive rapid reminders. Let Song-Chi know that this special crystal is most likely one of the antimatter sources. needed for the continuous evolution of the antimatter energy evolution engine. After confirming this, he bought all 5 thumb-sized antimatter sources without hesitation, and at the same time, he took the initiative to send a message to the market sale order behind the sale of this antimatter source crystal. As the master of the market, he could naturally directly connect to the market sale order issued. On a third-level floating land in the unknown star sea, a second-level white-winged tribe, with wings on its back, was staring at the illusory information on the sale order in its hand. Seeing that the unknown crystals it had put up for sale were bought at once, its wings behind it subconsciously flapped, and it realized that the price it had set was definitely too low. It turned its head to look at the remaining 10 crystals beside it, and just as it was about to raise the price again, the sudden change from the market sale order in its hand startled it. A line of text appeared on the token. "Do you have more crystals of this kind?" Knowing that only the mysterious market owner has the ability to actively communicate with the market sale order, the second-level White-Winged tribe member was greatly shocked. Without any hesitation, he replied respectfully, "My lord, I still have 10 in my hand. This thing was obtained from a hidden valley, but the more are gone." Hearing this answer, Song Chi in the market sighed slightly. "Forget it, you can sell them all. Also, after 1 year, your token will never be taken back, and all transaction taxes will be exempted." At the same time, as the White Wings clan sold the remaining 10 antimatter source crystals at the original price, Song Chi directly bought them with 100 strands of the third-level floating land source. The reason why the third-level floating land source was used was purely to give the second-level White Wings clan a little sweetness. Only in this way, they will have the motivation to search for other antimatter source crystals in the future. The formation of this antimatter source requires a very special environment. In theory, as long as there is an antimatter source, there should be a certain possibility that more antimatter sources will appear on this continent. It has been nearly a year since the acquisition information of this antimatter source was posted on the acquisition shop. But there has been no harvest. Now that it has finally appeared, he will naturally not let it go easily. Of course, the key is that he now has a lot of third-level floating land origins, and he doesn't care about these 100 strands. But the third-level floating land origin that Song Chi didn't care about. The second-level White-Winged tribe was extremely excited after getting it. With the assistance of these 100 strands of third-level floating land origins, the possibility of its subsequent impact on the third level will be greatly increased. Holding these 100 strands of the third-level floating land origin, the second-level White-Winged tribe had a gleam in their eyes, and secretly decided to go to the valley to search carefully later, if they could find more of that kind of crystal. They believed that the great market owner would never treat them unfairly. In addition, they also thought of other creatures on the floating land. This floating land was not small, and perhaps other creatures had also obtained this special crystal. Jutian Market. After getting 15 antimatter source crystals, Song Chi ignored the mini sky no trembling more and more alarmingly in the depths of his eyebrows, but quietly appeared in the exclusive purchase shop and placed one of the antimatter source crystals in the middle of the antimatter source purchase counter. Antimatter sources are something that few creatures have seen. There is a high possibility that they hold treasures without knowing it. Now, putting one of these objects on display can effectively increase the possibility of acquiring this resource in the future. After tinkering with the antimatter source crystal, Song Chi quietly disappeared from the exclusive acquisition shop, transformed into a blue-blooded person again, and headed towards the Xingyuan Empire shop. "Brother Alan, how about that fully automatic advanced intelligent chip?" Before he could finish, Alan, who had just appeared in the market not long ago, shook his head. "Don't be impatient. You have to come up and ask once every time you trade in the market. I told you that this thing is a controlled item. It won't be that fast." Okay. Remember to notify me as soon as you get it." Seeing that this person was already a little impatient, Song Chi did not bother him anymore and left the shop quickly. He was helpless about this. Is it wrong to want to upgrade the level of the Cheonkian Intelligent Brain System components as soon as possible? But unfortunately, things don't go as planned. This fully automatic advanced intelligent chip is already so difficult to get. If there is really an intelligent brain in the future. Thinking of this, Song Chi felt that he was overwhelmed. At this moment, he missed the first time the market was opened. Because it was the first time in tens of thousands of years, one of the space gates could be placed in the designated alien civilization territory. I remember that he chose the mechanical civilization, and finally successfully attracted the mechanical civilization to enter. And things like intelligent brains are the most common in mechanical civilizations. If the mechanical civilization can enter the market now, it will definitely not be difficult to get low-level intelligent brains from them. Just thinking about it, the transaction at the strange object exchange shop attracted Song Chi's attention. Hey, is this another 5,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl? The one standing in the rare item exchange shop at this moment is none other than Dagon of the Naga tribe of the North Sea Royal Court. After trading the Mirage Dragon Pearl for a market-walking order and several red rare items, he has been a frequent visitor to the market in recent years. Now, he has taken another 5,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl and is selecting a favorite rare item in the rare item exchange shop. Nearly a year has passed, and Song Yufeng has sent him a batch of Star Sea treasures he has acquired. Among them, although there are only 3 red treasures, there are quite a few orange treasures, more than 20, and even more purple and below. With the addition of these treasures, the high-level treasures that were previously exchanged by the Qingtian clan have been replenished again, making the treasure exchange shop not too shabby. Thinking that with this 5,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl, there is a high probability that his own guidance technique will have another significant breakthrough in the future. Song Chi is in a very good mood. As he strolled, he walked towards the freestall area. After such a period of buffering, there were already quite a few alien creatures in the freestall area. Song Chi wanted to see if he could come here to pick up bargains. To be honest, he hadn't picked up any big bargains in this freestall area for a long time, and he was a little unwilling to accept it. How could the market transactions across the infinite starry sea be without the link of picking up bargains? Soon, Song Chi, who was strolling all the way, stopped in front of a stall with interest. The owner of this stall was a third-level half-rat man. The things on the stall in front of him were also interesting. They were actually pieces of stone lumps wrapped in thick special rock layers. Even so, his stall was still quite popular. Chapter 360, A Bargain Against All Odds. Just as Song Chi quietly squeezed into the alien group, he suddenly heard a cheer, and turned around to see that an alien spent dozens of strands of first-level floating land origin to buy a piece of stone wrapped in thick rock layers, and then actually opened a high-quality ore from it. The value increased by more than 10 times. Song Chi was unmoved by this. From his own perspective, as the lord of the market, and the fact that this alien and the stall owner entered the market through the same space portal, the alien who opened the high-quality ore looked like a shill. There was no intention to expose it, as long as it was not forced buying or selling. It would not violate the market rules to use such means. And the key point was that he could see that there were indeed some good things among the stones on this stall. But the quantity was very small. The most valuable one among them was a group of third-level floating land origin. About 20 strands. And this stone, similar to the source stone in the previous life, was priced at only 10 strands of second-level floating land origin, which could make a profit of about dozens of times. Song Chi did not make a purchase. His eyes were focused on the 4 specific source stones on the stall. Even as the master of the market, he found that he still could not see through these 4 source stones. This was also the fundamental reason that aroused Song Chi's interest. His eyes turned, and the next second a silent market source law descended on him. For a moment, there was a strong law power flowing in Song Chi's pupils. With the help of this law power, he gathered all the laws in his own pupils. After that, he looked at the 4 source stones on the stall again. As expected, after being blessed by the law, his vision of the 4 source stones was greatly different. He quickly saw the contents of 2 of them clearly, which were a group of floating land origin and a large-sized law stone. The floating land origin was of the 4th level, with about 50 strands. As for the large-sized law stone, if it was divided into standard sizes, there should be about 20 pieces. Song Chi had to take these 2. But apart from these 2, he still couldn't see through the other 2. The circle of green rock on the surface of the 2 seemed to be mixed with a special energy that could block the outside world from seeing. Even with the blessing of the law, it was still impossible to see through it. Since he couldn't see through it, Song Chi didn't waste too much time. He just reached out from the crowd and took the 2 source stones with the 4th level floating land origin and law stone. He also specially selected 3 ordinary stones that were completely worthless. As for the last 2 pieces of opaque source stones, he did not use the Blue Blood clan guys to buy them, but instead summoned a second-level humanoid alien and asked him to buy them for him. Under the gaze of the aliens around him, Song Chi asked the third-level half-ratman stall owner to help him cut the 5 source stones he bought with the Blue Blood clan guys. As for the 2 pieces taken by the humanoid alien, he took them away directly and refused to cut them on the spot. Soon, the first source stone was cut, but it only attracted the size of the people around him, and nothing was cut out. Then came the second one, and the result was the same. However, when the third one was opened, it immediately attracted the exclamations of the aliens around him. It's the floating land origin, and it's a high-level floating land origin. At least the fourth level. 50 strands of the fourth level floating land origin. Hiss. Damn. I made hundreds of times the profit. When 50 strands of the fourth level floating land origin were revealed, the whole stall was in an uproar. You should know that Song Chi only used the second level floating land origin to buy it, and he made hundreds of times the profit in one go. Suddenly, the number of aliens who bought source stones increased by dozens of times, and all creatures wanted to try their luck. After the fourth stone was opened, it turned out to be an ordinary stone with no value, until the fifth source stone. When another large law stone was opened, the aliens became more and more crazy, and the source stones on the stall were visibly reduced. Seeing this, the pain on the face of the third-level half-rat stall owner slightly turned around. Although he missed 2 source stones, with a price difference of hundreds of times, he was not omniscient and omnipotent after all. At present, these aliens who bought source stones in large quantities were the biggest leaks. In response, Song Chi put away the fourth-level floating land origin and law stone, and whispered to the half-rat man, "Friend, these things of yours are of good quality. Where did you get them? Will there be more in the future?" Seeing that it was the four-armed creature who got the biggest benefit, the third-level half-rat man didn't intend to pay attention at first. But after thinking about it, he replied, "These are special minerals from an ancient battlefield in my Divine Realm continent. Don't think about it. But if you still want them, you can order them directly from me. We will deliver them at the next market transaction." Hearing the 6 words "next market transaction," Song Chi felt happy. Why did he take the initiative to talk to the other party? Isn't it just to guide the other party to trade a market guest token or market walking token? This kind of thing is similar to gambling on stones in the previous life. In addition, he has the blessing of the Lord of the Market, which is the best way to pick up bargains. If it can continue, it will definitely bring him a lot of extra income. Now that the other party has taken the initiative to take a market token, he is of course happy. Obviously, this person has seen that the market model itself is completely compatible with gambling on stones. What is the most taboo in gambling on stones? The most feared thing is that there are no new customers, because those old customers who have tried several times, they basically know the pitfalls here, and will not be fooled again after being fooled once. In comparison, those newcomers, after seeing this new thing, will think about trying their luck a few times. In this way, a trading platform like the market, which is almost a batch of new foreign species every month, is simply a paradise for gambling on stones. There is no need to deliberately add too many good goods to the stones, and the price can be raised a little bit, and the profit is huge. Since there was no need for his guidance, Song Chi casually ordered 10 source stones for the next market transaction from this person, and then turned and left. He was a little anxious to see what was in the last 2 source stones. The resources that he could see through with the blessing of the law were all resources at the level of the 4th level floating land source and the law stone. Is it possible that the source stones that he could not see through contained resources of higher value? With this idea in mind, Song Chi left the freestall area with many alien races. And when he came to a slightly open area, he gently waved his hand, and the power of the law surged around him, automatically isolating him from a small, absolutely closed space. In this space, no one can see what he does and says. Taking out the 2 source stones he just got from the 2nd level humanoid alien, Song Chi raised his head slightly. The source laws of the market's secret realm gathered in his hands, and quickly formed a small blade of law. Crack, crack, crack. Under the unparalleled cutting power of the blade of law, the first source stone was easily cut. When Song Chi saw what was inside the source stone, his heart suddenly jumped. It's actually the 7th level floating land source? There was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He never thought that the first time he got the 7th level floating land source, it would be in this way. Although there was only 1 strand, it was still of great significance. After a brief moment of astonishment, it turned into a deep surprise. Not only because he had obtained a strand of the 7th level floating land origin, but also because of the so-called God's Domain continent. The appearance of the 7th level floating land origin meant that the God's Domain continent behind the 3rd level half-rat man was at least a 6th level floating land in the Star Sea. For this level of floating land in the Star Sea, the ancient battlefield on it could produce more good things, and they were more precious. This undoubtedly increased his subsequent gains from picking up leaks in disguise. Instinctively, he turned his eyes to the last source stone in his hand again. What is in this source stone? Is it still the 7th level floating land source? Or something else? With strong curiosity, the blade of law in his hand quickly cut the last source stone. As soon as a corner was cut, a strong red light was emitted from the cut. Suddenly, Song Qi seemed a little disappointed. Compared with the strand of the 7th level floating land source, this source stone, which was most likely a red wonder, was obviously much less valuable. However, no matter what, it was also a big leak. He quickly cut the whole source stone. Sure enough, as the incision grew larger, a brighter red light enveloped the entire enclosed space. When the source stone was completely cut, Song Qi's sight was immediately focused on this red wonder. Wonderful item, Bloodline Baptism Platform. Quality, red. Transformable, none. Note: a certain ancient Taoist sect in the Divine Realm continent was once used to baptize the bodies of the younger generation of the Taoist sect. It has the special effect of purifying blood and improving genetic bloodline talent. However, the Taoist sect was destroyed in one day, leaving only this bloodline baptism platform buried deep underground. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, it was transformed into a red epic wonder. Song Qi frowned. Can't be converted into shipborne parts? Really? As he muttered, his mind changed quietly. Blood baptism. Improves genetic bloodline talent. The effect is amazing. But I don't know if it can work on Captain Xinhua. If it can, the value will definitely not be low. Thinking of this, he felt a strong expectation in his heart. Now his genetic bloodline value is only 31 points, which is barely enough to enter the ranks of excellent creatures in the Star Sea. If this blood baptism platform can really work, combined with the future demon phoenix marrow, it may be able to raise his genetic bloodline value to a higher level. Thinking about it, Song Qi felt a little itchy, and wanted to confirm whether this component could work for himself and Captain Xinhua. However, the market transaction has not yet ended, so he could only suppress this restlessness. Time passed, and soon, it was the end of this market transaction. Before the market transaction officially ended, Song Qi first reissued the 100 sale orders collected in the last transaction, and then opened the auction of the 2 tokens, Market Guest Order and Market Walking Order. As expected, the 3rd level half-ratman won a Market Visitor token with a purple item. Another alien also won a guest token, but no one was interested in the Market Walking token. It was not surprising, as there were only a few aliens who could produce red epic items. After the auction, the market transaction ended. When all the alien creatures were forced to leave, Song Qi stepped to another area of the market, the special configuration loading area, because there are not many rare items suitable for the secret realm of the market. So until now, there has only been one rare item configuration, the Hidden Light platform. Now what Song Qi has to do is to load the Bloodline Baptism platform in his hand. The market is different from the Xinhua battleship, although it also contains some characteristics of the Phantom Energy. It has not lost its own characteristics, including that it is not only capable of loading shipborne components, but also can load other rare items that cannot be converted into shipborne components. As the Bloodline Baptism platform was sent to one of the vacant configuration slots, this palm-sized wonder quickly transformed and turned into a stone platform emitting a faint blood light. Looking closely, the information of this stone platform quickly emerged. Name: Bloodline Baptism Platform. Quality: red. Level: level 3. Effect 1. Consume 10,000 points of energy. Perform primary bloodline baptism on level 3 and below creatures on the baptism platform. Slightly improve the genetic bloodline talent of the creature, and baptize up to 10 creatures at a time. Effect 2. Consume 100,000 points of energy. Perform intermediate bloodline baptism on level 3 and below creatures on the baptism platform. Moderately improve the genetic bloodline talent of the creature, and baptize up to 3 creatures at a time. Effect 3. Consume 1,000,000 energy points. Perform high-level blood baptism on creatures of level 3 or below on the baptism platform. Greatly improve the genetic bloodline talent of the creature. Baptize up to 1 creature at a time. Note: baptism lasts for 10 minutes. Cooling time is 20 minutes. After reading the detailed information of this stone platform, Song Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. 3 effects. corresponding to the 3 characteristics of the red epic artifact. As for its specific effects, it is not clear at the moment, and needs further verification. Thinking about it, the fire ancestral orifice between his eyebrows flashed, and the sky appeared soon. And then several second-level humanoid aliens were summoned from the cultivation secret realm. Under Song Chi's command, a second-level humanoid alien stepped onto the stone platform. But before he could activate the first blood baptism effect, 2 lines of fonts appeared on the blood-colored stone platform. Genetic bloodline talent, excellent 40. Bloodline baptism compatibility, 33. Looking at these 2 lines of text, Song Chi paused. The genetic bloodline talent in the first column is easy to understand, but what does this bloodline baptism compatibility mean? Could it be the success rate of bloodline baptism? Thinking, Song Chi did not think much, and still forced the primary bloodline baptism to start. As a thick blood mist enveloped the entire stone platform, soon the screams from the second-level humanoid alien on the platform were heard. Amid the screams, a dull sound, bang, sounded, and the screams on the stone platform also stopped abruptly. Chapter 361 Test. Song Chi looked a little ugly. As the blood-colored mist on the blood baptism platform gradually dissipated, the second-level humanoid alien race had disappeared. If I guessed correctly, it was probably because the so-called blood baptism compatibility was too low, which led to the failure of the baptism, and the whole thing was blown into a ball of blood mist. And in this way, it means that this blood baptism platform is definitely not something that any creature can use. At least the blood baptism compatibility must reach a certain level before you can try blood baptism. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. This would greatly reduce his subsequent plan to use this bloodline baptism platform to earn the origin of the floating land. Moreover, in this case, he also unconsciously had a bad idea in his heart when he took a step forward and stepped onto the bloodline baptism platform in front of him. A bitter smile appeared on Song Chi's face. Genetic bloodline talent, excellent 31. Bloodline baptism compatibility, 46. Although his own bloodline baptism compatibility is stronger than that of the humanoid aliens, it is also limited. If he really tries to perform baptism directly, the result will most likely be the same as that of the second-level humanoid alien before. After getting off the baptism platform again, Song Chi asked several other second-level humanoid aliens to try it. If they really wanted to earn the origin of the floating land with this bloodline baptism platform, they had to understand the specific baptism rules. This was necessary. However, they did not gain anything. These second-level humanoid aliens were basically the same as the first one, and their bloodline baptism compatibility was between 32 and 34 points. Thinking about it, Song Chi summoned several third-level humanoid aliens from the cultivation secret realm, including the half-step fourth-level humanoid alien. Soon, these humanoid aliens also stepped onto the blood baptism platform one after another. This time, there was finally some difference. The third-level humanoid aliens, their compatibility reached 45 to 46 points, which was not much different from Song Chi now. As for the half-step fourth-level humanoid alien, the blood baptism compatibility even exceeded 50 points. After getting this answer, Song Chi was thoughtful. In comparing the differences between these humanoid aliens, since their compatibility would change so much, it means that the compatibility of the blood baptism platform is probably not related to the species itself, but to other factors. Thinking, Song Chi already had a rough guess in his mind. Around Qinghua Lake, with the rise of Song Chi and Song Ming Song, the 10th Strait Vein has grown stronger in recent years. Now the number of people in the vein is close to 500,000. With this population base, the buildings around Qinghua Lake are becoming more and more dense. A few years ago, a city with a large area was formed around Qinghua Lake. Qinghua City, the southern warship berthing area. Buzz, accompanied by the dull roar of the engine, dozens of frigates slowly took off. Just after finishing an exploration of an alien star domain, Songbo controlled his own wave frigate to fall from the sky of Qinghua City. Seeing so many frigates taking off at once, he was shocked and thought that something big had happened in the vein. He took the initiative to send a communication request to one of the familiar frigates. After the communication was connected, he quickly said, "Delay. What happened? Why did so many tribesmen get alarmed?" On the other side of the communication projection, the burly Songlei replied, "It's okay. Just now, our Lord Qi issued an order to the vein, requiring a large number of various 0 to 3rd level alien creatures. Everyone is preparing to go to the slave creature breeding area under the jurisdiction of the mainland to retrieve slave creatures. You came back late. A group of tribesmen had already gone to the alien star colony area before, and they should be back soon. After hearing this explanation, Song Bo suddenly understood. His Highness Song Chi has always been seeking benefits for the veins, and seldom said what he wanted from the veins. Now this is almost the first time he has officially spoken, and the tribes in the veins must naturally handle this matter beautifully. After disconnecting the communication, Song Bo thought about it for a long time. After more than 20 years of development and accumulation, their 10th straight vein has now established dozens of colonial development zones in the alien star domain. But there are not many alien creatures worth keeping in captivity. Only less than 20 species, including the captive breeding sites on the Dragon Ridge continent. At most 30 or 40 species. Thinking of this, he was a little worried, and felt that it was not enough. Walking all the way to the battleship cabin, looking at the white figures in several alloy cages in the cabin, Song Bo's eyes condensed, and he decided to hand over the creatures in one of the cages. These humanoid white-skinned creatures have long dragon tails, and their bodies are covered with white scales. They are half-dragons, although they are only the lowest half-dragons who inherit the blood of white dragons among many half-dragons. It still took him a lot of effort to capture them during the previous exploration of the alien star field. The fact that he was determined to hand over a batch of them on his own initiative now was enough to show his sincerity. On the second day, seeing many different alien creatures being sent to the manor one after another, Song Chi was somewhat impressed by the speed of action in the veins. After thanking all the tribesmen, Song Chi quickly brought these nearly 100 kinds of aliens back to the market. Then he began the test plan that he had planned long ago. Foxman. Genetic bloodline talent, 26. Blood baptism compatibility, 20. White wings. Genetic bloodline talent, 28. Blood baptism compatibility, 25. Null. Genetic bloodline talent, 35. Blood baptism compatibility, 53. Two-headed null. Genetic bloodline talent, 49. Blood baptism compatibility, 72. As the test results came out one by one, Song Chi recorded them while a certain guess in his mind became more and more certain, until a second-level half-dragon appeared. He basically confirmed his idea. White dragon blood half-dragon. Gene blood talent, 64. Blood baptism compatibility, 92. Sure enough, the stronger the physique of the creature, the higher the blood baptism compatibility. Whether it is the jackal, the two-headed jackal, or the half-dragon at the moment, their own physique is among the best among the alien races in the Star Sea, especially the half-dragon. They have the blood of pure-blooded giant dragons. Their physique is amazing, so they can have such an amazing compatibility. After confirming this, Song Chi thought of himself again. The human race in the Star Sea has never been a creature known for its physique. The reason why he can have a compatibility of 46 is probably related to his own guidance technique having reached level 35, and taking a strengthening fruit not long ago. In other words, my 46-point compatibility is probably the highest among all the third-level and lower Shinhua captains. I only have this compatibility, and other Shinhua captains will only have a lower one. In this way, it is obviously impossible to apply this bloodline baptism platform on a large scale to Shinhua captains. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. How can it be so easy for ordinary creatures to easily improve their genetic bloodline talents? If such a rare object really exists, it must be at least a Golden Holy Domain rare object, or even above the Golden Holy Domain. It is absolutely impossible for a red rare object to do it. Shaking his head, Song Chi did not think about it anymore, and he continued to test. The humanoid alien with a compatibility of more than 30 points failed before, so he simply started from 40 points. Soon, the star spirits with a compatibility of 42 points also followed the footsteps of the humanoid aliens, and several other creatures with compatibility ranging from 44 to 49 points also failed without exception. After determining that the compatibility of more than 40 points was not good, he further pushed it to the range of 50 to 59 points. Song Chi was reluctant to let the humanoid alien, who was half a step to the 4th level, go up. He had good talent, and had a good chance of being promoted to the 4th level in the future. He was a potential carrier of the slavery seal rage in the future. Soon, a second-level wolfman was sent up, and Song Chi also started the primary blood baptism. Although each baptism consumes a lot of energy, the market under his feet is like a huge converter, which absorbs the infinite energy in the void space all the time, and the efficiency is terrifying. Song Chi is not worried about its energy problem at all. This time, there is something different. The second-level wolf man lasted longer than all the alien races tested before. Just when Song-Chi thought it would succeed this time, it still exploded into a ball of blood mist. Seeing this, Song-Chi summoned another third-level jackal. The compatibility of this jackal reached 59, which was only one step away from 60. Even so, it still failed to survive the baptism process. At this point, Song-Chi's brows were already furrowed, which was obviously not the result he wanted to see. A second-level blue blood was sent to the baptism platform again, and its compatibility reached 65. When the blood baptism was activated again, Song-Chi finally smiled. The baptism of this second-level blue blood was successful. While feeling happy, his eyes quickly scanned the two lines of words that reappeared on the baptism platform. Blue blood. Genetic bloodline talent, 46. Bloodline baptism compatibility, 65. 46? Song-Chi's heart was slightly shocked. He remembered that before the baptism was successful, his bloodline value was 33. In other words, this baptism increased his bloodline value by 13 points. The situation in front of Song-Chi showed neither satisfaction nor disappointment. The increase in this value is indeed not big. But after all, it is only the primary baptism. The subsequent intermediate and advanced baptisms will have a stronger effect. After calming down, he asked several second-level blue bloods to board the baptism platform one after another. Their compatibility was above 63 points. But the final result was not satisfactory. There were 14 second-level blue bloods in total, and only 2 succeeded in the end, including the first one. More than 60 points of compatibility only have a very small chance of success. Then came the second-level two-headed jackals. Their compatibility reached more than 70 points, and the baptism success rate was much higher. Basically, only 1 out of 20 would fail. In this way, Song-Chi tested hundreds of alien races along the way, including those of level 3 and below, and finally, he obtained relatively accurate test answers. First of all, only creatures with a baptism compatibility of more than 70 points have a very high baptism success rate. And with a compatibility of 80 points or more, there will be basically no failure. However, this is only the primary baptism. If you want to perform the intermediate baptism, you must have a compatibility of more than 80 points. Similarly, the advanced baptism requires a compatibility of more than 90 points. As for the baptism effect, primary baptism can allow ordinary star C creatures 5 to 30 to directly enter the level of excellent star C life 31 to 50. Intermediate baptism can allow excellent star C life 31 to 50 to leap to the level of the third tier gifted life of genetic bloodline talent 51 to 70. Advanced baptism can allow the third tier gifted life 51 to 70 to directly enter the level of advanced star C life 71 to 80. Of course, this refers to the baptism of the second level and before. If the baptism is carried out at the third, fourth, or even fifth level later, the effect will be weakened a lot. After all, at that level, the essence of life has been sublimated many times, and it has been on the road to the perfect life level for a long time. The effect of bloodline baptism is naturally not as good as that of the low level. Song-Chi was not very satisfied with the test results, because it greatly limited the universality of the bloodline baptism platform. With such a high threshold, the number of creatures that could be baptized in the future would obviously not be too many. However, he soon thought of another point. With a compatibility of 70 points, he could try to perform primary baptism. This seemed to be possible. Of course, before that, he had to try to acquire some resources, like strengthening fruit. Only in this way could he further improve his physical fitness and gradually move closer to the hard condition of 70 points of compatibility. As for the possibility of failure, even when the fit is above 70 points, Song-Chi is not worried. As the lord of the market, he can stop the operation of this bloodline baptism platform at any time if he wants. As for the aliens that exploded before, he could not really see the specific status of all the aliens because of the barrier of the blood mist. Secondly, as an outsider, he could not completely and accurately control the tolerance of these aliens. After returning all the aliens who had completed the baptism, Song-Chi began to make detailed plans for the subsequent baptism of this bloodline baptism platform. Although the baptism threshold is very high, the number and types of alien races entering the market every time are not small, and there will definitely be alien races that meet the requirements. Therefore, before the next market opens, he must formulate the single baptism fee of this bloodline baptism platform. This fee cannot be set too high. After all, its threshold is already strict. If another batch is eliminated by this baptism fee, it will be difficult to earn too much floating land origin with this strange item. However, it must not be too low. Items that can improve genetic bloodline talents are rare. If it is too low, it will lower the status of this bloodline baptism platform. In addition, the costs of the 3 different levels of baptism must also be differentiated. After all, there is a fundamental difference between the transition from ordinary life to excellent life and the transition from gifted life to advanced life in the Star Sea. Although both are 1-level upgrades, the genetic bloodline talent has always been more difficult to improve as time goes by, so they cannot be compared. Chapter 362 Return to the Fragments of the Fairyland Continent. Song-Chi thought about this pricing arrangement for a long time, and finally set a price that he thought was reasonable for each of the 3 baptisms. Primary Bloodline Baptism, 50 strands of the 3rd level Floating Land Essence / 2 strands of the 4th level Floating Land Essence / 1 Purple Wonder Single Time Intermediate Bloodline Baptism, 50 strands of the 4th level Floating Land Essence / 2 strands of the 5th level Floating Land Essence / 1 Orange Wonder Single Time Advanced Bloodline Baptism, 50 strands of the 5th level Floating Land Essence / 2 strands of the 6th level Floating Land Essence / 1 Red Wonder Single Time. How about this fee? If you feel it is not appropriate, just ask. After setting this price, Song-Chi did not stay in the market any longer, and summoned the sky and went straight to the Family Merit Building. The goal is nothing else. It is all the resources that can strengthen the body, but cannot assist in the practice of guiding techniques. There are many such resources in the Merit Building, and they are very cheap. After all, they cannot assist in the practice of guiding techniques. As for Captain Shinhua's own use, he only needs to control the warship to fight the enemy. Why does the captain need a strong body? He does not need to fight the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Soon, the hundreds of gold merit points in the account were all consumed, and Song-Chi also successfully exchanged a large number of physical training resources from the Merit Building. In addition, he had specially visited the upper floors of the Merit Building in advance, thinking of exchanging for a more powerful main gun. He had quite a few resources at hand. The 5 drops of the 4th level peak Ancient Corpse blood alone were enough to exchange for more than 600 gold merit points. It was not difficult to buy a red quality main gun. Unfortunately, there was a red main gun in the family's Merit Building, but it was still a soul-destroying pupil light cannon. It was obviously not a good choice to load 2 main guns with exactly the same effect on the sky, so he had to give up. After getting many resources to temper his body, Song-Chi quickly returned to his meridians, entered the market, and began to digest these resources with all his strength. Nearly a month later, before all the resources in his hands were fully digested, the sky had already taken the lead in restoring its peak state. Without any hesitation, Song-Chi directly used the market as a transit point and activated the space anchor point that he had left inside the fragment of the Immortal Realm continent. The space changed, and Song-Chi quietly appeared in the former Spirit Beast's secret realm. Feeling the familiar breath coming from all around, joy flowed in his eyes. Apart from anything else, this Spirit Beast's secret realm alone has a terrifying value. A primitive secret realm. Its value can even be compared to silver, or even gold strategic level components. In addition, Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow, Double Bright Divine Bird, and the entire Fairyland continent fragments in the outside world are waiting for him to explore. Under such circumstances, it must be difficult for anyone to remain calm. This time he did not deliberately gather his mind, as the original law he had comprehended was completely transformed into the law of the Sea of Stars. There was nothing wrong with touching the original law revealed in this primitive secret realm with a thread of divine thought. The Mirage feature of the Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl was activated, and Song-Chi controlled the sky to rush to the mountain habitat where the 3 double-winged divine birds were found before, compared with the Sky Demon Phoenix, which still had no clue. The double-winged divine bird with a confirmed location was obviously more worthy of attention. With the bloodline talent of this creature, it is very likely that it will be able to impact the 6th level in the future, and it is not impossible to become a 7th level master. Of course, the 5th level double-winged divine bird has no such possibility. The laws it has comprehended have long been completely solidified, and the laws of the original secret realm are missing, so it has no chance to impact the 7th level. What Song-Chi values are the 2 3rd-level double-winged divine birds. They are only at the 3rd level now, and there is a certain possibility that they have not yet comprehended the laws in this primitive secret realm, or the degree of comprehension is not deep enough. There is a possibility that they will be assimilated into the laws of the Sea of Stars in the future. In this way, their bloodline potential will not be affected in any way. As a mythical bird, the potential of the double-winged divine bird is not inferior to those of high-level pure-blooded dragons. When they arrived at the outskirts of the familiar mountain, the figures of the 3 double-winged divine birds soon came into view. With a slight smile on his lips, Song-Chi did not make any other moves, leaving only the void demon in place, letting it escape into the void gap to monitor the 3 double-winged divine birds at all times. After doing this, Song-Chi controlled the sky and left without looking back. As long as the 5th level double-winged divine bird was there, he would hardly have a chance to attack the 2 3rd level double-winged divine birds. Although the flame giant was also 5th level, it did not have the blessing of the rules of the fragments of the fairyland continent, and its lack of flying ability was also its weakness. After the 3rd level, it can certainly drive the energy in the body to release and carry itself to fly in the air. But how can this method be comparable to those creatures that are born with the ability to fly? So it is still necessary to seek the right opportunity. And this is obviously not something that can be waited for a moment. It has to be done slowly. After putting down the void demon, Song-Chi began to unscrupulously control the sky to gallop through the spirit beast's secret realm. He took out the map he had drawn earlier and avoided the areas that had been searched before. Creatures like the sky demon phoenix have the bloodline of the phoenix. They themselves extremely favor the extreme fire environment, so they will not easily move their nests, and there is no need to worry about the areas that have been searched. However, before the formal search, Song-Chi still had to go to the fire wood where it was. After all, it was a 5th level fire wood. The 4th level sky demon phoenix that had been living there before had been dealt with, and there might be other sky demon phoenixes migrating here. Facts prove that he had overthought. The firewood tree has now been occupied by a new fire-attributed snake beast, whose level is as high as half a step to the 5th level. Its entire body curled up on the firewood tree, which has a great deterrent effect on other creatures. However, Song-Chi did not think so. It was only about 2 years since the sky demon phoenix was killed. In such a short time, it is likely that other sky demon phoenixes have not discovered that the firewood tree has changed its owner. Otherwise, the sky demon phoenix would not be afraid of snake beasts of the same level. Their bloodline ancestors were creatures that could rival true dragons. So how could they fear snakes that were far inferior to lower-level dragons? He shook his head in disappointment, and left a 3rd-level humanoid alien here to report the follow-up situation of the firewood in real time. Then Song-Chi continued to control the sky to other areas of the secret realm. Spirit Beast's secret realm is large enough, even comparable to a 4th-level floating land in the Star Sea, which means that this search will not take a short time. After handing over the control of the warship to the Sky Brain, Song-Chi himself sat cross-legged on the dark energy training platform, while continuing to digest the resources for tempering the body. He turned his consciousness to a new part of the warship. Secret Realm Binder LV-40. Quality, purple. Features, Secret Realm Entrance Opener. Consumption, 10,000/time. Binding, none. That's right, it was the Secret Realm Binder component that was unloaded intact from my grandfather's ship Wrath of the Lion, with the 3-eyed soul-fixing ring. This component was obtained when the Natros family was destroyed, and a Dragon Blood Secret Realm was also given as a gift. Now this component has cancelled the binding to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, and the Dragon Blood Secret Realm is now completely controlled by their lineage, so it will not be affected even if this component is gone. Song-Chi brought this component this time to try to bind it to the Spirit Beast Secret Realm under his feet, although he knew that the success rate must be extremely low. If it was really so easy to take away the Secret Realm, the Jinju Lu family would have moved it to their ancestral land long ago. So why would they wait until now? The Jinju Lu family has been passed down for more than 5,000 years, and its family background is stronger than that of the Song family. He doesn't believe that the other party doesn't have a component similar to this Secret Realm Binder. But even so, Song-Chi must try it. What if the word Spirit Secret Agreement signed with the Lu family does not allow the existence of the Spirit Beast Secret Realm to be revealed in any way, but it does not restrict him from taking advantage of the Spirit Beast Secret Realm? If he can really use the Secret Realm Binder to open the entrance to the Spirit Beast Secret Realm on the Dragon Ridge continent, and then completely seal the entrance to the Secret Realm itself, then after 1,000 years, this original Secret Realm will be his personal property. As the Secret Realm Binder was activated, and the Spirit Beast Secret Realm was designated as the Bound Secret Realm, soon, The component successfully bound to the Spirit Beast's secret realm. Song Qi did not smile. This was only the first step. The second step was the most important. Recalling the sky, he quickly returned to the Dragon Ridge continent via the market. In the underground battleship summoning room of Qinghua Manor, Song Qi in the control room said, "Sure enough, the secret realm binder on the sky was dark. It was obviously impossible to activate this component in the Dragon Ridge continent, let alone open a new entrance to the secret realm." Because he was mentally prepared. The strange feeling in Song Qi's heart did not last long. He re-entered the market and quickly returned to the Spirit Beast's secret realm. Since the secret realm binder parts cannot be used on this Spirit Beast's secret realm, then there is only one thing he needs to do next: search for the whereabouts of the demon phoenix with all his strength. But this does not mean that he has completely given up the idea of this Spirit Beast's secret realm. At present, the purple quality secret realm binder cannot be used on it. What about the orange quality one? Don't forget, there is also a silver apple mother tree that has been restored to the 5th level in the cultivation secret realm of the sky. As long as the 5th level silver apple matures, he can directly upgrade the quality of this secret realm binder parts to orange. If the orange quality doesn't work, then wait until the sky is promoted to the chasing deer ship. The cultivation secret realm is strengthened to the 6th level, and the silver apple mother tree is also restored to the 6th level. At that time, the 6th level silver apple can make the quality of the secret realm binder component upgraded to red. In this way, Song Qi believes that he will be able to pry open the Spirit Beast's secret realm later. No matter how strong the blocking ability of the Immortal Realm Continent fragment is, it is just a rootless fragment, and it always has its own limits. As long as the quality of the component is high enough and the status is high enough, it will definitely be able to ignore its blockade. This has already been demonstrated to Song Qi in the Zhutian market. Without thinking any more, Song Qi spent the next period of time refining all the resources for strengthening his body, while letting the Qiongtian intelligent brain control the Sanqiong to wander in this Spirit Beast's secret realm. Because he had the video of the real heavenly demon phoenix recorded by the Lu family last time, there was no need to worry that the Qiongtian intelligent brain would not recognize it. In this way, time passed slowly. On this day, Song Qi suddenly stood up from the Phantom Energy training platform. It was not that the Qiongtian intelligent brain had discovered the traces of the heavenly demon phoenix, but that he had successfully refined all the resources for strengthening his body. It has been a month and a half since he entered the Spirit Beast's secret realm again. He finally refined all the resources for strengthening his body obtained from the family merit building and the market. At this moment, Song Qi felt that his whole body seemed to have endless power, and the slight tingling sensation in his mind that occasionally appeared also completely disappeared. Compared with the mind that was in a state of mind, his physical body was now fully capable of carrying this mind. Thinking of this, he changed his mind and entered the market. In the special configuration area of the market, Song Qi slowly stepped onto the bloodline baptism platform. He was somewhat curious about how much his bloodline baptism compatibility could reach after refining a large amount of strengthening resources. Genetic bloodline talent, 31. Bloodline baptism compatibility, 68. Seeing the value of 68, Song Qi's eyes lit up. Although it has not yet met the minimum conditions for bloodline baptism, he only needs to refine some more resources to strengthen his body in the future, and he will definitely be able to break through the 70 mark. Therefore, he did not rush back to the Spirit Beast's secret realm, but activated the space anchor point left in the Dragon Ridge continent. He had already redeemed all the strengthening resources in the merit building, but Song Qi had already posted a high-price purchase post in the family forum. When he opened the quantum communication bracelet, as expected, there were already quite a few messages. However, Song Qi skipped most of them and only looked at those messages with high-level strengthening resources. After absorbing a large number of low and medium-level strengthening resources, ordinary strengthening resources are now difficult to work on him, and he must have those of extremely high quality. However, this kind of resources is obviously very rare, and Song Qi saw 5 copies in many private chats. Finally, he spent a lot of 4th level floating land origin to trade for these 5 high-level physical strengthening resources. 10 days later, after using up all the 5 resources, Song Qi came to the market again. On the bloodline baptism platform, Song Qi's eyes were shining. Finally, his bloodline baptism compatibility reached 70 points. Although it was just barely qualified, it was enough for him to try the lowest level of bloodline baptism. Song Qi on the stone platform did not hesitate, and directly activated the primary bloodline baptism effect. It was impossible to improve his physique in a short period of time. which meant that it was difficult for him to raise the degree of fit to more than 80 points. So he activated the primary blood baptism without hesitation. There was another most important reason. The baptism of this blood baptism platform was not limited to one time, but all three types of baptisms could be performed. After this baptism, if the degree of fit was sufficient in the future, he could perform the intermediate or even advanced blood baptism again. Chapter 363 Awakening Day. As the primary baptism of the blood baptism platform was activated, Song Chi's muscles suddenly tensed up. The thick blood mist that suddenly appeared around him poured into his body at a very fast speed. In this case, Song Chi's body suddenly suffered great pressure, as if every cell in his body was expanding outwards crazily, giving people the illusion that his body would explode on the spot in the next second. However, as the lord of the market, he was able to perfectly control everything about himself in this market's secret realm, so he was not confused by this illusion, and the blood baptism continued. The 10-minute baptism time, at this moment, seemed longer than 10 years. When the thick blood mist on the blood baptism platform completely dissipated, it also meant that this blood baptism was officially over. Standing on the stone platform, although there was no change in appearance, Song Chi's blood talent inside had been substantially improved. Scanning the two lines of information that reappeared in front of him, Song Chi's eyes showed satisfaction. Gene blood talent, 45. Blood baptism fit, 70. With the success of the primary blood baptism, his own gene blood value has reached 45 points, 3145, a full increase of 14 points. Although there has been no stage-by-stage qualitative change, it is still at the level of excellent life in the Star Sea, but this substantial improvement is undeniable. Song Chi estimated that, with his own gene bloodline value increased to 45, and the subsequent use of the heavenly demon Phoenix Marrow, he could only reach the life level of gifted talent 51 originally. But now, he could probably reach around 60 points. And this would definitely further increase the multiples of the subsequent law amplitude. According to previous estimates, after using the heavenly demon Phoenix Marrow, the amplitude of the law when he was promoted to the 4th level would be close to 20 times. And now it would definitely exceed 20 times. Song Chi was very satisfied with this. After 2 days of recuperation on the Dragon Ridge continent, the exhaustion brought to the body by the blood baptism was completely removed. Then he returned to the Spirit Beast's secret realm. A year later, the sky has been wandering in most of the Spirit Beast's secret realm, and basically whenever the mirage is cooled down again, the sky intelligence will immediately control the warship to set sail again. However, what is frustrating is that, for more than a year, even though most of the Spirit Beast's secret realm has been searched, the trace of the demon Phoenix has never been found. In this regard, even though there was still a lot of time left, Song Chi still felt a little impatient. And there was also some worry. The search was already halfway through, but there was still no harvest. He couldn't help but worry whether there were other sky demon phoenixes in this Spirit Beast's secret realm. On this day, the sky was still the same as usual, controlled by the sky intelligence brain to continue the search. And Song Chi sat cross-legged on one side to visualize. With a significant improvement of his physical strength, he can now perform daily visualization again, without worrying about his mind breaking through again and causing a burden on his body. Attention, the trace of the sky demon phoenix is suspected to have been found. Coordinates XXXX, XXXX. Warning, the probability that the target organism is a 5th-order life form exceeds 95%, which poses a great threat to this ship. Please keep your distance and cover the ship. Attention, there is a large yin-yang stone vein hundreds of kilometers ahead. The probability that the target organism is a 5th-order sky demon phoenix has increased to 90%. The 3 consecutive reminders that suddenly came to his ears made Song Chi's heart full of surprise. But this surprise did not last long. Looking at the fiery red figure in the distance through the warship's holographic projection screen, his brows quickly frowned. A 5th-level sky demon phoenix? This is no ordinary trouble. Song Chi muttered to himself, his eyes full of solemnity. The bloodline talent of this sky demon phoenix may not be as good as that of the double bright divine bird, but the difference is definitely not too big. It is roughly 50 to 50 compared to the flamely giant. In addition, the rule blessing of the fragment of the fairyland continent and the large flame sun stone vein below. The combat power of this thing will definitely not be weaker than that of a half-step 6th-level life form. Of course, the flame sun stone vein also has a certain blessing for the flamely giant, but the overall impact is not great. So it is inevitable that the sky demon phoenix has an absolute advantage. Even so, Song Chi's eyes quickly turned into determination. No matter how difficult it was, he would never give up on this heavenly demon phoenix. It was related to the upper limit of the extraordinary in the future and would affect his subsequent life. He would never back down and would not be allowed to retreat. Moreover, the heavenly demon phoenix marrow extracted from the bones of the 5th level heavenly demon phoenix might be more effective. Of course, deciding to act was one thing, but when to act was another. Before taking action, he had to be fully prepared. Otherwise, relying on the sky alone, let alone killing the opponent, it would be a blessing if it is not chased by the opponent. As for what preparations need to be made, first of all, the 5th level slave creatures are necessary, and the flame giant will be the main force to deal with the sky demon phoenix. In addition, the starry sky monitor component on my grandfather's ship Wrath of the Lion must be borrowed. The void prison feature of it has a very good effect on the current situation. Remember the LV-19 starry sky monitor, its void prison feature attributes are as follows. Void prison consumes 3,000 points of psionic energy after 70 minutes of charging, generates a void cage for a designated spherical area with a diameter not exceeding 100,000 meters, and lasts for 120 minutes. If this component can be strengthened to level 5, this feature can not only effectively prevent interference from other level 5 and level 6 beasts in the secret realm, but also minimize the flying advantage of the sky demon phoenix, and at the same time, it can also isolate the blessing of the large yin-yang stone vein below. Dragon Ridge Continent, Qingwen Manor. After confirming a series of subsequent plans, Song Chi returned to the Dragon Ridge Continent. Needless to say, the starry sky monitor component was a piece of cake. As Song Chi spoke, Grandpa took the initiative to come out of the Dragon Ridge secret realm and deliver the orange component to Song Chi intact through the three-eyed soul-securing ring. Because Grandpa only enhanced it to LV-40. Song Chi used some of the resources he had accumulated over the past year to enhance it to LV-50. Anyway, Grandpa had already used the orange top-grade upgraded fire source to upgrade his own fire seed to orange. And this 5th level component could be returned to the Furious Lion in the future. Song Chi was not dealing with this matter at the moment. But another preparation. A message was sent out on the family's senior communication channel. The 10th straight vein Song Chi, I want to borrow 2 ice dragons. It only takes a few months. And I will pay 100 strands of 4th level floating land origin as a reward. This is Song Chi's second preparation. The sky demon phoenix itself is a fire-attributed creature, and the ice-attributed dragon is likely to restrain it. He just knew that in the previous Holy Dragon Continent operation, the family enslaved a large number of 5th level dragons, including the frost dragon. Song Chi's message, naturally, quickly triggered a discussion in the family's high-level channel. Most of them were from the elders, who were speculating on what big thing he was going to do. After all, in the past 20 years, he had done many big things in succession. In addition to the recent Holy Dragon Continent, the suppression of the Stark family's direct descendants a few years ago, and the ancient Starry Sky battlefield more than 10 years ago. All of them were big things that could shake the entire family. Song Chi was not interested in the conversation of the elders. He was waiting for the responses of the main people. As far as he knew, the family had brought back a total of 4 ice dragons from the Holy Dragon Continent. 2 of which were level 5, and 2 of which were level 4. Let's not talk about the level 4 first. In front of the level 5 Sky Demon Phoenix, the probability of such a dragon being killed is very high. The key still depends on the 2 ice dragons. If these 2 level 5 ice dragons can be borrowed, with the help of the flame giant and the sky itself, there is a good chance of taking down the level 5 Sky Demon Phoenix. Of these 2 level 5 frost dragons, one was enslaved by the Tianshu clan elder from the Tianai, and the other was enslaved by the Daijiang clan elder from the Zumai. What Song Chi needs to do now is to think about how to temporarily borrow 2 5th level ice dragons from these 2 people. However, what made Song Chi frown was that neither the Tianshu elder nor the Daijiang elder spoke in the channel. Finally, he took the initiative to send a private message to the 2 elders. But unfortunately, he still did not receive a reply. Are you in seclusion? Or did you go to the alien star domain? Knowing that he could only wait for a while, Song Chi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In order to receive the reply from the 2 elders in time, Song Chi did not rush back to the Spirit Beast Secret Realm, but returned to his previous daily practice. Time passed slowly. 5,229th year of the Morning Star calendar. 2,810th year of the Dinghai calendar. October 1st. The annual awakening time of the Dinghai Song family. Above the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent. Accompanied by violent space fluctuations. Dozens of Xinhua warships suddenly appeared. These Xinhua warships, without exception, are transit warships under the command of the Song family. They returned from a large alien star colony under the family. At this moment, in the warship cabin, there are an astonishing number of young men and women. Through the holographic exterior of the warship, young men and women looked at everything outside with curiosity. When they saw the endless Dragon Ridge continent below, someone murmured, "Is this the Dragon Ridge continent? The ancestral land of the family that the Academy has always emphasized? It's so big. These people are the new generation of the alien colony. They are all around 30 years old. They came back this time for the annual Xinhua awakening. As long as they can awaken successfully, they will receive the startup funds issued by the family and officially start their subsequent Xinhua captain career. Even if the awakening fails, you can choose whether to stay in Longji continent or return to the former colony. This is the right of all Song clan members. However, all young men and women know that although there seems to be no big difference, they are actually two completely different paths. One will become a child of destiny, a trendsetter in the boundless sea of stars, while the other will become mediocre and can only pin their hopes on their offspring, with no possibility of changing their fate. There are still many people like this group of young men and women. From time to time, transit warships return from the sky of the entire Longji continent, carrying more than 1 million new generations of the Song clan. At the foot of the Dragon Ridge continent, on the White Jade Square, this is one of the awakening points for the Xinhua awakening this year. Among the many young men and women, a young man with a slightly delicate face, with his fists clenched involuntarily, stared at the center of the square with expectation. The young man's name is Song Hao. He comes from a level 4-star sea floating land colony under the jurisdiction of the Earth Vein. He is talented and has a very fast speed in practicing the guiding technique. In just over 20 years, he has reached the peak of level 6. His parents and uncles have high hopes for him. Suddenly, a soft female voice came from the side. "Brother Song Hao, don't be nervous. You will definitely awaken the seed of fire." Hearing this voice, Song Hao's heart was relieved. He turned his head to look at the girl beside him and nodded, "Yes. You too. We have already agreed to explore the Starry Sea together." The girl's name is Songya. She is the daughter of his second uncle next door, and the two have had a very good relationship since childhood. Next, Song Hao. At this time, a call came from the awakening platform in the middle, and it was his turn. After taking a deep breath, Song Hao stepped firmly onto the awakening platform. Finally, with the help of the dark fire seed, he successfully awakened. Song Hao awakened successfully. White fire seed. Next, Songya. Songya awakened successfully. Colorless fire seed. Next. Both of them were very lucky, and all of them awakened successfully. Although the quality was not too high, it was enough for Song Hao and the others. After all the awakenings were completed, the successful awakeners quickly went to the psionic transformation building to transform their psionic bodies. Only in this way could they condense the fire ancestral orifice and bind the scout-level Star Sea shuttle. When everything was over, they successfully owned their own psionic shuttle, and the two received the starting resources issued by the clan one after another. 1,000 strands of zero-order floating land origin plus a piece of white-quality shipborne parts of their choice. It's not much, but you know that the number of new generation members of the Song family every year is as high as 1 million. Even if those who failed to awaken are subtracted, it will never be less than 300,000. Calculated in this way, the annual expenditure of the Song family is an unimaginable astronomical figure. After receiving the starting funds issued by the family, Song Hao and Songya did not rush to strengthen their own psionic shuttles, but followed the guidance of their parents before coming here, entered the family forum through the family quantum communication bracelet issued, and searched for the initial strengthening guidance posts of the psionic shuttles issued by the predecessors of the clan. Only by understanding these clearly can they better plan the subsequent strengthening plan. And it is said that in the family forum, there are many trading posts with low-level parts that are lower than the price of the family merit building, with some resources given in advance by the elders. The two may be able to buy another white part each. At this time, Songya beside him suddenly whispered, "Brother Song Hao, take a look at this post. Is it the same as the pile of star debris we saw before?" Song Hao turned his head, and the first thing he saw was the eye-catching post name, buying all information related to neutron star debris at a high price. Chapter 364 Goodbye Neutron Star Remains. After quickly reading the post that Songya pushed over, Song Hao's eyes were finally focused on the high-definition pictures of neutron star remains attached to the post. After dozens of seconds, he said excitedly, "It seems to be quite similar. Could it really be the neutron star remains?" When they looked at each other, they could see strong excitement in each other's eyes. If it was really the neutron star remains, they might get startup funds that other people of their age could hardly imagine. However, although they were excited, the two did not initiate a private chat with the poster right away. After all, they were just two young people who had just awakened, and their vision was limited. They were not sure whether the pile of star debris they had seen with their elders was the remains of a neutron star. If not, would it be bad to contact the tribe member who posted the message so rashly? In a personal courtyard, Song Chi came back from his meditation, and a beeping sound came from the quantum communication bracelet on one side. Thinking that the two elders had returned, he clicked on the bracelet, but when he saw that the sender of the message was just an unfamiliar zero-level tribe member, he frowned and subconsciously ignored it. However, when his eyes swept over the words neutron star debris, his hand movements froze instantly. Inside the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent. Don't be afraid. It doesn't matter if it's not the neutron star debris. As for tomorrow's unified alien domain exploration, it doesn't conflict. We'll know today if it's the neutron star debris. Song Chi swept his eyes over the two people behind him and saw that they were a little embarrassed. He spoke softly. After speaking, he said again, "Can you tell me, how did you find the debris?" Through some information he had read before, Song Hao knew that the person in front of him was a direct descendant with a very high status in the clan, so he was nervous. But now that Song Chi asked, he could only suppress his accelerated heartbeat and replied softly, "Your Highness. A few years ago, my father and second uncle went out to mine together. We both insisted on going together. And that's when we saw the wreckage in a remote corner where my father and his family often mined." Song Chi seemed to be thinking about something, and then asked, "Neither your father nor your second uncle have awakened?" "Yes." Hearing this, Song Hao's voice was a little low, knowing that this was the point that his father and second uncle had always been most unwilling to accept. Song Chi nodded secretly in his heart. This makes sense. Only ordinary people who have not awakened and have a low level of knowledge of the star sea may not recognize the neutron star debris. As they were talking, a sense of weightlessness came over them. The sky and a transit warship on the opposite side that went directly to the colony where Song Hao and the others were born almost simultaneously launched alien star field delivery. Under the effect of the chimeric device, the two were dropped into that star field together. After successfully arriving above a level 4 floating land, Song Chi asked Song Hao and the others for their specific address. Qingyun Floating Land, Forward Number 3 Development Camp. As a cruiser with a length of more than 1,300 meters hovered over the camp, all the development personnel in the camp were immediately alarmed. A cruiser of this level of Xinhua warship may not appear in the entire camp for several years. In the crowd, the two brothers Song Shan and Song Liang were originally watching the fun, but when two terrifyingly strong pulling forces acted on them, they all showed fear on their faces. But when they thought that this was the family colonization floating land, they were all big figures in the family who could arrive here, they felt relieved. Soon, the two were towed into the warship. And then the cruiser took off again under the envious gaze of countless ordinary pioneers. In the cabin of the sky. "Xiao Hao Xiaoya. Why are you here? Didn't you go back to your ancestral land to awaken?" The moment they saw Song Hao and Songya, Song Shan and Song Liang's faces suddenly changed. However, when Song Hao took the initiative to quickly explain the cause and effect of the matter, Song Shan and Song Liang were first excited that all their children had successfully awakened. And then, they were a little confused. After mining for so many years, could it be that the biggest benefit has been overlooked? Song Chi didn't care about that. After asking the two people for their specific coordinates, the Zai jump device was activated. Asteroid belt around Qingyun Floating Land, because the pioneering team mainly focuses on the development of Qingyun Floating Land. A level 4 resource-based floating land, this asteroid belt is rarely visited by people, only the pioneering team members, who have spare time occasionally come here to try their luck. Because of this, the area of this asteroid belt with a large diameter that has been mined is still very small. After successfully reaching a suitable jump landing point inside this asteroid belt, Song Chi controlled the sky to rush to the direction pointed by Song Shan and the others. Due to the size of the warship, it was difficult for the sky to move forward in this asteroid belt. However, the value of the black gold ram component exchanged not long ago was reflected at this time. When encountering those asteroids blocking the way, just ram them open. In this reckless rush, it took less than half an hour for the sky to reach the destination, without the need for the two to say more. Song Chi turned his sight directly to somewhere in the distance, because the sky under his feet, more specifically the neutron star core armor on the surface of the sky, had already sent out a strong reaction. At this point, Song Chi was already certain that the pile of debris not far away was the neutron star debris. Seeing Song Chi's mouth slightly raised, Song Shan and the other four who dared not speak loudly were also cheering in their hearts. Song Chi had already shown it so clearly, and they naturally understood that the pile of debris in the distance was indeed the neutron star debris. In this way, they will undoubtedly receive enough rewards from the seventh prince, one of the direct descendants of the family. Thinking of this, Song Shan and Song Liang can already imagine that their children have a starting point far beyond their peers, which will greatly increase the upper limit of their future. Yes, it is indeed the wreckage of a neutron star. You can discuss what you want now, and let me know when you are sure. Ignoring the four people who were already discussing quickly, Song Chi controlled the sky and rushed straight to the wreckage of the neutron star. But before the skyship got too close, two balls of blazing fire suddenly bombarded from afar. Judging from the energy intensity, it was probably not less than the second level. For the current skyship, this was no threat at all. The two main guns quickly charged, and there was no need to use the attack characteristics. The two guns directly killed a second-level fire-attributed space creature hidden in the wreckage. However, although Song Chi was extremely relaxed, Song Shan and the others behind him looked a little pale. Before, they had passed by this pile of neutron star wreckage many times, which meant that they had never recognized the other party. Otherwise, they would be blown up instantly as soon as they approached the interstellar mining ship. Kill a second-level alien, obtain one strand of first-level floating land essence. Ding! The battleship has deducted 32 strands of third-level floating land essence. Hearing the reminder from the intelligent brain, Song Chi could not help but speed up. The two newly awakened juniors still have to explore the alien star domain tomorrow, so he naturally cannot use the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate parts. As for Song Shan and the other two, they are ordinary people, and staying on the battleship does not consume floating land essence. Under the powerful absorption force of the cruiser, the pile of neutron star debris in front was quickly absorbed into the battleship. During this period, the reaction of neutron star core armor was particularly strong. But Song Chi did not absorb it on the spot. It is still unknown how long it will take to absorb this pile of neutron star debris. Song Hao and the others must be sent back to Longji continent first, reactivating the Aurora jump device components. The sky returned to the sky above the Qinyan Fulu Vanguard No. 3 Pioneer Camp. How is it? Have you thought about it? Behind him, Song Shan said on behalf of his two juniors, "We are just ordinary people, and we don't know how to match them best. Let your highness arrange it." Hearing this, Song Chi smiled and looked at Song Shan. That's smart. But just as he was about to speak, Song Hao, who was standing at the end, suddenly took the initiative and said, "Your highness, I want a chimeric device, the lowest quality will do." Song Chi glanced at him and Songya. "Want to explore together? This method is very dangerous, are you sure?" Standing at the end, ignoring his father and second uncle, who were winking at him crazily, Song Hao nodded heavily. "I have thought about it, please help me." "Your highness." Since the two had made a decision, Song Chi would not say anything more. "Yes. 2 purple energy shields, 2 purple engines, 2 purple main guns, and a blue chimeric device. These will be delivered to you before tomorrow's exploration." Hearing this, not only Song Hao and his companions, but also Song Shan and Song Liang, 2 men over 70 years old, were trembling in their hearts. They guessed that His Highness Song Chi would give a considerable reward, but they never expected that the reward would be so amazing. Originally, they thought there might be a few blue quality parts, but never thought of purple parts, let alone 6 purple parts. Song Chi could guess what the 4 people were thinking, but he didn't say much. For others, the value of this neutron star debris might be limited, but it was different for him. This neutron star debris was the key to the neutron star core armor's promotion to the Silver Legend part. And it was also a step he had to complete before the Great Exploration War. This would greatly improve his safety in the subsequent Great Exploration War. Although this one was not enough. He had sent a message to the Yaoguang Star Order chat group not long ago. He believed that with the energy of the members of the Yaoguang Star Tower, it should not be a problem to get another neutron star debris next time. Thank you, Your Highness. Our two families are grateful. Although they didn't know the specific value of the neutron star debris, Song Shan and the others could roughly guess that this must be a special treatment given by the prince of the clan. It is impossible for a piece of debris to be worth so much. After all, it is just debris. It is not a high-level star sea treasure. As they said, the two of them quickly greeted Song Hao and Songya behind them, asking them to remember this favor. Song Chi waved his hand. Okay, there is no need to do this. We are all family. It is an extra investment in you. I hope you two can be careful in every exploration of alien star fields and walk your own path as captains. After saying that, Song Chi sent Song Shan and Song Liang off the warship and took the initiative to return. With a feeling of weightlessness again, the skyship brought Song Chi, Song Hao, and Songya back to the Dragon Ridge continent, Qingwe Manor, underground battleship summoning room. After returning to the vein, Song Chi immediately began to devour the second neutron star debris. As expected, with the devouring of this debris, the promotion progress of neutron star core armor has increased from 1/3 to 2/3. Only one more neutron star debris is needed, and this red epic quality ship armor will transform into silver. With full of expectations, Song Chi started his daily practice again. Besides practicing, he actually wanted to continue to go to the Yaoguang Star Tower to comprehend the Yaoguang Chaos Monument. But he remembered the reminder from the elders of the Star Tower. It is better not to comprehend the Chaos Monument too many times before the 4th level, because the gains from a single comprehending after the 4th level will be much higher than those at the 3rd level. So he still suppressed this impulse. According to the reminder of the elders of the Star Tower, he has 6 initial comprehending opportunities, and the best number of comprehending before the 4th level is 2. For those old members, they only have 3 initial comprehending times, and they will basically only comprehend the Chaos Monument once at the 3rd level. Having realized it once before, Song Chi planned to use Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow for the 2nd time after improving his bloodline talent. On this day, half a year had passed since he returned from Spiritual B's secret realm. Finally, the quantum communication bracelet received a reply from the 2 elders, Tianshu and Dai Jiang. According to the 2, they had been to the evil Buddha continent before, and some arrangements of the family there needed to be finalized. As for borrowing the 5th level Frost Dragon, the 2 agreed without hesitation, and even rejected the reward of 100 strands of the 4th level floating land origin. Are you kidding? Song Chi is a rising star in the family. All the 4th level members of the family believe that he will definitely be promoted to the 5th level in the future. There is a certain possibility that he will even be promoted to the 6th level. This kind of potential junior, it is too late to build a good relationship. What is the reward? Before receiving the 2 5th level Frost Dragons, Song Chi transferred the Thorn Dragon and the Cold Moon Snow Python to the Mother-Child Soul Control Ring part. Although they are both red slave parts, the slave metal has been strengthened to LV50, but the Mother-Child Soul Control Ring is just LV40. The 2 5th level Ice Dragons can only be enslaved by the slave metal. After the enslavement was successful, Song Chi went directly to the Spiritual Beast's secret realm. Spiritual Beast's secret realm, the area where the large Yin-Yang stone vein is located. The Tsunchung relied on the Mirage feature to perfectly hide the ship. Song Chi did not act immediately. In order to separate the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix from the large Yin-Yang stone vein below, he had to activate the Void Prison feature when it was flying at high altitude. Otherwise it would be useless. The key is that the energy storage time of the Void Prison feature is as long as tens of minutes. So the control of this activation time must be very accurate. In the next few months, Song Chi continued to observe the time when the Sky Demon Phoenix went out hunting and returned. Only in this way could he accurately control the time point of activating the Void Prison feature. Chapter 365 Hunting the Sky Demon Phoenix. Chirp! Chirp! The sky was full of red, and the boundless heat waves swept across the sky. Above the sky, the flaming red divine bird with a wingspan of nearly 20,000 meters was soaring, and a cheerful cry came from its mouth, and its claws held a nearly 2,000-meter long green python, which was the harvest of its hunting trip this time. At this moment, It was time to return to the nest and enjoy a delicious meal. Suddenly, the cry of the flaming red divine bird stopped abruptly. It looked back, and its sharp phoenix eyes were quickly scanning everything around it. Just a second ago, the extremely comfortable scorching air waves from the large yin-yang stone vein below suddenly disappeared, and even the entire sky above seemed to dim. This sudden change made him realize something was wrong at the first time. The green python on his claws was released at the first time, and the red flames spread around him, and a series of red flame circles from near to far were derived in the sky. A large amount of fire laws flowed on the red wings, as the inheritors of the bloodline of the phoenix. The intelligence of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is not low. Not to mention the Sky Demon Phoenix that has grown to the 5th level. Their intelligence is no different from that of ordinary people. After discovering all the abnormalities around it, it immediately took up combat mode. At the same time, several miniature figures rushed out from the depths of the distant dense forest. But as they rushed out of the primitive dense forest, the size of the 3 figures also expanded rapidly. Soon, 2 frost dragons with wingspans no less than the Sky Demon Phoenix above took off into the sky. Thick and mysterious ice armor covered the entire body, and under the ice armor there were dragon scales with even more amazing defensive power. As it roared, the terrifying mysterious ice dragon breath gushed out from its mouth and nose, and the terrifying extreme cold power seemed to be able to freeze everything in the world. In addition to the 2 frost dragons that were rising rapidly above the ground, the flaming giant holding a giant sword had his eyes wide open, and the law of fire that was also close to perfection was flowing around him, and he stared at the sky with a fierce look. Seeing this, the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix felt extremely threatened in his heart. Such a lineup was enough to be fatal to it. Chirp! Chirp! Flapping their wings, 2 illusory divine birds that were condensed entirely by flames rushed straight to the frost dragon flying below. The black ice dragon breathed out and blasted against the illusory fire bird, until both sides had exhausted all their energy. When the 2 5th level frost dragons rose to the same height as the Sky Demon Phoenix, the battle between the 2 sides began. The flame field and the frost field collided, and the sky of the secret realm was shaking. In the collision between ice and fire, cracks in the void followed. This was just a primitive secret realm, and it was of lower quality. Under the full force of the 5th level creatures, it was not surprising that the void was torn apart. Deep in the dense forest, Song-Chi, who was hiding in it, stared at the sky, his eyes full of solemnity. It was difficult for the sky to intervene in the 5th level battle. At most, it could only assist from the side. In comparison, it would be better to hide behind the scenes to monitor the overall situation and give appropriate orders to the 2 frost dragons. Suddenly, a long roar was heard from the sky. In the collision with the 2 5th level ice dragons, the body of the Sky Demon Phoenix was torn into several deep cracks by the sharp dragon claws, and its own attack seemed to be a little painless to the frost dragon with double protection. Knowing that it could not delay time any further, it was not a good choice to compete with the pure-blooded dragon clan in the flesh. So the Sky Demon Phoenix directly used one of its own bloodline magical powers. Phoenix True Flame, the red flame with a hint of black spread wildly in all directions. Even when facing the frost dragon's frost domain, the flame with a hint of black also showed a terrifying suppressive force. The black ice blessed by the law of nearly perfect ice melted almost instantly in front of it. On. The 2 5th level dragons were wailing. The red and black flames directly burned through the 2 layers of armor on their bodies, and began to rage in their flesh and blood. Seeing this, Song-Chi in the dense forest below hurriedly gave a new order through telepathy. The 2 frost dragons suddenly howled to the sky, while trying their best to hide the red and black flames surging around them. At the same time, a large amount of frost power was rapidly rotating around their bodies, and in a short time, 2 ice crystal hurricanes were derived. It was one of the unique bloodline magical powers of ice dragons. Dragon language magic ice and snow storm. The closed space of the void prison, which was still surging with heat waves a moment ago, began to show ice crystals and snowflakes. Under this extreme temperature difference, even the flame giant, who was far away from the battlefield, felt very uncomfortable. Looking at the sky again, 2 ice storms with a diameter of 10,000 meters were surging towards the Sky Demon Phoenix. Even with the protection of the Phoenix True Flame, the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix did not dare to confront the 2 ice storms. With its wings flapping, it began to try its best to stay away from the area where the 2 ice storms were. However, no matter what, the space that had been blocked by the void prison was only so large. No matter how it dodged, layers of inconspicuous ice crystals began to appear all over its body. Although it was instantly melted by the terrifying flames on its body, the consumption of it was real. In the dense forest below, Song-Chi, who was carefully observing the entire battle situation, suddenly narrowed his eyes. At some point, several feathers transformed from red and black flames were shooting at him at high speed. The engine was activated, and the thrusters were running at full speed. With this quick reaction, the sky rushed out of the dense forest, and only then did it barely avoid the feathers transformed from special flames. He looked back at the sky, and his eyes narrowed as he stared at the sky demon phoenix. He knew that today's battle would not be easy, but he did not expect that he would be discovered so quickly. The sky demon phoenix obviously saw through that the two 5th level frost dragons and the flame giant were not the real bosses. Only by finding and solving the real boss himself was the key to this battle. Before he could think about it, the warning sound of the sky intelligence brain suddenly sounded. Attention! Multiple high-intensity hot energies are approaching at a high speed behind the ship. Please dodge! Looking back, Song-Chi's heart trembled. The red and black flame feathers that had obviously sunk into the dense forest behind suddenly changed direction and continued to rush towards the sky. Song-Chi quickly calmed down. He did not panic. He first activated the escape orb component, allowing the sky to escape to the distant sky away from the main battlefield of several 5th level creatures. Seeing that the red and black flame feathers turned towards him again, he asked the Cheontian intelligent brain to assist in controlling the fire control system. And several main guns and secondary guns fired wildly. The pure yang sword light and the soul-destroying beam directly bombarded these flame feathers. And with the continuous use of the secondary guns, they finally blasted all the flame feathers away halfway. After eliminating this threat, Song-Chi continued his previous way of wandering away from the center of the battlefield to watch the show. But since he had already appeared, the guns on the warship would naturally not be stingy. The main gun, secondary gun, external launcher, etc., all fired as much as possible. Under such bombardment, coupled with the two 5th level ice dragons biting tightly, the injuries on the 5th level sky demon phoenix were gradually getting worse. At this time, it was unknown what ability the sky demon phoenix had used. A large circle of flames vibrated around it, and the next second its body turned into a fiery red afterimage, rushing straight towards the sky, which was far away from the center of the battlefield. This sudden change made Song-Chi sweat coldly on his back. A 5th level creature rushed over at a high speed, and the potential energy it carried was imaginable. Once it was hit head-on, the result of the sky could be basically imagined. In an emergency, Song-Chi first activated the Zen Seal external time stop feature of the Pajua Zen Seal. With the activation of this golden sacred domain component, the body of the sky demon phoenix, which had turned into a fiery red afterimage, suddenly stagnated, even if its speed was so fast that it was difficult for the human eye to clearly capture it. It had no effect on the sky brain. With the assistance of the brain, the Zen Seal external time stop feature accurately hit the sky demon phoenix. In addition to this component, Song-Chi activated the high overload explosion feature of the antimatter energy evolution engine at the second time. With the blessing of this feature, the speed of the sky speed has increased countless times, and it has swept to other places at an astonishing speed, as far away as possible from the sky demon phoenix at this moment. The Zen Seal outer time stop feature has been used. If the opponent launches such a sudden attack again, Song-Chi is not absolutely sure to interrupt the opponent for the second time. It is safer to stay as far away as possible. After escaping from the terrifying flames around the opponent, the sky suddenly disappeared in this closed area. Song-Chi activated the Mirage feature of the Mirage Dragon Pearl. Since the Sky Demon Phoenix has already set its main target on itself, Song-Chi's response plan is to make himself, the sky, disappear from the opponent's field of vision. In this way, the Sky Demon Phoenix cannot find the sky, and it will not pose much threat to him. As for the restriction that it cannot attack in the Mirage state, as the injuries on the Sky Demon Phoenix became more and more serious, he believed that the two Frost Dragons would be enough to slowly grind it to death. Moreover, the Sky Demon Phoenix, which was in a time-stopped state, was in a bad situation at the moment. As its body froze, the two frost storms following it completely swallowed it up. A large number of ice crystal fragments, under the influence of the storm, continued to cut the body of the Sky Demon Phoenix. In a short period of time, wounds of varying sizes covered every corner of its body. and a large amount of hot blood sprayed, turning the Sky Demon Phoenix into a Blood Phoenix. A low cry came from the Frost Storm, and then wisps of red and black flames visible to the naked eye emerged from the Frost Storm. At the beginning, there were only a few wisps, but as time went on, the red and black flames became more and more, and finally completely devoured the two Frost Storms. Inside the sky hidden in the void, Song-Chi was horrified, watching with his own eyes the two Frost Storms turn into Fire Storms, and then swept towards the two Frost Dragons. He didn't know what kind of flame this red and black flame was, but he was sure that it was most likely not controlled by the Sky Demon Phoenix itself, because the two Frost Storms before were formed by real dragon language magic. Even if the Western Giant Dragon is slightly inferior to the Eastern Real Dragon, it is not something that a Sky Demon Phoenix can easily reverse with its own fire magic, unless this special flame is inherited from its ancestor, the Phoenix bird that can stand shoulder to shoulder with a real dragon. Only this can explain it. Thinking of this, the strange color in Song-Chi's eyes disappeared. Even if the Sky Demon Phoenix can borrow the ancestor's magic, it is impossible to be without cost. At present, this black and red flame storm seems terrifying, but as long as it is delayed for a period of time, the Sky Demon Phoenix will probably be powerless. Song-Chi was right. But the fact was, the Sky Demon Phoenix was clearly more aware of its own situation. It had only one purpose in using the Phoenix True Flame with all its strength: to resolve this battle as soon as possible. The Fire Phoenix cried out, and the red and black flame storm suddenly stopped. The next second, all the flames rushed to the sky. In just a few seconds, they gathered into a flaming sky curtain at the top of this closed space. Wow! The Sky Demon Phoenix cried out again, and its other innate magical power, Phoenix Flame destroying the world, which it used with all its strength, exploded. Countless red and black fireballs fell from the sky with the power of annihilation. They launched an indiscriminate bombing of this enclosed space. Roar! The two Frost Dragons flapped their wings, trying their best to dodge the endless fireballs falling from the sky. However, the number of these red and black fireballs was too many, too dense. No matter how the two Frost Dragons dodged, they were hit by the fireballs one after another. The terrifying red and black flames easily burned through their ice armor and dragon scales, madly corroding the flesh and blood of the two dragons. For a while, the two dragons wailed continuously. Not to mention the two Frost Dragons, even the sky, whose captain was only a little over 1,000 meters, was the same. Even with the assistance of the Sky Intelligence Brain, it was still unable to completely dodge under the coverage of the endless fireballs. As the warship was attacked, the Mirage feature also became invalid, and the sky reappeared in the sky. Warning: under attack from unknown flame energy, the shield value of this ship's energy shield has dropped by 6%. Please pay attention to repair it in time. Warning: shield value dropped by 18%. Warning: shield value dropped by 30%. Warning: shield value dropped by 40%. Under the erosion of the unknown red and black flames, the shield value of the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion energy shield was dropping at a terrifying speed. At the same time, a sharp cry sounded again in the distance of the sky. Chirp! As if seeing a blood enemy. The moment the sky appeared, the blood-red Sky Demon Phoenix once again turned into a residual shadow and swept over, not giving Song-Chi and the sky any time to react. Facing this situation, Song-Chi's mind was working very fast. The continuous combat experience of several months in the Yugwang trial did not make him panic, but he calmed down immediately and thought about the follow-up response plan at a very fast speed. At this time, the Sky Intelligence Brain sent another new prompt. Warning: suffering from an unknown flame energy attack, the shield value of our ship's energy shield has dropped by 86%. Please repair it as soon as possible. In just a few seconds, and the Fairyland 5 Elements Shotion energy shield itself has the ability to reduce damage to fire energy attacks. But even so, the 5 Elements Shotion energy shield is on the verge of collapse. This shows the horror of this unknown black and red flame. And for the entire battle situation, this is undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Chapter 366 Harvest. Last Blessing. The component was activated immediately. The shield value, which was originally only 14%, was restored to 78%. However, Song-Chi did not relax at all. The energy shield could not defend against the head-on collision of the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix. As the afterimage of the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix got closer, Song-Chi became calmer. At the critical moment, he activated the Zen Seal Inner Speed. Property of the Pajua Zen Seal component, allowing the Zen Seal outer time stop property to directly complete the buffer, and then he activated this time stop property again. At the same time, the two 5th level Frost Dragons that had received his telepathic transmission forced themselves to endure the severe pain from their backs. They opened their ferocious mouths, and a large amount of frost energy and ice laws gathered rapidly in their mouths. In the corner of the closed space formed by the void prison, the figure of the Sky Demon Phoenix, which had been running all the way, stopped again, before time completely stopped. A trace of confusion appeared in its red eyes. It didn't understand why this ability that could be called against the sky could be used for the second time so quickly. But it might never understand, because two frosty white beams of terrifying diameter had been shot out from the sky in the distance. These two beams were wrapped with infinite annihilation power, which was the second bloodline magical power stimulated by the two Frost Dragons. Dragon Language Magic Frost Dragon Annihilation Wave. Swish! Two terrifying light waves penetrated. The speed of the shooting was difficult to describe in words, even though Song Chi had already turned the ship in advance, trying to get away from the body of the Sky Demon Phoenix at the fastest speed. He was still a step slower. After the two Frost Dragon Annihilation waves hit the body of the Sky Demon Phoenix, the rich frost energy was centered on its body, and quickly radiated to the surroundings. The sky, which was unable to retreat in time, was also enveloped by the frost energy. The shield value of the energy shield that had just recovered began to drop rapidly again. Song Chi did not regret this. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The node when the two 5th level Frost Dragons took action was the perfect time. If the sky was allowed to leave the battlefield first, and then take action, the Zen Meditation Seal external time stop feature might not be able to support it until then. As I said long ago, the current hull of the sky is only the 3rd level. Although the enhancement level of the Posha Zen Meditation Seal components has reached LV50, it does not mean that it can exert its full effect on the 5th level life. The time stop time is 6 seconds, and it is uncertain whether it can be effective for 2 seconds. After the frost energy, there are a lot of black ice fragments left from the explosion. There are red and black fireballs falling on the top, and a lot of black ice fragments splashing behind. At this moment, the energy shield of the sky, the hull armor, and the hull itself are all damaged. Last blessing, the remaining repair opportunity of the components is also used. Under the effect of this repair, the sky is barely repaired. At this time, look at the Demon Phoenix behind. Under the two Frost Dragon Annihilation waves, two blood pits with a diameter of several thousand meters are blown out on its back, and its body is also completely frozen under the powerful frost energy. But this is not the end, because Song Chi has not received the notification of the entry of Fulu origin. Below, the Yanli giant, who had been staring blankly, finally found a chance to attack. He flew over with a large amount of flame energy, holding the Yenshin sword high in his hand. He did not use the law of fire, but used pure physical strength. Don't underestimate this ordinary attack. The destructive power it carries is hard to imagine, because the Yanli giant himself has the talent of bloodline divine power. When he attacks with all his strength, it will only be stronger than the attack of ordinary 5th level life. Swish! The red sword light flashed. The blade of the Yenshin sword fiercely hit the ice crystals on the outer layer of the body of the Sky Demon Phoenix. This extremely solid black ice was like cutting tofu in front of the Yanli giant with blood power, and was easily cut open. Then the blade of the Yenshin sword fell directly on the red neck of the Sky Demon Phoenix. Without any surprise, in front of the red epic giant sword, the head of the Sky Demon Phoenix was cut off directly, and the hot blood splashed thousands of meters away. Not far away, Song Chi in the sky also quickly received a ray of the 4th level floating land origin. At this point, this 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix was completely dead. Without time to rejoice, Song Chi quickly turned the ship around, and when he got close to the body of the Sky Demon Phoenix, the proportional zoomer part was activated, and the Sky Demon Phoenix of astonishing size began to shrink rapidly, and was finally pulled into the cabin by the sky. After this step, everything was perfectly over, and Song Chi's tense spirit was completely relaxed. Recalling the whole battle, even though a lot of preparations had been made in advance, first the battle environment was changed, which greatly reduced the Sky Demon Phoenix's geographical advantage, and the battlefield range was limited, and two frost dragons that restrained fire creatures were borrowed, and the sky was assisted. Even so, this battle was still extremely difficult to win. In response, Song Chi shook his head subconsciously. But before he could think about it anymore, the roars of two frost dragons came from outside the ship. They had shrunk again, and were actively calling Song Chi. Looking at the bloody wounds on the backs of the two mini frost dragons, Song Chi understood what they meant. After taking the two back to the warship, Song Chi took the initiative to send them to the Life System Medical Repair Cabin. These two are the lifeblood of the two elders Tianshu and Dai Jiang recently. Whether they can obtain enough resources to impact the 5th level in the subsequent Great Development War depends on these two 5th level frost dragons. Before returning them, the wounds on the two must be healed. Fortunately, the Life System Medical Repair Cabin part is very effective for this kind of trauma. I believe it will not take long to recover. Taking his attention away from the body of the Sky Demon Phoenix behind him, Song Chi took the initiative to cancel the Void Prison feature. Before returning to the Dragon Ridge continent to deal with the body of the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix, he had another thing to do. It is a 5th level life after all, and its strength is among the top of all 5th level life. There should be some good things in its nest. Right? While muttering to himself, the skyship fell from the sky, and under the concealment effect of the void membrane part, it flew at a low altitude straight to the nest of the Sky Demon Phoenix, passing over a large area of fire plants. The Sky successfully arrived at the location of the large Yin-Yang stone mine. The nest of the Sky Demon Phoenix was built deep in the mountain of this large Yin-Yang stone mine. With the information detected before, Song Chi controlled the Sky to rush to the location of the Sky Demon Phoenix's nest. The nest was carried by a huge mountain, and there was a huge cave in the middle of the mountain. Because of the size of the Sky Demon Phoenix, it was easy for the Sky to enter and exit the cave. Rushing into the cave entrance, a brand new scene appeared in front of Song Chi. This was a wide mountain space. There was a huge pit in the middle of the space. A constant stream of hot air surged out of the pit, making the entire mountain space scorching hot. The pit led directly to the core of the large Yin-Yang stone vein below. The scorching energy emitted by the Yin-Yang stone vein was constantly sent to the mountain space through this corridor, and continued to nourish this perfect cave for the heavenly demon phoenix. Seeing this, Song Chi narrowed his eyes. The shape of the passage did not look like it was made by the Sky Demon Phoenix itself. It seemed more like it was deliberately opened by other intelligent creatures. However, judging from its appearance, it must have been very long ago. The first thing Song Chi thought of was the Lichen sect. After all, this Spirit Beast secret realm originally belonged to the Lichen sect. It was understandable that its disciples took the initiative to create a better environment for the creatures in their own secret realm. Moreover, the phoenix marrow of the Sky Demon Phoenix could also improve the genetic bloodline talent of the creatures. The Lichen sect naturally hoped that it could reproduce better and faster in this Spirit Beast secret realm. But whether it was true or not, it had nothing to do with him. At the moment, Song Chi's attention was completely attracted by the other two objects. One of them was 3 faintly red eggs that were several meters high. Song Chi's eyes were slightly happy. If he guessed correctly, it was most likely the egg of the heavenly demon phoenix before. He directly used the pulling force to absorb the 3 phoenix eggs into the warship. For these 3 phoenix eggs, Song Chi had 2 arrangements. Either keep them for himself to cultivate slowly, or send them to the family's Dragon Ridge secret realm. Strictly speaking, it would be better to send them to the Dragon Ridge secret realm. After all, it has a similar environment to the Spirit Beast secret realm, and these 3 heavenly demon phoenix eggs can be better cultivated and reproduced. As for cultivating them by themselves, although the cultivation secret realm can continuously accelerate time, the upper limit is not as good as the Dragon Ridge secret realm. And there is no flame environment in the cultivation secret realm that is needed to breed these 3 heavenly demon phoenix eggs. I have to take another trip to try whether I can transplant the 5th level fire wood into the cultivation secret realm. The advantage is that the cultivated Sky Demon Phoenix will belong to him in the future, and he can arrange it at will, putting the 3 Sky Demon Phoenix eggs aside first, and considering it later. Song Chi turned his attention back to another high-level resource in the mountain space. Is this Phoenix Blood Root? Looking at the small blood-colored clover rooted in the rock layer below, Song Chi struggled to recall some information in his mind. Finally, it was Sky Intelligence Brain that listed the detailed information and pictures about Phoenix Blood Root. And Song Chi was sure that the 3 blood-colored clovers below were Phoenix Blood Grass. According to the records of the Song family, this Phoenix Blood Grass is a spiritual grass that grows in the place where the phoenix fell. It can improve the blood purity of creatures with phoenix blood. For some special groups, it is of great value. Song Chi did not feel much. He just thought that he had harvested a resource of good value. He carefully put away the 3 phoenix blood roots. Seeing that there were no other resources in the mountain space, Song Chi controlled the sky again and exited the cave. As for the large Yinong stone vein below, the unit price of this thing is not high. If it is on a colonial floating land, it may still have mining value, but Song Chi definitely doesn't like it at the moment. Leaving the large Yinong stone vein all the way, Song Chi found a suitable location to reset the space anchor point, and then recall the sky to return to the market. Longji Continent, Longji Divine Mountain. A secret room somewhere in the Divine Mountain. Song Chi, who returned to Longji Continent, was standing respectfully in this secret room, and in front of him was the original ancestor of the family's Tian Mai grandfather. This is the corpse of the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix that my grandson mentioned before. As he said this, he summoned the sky in this terrifyingly large secret room, and then pulled the corpse of the Sky Demon Phoenix out of the warship. This Sky Demon Phoenix is of the 5th level, and whether it is to refine the source blood or the Phoenix marrow, it must be done by the 5th level ancestor of the family. As for asking the flame and evil giant to do it, that guy is so extravagant. Song Chi is afraid that before the source blood and Phoenix marrow are refined, it will be scrapped first. Seeing the corpse of the Sky Demon Phoenix still emitting the strong pressure of the 5th level life, Song Xiuan's face was calm. But he looked at Song Chi, the younger generation, with more satisfaction. Before, Song Chi took the initiative to borrow the 5th level Frost Dragon from the family elders. And not long after, he brought back a 5th level Fire Life corpse. It is not difficult to associate some of the things that happened through these 2 points. However, Song Xiuan did not ask too much. And the same was true for the Sky Demon Phoenix marrow that Song Chi emphasized before. The Song family had no records of the Sky Demon Phoenix, nor did they know the effect of the Sky Demon Phoenix marrow. If Song Chi had not learned about its effects from the Lu family, he would never have known that its marrow could actually enhance the human genetic bloodline talent. As for how the Lu family knew about it, it was nothing more than relevant records obtained during the previous exploration of the fragments of the Fairyland continent. Okay, leave the body here, and come back to take it in half a year. Hearing this, Song Chi bowed again. He had a deep respect for the original ancestor, not only because of his strength, but also because of his actions, including this time when he refined the corpse of the Sky Demon Phoenix. He did not ask for any reward, but took the initiative to give preferential treatment to the outstanding descendants of the family. After leaving the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, Song Chi ran 2 more times and returned the 2 5th level Frost Dragons that had recovered from their injuries to Tianshu and Daijiang clan elders. After doing this, he returned to the Spirit Beast secret realm through the market again. It will take another half a year to refine the corpse of the Sky Demon Phoenix. During this time, he can continue to explore the fragments of the Fairyland continent. You heard it right, it is the fragments of the Fairyland continent, not this Spirit Beast secret realm. With the corpse of the Sky Demon Phoenix in hand, in this Spirit Beast secret realm, only the Chongming Divine Bird can attract his attention. However, if he wants to take advantage of the 2 3rd-level Chongming Divine Birds, it will not be possible in a short time. The 5th-level Chongming Divine Bird is really too protective of its offspring. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are inseparable. In more than a year, the Void Demon has not found a single opportunity. Song Chi had already let it go. He still had enough time to explore the fragments of the Fairyland continent. There was no need to rush at this moment. 1 or 2 years was nothing. If they were inseparable for 10 or 8 years, he would convince himself to give up. You have to know that the fighting power of the Sky Demon Phoenix was so terrifying. And this was the Chongming Divine Bird, which had an even greater bloodline talent. Facing this legendary divine bird, he naturally had to be patient. Chapter 367 Prelude to Market Promotion. Before leaving Spirit Beast's secret realm to explore the fragments of the outer Fairyland continent, Song Chi went to the place where the firewood was before. Whether it is the subsequent breeding of the Sky Demon Phoenix eggs, or the good growth of the young phoenix after the Sky Demon Phoenix hatches, it is inseparable from the appropriate flame environment. And the only thing Song Chi can think of that can provide a flame environment for Cheatsong's number 004 cultivation secret realm is the 5th level firewood. As for the half-step 5th level fire scale python, there is no need to worry too much about it. Hiss! Lying on the trunk of the firewood tree, the half-step 5th level fire-scaled python exuded scorching fire all over its body. But the Yenshin sword holding the Yanli giant ignored it directly. The Yenshin sword chopped the fire-scaled python's body from thousands of meters away, leaving a very long wound. Playing with fire in front of the 5th level Yanli Giant is like playing with a sword in front of Guan Gong, and it can't pose any threat to the Yanli Giant at all. Not long after, this half-step 5th level fire-scaled python was severely injured by the Yanli Giant. However, under Song Chi's advanced signal, the Yanli Giant did not kill the fire-scale python, but Song Chi used the slavery metal parts to complete the final enslavement of it. A half-step 5th level creature can be used as a carrier of the slavery seal Furious feature in the future, so don't miss it. If it weren't for the great danger of dealing with 5th level creatures, Song Chi would have used the 2 5th level frost dragons to try to enslave a 5th level beast. Now this half-step 5th level fire scale python is not bad. As for the flame giant, it was his daily thug. If he had not really encountered a death threat, he would never use it to carry the slavery seal rage. After sending the enslaved fire scale python into the life system medical repair chamber, Song Chi gave the flame giant an order and began to try to transplant the firewood. First, he took out the fairyland spirit soil from the cultivation secret realm and evenly spread it on the roots of the firewood. The purple quality fairyland spirit soil may not have much effect on the 5th level firewood, but it can always increase the success rate of transplantation. After all this was done, the sky and the flame giant, who was holding the firewood tree in his arms, exerted force at the same time. Under the combined effect of the traction and the brute force of the flame giant, the firewood tree began to be slowly uprooted. In the sky's main control room, Song Chi carefully watched the situation below while giving instructions to the sky intelligent brain. Intelligent brain, carefully monitor the life status of the firewood tree. Once the possibility of transplantation failure is found, immediately warn. Command received. Below, the firewood tree with a thick trunk was slowly pulled upwards, and its roots below were being pulled away from the ground bit by bit. However, Song Chi in the sky suddenly changed his expression. While quickly retracting the warship's traction beam, he also sent a telepathic message to the flame giant, telling him to stop. Just now, the sky brain's prompt sounded beside his ear. Attention! The life fluctuations of the firewood below intensified, and the concentration of the surrounding fire energy decreased at an abnormal rate. There are suspected signs of transplant failure, with a probability of 66%. Because of this prompt, Song Chi took the initiative to stop the subsequent actions. 66% transplantation failure rate. This is not a small probability. Song Chi is unwilling to gamble. In addition to the fact that it is difficult to find a new suitable way to provide a fire attribute environment in a short period of time, there is actually another important reason. That is, Song Chi has something in his hand to increase the probability of subsequent transplantation, but it just takes a while to wait. Walking to the cultivation secret realm component, Song Chi's mind sank into the secret realm. I saw that the silver apple mother tree in the middle of the secret realm has been rehung with 4 silver apples. Although it will take a long time for it to fully mature, but under the secret realm accelerator characteristics of the cultivation secret realm, it only takes a few more years, and these 4 silver apples will be fully mature. The 5th tier silver apple, just enough to upgrade fairyland spirit soil to orange quality, then the success rate of transplanting the firewood will be greatly improved. Giving up on transplanting, Song Chi did not hesitate any longer, controlling the sky to the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Fragments of the fairyland continent, the ruins of the lichen sect. Accompanied by a wave of space fluctuations, the sky appeared out of thin air. Looking at the familiar environment around, under the auxiliary control of the sky intelligence brain, the sky slowly drove towards the forbidden formation that Song Chi had discovered before. Song Chi was very curious about the well-hidden formation. Because of various reasons, he had been delayed until now. Now that he was free from other things, he could finally break the formation without any worries. In the battleship's main control room, Song Chi was guessing what was behind the formation. It was able to make the former lichen sect set up a large formation to protect it, and it could still exist for such a long time after the lichen sect's mountain gate was destroyed. This formation was obviously extraordinary. Thoughts raced through his mind, but the speed of the sky was extremely slow. We were not in the Spirit Bee's secret realm right now. The fragments of the fairyland continent were covered with countless traces of laws derived from the unknown war long ago, as well as countless space cracks. We could no longer fly all the way like in the Spirit Bee's secret realm. Although the distance was not far, it took the sky quite a while to reach the forbidden formation again. After hiding in the void again, the naked eye could not see that there was a forbidden formation on the ruins here. It was discovered by the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers, who were extremely sensitive to the void. Otherwise, it would be impossible to detect it with the spirit-peeping eyes, let alone the red eye of the soul. Song-Chi guessed that even if the Silver Patrol radar was strengthened to the 5th level, it would not be able to detect any abnormality. The reason was that the lichen sect under his feet was not weak. Before unknown years, it was most likely at the 7th level, and there was even a certain probability that there were great monks above the 7th level in charge. For such an immortal sect, the formation prohibition it set up would most likely not be lower than the 7th level, even if the power of this formation prohibition has been eroded by the erosion of time. In order to detect its existence, it should be strengthened to at least the 6th level of red, or even silver radar. But no matter what, it has been discovered by the Void Shadow Killer clan, so Song-Chi has long been determined to capture it. When they reached a suitable distance, Song-Chi quickly charged the 2 main guns, and at the same time, dozens of secondary guns and external armor-piercing cobalt shell launchers fired at the same time, directly bombarding the forbidden area. Under the bombardment of countless artillery fire, the forbidden array hidden in the void soon appeared, and the light of the forbidden array, which was not very full, began to fade at a very slow speed under the bombardment of the large amount of artillery fire from the sky. Even though most of its power had been consumed over the long years, it was still not something that the 4th and 5th level artillery fire carried by the 3rd level ship could break in a short time. Song-Chi, who had experienced this once before, was not surprised. The pure Yang Sword light cannon and soul-destroying eye light cannon that had completed their energy storage fired one after another. The pure Yang Sword light cannon was okay, but the soul-destroying eye light cannon that had been strengthened to level 59 was quite effective. Under its bombardment, the light emitted by the forbidden area in front of it had a significant decline. However, this is only relative to other artillery fire. For the formation ban itself, this speed of wear is still not worth mentioning. Song-Chi estimated that it would take several months or even more than half a year to complete the final wear of this formation ban. It is basically impossible. After finding this time, he naturally would not waste time here foolishly. He handed over the control of the warship to the Chiontian intelligent brain, allowing it to continue to attack the formation ban in front. Song-Chi himself entered the market, seizing the time to practice the guidance technique, visualization, and use the blessing of the market to comprehend the law of space. In addition, when the time comes, he will also open the monthly market transaction on time. In the LV-39 full attribute training room, Song-Chi was standing in the standard guiding technique training posture. With the blessing of rich psionic energy, plus the top-level bodybuilding potion that had just been neutralized by a 5,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl, the psionic energy in his body has reached an astonishing speed. After buying all the orange and red items from the Qingtian tribe at once, the level of the market directly reached LV-39, but the transaction amount required to upgrade from LV-39 to LV-40 is very exaggerated, so it has been stuck here, and has not yet reached the standard for promotion to the 4th level. However, even the LV-39 all-attribute training room, its enhancement of the psychic energy guidance technique is very exaggerated. Adding the 5,000-year-old deep-sea clam pearl provided by Daegun, in just a few days, Song-Chi's guidance skill level has been broken through from the original LV-35 to LV-37. And it is not far from LV-38. When he walked out of the all-attribute training room again, his psychic energy strength has stabilized at more than half of LV-37. I believe that he will reach the peak of LV-37 in a few years. Satisfied with the fluctuations of the internal breath, Song-Chi turned and opened the attribute panel of the Zhutian market under his feet. Name, Zhutian market. Market owner, Song-Chi. Level, LV-39. Specifications, 11800MX11800M. Basic configuration, 245 shops, 12900MX2900M stall area, 1 3-story inn, 1 LV-39 full attribute training room efficiency doubled when practicing psychic energy, 1 LV-39 psychic protection array, 1 LV-39 ultra-long-range space door random launch platform, 1 3rd-level spiritual machine synthesis platform. Additional configuration, light hiding platform purple LV-30, level 3 blood baptism platform red February 14th. Features, avoid danger can move freely in the void, avoid natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, space anchor point can set 2 coordinate anchor points in any different star field in the broken star sea. Required for upgrading, 500 strands of floating land origin level 3, 10 strands of floating land origin level 4, market transaction volume reaches 500,000 4885660/500000 strands of level 3 floating land origin. One-time spirit crystal Song Chi's eyes stayed on the bottom column of the attribute panel. When he saw that the market transaction volume was only a little over 10,000 strands away from 500,000, there was a smile in his eyes. If you calculate carefully, it should take 1 or 2 more transactions to completely meet this quota. As for the required time spirit crystal, Song Chi has already thought about it. If it cannot be found before the quota is met, then the universal strengthening resource Hunyuan copper will be used instead. Time spirit crystal, as the name suggests, is the same as void spirit crystal. It can only be derived from medium to large time attribute veins. Its effect is not very large. Its value is limited, but it is quite rare. This is the most troublesome thing. The void crystal was already so hard to find, not to mention the time mineral veins, which are even rarer than the space mineral veins. Besides, not all time mineral veins will have such things. When the market was promoted to level 39, the moment he learned about the void crystal, Song Chi immediately posted the acquisition information on the family forum, market acquisition shop, and Song Yufeng and Wang Jin. Later, he also commissioned a group of Star Tower members to help search in the Yaoguang Xingling chat group, but there was no news. Click to close the market attribute panel. Song Chi sat cross-legged at a hidden market original space origin law, preparing for a new law perception. At the same time, he was looking forward to the scene when the market was promoted to the 4th level in the future. The 3rd level to the 4th level, this is a qualitative change in the Broken Star Sea. He believes that the market will definitely change greatly after the promotion. Not long after sitting down, he suddenly heard the call of the Thorn Dragon left on the sky. The formation is about to be broken? Hearing this news, he immediately stood up, and his figure quickly disappeared in the market. Fragments of the fairyland continent, the space inside the Sanqiong hanging high in the sky flashed. Song Chi's figure emerged. The first thing he did was to look out along the holographic projection screen in front of the warship. As Thorn Dragon had reminded him before, after several months of continuous erosion, the brilliance of the array in front had dimmed to the extreme, and was about to be completely broken. In addition to joy, Song Chi's eyes turned, and then he suddenly said, "Intelligent brain, let the warship retreat another 100 miles. Although he was full of curiosity about what was in the array, Song Chi did not lose his vigilance. If there was a 6th-order existence in it, that Sanqiong, which was far enough away, would have a certain amount of reaction time. When the warship retreated to the designated position, the main gun, the secondary gun, and the external launcher fired again. Amid the roar of artillery fire, fine cracks finally began to appear on the extremely dim formation barrier below. And finally the cracks became larger and larger until it completely collapsed. Staring at the bottom, after the formation barrier was completely broken, Song Chi finally saw the full picture behind the formation barrier. When he saw the scene behind the formation barrier clearly, his eyes slightly raised. It turned out to be a spiritual medicine garden? Looking at the completely symmetrically planned pieces of spiritual soil inside the formation barrier, and the spiritual herbs and spiritual plants scattered on the spiritual soil, he was a little surprised. After a brief surprise, his eyes were filled with joy again. In the considerable amount of spiritual soil, he caught a glimpse of eye-catching red light. Chapter 368 Harvest in the Spiritual Medicine Garden. If I guessed correctly, it was most likely a spiritual soil that had been transformed into red epic quality. Suppressing the restlessness in my heart, the hatch of the warship was opened. Dozens of Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers and fallen angel soldiers with 8 wings on their backs, led by 3 soldiers with brainwave marks, rushed straight to the spiritual medicine garden below. Although neither my own naked eyes nor the warship's air patrol radar had found the existence of high-level creatures, as the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. The spiritual medicine garden is already in front of me. There is no way to escape. It won't waste any time to let the soldiers carefully explore it first. 10 minutes later, the soldiers who searched the entire spiritual medicine garden several times did not find any living creatures. After confirming this, Song Chi slowly controlled the warship to descend. The lower he descended, the more his brows furrowed. After a long time of baptism, even if the spiritual medicines planted in the spiritual medicine garden of the Lycan sect were of extremely high grade, they still could not withstand the erosion of the ruthless time. At a glance, it can be clearly seen that the number of spiritual medicines still alive in this huge spiritual medicine garden is very limited. Most of the spiritual soil was bare. with no spiritual herbs or plants left. The few spiritual soils with plants still alive were mostly single seedlings. Only the one that glowed red still had many spiritual herbs and plants alive. Song-Chi looked around for a while, and found that he didn't recognize any of them. Even the Cheongkian intelligent brain, which had copied the entire family database, only listed 3 light screens at this moment. These 3 light screens introduced 3 different spiritual herbs and plants. And the most valuable of them was the spiritual plant. Name: Jade Blood Peach Tree. Level: Fairyland High-Level Spiritual Plant. Introduction: 3,000 years to bloom. 3,000 years to bear fruit. 3,000 years to mature. 9,000 years to obtain 12 Jade Blood Peach. Edible, can greatly assist in the practice of guiding technique. Note: the descendant of the mother root of the 9 heavens peach in the Fairyland continent, one of the high-level spiritual plants in the Fairyland continent. Note: each person can eat up to 3 pieces, and it will not be effective later. Note 2: it has a great effect on the practice of the 4th level guiding technique, and can assist the breakthrough of the 4th level guiding technique. In addition to this Jade Blood Peach Tree, the other 2 are called Ganoderma liccitum and Crescent Moon Flower, which are said to be the main materials for the high-level elixirs in the Fairyland Xiaoxian world. Of these 3, the one that Song-Chi values most is the Green Blood Peach Tree. This thing is of the greatest use to him. It just so happens that he is now about to reach the threshold of impacting the 4th level Xinhua Captain. This thing comes just in time. In addition, there is the Red Epic Quality Fairyland Spiritual Soil. This thing, when used together with the Secret Realm Accelerator feature of cultivating the Secret Realm, will be able to exert a very strong effect. As for the various spiritual medicines and spiritual plants that he did not recognize, Song-Chi also made arrangements. He will bring them to the market later. I believe that with the vision of the Luofu sword sect behind Zhou Ping, they will definitely be able to see the value of these things. However, it should be noted that when he takes out these spiritual medicines in the guise of the Blue Blood clan, he must speak less and insist on asking for high-level Star Sea treasures and spiritual objects that can temper the body, so as not to let Zhou Ping see that he does not know the value of them. Exhaling, Song-Chi pulled his gradually drifting thoughts back. These things in front of him are not so easy to get. There are layers of smaller formations on each piece of spiritual soil. If you want to get these things, you must break all these formations one by one. Fortunately, these formations were not as strong as the outermost circle of the spiritual medicine garden. With the firepower of the sky, it should be possible to break one in about half a month. In this way, the sky began a new round of breaking the formations. All the soldiers and slave creatures were summoned, and they worked together to eliminate the formations of the outer layers of the surrounding spiritual land, especially the flame giant, holding the ancient sword. And with the blessing of the nearly perfected law of fire, each strike could eliminate the considerable power of these formations. However, Song-Chi did not dare to let it destroy the spiritual soil arrays that still had spiritual medicines and spiritual plants alive, fearing that it would be too heavy-handed and destroy those spiritual medicines and spiritual plants that had finally survived. The Yanli giant attacked the arrays outside the blank spiritual soils. Although these spiritual soils had not been transformed into the Star Sea Wonders, and there were no spiritual medicines or spiritual plants alive in them, they were, after all, the soils carefully cultivated by the Lichen Sect's spiritual plant masters, and were most suitable for the growth and cultivation of various plants. Song-Chi's idea was to send all these spiritual soils into the cultivation secret realm. Even if their effects were far inferior to the wonder spiritual soils, they could still have a significant growth blessing on the various plants in the cultivation secret realm. Half a month later, Song-Chi successfully opened the sky formation ban on the spiritual soil that had been transformed into a red epic wonder, and transplanted the blue blood peach tree and several spiritual medicines into the cultivation secret realm. Just as he had guessed before, the spiritual soil had indeed been transformed into a red quality wonder spiritual soil. Wonderful item. Fairyland spiritual soil top quality. Quality, red. Transformable. 5 mods of top quality spiritual field. Note: a top quality spiritual field in the ancient Fairyland civilization like insects spiritual medicine garden accidentally received special energy to nourish it for tens of thousands of years. After a long period of transformation, it was finally transformed into a special Star Sea Wonder. With this red quality top quality Fairyland spiritual soil, Song-Chi believed that the growth rate of various plants in the cultivation secret realm would be even more amazing in the future, and there was no need to wait for the 5th level silver apple to mature. he could directly transplant the fire we would later. After several months, with the help of a group of terracotta warriors and enslaved creatures, Song Chi successfully transplanted all the surviving spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine garden into the cultivation secret realm. And the same was true for the blank spiritual soil. Although he had a purple spiritual soil and a red spiritual soil in his hand, as more and more plants were transplanted in the cultivation secret realm, only 2 spiritual soils could not plant all the plants at the same time. So the blank spiritual soil came into play. After doing this, although he wanted to continue exploring the fragments of the Fairyland continent, he had to return to the Dragon Ridge continent. Calculating the time, the refining at the ancestor side should be almost completed. Longji Divine Mountain. Inside the mountain, Song Chi successfully got 2 items he had been thinking about for a long time from the original ancestor: the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix Blood and the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix Marrow. Thanking his ancestor again, Song Chi quickly left Longji Divine Mountain. In the main control room of the sky, looking at the 2 white jade porcelain bottles in his hands, Song Chi's eyes flashed with excitement. Both of them are extremely important to him at the moment. Needless to say, the Sky Demon Phoenix Marrow is the key to his subsequent improvement of his own talent, close the gap between himself and those evil captains, and lay the foundation for his future climb to the top. As for the 5th level Heavenly Demon Blood, he planned to use it directly when the sky was upgraded to a Deer Chaser. The 5th level Biological Blood, and the bloodline was not weak, should be able to increase the success rate of the battleship upgrade by about 20%. Adding the drop of the Evil God's Blood of the half-step 6th level, the initial success rate of the sky will reach an astonishing level, minimizing the possibility of failure in the battleship upgrade. As for saving it for future upgrades to battleships, don't be silly. When the sky is upgraded to a Deer Chaser, will he still lack the 5th level Biological Blood? Song Chi thought it was unlikely. Now he was indeed struggling to hunt 5th level life. But after the sky was upgraded to the 4th level, this would not exist at all. With this in mind, he has decided to use this drop of 5th level Heavenly Demon Phoenix Blood in the subsequent warship upgrade to the Zulu ship. In the Jutian market, Song Chi sat cross-legged in the all-attribute training room. The drop of Heavenly Demon Phoenix Blood had been collected. What was placed in front of him was the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow. He was ready to absorb it directly. Things that can improve one's own bloodline talent, naturally, should be used as soon as possible, to avoid more trouble. However, just as he was looking forward to the extent to which this 5th level Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow would improve his own genetic bloodline value, a voice suddenly came from his heart. It was the call from the Void Demon, who had been monitoring the double-winged divine bird. Has the opportunity finally come? With a hum in his heart, Song Chi quickly put away the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow, and his figure disappeared in the all-attribute training room. Fragments of the Fairyland continent, remains of the Lycan sect. Song Chi, who suddenly appeared, summoned the Sky No. 1 at the fastest speed, and then rushed straight to the entrance of the Spirit Beast's secret realm. In order to save time, he even risked using the jump device. On this fragment of the Fairyland continent covered with void cracks, it is obviously extremely reckless to rashly perform space jumps. If you are not careful, you may fall into the space cracks. However, Song Chi has no time to delay at the moment. He must rush to the Spirit Beast's secret realm, where the double-winged divine bird lives. According to the news from the Void Demon, the 5th level double-winged divine bird finally left its nest alone. And now only 2 3rd-level double-winged divine birds are left in its nest. This is the best opportunity to enslave the double-winged divine bird. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we will have to wait for the next opportunity. So Song Chi is so bold. Of course, the main reason for being so impulsive is that he has enough confidence and believes that he can be safe even if he really falls into the void crack. Not only was the skyship's 3 layers of void resistance added, but it was also confident in the skyship's current hull protection capabilities, the 5th level silver energy shield and red hull armor. Even if it encountered a large space storm, it could last for a while, at least until it could enter the market. Overall, the probability of this happening was too small, and it was more likely that the skyship would pay a certain price and then escape from the space crack. Song Chi was lucky, and this jump did not cause the shock and explosion of the surrounding space cracks. He also controlled the skyship directly to rush into the entrance of the Spirit Beast's secret realm in front. Entering the Spirit Beast's secret realm, there were no other concerns. After the Purple River jump device, the Aurora jump device was also activated, And then the sky disappeared from the entrance of the secret realm. When it rushed out of the space again, it was already close to the void demon hiding in the void. Not far ahead was the habitat of the double-winged divine bird. At this moment, 2 third-level double-winged divine birds were staying alone in the nest. In addition, the strong spatial fluctuations caused by such a jump were completely covered by the mirage feature, and the appearance of the sky was not discovered by any creature from beginning to end. Recalling the void demon back to the warship, Song-Chi did not make any unnecessary moves, and directly controlled the sky hidden in the void to rush straight to the nest of the double-winged divine bird. The reason why so much preliminary work had to be done before facing the Sky Demon Phoenix was because the Sky Demon Phoenix itself was a fifth-order life form, and it was destined to have a tough battle with it. But it was different now. The 2 double-winged divine birds in the nest were both third-order, and the sky hidden could suppress them and pull them into the warship with a flip of the hand. At this moment, making those unnecessary moves, such as letting the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers test it first, would be unnecessary, because once discovered, the 2 young birds will cry out, and all subsequent changes will be completely out of Song-Chi's control. It is impossible for the Void Shadow Killer clan that sneaks in the gaps of the void to be discovered by the third-level double-winged divine bird. Song-Chi does not know the answer, but he is unwilling to gamble. The double pupils of the double-winged divine bird are the biggest unknown. The 4th-level void demon can avoid the search of the 5th-level double-winged divine bird at a long distance, but this does not mean that it will not be discovered by the 3rd-level double-winged divine bird at a close distance. Therefore, Song-Chi chose the safest way, to use the sky to suppress it. In this way, even if the 2 third-level heavy bright divine birds could see through the concealment effect of the mirage feature and call the 5th-level heavy bright divine bird immediately, Song-Chi could suppress it quickly and lead directly through the market. No matter how fast the 5th-level heavy bright divine bird was, it was impossible to teleport directly. After all, Song-Chi had already determined that the 5th-level heavy bright divine bird comprehended the law of light, not the law of space. With the help of the mirage feature, the sky quietly approached the nest in front. When the bow of the warship entered the nest of the double-winged divine bird, Song-Chi successfully caught the figures of the 2 third-level double-winged divine birds in the nest. Instinctively, a smile appeared on his face, and the warship did not stop, and continued to drive into the nest. If nothing unexpected happened, this operation should be stable. This was a thought that came to his mind at this moment. And then his mind turned quickly, preparing to directly use the time stop feature of the Posha Zen seal on the warship. At this critical moment, he was not stingy at all, and all he wanted was to ensure that he could take away one of the double-winged birds as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from the side of the warship, and along with the cry, there was also the terrifying 5th-level extreme life pressure. However, it was a bit strange that the cry from the outside world entered Song-Chi's ears and turned into the familiar common language of the Star Sea. Human, you are finally here. Chapter 369 Chongming Divine Bird and Chongming Blood Covenant. With a startled heart, his eyes quickly swept towards the direction where the cry came from. When a Chongming Divine Bird of astonishing size appeared in front of his eyes, Song-Chi's pupils suddenly shrank. Almost instinctively, he directly activated the Tianqing Cheonqian self-control system feature of the Cheonqian intelligent brain system, and then entered the market. As for why this void demon saw the 5th-level Chongming divine bird that had already gone out appear in the nest, he had no time to think about it at this moment. However, before he mobilized the dark energy in his body to activate the Star Sea market order in the Xinhua Zuqiao, he heard another cry in his ears. Don't panic. I have no ill intentions. After saying this, Song-Chi felt a little relieved. Thinking back carefully, it was right. If the other party really had ill intentions, it would be the best choice to attack him directly before the cry. There was no need to take the initiative to greet him. However, he only relaxed a little. Song-Chi was still very vigilant. After thinking for a moment, before replying to the other party, he activated the Pajua Time Realm feature of the Pajua Zen seal. Suddenly, with the sky as the center, the entire nest space around it was included in the time barrier that slowed down 10 times. Until then, Song-Chi slowly spoke. Senior Chongming, you are waiting for me here. I wonder if you have any advice. And, if I am not mistaken, shouldn't you leave the nest? He spoke respectfully. After all, he was a 5th-level divine beast in front of him. His combat power was definitely more terrifying than that of the 5th level Sky Demon Phoenix. Of course, he had to give him due respect. Hearing his question, the voice of the Chongming Divine Bird, which was slower than 3 times, came again. Are you talking about the void demon that has been lurking for more than a year? It is true that it went out, but in front of the Great Space Law, it can come back in a blink of an eye. As for the reason for looking for you, hearing this slow voice, Song Chi's eyes condensed, and he had completely understood it in his heart. From what the other party said, it turned out that the void demon's spying behavior was under his nose from beginning to end. And it was not that the void demon was wrong. This 5th level Chongming Divine Bird did leave before, but it controlled the Great Space Law. Even if it was far away, it could easily return to its nest in an instant. After coming to this conclusion, Song Chi first had a new understanding of the talent of double pupils. His plan, which he thought was perfect, was a joke in front of the opponent's double pupils. Even the void demon, which was hiding tens of millions of meters away, was completely exposed in front of this pair of double pupils. In addition, he was most shocked by the opponent's perfect space law. He was not surprised that a 5th level life could master the Great Law. The other party was a divine beast, and it was not surprising that he had this talent. What surprised him was that the other party had clearly demonstrated the law of light before, and he had confirmed it many times. How could a space law suddenly appear at this moment? Could it be that this double-ming divine bird was comprehending 2 original laws at the same time? But isn't this extremely difficult for creatures under the master to do? In doubt, his eyes swept through the holographic scene on the side to the double-ming divine bird outside. The man and the bird looked at each other. Under the pair of extremely obvious double pupils, Song Chi felt dizzy. It's broken. Before he completely lost consciousness, these 2 words came to his mind. The abnormal state purifier component and the illusory soul-soothing monument in the Shinhua Zuchu all responded at this moment. But they still could not wake up Song Chi. The reason why Song Chi was still conscious for a moment at the end was that the Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl component itself weakened the illusion. But that was all. When he regained consciousness, Song Chi found himself in a completely unfamiliar dark space. Above the sky, 2 huge pupils hung high in the sky, just like 2 round silver moons, illuminating the entire land below. When he was in doubt, a mighty voice came from the sky. This time it was no longer affected by the slowing down of time. Human, are you here to take my child away? Song Chi shook his head repeatedly. He swore, after realizing the horror of this double-ming divine bird, he no longer had this idea. Besides, even if he really had it, could he show it directly in front of a mother? The 5th level double-ming divine bird didn't care about that. It changed its tone. It's not that we can't talk about this. Song Chi? His eyes narrowed slightly. He thought he had heard wrongly. This Lycan's secret realm is a cage after all. Leaving is the best choice. But before that, you must sign a contract with my child. The glimmer of hope that had just arisen in his heart was instantly extinguished at this moment, although Song Chi did not answer, but his eyes were full of reluctance. The contract, which was drawn up by the 5th level double-ming divine bird, who knows what kind of restrictions it will impose on himself. If he really signed this contract, he was afraid that he would never be free again in the future. Under the pair of pupils covering the sky, Song Chi could not hide what he was thinking. The mighty sound of the 5th level double-ming divine bird reverberated again. Don't worry. This contract is called Chongming Blood Covenant, which was created by a powerful person in my Chongming Divine Bird clan. It will not only not restrict you, but will benefit you infinitely. You have always been curious about why I can control the law of light and the law of space. The reason lies in the double pupils of my Chongming Divine Bird clan. The double pupils, one eye with 2 pupils, are born with magical powers. They can not only analyze the various original laws of the Star Sea in the most intuitive and essential way, but also speed up the host's understanding of the laws of the Star Sea. They also have the ability to balance the laws. Each eye can perfectly accommodate one original law of the Star Sea, and let the 2 laws form a perfect balance without causing any interference to each other. After hearing the explanations of the 5th level Chongming Divine Bird, the doubt in Song Chi's heart had long dissipated, and turned into deep amazement. It is not difficult to hear the extraordinary talent of the double pupil from the other party's words. Once the power of the double pupil is mastered, each pair of eyes can fully contain one of the original laws of the Star Sea, and comprehend 2 original laws at the same time. In other words, with just this pair of pupils, the double bright divine bird clan can comprehend 2 original laws at the same time at the 3rd level, or at most the 4th level. which is what the creatures of the Star Sea Overlord can do. Of course, at the level of the Star Sea Overlord, comprehending two laws at the same time is only their most basic ability. As long as they want, they can also comprehend 3, 4, or even more. In addition to great beings like the Lord of the Star Sea, the monsters with extraordinary comprehension in the Star Sea can actually comprehend 2, or even multiple, original laws at the same time. Just like in the human civilization of Shinhua, with a population of trillions, there are also such beings, but these creatures are truly peerless monsters, and their number is extremely small. Thinking, Song-Chi couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart, but soon he turned back. The excitement in his heart instantly turned cold. What does this have to do with him? Sighing, he had new doubts in his heart, and raised his eyes, looking up at the double pupils in the sky that looked like double silver moons again. Double pupils are indeed awesome. He had a certain understanding of this when he first saw the double bright divine bird. But what does this have to do with the contract the other party mentioned? Double bright blood contract. It does sound awesome. But if there is any nonsense that a contract can bring endless benefits to oneself, Song-Chi will never believe it, let alone have anything to do with double pupils, unless the facts can be put in front of him. Seeing through Song-Chi's inner thoughts, the voice of the 5th level double bright divine bird sounded again. In your opinion, what is the talent of my Chongming divine bird family's bloodline? Without thinking too much, Song-Chi said only 2 words. Very high. Then what level do you think the powerful people in my family are? Hearing this, Song-Chi paused and was slow to respond. Yes, with the bloodline talent of the Chongming divine bird. They have been passed down from generation to generation. No one knows how many Chongming divine birds have appeared, but the number is definitely not small. The talent itself is amazing, and the number accumulated over countless years. What level of Chongming divine bird can be honored as a powerful person by a 5th level Chongming divine bird? 7th level? 8th level? Or 9th level? Or even higher? Song-Chi couldn't give an answer, so he chose to remain silent. However, his intuition told him that it was unlikely to be at the 7th level. After all, they were all mythical birds. There should be a lot of Chongming divine birds that could be promoted to the 7th level. If you want to be honored as a powerful person in the Chongming divine bird clan, you should be at least at the 8th level to be qualified. Right? Soon, the voice of the 5th level Chongming divine bird sounded again. This Chongming blood contract created by the powerful people of my Chongming divine bird clan has only one ability, which is to allow the 2 people who signed the contract to freely choose one of the other's talents and turn it into their own ability. Song-Chi's eyes widened, and his heart was shocked. He quickly said, "Do you mean double pupils are also included?" Deep in the sky above, the double pupils that were as bright as the silver moon blinked, and then the vast voice followed. "That's right. As long as you sign the Chongming blood contract, you can choose my child's double pupil talent as your own ability. And from then on, as long as my child is still alive, your double pupil will not disappear." Although the virtual space under his feet was constructed by the double pupils of the 5th level Chongming divine bird, Song-Chi still seemed to hear his heartbeat like a drum. There is no doubt that if it is really as the 5th level Chongming divine bird said, he will sign this Chongming blood contract no matter what. It is extremely important to him, compared to the 5th level heavenly demon phoenix marrow in his hand that he had not yet used. The importance of this pair of double pupils was undoubtedly far greater. This heavenly demon phoenix marrow might make up for the gap between him and those true demons in the Star Sea in the early stage. But that was only a short-term illusion. As time went by, the gap in understanding would be infinitely magnified. This pair of double pupils was just the opposite. It could allow him to truly step over that indescribably high threshold and be on par with those peerless demons in the Star Sea. As for the truth of the 5th level Chongming divine bird, is it credible? When he heard the specific effect of the Chongming blood covenant, Song-Chi actually believed it about 80%. The reason is very simple. The talent of Chongming pupils is too terrifying, and it is too easy to attract outsiders to spy on it. After having this Chongming blood covenant, it can unite those real monsters and completely bind the Chongming divine bird to the other party. They will prosper together and suffer together. In other words, the original intention of establishing this Chongming blood covenant is to preserve itself. And everything makes sense. Otherwise, why would the powerful person of this double Ming divine bird create such a contract for no reason? Of course, although he believed it 80% in his heart, Song-Chi still did not agree easily. I am not sure whether what you said is true. If possible, I want to confirm its authenticity first. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi, who had his eyes closed, suddenly woke up. Then, under the gaze of the 5th level Double Ming Divine Bird, he controlled the sky to slowly approach the 2 3rd level Double Ming Divine Birds inside the nest. With the advanced comfort of the 5th level Zhongming Divine Bird, the 2 3rd level young birds did not panic. When they reached the effective distance, Song-Chi activated a component on the sky. It was the slavery metal. Under the effect of this red quality slave component strengthened to the 5th level, and the fact that the young Zhongming bird did not resist, Song-Chi quickly enslaved it. Then he began to ask about the relevant information about the Zhongming blood covenant. As his own enslaved creature, the young Zhongming bird naturally could not hide it from Song-Chi. Song-Chi quickly confirmed that what the 5th level Zhongming Divine Bird said before was indeed true. However, he was still worried, and used the mother-child spirit control ring and master-servant contract respectively, and finally confirmed that the Zhongming blood contract was indeed true, and the effect was exactly as the 5th level Zhongming Divine Bird said. Only then did he cancel the control over the 2 young birds. On the side, the voice of the 5th level Zhongming Divine Bird sounded again. Okay, human. Since it has been confirmed, let's start. You can choose one of my 2 children. Song-Chi was not surprised by this. He knew from the beginning that he couldn't take both Zhongming young birds with him. Not only because he could only sign one Zhongming blood contract, but also because a 5th level Zhongming Divine Bird couldn't entrust the fate of both Zhongming young birds to himself. Although the Spirit Bee's secret realm under his feet was a cage, it could at least ensure that the young birds could grow up safely. Chapter 370 Double Pupils and Pajuo Time Realm. His eyes swept over the 2 double pupils. Although Song-Chi did not make a choice immediately, he did not hesitate much. Because the 2 young birds were well protected by the 5th level double pupils, they had not yet comprehended the rules of the secret realm, and there was no need to worry about their potential being affected. So no matter which one he chose, it would not make much difference. In front, the 2 double pupils seemed to know that this choice was related to their future fate, so they were very quiet at the moment, without any noise. However, one of them had a somewhat evasive look, as if it was unwilling to leave its mother's protection to follow a completely unfamiliar human being. So it was actively avoiding Song-Chi's gaze. In contrast, the one on the left was completely the opposite. Not only did it not dodge, but its eyes were full of spirit. Its double pupils kept looking at the sky above, and it was full of interest in the vast world outside. That's it, Song-Chi thought to himself, and recalled the sky. And he landed steadily under the influence of the dark energy. Seeing him land in front of the Zhongming young bird on the left, the 5th level Zhongming Divine Bird already had the answer in his heart. The powerful 5th level life energy surged throughout the nest, and the cry also sounded. Human, the contract has begun. Don't resist. This blood contract can only be signed with the willingness of both parties. Song-Chi nodded, and then felt an inexplicable pressure enveloping his whole body. Under the pull of this inexplicable energy, he and the Zhongming young bird were suspended in the air together. When both sides were pulled up to the same height, Song-Chi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyebrows, and then saw a drop of blood overflowing from his eyebrows. Looking at the Zhongming young bird, it was the same. A drop of blood floated out from its forehead. Under the pulling force, the 2 drops of blood kept approaching each other and finally merged together. It was unknown how long it took. When the blood that had been completely merged was divided into 2 drops again, these 2 drops of blood mixed with Song-Chi, and the Zhongming young bird began to float back to the eyebrows of the 2, and finally merged into the depths of the eyebrows again. Before Song-Chi could think more, the voice of the 5th level Zhongming Divine Bird sounded again in his ears. Hurry up. Now is the time for you to choose each other's talents. This time is short. Make your choice as soon as possible. Song-Chi actually didn't need the 5th level Double Ming Divine Bird to remind him. When the multiple talent runes from the Double Ming young bird vaguely appeared in his mind, he chose the rune Double Ming Pupils, Double Ming Feathers, and Double Ming Soul Calming Chant. He chose the rune Double Ming Pupils at the first opportunity. At the moment he made his choice, the shadow of double pupils suddenly appeared in his originally ordinary eyes. At the same time, Song-Chi also felt the amazing effect of the double pupils that had just appeared. Sweeping the surroundings, the nest space, which originally had no abnormalities, now showed a lot of traces of energy fluctuations in his eyes. The space was slightly distorted, and the ground was continuously gushing out rich and pure energy. In addition, there were a small number of unobvious original laws around this space. All of this, before he had these double pupils, Song-Chi had no feeling at all, because human eyes alone cannot capture such changes. Just as Song-Chi was adapting to his initial appearance of double pupils, the double-eyed young bird on the other side fell into confusion. The reason was simple. The number of talent runes that appeared in its mind at this moment was astonishing. Neutron Star Fission. 5 Elements Energy Shield. Zen Seal Inner Speed. Zen Seal Outer Time Stop. Posing Time Realm. God Binding Chain Fake. Mirage. Mirage Dragon Spiritual Pressure. Last Blessing. Because the sky itself is bound to Song-Chi's Seed of Fire. And the various components on the battleship are completely bound to the battleship. The abilities or characteristics of these components are all counted as Song-Chi's own talents. As a result, naturally, the Chongming young bird was dazzled, and it was impossible to make a choice in such a short time. In response, Song-Chi on the opposite side hurriedly said, Pajuo Time Realm. Zen Meditation Seal Inner Speed. Zen Meditation Seal Outer Time Stop. Last Blessing. These 4 abilities are very good, you can choose one of them. Song-Chi's initiative suggestion was naturally not a casual remark. The 4 abilities he mentioned, the effects are all first class in the sky. Pajuo Time Realm. Needless to say, time-related domain abilities, there is no need to introduce them at all. Zen Seal Internal Speed allows it to quickly use its own explosive talents for the second time. Zen Seal External Time Stop is a powerful control ability. Last Blessing is a healing ability, which can give it a second spring in battle, and the effect is also good. Of course, the most important thing is that these abilities still have a lot of room for improvement in the future. The lowest can be strengthened to the 7th level, and the 3 characteristics of Pajuo Zen Seal have the potential to be the 8th level. But to be honest, although the double pupil Song-Chi has obtained are only of the 3rd level, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. It can be enhanced as the life level of double-eyed young bird improves. And as long as Song-Chi trains it well, it may reach the 7th level or even the 8th level in the future. With Song-Chi's reminder, double-eyed young bird, which has greatly reduced its selection range, quickly made a choice. As expected by Song-Chi, it chose the ability of Pajuo Time Realm. As a time-related domain ability, it is undoubtedly the most potential and effective of all innate abilities. It is not surprising that Zhengming Young Bird would choose this ability. With the confirmation of Zhengming Young Bird, this blood contract was finally completely formed. At the moment when Zhengming blood contract was completely formed, Song-Chi only felt that there was a little mysterious connection between himself and this Zhengming Young Bird. That was the bond formed by Zhengming blood contract. From then on, one person and one bird would truly prosper together and suffer together. At the same time, the faint pupils in Song-Chi's eyes also completely solidified at this moment, and turned into a pair of real double pupils. Under this change, he found that his ability to capture and analyze the surrounding environment became more and more amazing. Even if he swept across the edge of the nest space from a distance to find the traces of the hidden original source law, his heart instantly had a feeling of this law, which was faster than before when he was concentrating on understanding the law, suppressing the joy in his heart. Song-Chi looked at the 5th level double-ming divine bird. After hesitating for a moment, he took the initiative to say, Senior, if you are willing, there is also an original secret realm in the family behind me. I can take you away from this spirit beast secret realm and leave this fragment of the fairyland continent. Song-Chi's idea was very simple. If the other party was willing, he could take it back to the family. The bloodline talent of the double-ming divine bird was stronger than that of the pure-blooded dragon in the west. I believe that the family would welcome it. Although it was impossible to truly free the 5th level Chongming divine bird, it was better than dying of old age in this spiritual beast secret realm. But before he could finish, the 5th level Chongming divine bird interrupted him. Forget it. Just treat it well. Go! The 5th level Chongming divine bird glanced at the young bird that had signed a blood contract with Song-Chi and had a natural affinity for Song-Chi the next second. It gently flapped its wings, and then Song-Chi and the young bird were swept out of the nest by a hurricane. After summoning the sky, the man and the bird soon faced the first problem. As a 3rd level Chongming young bird, its wingspan is even longer than the sky. With this size, it is impossible to put it into the sky. There is only one solution to this problem. Little guy, you have seen that only after completing the slavery can you enter the sky freely, Song-Chi said with difficulty, fearing that the little guy would be angry. But when he finished speaking, the young bird did not show any disgust. It nodded its huge head quickly, signaling Song Chi to hurry up. In this regard, Song Chi could probably guess that this should be the influence of the Chongming blood covenant. And the Chongming young bird had a very high liking and trust in him. After all, he was the same a moment ago, because he was afraid that the young bird would be unwilling. He spoke very carefully before. He had never done that before. However, Song Chi himself did not object to the use of the slavery metal to enslave the Chongming young bird. In addition to making it easier for it to enter and exit the warship, the subsequent Bridge of Mind feature could also make communication between one person and one bird more convenient. There is another most important reason. Only when Chongming young bird is enslaved by slavery metal can it be considered a true member of the sky. And at the same time, the various components on the sky can be effective for it, not to mention anything else. Just the ability of Pajuo time realm that it chose before. The cooling time is the same as that of Pajuo Zen seal. If there is no help from the Zen seal internal speed feature, each use will face a cooling time of up to 5 years after it is recognized by the sky. The Zen seal internal speed feature will also be effective for it. With the help of this feature, the cooling time will be reduced to 1 year. Based on the above points, the benefits of formal slavery are obviously greater. After the slave metal is completed, the Chongming young bird obtains the effect of the size as you wish small feature, and quickly turns into a miniature form and flies into the cabin, landing directly on Song Chi's shoulder. The little head keeps nudging Song Chi's neck, expressing his affection for Song Chi in this way. Song Chi is full of smiles, and gently touches the little guy's shiny silver wings. Walking all the way back to the main control room, Song Chi's eyes are rolling, and soon he says, "Little guy, you don't have a name yet. How about I give you one?" Chirp chirp chirp. The young bird chirps happily a few times, urging Song Chi to hurry up. After thinking for a while, Song Chi quickly said, "Since you are the Chongming divine bird, then you should take Chong as your nature, and call yourself Chongyu. How about that?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little guy chirped again, and Song Chi knew from telepathy that the little guy was very satisfied with the name. "Okay, I'll call you Chongyu from now on." As he spoke, the engine of the sky roared, heading all the way to the distance. It was not towards the entrance of the secret realm, but directly towards the location of the 5th level firewood. Now Song Chi already has the red epic quality of the best spiritual soil in his hand, which greatly improves the success rate of transplanting the firewood. Moreover, at present, the Posha time realm has fallen into cooling. Although the Zen meditation seal inner speed feature was activated immediately, it still had to wait for a year before completing the next buffer. Song Chi did not plan to continue exploring the fragments of the immortal continent. Soon, the sky, which was speeding all the way, successfully arrived at the location of the firewood. This time, with the assistance of the top-grade immortal spirit soil, and in cooperation with the flamely giant. It was very easy to absorb the firewood into the cultivation secret realm. Of course, it was only successful after using the proportional scaling device. This component cannot work on flesh and blood creatures, but it can still work on plants. Inside Cheat Song's number 004 cultivation secret realm, carrying the firewood that had recovered to its normal height, the flame giant walked all the way to the corner of the cultivation secret realm away from the silver apple mother tree, dragon blood tree, quenching god fruit tree, law tree, and blue blood peach tree under the guidance of Song Chi. This firewood itself is an extreme fire plant. If it is planted near a group of resource plants, it is very likely to affect the growth of those resource plants. The reason why Song Chi transplanted it into the cultivation secret realm was just to create a suitable cultivation environment for the 3 heavenly demon phoenix eggs. He did not care about its growth rate, so it was okay that the 2 pieces of fairyland spiritual soil could not affect it. With the help of dozens of puppet soldiers, a big pit was dug in the corner of the secret realm, and the Yanli giant directly inserted the 5th level firewood into the pit. With the blessing of the secret realm's own transplantation success rate, the roots of the firewood quickly took root in the soil after contacting it, without any signs of discomfort. With the successful transplantation of the firewood, the temperature in the corner of the secret realm rose suddenly. Under the extremely high temperature, even Song Chi, who was now a 3rd level life form, could not bear it. After the soil was refilled, he took out the 3 heavenly demon phoenix eggs and placed them in a suitable area on the trunk of the firewood. Standing under the tree, looking at the 3 heavenly demon phoenix eggs above that were faintly beating in the flame environment. As if cheering, Song-Chi also felt relieved. This kind of flame environment is the most perfect place for the breeding of the sky demon phoenix egg, with the continuous release of a large amount of flame power by the 5th level firewood, coupled with the accelerated time of the secret realm itself. Song-Chi believes that it will not take long for the 3 sky demon phoenixes to be born. After dealing with these, Song-Chi recalled the terracotta warriors, and withdrew from the breeding secret realm with the flame giant. After taking back the sky, he went straight back to the market of the heavens. Since he could not explore the fragments of the fairyland continent again for the next year, Song-Chi naturally had to absorb the sky demon phoenix marrow first. And at the same time, he also wanted to carefully feel the effect of the double pupils. He was somewhat looking forward to the speed at which he could comprehend the laws of the origin of space with the blessing of the double pupils.